Chapter 11. Coughing as she was released from Mikey's grasp, Ye desperately clung to the rooftop's stone railing, doing her best to keep herself standing as she eyed the murderous blonde male, and collapsed only once he determinedly walked past the 2nd Division captain. "Yai," Mitsuya worriedly called out, running to the female's side. Getting down to his knees, he moved his hand towards her neck. "Let me see." "I'm fine, Taka," she hoarsely coughed out, but allowed the man to check the agitated area. "He just caught me off guard." Mitsuya's eyes narrowed angrily. "Caught you off, Yay, he could have killed you. The hell were you thinking coming up here and talking to him alone? I told you to wait for me downstairs." Looking down at the ground, Mitsuya grit his teeth. "You know Mikey is completely murderous and insane." Yay sarcastically laughed. "Yeah, it's kinda hard to not notice." She dryly commented, rubbing her neck. "Not that we didn't already know he was a ticking time bomb waiting to go off." She darkly muttered as Mitsuya sent her a glare. "Yeah. Oh, don't you even dare," she snapped, meeting his glare. "I've always felt like there was something off of that man." She pointed in the direction Mikey had left, like there was something just underneath the surface waiting to come out since we were kids. She admitted, "But I never said shit because you all seem to have it under control." He seemed to have it under control, may seem to have it under control. Even with your damn gang going to complete shit, there was at least a small thread of hope that the man wasn't completely off the edge, but now. She threw her hands in the air. "He just about killed me for trying to empathize with him. He would have killed Takemichi-kun if Kisaki's whole attempt on the guy's life after Mei and Hinata's death hadn't come to light. He's on a fucking warpath." "Of course he is, Yae," Mitsuya yelled, "after what Kisaki did. After our friends are dead cause of him." Yae snapped, tears brimming in her eyes. "That bastard's been screwing with us, all of us." She yelled, "For years, that bastard should have been dead long ago." Her voice cracked as she slumped before the male. 12 years, Dios mío, porqué? 12 fucking years, how the hell did that monster get away with this shit for so long? She angrily shook. How could you guys let him get away with things for so fucking long? Was Matsuno really the only one looking into this crap? Mitsuya's eyes softened with guilt at this. After all, it was true. The frustration and pain Ye showed were all warranted given what had come to light after Mako's death. Though neither girl was entwined within Tommen's politics and darker dealings, primarily in part due to Mikey's own insistence and careful maneuverings to ensure a form of distance between them, and even keep Kisaki away from the pair for a time. The girls were unfortunately still connected to the dark underworld of Tokyo through their connections with Mikey, and the surviving members that still loyally served the man. Not just them, but other people, like Mitsuya's own younger sisters and mother, were sadly still connected to their mess. "You're right," Mitsuya muttered, recalling the day Draken died. "It's our own faults. We should have realized more was going on with how things went back then, maybe if we did." Ye's stomach knotted up in guilt. "I shouldn't have said that," she shamefully thought. Taking a deep breath, she shook her head as she grabbed onto the sleeve of the male's suit. No, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have, I just..." Releasing another deep breath, she looked up at the male sadly. "It's not your faults, it was a mess back then. I'm just upset and I should have never." Sobbing to herself, Ye covered her face and allowed the male to pull her close as he tried to comfort her. I'm just so tired. I hate all this. I miss simpler days. I miss May." I know. I understand. I'm starting to feel the same," Mitsuya tiredly admitted as he looked up at the night sky, remembering simpler days. Ye cried as Mitsuya held her close in comfort. "I promise we'll end this." He looked towards where Mikey had walked off towards and frowned. "We'll make Kisaki pay for everything he's done and put this to rest." July 21st, 2017. Takemichi. "Here it is," Takemichi muttered aloud, holding his phone in hand. "A construction site?" Looking back at the glaring male accompanying him, he asked, "Is this really the place where we can find Asanai, Naoto?" And Naoto's eye twitched at this, like I had the time to do any decent research. "You came back out of the blue and told me to find him." "Yeah, my bad, but this was an emergency." "Huh?" Naoto exclaimed, unable to fully understand what the male meant by this. "Just listen, that info you gave me about Mikey-kun and Draken-kun fighting was total bunk. Those two would never fight each other." Takemichi huffed with a wave of his hand, as Naoto frowned at the male's claims. "Instead, in the past, a conflict between Tommen and Mobius is about to start. That's the fight Drakenkun died in. Takemichi explained, recounting the information from his time in the past. If we ask Mobius's leader, Asanai, about that conflict now, we might find the key to preventing Drakenkun's death. Before the other man could reply, a person walked up to them. Pardon me," the man politely interrupted, catching the two males' attention. "Could I get past you?" the older male asked as Takemichi realized he and Naoto had positioned themselves to block the sidewalk. "Oh, sorry." The two males took a step back, allowing the older, more haggard male to walk by without issue. "Thanks. Anyway, you're one hell of a cop, Naoto. You found Asanai right away." Takemichi began to compliment, as Naoto could only shake his head. "Don't let your guard down, we're still in public." "You're late, Asanai," a man angrily yelled, causing Takemichi and Naoto to flinch at the yell. "Wait, Asanai?" Takemichi gasped, as he and Naoto ran to the construction site's opening to look into the space the male they had just let pass walked through. Inside, said male was quietly being chewed out by his boss, as the man yelled and berated him. "Why'd your break take so damn long? How long does it take you to eat lunch?" But I came back on time." The man Naoto and Takemichi let through, now known to be Asanai, nervously tried to explain as his boss only continued to scold him. "You need to start pulling your damn weight around here. If you can't work hard, then work harder." "That guy's Asanai?" Takemichi muttered to himself in shock, unable to believe his eyes. "That's the former commander of Mobius." Watching as the supposed ex-leader of Mobius was continually yelled at by his employer before looking to Naoto. Maybe this is some kind of mistake. Naoto himself had to take a hard look at the scene before him, remaining collected even when his own doubts rose with what he witnessed. "Let's at least talk to him." Takemichi nodded and watched as Naoto entered the site to collect the man. 20 minutes later, the now group of three would find themselves sitting in a cafe not far from Asanai's place of work. The man nervously glanced between Takemichi and Naoto with his head down. "Did I do something wrong?" "Not at all," Naoto quickly responded. "I've just been looking into the Tokyo Manji gang. They caused an incident the other day." He explained. Takemichi and him both watched as Asanai automatically tensed up and even paled at the mention of Tommen. 12 years ago, you fought with the Tokyo Manji gang as the leader of Mobius, isn't that right?" Naoto asked as both he and Takemichi both noticed as Asanai refused to meet their gaze. "I have some ques." Bam! The man had suddenly shot up from his seat, slamming his hands on the table, pale and sweating. Takemichi even jumping back in surprise and shock, as Naoto remained calm and collected in the face of the man's sudden shift of demeanor. With labored breaths, Asanai shakingly whispered out, I have nothing to say to you." "Were you not involved in the death of Ryuguji Ken?" Naoto questioned as Asanani shook where he stood. "And no, I wasn't. It was a member of Mobius that stabbed him." Naoto rebutted as Asanai shook worse. "No, please stop. You ordered them to kill him, didn't you?" Naoto accused, as Asanai cried out in distress. "No." The man struggled to breathe and not cry, falling back into his seat as he had to hide his face in his hands in shame and regret as he shook in his seat. Neither Takemichi nor Naoto were able to speak or look away as they watched the man try to compose himself. "It's true that we fought with Tommen, but we didn't kill him," Asanai denied, eyes becoming unfocused as if he were reliving the past that very moment in his mind. That was just the trigger. After that, Tommen started having internal conflicts. Takemichi almost exclaimed in shock as he gaped at the man. "And after that, on August 3rd, Draken died." The man's voice began to crack and waver as he spoke. It was all a part of his plan. Naoto felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise, an unsettling feeling pooling in his gut as he repeated aloud. "His." Asanai whimpered in his seat. "I'm sorry, I can't say any more. I want nothing to do with Tommen." He stuttered, leaving Takemichi and Naoto unnerved. Then his phone began to go off and the man jumped to pick it up. Looking at the message, he began to shuffle out of the booth. "I'm sorry, my boss is going to yell at me again. I have to go." "Sorry to inconvenience you," Naoto apologized curtly, as he and Takemichi watched begin to walk away. Thanks for your time," Takemichi stuttered out, causing Asanai to stop. The man was silent for a bit before muttering aloud, "If Draken had never died, His body slumped in defeat, looking ahead and leaving Takemichi and Naoto behind as he refused to say more. Returning to Naoto's apartment, the two men began to go over the information they had gathered. "So, what do you think?" Takemichi asked as he stood before a sitting and contemplative Naoto in his office. Asanai was obviously shaken. I doubt that he was lying. And if everything he said was true, then the fight with Mobius was just the catalyst. Whoever he was talking about was plotting to split Tommen up, and Asanai just got used. Naoto grimly concluded, causing Takemichi to frown. Which means someone's trying to pit Mikey-kun and Draken-kun against each other. Regardless, this altercation with Mobius is what's going to cause all this. Naoto confirmed as he rose from his seat. That means Tommen can't fight with Mobius. I have to stop them. Takemichi resolved as Naoto nodded in agreement. Correct. Holding out his hand to commence the time leap, Naoto's eyes narrowed as he stared Takemichi down. Wait, about Meini, you said that in the past she was getting close to Sano and Ryugyuji, correct? Takemichi blinked a few times, confused at the man's question but nodded nervously. Why, yeah, Looking down, Takemichi's mind flashed to the beach photo in Yea's office and the events of his latest time leap that involved his sister. I don't know why that is, though, Takemichi admitted, but from the looks of it, she and Yae-san were getting close to them and some other members of Tommen back then. Shimizu-sensei too, Naoto almost exclaimed in shock. He frowned. Do you think it has to do with the fact you met and befriended Sano? He asked, like with Sendo-san. Takemichi could not help but feel his stomach twist into knots at this, recalling the photo in Yae's office, before his mind flashed to his sister's outing with Draken and Mikey before his return to the future. I don't know, it's possible, he admitted, yet silently thought. But something in me, the image of his sister smiling and laughing with Draken and Mikey, flashed through his mind. Can't shake the feeling that we aren't seeing the complete picture when it comes to Meimei's connection to Tommen. He silently pondered as Naoto sighed. We might not have a choice. Hi. When you go to the past to confront Mikey on the issue with Mobius, take Meini with you. Naoto explained, causing Takemichi to gap at him in shock. Wait, seriously, but why? Takemichi asked as Naoto frowned at the slightly older man. Realistically speaking, this is probably just a gamble, but if I recall correctly between the two of you, Meini wasn't just the more mature one, she was also the more skilled one between you two when it came to interacting with most people. What's more, she's around their age, and if they have been getting close then, she may have better insight on how to speak to them and get your points across. Looking down at his feet, Takemichi could not help but nod in agreement as he recalled how his sister was even there to defend Draken and Mikey against the father of the girl Mobius had hurt. That's true. My sister's always been someone who can pretty much stand her own ground when talking to others, even in a fight or disagreement. Looking back up to Naoto, Takemichi nodded to the male. All right, I'll get my sister to come with me when I try to convince Mikey-kun. The two men reach out their hands, clasping them in a firm handshake as Naoto gives Takemichi a final nod goodbye. Good luck! The world goes dark for Takemichi in a matter of seconds as he feels himself being leapt back in time. July 21st, 2005. Eyes slowly coming into focus, Takemichi feels the light breeze of the wind passing over him as he finds himself hearing the familiar sound of bike pedals. His eyes focused on the back of a familiar individual with a plum-red pompadour as Takemichi sat behind the boy on the bike they jointly rode. His eyes widened as he realized who just it was his past self had been hanging out with. Please save everyone, our crybaby hero. The adult Akun cried, smiling at Takemichi before his death. Akun. So yeah, Yamagishi got turned down again by Yae-san. I swear you'd think the guy would learn by now that she's not interested. Akun sighed. What's more, she was apparently already hanging out with another two guys, and Yamagishi just about had an aneurysm when he realized who the two were. Cause apparently they were, hey, Earth to Takemichi. Are you there? Akun frowned as he noticed the dazed look on his friend's face when he looked back during their conversation. Sorry, I wasn't listening. Takemichi all but stuttered out. Akun began to say only for him to panic as he lost control of the bike for just a second and struggled to regain control. Gah, thanks a lot, you almost made me crash. Akun grunted as he completely focused his attention back to steering his bike, now afraid he would crash. Takemichi, caught off guard by their near crash, could not help the laughter that bubbled in his chest as he found comfort in this light-hearted moment with still living Akon of the past. Ehahaha. Wha the hell are you laughing about? Akon angrily and embarrassedly shouted back to the bleach blonde, as Takemichi only continued to laugh. That's right, he's alive. Takemichi happily thought, still laughing, his relief at seeing the young man again bringing some peace to his troubled heart, just as the reunion with Hina and his sister had during his first time leaps. Damn it, you're not listening again, are you? Akon almost shouted as he once again took his eyes off the road. Takemichi went wide as he realized this, pointing ahead of the boy as he realized what was up ahead. Hey, watch where you're going. Head snapping forward, Akon eyes became wide, as he and Takemichi both screamed as the bike went down a slope, the two cheering and laughing as Akon quickly regained control of the bike and they sped down the hill. Wahoo! Oh yeah. The pair laughed the whole way down, entering a peaceful silence soon after as Akon continued to pedal the bicycle. Takemichi quietly staring at the back of his friend's head as he thought over the boy's future fate. Hey, Akon. Yeah. Do you have any life dreams? Takemichi quietly asked, causing the boy to blush as he spared a quick glance back at his friend. Huh, why are you getting sentimental all of a sudden? Akon embarrassedly asked as he noted the tone Takemichi had spoken to him with. Just tell me. Quietly, Akon looked up to the sky in deep thought. Dreams? A beautician, I guess. You know, like a hairstylist. Akon clarified a bit shyly, unsure about sharing this with one of his guy friends. It wasn't necessarily from shame, but the boy did feel a bit awkward suddenly talking about possible life goals with the other teen with them being so young. We're not even in our third year in middle school yet, let alone high school. The heck has gotten into? You better make it happen, Takemichi muttered, glaring at the pavement as they rode along. Huh, the hell are you talking about? How am I supposed to know if that'll happen? Akon responded, caught off guard by the boy's words. Takemichi took a deep breath, then shouted out to the world, You better become one. Gah, having his eardrums basically blown out by his friend's yell, Akon quickly pulled his bike to a stop to look back at Takemichi, utterly embarrassed. Whoa, stop. What's gotten into you, Takemichi? You're sounding crazy. Looking down at the ground, Takemichi couldn't help but smile solemnly. I just want you to know I got your back. Looking up, he grinned at Akon proudly. I just know you can do it. He strongly encouraged Akon to follow his dream. Akon stared at Takemichi in awe, his stomach knotting up, as he felt a warm joy at knowing one of his friends had such faith in him. His cheeks becoming slightly pink as he stuttered, sure. He watched as Takemichi slowly got off the back of his bike. Akon, I've gotta go. Huh, where are you going? Akon quickly questioned, becoming more and more confused over the sudden change that had occurred. Something came up. Takemichi nonchalantly brushed him off as he fully stepped back from the bike. He smiled as he gazed at Akon, but hey Akon, let me be your first customer. Takemichi requested as Akon could only stare at him in shock. Okay. Awesome, I'm gonna hold you to that. So you better not forget. Takemichi grinned before waving goodbye as he turned to run off, leaving Akon behind as the boy could only shout out to him. Alrighty then, my guy, I'll see you tomorrow. He stared for a second contemplating what had just occurred before shaking his head as he began to pedal away. Become a hairstylist? Huh, he smiled to himself, a new spark in his heart. I guess I could. Running from the bridge he and Akon had parted ways from, Takemichi finally felt the tears he'd wished to shed when he first saw Akon again after his death began to fall from the corner of his eyes. I want to save Akon, he thought, running full speed. I want to save Draken. He struggled to wipe the tears away. I want to save Hina. He pulled out his phone and quickly began to dial up the one person he needed most at this moment. I want to save Mei. As the phone rang, he determinedly thought as he ran, I have to stop this conflict with Mobius. Click. July 21st, 2005. Mako. Whimpering to herself, Mako held her slightly bloated abdomen in pain. Damn it, Tilda, she mentally cried as her mind replayed the events of not too long ago. Ha, she dodged right, then left. She jumped back and stepped forth. Barely blocking a kick, she pushed back her sparring partner as she retaliated and missed with a roundhouse. Jumping a bit back, Mako felt the sweat on her brow begin to form. Her blue eyes trained the green-eyed girl before her with excitement. She sent the slightly younger girl a smile, the best way she could from around her mouthguard, the girl's own eyes sparkling with excitement and mirth as she tried to smile back from around her own. "Damn, they're going hard, huh?" a tall, muscular man asked from beside Wakasa, as the pair of old friends watched the two girls spar with one another. "Not really," Wakasa denied, staring at the two girls who danced about the ring. "When it comes to sparring between those two, neither Senju or Mako ever start their fights seriously. Just look at the way they're moving Benkei." He pointed the way. Neither girl seemed to actively aim to get a hit in. "It's sloppy at best. Those two are just burning energy for the hell of it." Arashi Kizo, better known as Benkei by his friends, frowned at this. Then why let them fight if they're not even gonna take it seriously? They're not gonna improve like this, right? Wakasa could only stare as the two girls continued to lightly pass blows with one another. It's a warm-up. He watched as the girls slowly began to shift to more and more precise blows and footwork. The two always start off playful before slowly ramping things up. It's just... Mako tensed up, a familiar uncomfortable sensation and throb built in her lower body. She almost became rigid as she faltered in her footwork. Her opponent, Akashi Senju, barely catching this sudden shift from routine as her kick, instead of being blocked or dodged, actually struck the older ponytailed teen in the lower abdomen, sending Mako to the ground with a cry. "Gah!" Wakasa's and Senju's eyes both flew wide open in shock at this, watching as Mako curled into a ball as she held her stomach. "Oh crap!" Senju muffled around her mouthguard as she spat it out into her hand, quickly falling to her knees beside Mako as the dark-haired teen spat out her own mouthpiece, groaning and breathing heavily as she hugged her lower abdomen in pain. "Mei-kun, I'm sorry, I thought you were what happened?" Senju panicked, looking over to Wakasa and Benkei as the two males began to rush over. She heard a quiet sob-like whimper and snapped her gaze back to the older teen. "Huh!" Mako once more whimpered and gestured for the light-haired teen to move closer. Blushing, Senju did as the girl asked, removing her protective headpiece before leaning her ear close to her ear. "What happened?" Wakasa began to ask, moving to enter the ring, only to stop as Senju's face exploded red and she shot up straight from where she sat. "Senju." "Hot water? No, maybe a warm towel." Senju muttered dizzily as she seemed to almost rock back and forth in shock. "Meds? Ah, chocolate." She snapped out of her daze. "I'll get you chocolate and the meds. Ah, do you need a pad? Do you use tampons? I'm so sorry I hit you there. I can't believe it came now of all times." Mako groaned in embarrassment, slamming her face into the floor of the ring, as the men of the gym all seemed to explode red in embarrassment, realizing what Senju had just shouted. "Senju!" Wakasa almost hissed, embarrassed on the girl's behalf, as the other girl seemed to realize what she had done. "Oh no, I didn't mean to announce." Senju shamefully looked back down towards the groaning Mako. "I'm so sorry, Mei-kun." Hanagaki Mako had just received her period, with a kick to her abdomen as the welcomer, and had it announced to the whole of her gym. "Curse you, womanhood. Whoever made period pains was either a damn sadist or one hell of a masochist." Mako moaned as she still waited for the medicine she had taken for the cramping and sore abdomen to kick in fully. Why does it always have to be the worst on the first day? She almost cried. And today too while I was out. Talk about shitty luck, why couldn't it have come before I left for the gym? At least then I could have just stayed curled up in bed at home. She whined as she continued her walk home. Good thing I always carry a change of clothes for the gym, she thought, smiling to herself. Adjusting the straps of her small workout bag, Mako slowly began to walk more upright as she felt the medicine finally begin to kick in. I should really thank Senju-chan for running to the store for me. Though I wish she would tell me how much she spent so I can pay her back. She quietly grumbled, mind flashing to the blushing girl stuttering and waving Mako off when the girl questioned her on the large purchase. "It's fine, really," Senju adamantly shouted, as Mako and she sat in the women's locker room with a large purchase of pads, period medicine, chocolates, and even a heating pad sticking out of the bag Senju had handed Mako. "I had a lot of money saved up." "Boo. Why don't we just keep the extras here for next time? You know, in case either one of us gets it again while we're here, or even one of the other girls." Senju awkwardly laughed, as Mako stared down at the smaller girl a bit frowning before nodding. That sounds fine. She's such a sweet and cute girl, Mako thought, smiling as she remembered the way Senju helped her organize the items in their shared locker with a blush. I should really find some time to hang out with her outside the gym. It's been forever. Hearing her phone suddenly go off, Mako stopped mid-step to pull the device out of her shorts pocket, looking at the caller ID a bit shocked as she noticed who it was. Michai, wasn't he hanging out with Akon today? Picking up the device, she spoke into the receiver. Elo tilde. Mei, thank goodness you picked up. Takemichi almost seemed to cry out of breath to the older girl. Hi Michai wa. Look, I know this is probably really short notice, but I need a favor. Takemichi quickly cut Mako off, causing the girl's eyes to narrow as she noted an almost desperate tone to the boy's voice. A favor? Her hand moved to her still stomach as the urge to deny her brother to go home for a nice bath crept into the back of her mind. Maybe I can just say no? Then again, he doesn't usually ask for my help. But then again, I really just want to curl up at home. She quietly ponders before lightly hitting herself in the stomach. Damn it, tilde the things I do for love. Opening her mouth, she began to reluctantly accept his plea. All right, what sort of favor are we? The warehouse near 2nd MS, do you know where it is? Takemichi quickly asked as Mako looked around herself. I know 2nd MS boo. Meet me there ASAP, I'm already almost there. Takemichi once more cut his sister off as Mako twitched in annoyance. Okay, but why do you need me? I see the warehouse, I'll see you soon. Why? Mako stopped as the line went dead, growling in annoyance as she harshly snapped her flip phone shut, pocketing the device as she began to walk in the direction her brother asked her to go. Seriously, does no one have manners anymore when it comes to phone calls? The fuck is with everyone lately, seriously? She pouted as she pocketed the device. Stupid brat, calling me up for a favor. Doesn't even tell me what it's about or even ask, hey, Mei, are you busy? How's your day? She mockingly muttered to herself in a somewhat deeper voice while hand puppeting. Nope, just orders me to meet up and hangs up like nothing. Cause no sweat off his back, right? She growled. Why does he even want to meet at a warehouse near 2nd MS? She slowly came to a stop. Wait a minute. Warehouse? Near 2nd MS. Mako could swear she could hear the sound of cuckoo birds in her ears as the color slowly drained from her face. Warehouse NEAR 2nd MS. The intervention. She shot past a crowd of people at full speed running. What did I say about running into fire? July 21st, 2005. Mikey-kun, entering the warehouse out of breath, Takemichi took note of the 4 males standing, or in the case of Mikey sitting, at the center of the warehouse. Draken, Pei-yan, and Pachin were all standing around the Tommen commander as they all turned to look towards him and his sudden appearance. I'm gonna make sure this fight never happens, Takemichi determinedly thought, catching his breath. Smiling at the younger boy's sudden appearance, Mikey greeted the younger Hanagaki sibling. What's up, Takemichi? His eyes even scanning briefly past the faux blonde to see if Mako had come with the boy. Draken in turn frowned at the boy, similarly to Mikey checking for the Hanagaki sister as stared the boy down. What the hell are you doing here? You again, Pa glared, as his second-in-command aggressively shouted from beside him. Get lost, you shithead. Swallowing his nervousness, Takemichi began to fully walk into warehouse as Draken tried to brush him off. Sorry, but we're discussing something really important right now. Could you call off this fight with Mobius? Takemichi nervously asked as the whole warehouse fell silent. Huh? Mikey broke the silence as his smile fell slightly. I can't tell you how I know, Takemichi began to try and explain as he lightly looked back to the entrance hoping to see his sister's arrival. He frowned nervously when he realized he would still be alone in this, but continued as he turned back to Mikey nervously. But there's someone secretly pulling the strings behind this conflict. Suddenly he was grabbed by the hair, and aggressively flung back by none other than a quietly seething paw as he turned to glare down at the recovering Takemichi. Ow. Who the hell do you think you are? Right, Pachin? Pei voiced unimpressed by the lanky boy as Pa growled down at the grimacing Takemichi. Get lost, say another word and I'll murder you. Looking away from the blonde, his eyes landed on the tallest teen of their group frowning as he spoke to him to continue the conversation Takemichi had interrupted with his sudden appearance. I got it, Draken. I won't rush into anything. So what's our plan of attack? You can't, Takemichi cut in, regaining the group's attention. You can't fight with Mobius. It's a trap for Tommen. He tried to explain, as Pa slowly made his way towards the younger blonde before slightly bending down to his level. Stand up, Pa coldly and seriously ordered, causing Takemichi to swallow loudly as he gave another quick glance back at the entrance before doing as he was told. When the boy was just about fully back up, Pa threw a fist directly to his face before hitting the teen a few more good times in the head, yelling, "The hell? We can't fight them, and you can't tell us why." Takemichi coughed and gagged in pain as the hits seemed to get harder with each outburst. "Then who the hell beat the shit out of my friend and his girl? Who the hell raped his girl, asshole?" Pa screamed, preparing to grab the Hanagaki boy by the collar only to be shoved away, as a familiar dark-haired ponytailed girl slammed herself into his side, sending him off balance. "Enough," she snapped, setting herself between the upset boy and her slightly beaten younger brother as the Hanagaki boy slumped in relief. "Don't you dare lay another hand on my brother." "Mei," Takemichi thought in relief with a bloody nose. Finally, she's here. Pa snapped, glaring at the smaller girl. "Get out of my way. That brat has to answer for what he said," he yelled, trying to take an aggressive step forward to scare off the girl only for the Hanagaki female to enter a defensive stance as if to challenge his bluff. "And what did he say?" Mako asked, looking between the gang members of the group before casting her gaze back at her brother, eyes narrowing as she noticed the blonde struggled to meet her gaze. "Well," she snapped, "what'd he say to deserve you beating on him? I wanna know." "Damn bastard," Pa growled, pointing to the Hanagaki boy, causing the boy to flinch at his next words. "Hiding behind your sister, what sorta man are ya?" "No," Takemichi thought that wasn't, I wasn't trying to. "Oi, I said enough." Mako interrupted Takemichi's minor crisis as she snapped her fingers as if training a dog. "Eyes over here, you're dealing with me now, and I won't be ignored. So someone better fucking tell me what's going on before I get real mad." She threatened, moving her gaze towards a silent and frowning Draken and Mikey as the two boys seemed to simply be observing the situation as it unfolded. "He's saying we shouldn't fight Mobius," Pei shouted then, catching Mako's attention. "What?" Her eyes became wide as she openly gaped at the boys in shock. "He says someone else is pulling the strings," Pa growled, glaring at the younger boy. "But then has the balls to say he can't tell us how he knows. What kind of bullshit is that?" Mako's eyes shifted back to her brothers for confirmation on what the other male had claimed. Takemichi reluctantly nodding as he stared back at his sister desperately for her support. "Please, Mei, I know I haven't explained anything. But please," he thought, staring deep into his sister's own blue eyes. "I need you to help me here." "God fucking damn it, Bakamichi." Mako grimaces as she tore her gaze from her brother's desperate look. "Did you really come here to ask these guys to not have a gang fight, and then not have a full argument to make your point?" She dropped her fighting stance as the urge to smack her brother started to build. "Okay, I can see why you're pissed. That is valid given what happened to your friend and his girl, but beating on this dumbass isn't gonna make anything right." Mei, Takemichi tried to speak out as his sister turned a scolding gaze down to him. "Don't you Mei me," she snapped, causing the boy to flinch as he noticed the disappointed look in her eyes. "What have I said about running into fire? This has nothing to do with us, Takemichi." His stomach twisted into knots as his sister used his full name. "If what you're saying is true, then tell them who it is so they can deal with it." She scolded, hands tightly curled into fists by her side as she stared down the boy. "I don't know what's going on." She thought suspiciously, but if what Mitch is saying is true, her stomach twisted into knots, then he needs to spill everything he knows so that Mikey and Draken can reevaluate the situation. Otherwise, "I can't tell you, because I don't know who it is." Takemichi shot back defeated as he tried to get his sister, anyone to listen to him, but Takemichi, no longer able to keep his silence with the scene that played before him, Mikey finally stepped in from his seat. "You've made your case," he acknowledged, but his mind was still made. "We're gonna fight Mobius." Takemichi's eyes became wide as Mako cautiously looked towards Mikey as he continued to address the boy. "You don't understand anything." His eyes were firm and set, shadowed by his hair as he stared the Hanagaki siblings down. "Once I've made up my mind that Tommen and Mobius are gonna fight, it's gonna happen," he coldly stated, Takemichi slowly beginning to feel the strength in his legs fade away in shock as he collapsed to his knees. Mako frowned at Mikey's words. Really? Mikey met her gaze steady. Yeah. Damn it, she thought, noting how her brother shook on the ground, even with this new info. She asked as Mikey narrowed his eyes at her bold challenge of his authority and ruling. I said what I said. Mako frustratedly glared the blonde down. Look, I'll admit my brother went about this all wrong, but the fact still stands if something else has come up with this whole conflict with Mobius. As the commander of Tommen, you should be more open to what is being presented to you and taking it into account when it comes to this fight. Mako tried to argue, as Draken quietly took in the girl's sound advice. If you don't, you're putting yourselves at risk of making a mistake or getting the wrong guys. Mako, Mikey had begun to respond only to be cut off. I can't back down, Takemichi desperately said. What Maney is saying is right. If you guys fight Mobius, Tommen's finished. He secretly cried, glaring at the ground. We just became friends with you two. I just can't accept Tommen ending like this. He shouted, voice cracking, Mako's gaze fully trained on the quietly crying boy as her heart broke a bit at his cries. Mitch, she muttered, before quietly thinking to herself as she noticed the raw desperation in the boy's voice. What happened? What do you know that's got you suddenly acting like this? Clicking his tongue, Pa began to make his way back towards the crying Takemichi arm, beginning to raise to strike the boy again. What do you keep babbling on about? Mako began to move to stop the male's attack, stopping when she saw Pa's arm be stopped by someone else. Draken! She almost cried in relief, smiling at the taller teen's intervention. The hell are you doing, Draken? Pa almost seemed to growl, as Draken simply calmly stared him down. Takemichi said he's not backing down. Draken simply replied, allowing Pa to rip his arm away from his hold. He looked to Mako, nodding to her before he looked towards Mikey as he spoke his next words. What I's saying isn't all that out of line either. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to look into Mobius a bit more, Mikey. Huh? Mikey angrily began to mutter as he noticed the way Draken and Mako looked at each other before Draken said what he did. Kenshin, are you going against Tommen? What? Both Draken and Mako almost seemed to whisper as Draken turned to fully face the glaring Mikey down. That isn't what I said at all. Funny, that's what I heard. Mikey shot back and the group fell deathly silent. Mako's eyes darted between the two leading men of Tommen as Takemichi paled, shaking in his spot. Pa and Pei both began to feel the nerves become on edge as they watched their two commanders stare one another down quietly. Swallowing loudly, Mako moved to stand between the boys, her arms already raised to try and defuse the situation. Oh, this is feeling a bit too tense now. Let's all just take a second and Cal. Sorry to interrupt your little catfight, children. A cocky and arrogant voice tauntingly called out as the whole group turned to see who had just entered the scene. Mobius this, Mobius that? Mako's body became tense as she felt herself be grabbed from behind as Mikey pulled the girl closer towards him as he narrowed his eyes at the newest intruder to their small meeting. Personally, I'd prefer it if you kept our name out of your mouths. The older male smugly grinned from around his cigarette as he combed through his hair nonchalantly. You middle school babies. Pa's eyes became wide, and his anger boiled in his gut as he angrily glared at the man who came to stand before their group. You're Asanai. Shut your filthy mouth, Dick Cheese. Wah, Takemichi gasped in shock as the image of the disheveled and tired future Asanai flashed through his mind as he took in this more youthful, arrogant, and well-maintained one. That's Asanai. You bastard, Pa growled, as Asanai only seemed to laugh at the boy's anger. Careful now, pointing his comb towards Pa as if he were correcting a small child. I'm 2 years older than you. That's Mr. Bastard to you. Pa snapped at this, running to charge at the teen screaming. Now you die. Pa-chin, wait. Mako tried to warn, taking note of how Asanai only grinned at the teen's charge, barely needing to move to dodge the punch Pa threw with how blinded by anger the boy was, and countering it with his own direct hit to the shorter teen's face, knocking him flat on his back. She gasped, covering her mouth. Yep, thanks for proving you're just middle school babies. Asanai almost laughed as Pei called out to his captain in concern as he even ran over to help the downed man. Pa-chin. He's strong, Takemichi thought in shock, unable to move as he stared at the whole scene beginning to unfold around him. The Tokyo Manji Gang. Change your stupid name. Asanai frowned then, proceeding to face the whole group. Maybe to the middle school baby alliance, he taunted, Mako openly glaring at the older man as the sound of motorcycle engines began to fill the warehouse space around them as he continued to taunt the group. You see, I heard you fellas were gonna try and pick a fight with us. He snapped his fingers, and the Hanagaki siblings tensed as members of Mobius came in from behind Asanai laughing and smiling smugly with weapons in their hands. So I thought we'd bring the fight to you. Asanai grinned as the men behind him began to become rowdy. Heya. Look at these punks. They're all puny. This ain't gonna take long. Look at the babes. Damn, I'd like to get a taste of her. The males and Mako all tensed up at this, the Mobius crew that had noted the female doing little to hide their desire or lust for the girl. As they openly eyed the teen up and down, and some even licked their lips as they focused on certain areas of the girl's body. Shit. Mikey-chan, Asanai tauntingly called out. We're surrounded, Takemichi panicky thought, looking towards his sister in concern and fear for her safety as he realized the situation they were now in. Mei. This is war, baby, Asanai announced, and his men broke into more taunts as the teen all quietly stared down the gang that surrounded them. Regardless, this altercation with Mobius is what's going to cause all this. That means Tommen can't fight with Mobius. I have to stop them. Takemichi remembered his final conversation with Naoto in the future before he time leaped. Shit. Standing up, he did his best to place himself to block his Mobius view to his sister. What am I supposed to do? Get up, Pa, come on. Pei shouted as he watched between his captains struggling to regain his equilibrium and the Mobius members that had surrounded their small group. We came all this way to see you, Mikey-chan of the Middle School Baby Alliance. Coward, Mako quietly hissed as she watched the smug grin never leave Asanai's face as he took note of her. He says that, yet he's the one bringing a knife to a literal fistfight. She growled quietly as Mikey slowly stood up beside her. And would you look at that, Tilda, you even got yourselves a little cheerleader. Mako bristles at this. How cute, Tilda, he mocked, as Takemichi subconsciously tried to shield her behind his frame. Ai-chan, stay back here, Mikey quietly ordered, side-eyeing the dark-haired girl as she looked at him frowning. Don't tell me what to do, you jerk. She huffed, glaring towards Asanai and his crew. These assholes are completely surrounding us. Even if I did stay back, I wouldn't be any safer here than I would be up there. Mikey quietly noted as the girl's point was made with Mobius, men slowly forming a ring around their small group. Besides, Mako smirked. If nothing else, even if staying within the reach of Tommen's Big Two wasn't already the safest place to be for a fight. She rolled her shoulder, popping a few stiff joints. I can handle myself, whether or not that means I have to go for a few cheap shots. He stared her down for a bit before smiling. Fair enough. He decided to yield, already preferring the idea of keeping her close as the Mobius group finished surrounding them. Just make sure to stay close and follow our leads, okay? Trust me. Follow their leads? Right, this is basically a gang fight, she thought, eyeing up the males around her. And me and Mitch, were the bystanders getting dragged into this. One wrong move, and we just might find ourselves with targets on our back. Staring up at the teen's coal eyes, Mako hesitantly nodded understandingly. All right, I'll trust you. Asanai laughed at the interactions between the two, even though he lacked proper context to what was being said between the two quietly. Oh, Tilda, what's this? Could it be that the Middle School Baby Alliance cheerleader is actually its commander's little wifey? How sweet. Asanai proceeded to spit his unfinished cigarette away. And disgusting, how pathetic can you get? Asking the missus for permission to fight, are we? How lame. Mikey Coldy narrowed his eyes at the older male, rage bubbling in him as he noted the continued catcalls to the only female in the warehouse, and Pachin still struggling to recover from the direct hit to the head Asanai had given him. The only lame one here is you, asinine, Mako shot back, flipping him the bird. After all, we aren't the dickless bastards coming to fight a bunch of middle school babies. You brought, what, about half your crew to go up against 5 guys and 1 little cheerleader, Mako taunted. The man twitched in annoyance at this. What a mouthy little wifey. Maybe you should be teaching her how to keep that mouth shut, Mikey-chan. Nah, Mikey calmly smirked as he and Mako both made their way forward, Mako purposely stopping behind him between Draken and Takemichi as Mikey took full center with Asanai. I think I quite like her mouthiness. Shit, Takemichi thought, looking between Mikey and Asanai. The conflict between Tommen and Mobius is about to start. Besides, Mikey smirked as he stared down the older teen, it's not like she's wrong. You did bring all these guys just to fight some middle school kids. The great Asanai-kun really is just another piece of shit, as expected. Twitching once more at the lack of nervousness or fear being shown by the teens, Asanai forced a smug grin on his face as he tried to reclaim control of the situation. What's that? Couldn't hear ya, Shrimpy. His men bursted into laughter at his insult as Takemichi was left in awe at everything going on around him. As expected, he's nothing like the Asanai I met. Takemichi thought, his mind recalling how the Asanai of the future looked compared to the one now before him. The guy 12 years in the future and the guy here now, are they seriously the same person? He wondered, unable to fully accept the reality before him. How the hell do you end up like that? Hey, Takemichi snapped out of his thoughts as he found Asanai glaring down at him. Who the hell do you think you're gawking at? I was just... Takemichi began to try and say only for Asanai to throw his fist and slam it into the blonde's face. Gah. Michai, Mako's eyes became wide as she tried to move in his direction, stopping as a hand quickly clamped down on her wrist, stopping the girl's advance to step in. Her head whipped back to glare at the individual who did so. Mikey! She only felt the male tighten his grip on her arm, his dark pools trained past her as he stared at Asanai and Takemichi. Let me go, I have to. You just tried to look down on me, didn't you? Asanai growled before proceeding to further brutally punch at the younger Hanagaki siblings. That girlie's got the same eyes as ya. Those eyes are the kind I hate the most. No, Mako tried to break herself free once more as she looked towards where her brother was being beaten. Leave him alone? She almost cried, feeling powerless. Mikey secretly gritting his teeth at this as he tried to keep the girl from becoming more entangled in the situation than she already was. Asanai's next punch though never came, as his arm was caught by Pa-chin who glared at the older male. Your fights with me, asshole. Don't, Pa-chin. Takemichi struggled to gasp out as he swayed and blood trickled from his nose. Don't fight Mobius. He struggled to keep standing and was thus easily pushed down by Pa. Stay out of this, punk. Mako's body relaxed as she realized her brother was no longer in danger of Asanai's rage. Mikey himself releasing her wrist as he quietly muttered to her, I know you want to protect him, but I told you to stay close. She glared at him, and he sent her an almost scolding look as he added, You said you trusted me, right? Mikey questioned, watching the girl's blue eyes go wide. Was that a lie? No, she replied without hesitation, causing the boy's eyes to go wide as he saw the honesty behind her words. I trust you. Her eyes shifted to look over to her brother, but that's still my baby brother. Every nerve in my body is just screaming for me to run out there and protect him, even though I know I can't. She muttered, as Mikey quietly stared at her. Ai-chan. Coming up behind the struggling Takemichi, Pei crouched down behind the teen. Don't underestimate Pa-chin, Hanagaki. Pa-chin's one of the best brawlers Tommen's got. Pei told the boy, he doesn't care who he's up against. He'll go at them, fists ablazing, and take down a whole crew on his own. He'd never lose to Asanai. Pei confidently stated as Takemichi could only frown as he looked down at the ground. That's not the issue here. Looking up over to Draken, who stood close by to Takemichi's sister and Mikey. If this goes on, Draken's gonna die, Hina, Akun, and Mei will, struggling to get back up, falling back down as the ache to his head overwhelmed him. Damn it! He almost began to cry again as Mako knelt down beside him. Michai, stop, you're obviously not okay. She softly commanded as her brother looked up at her with almost unfocused eyes. Shit, does he have a concussion? We might need to go to a hospital. She mentally noted as Takemichi's eyes filled with tears of frustration. Just hang in there. I know this is rough, but we can. Mei, they can't. You need to stop them. Takemichi tried to beg his sister. Takemichi, Mikey calmly called back to the boy as he looked out towards where Pa was confronting Asanai. Just sit back and watch. This is Pa's fight. Rah! Pa yelled, trying to attack Asanai. The man hardly even flinched as he easily hit Pa without being hit, sending the boy back again, but continuing his assault with quick repeated punches to Pa's face. Hey, what's wrong? Asanai laughed while taunting. Pa, taking note of the man's stance and footwork, before spitting out blood that had pooled in his mouth. You asshole! Guess we've got a boxer on our hands. Pa growled under his breath as Asanai threw another direct hit to the teen's face with a sickening crunch of a broken nose as Pa's head flew back with the impact. Takemichi gasped in shock, and Mako's face contorted with anger as she clenched her fist tight to try and restrain herself. That was his nose. She noted, any more and Pa-chin might be out for the count. She looked up towards Mikey and Draken, taking note of their reserved and collected expressions as they watched the scene. They have to be seeing this right, so why let this continue? Oh shit, that hit him dead on. Pei worriedly exclaimed, as the whole of the Tommen members watched Pa struggle to remain standing. You won't even be able to squash an ant? With a punch like that? Pa almost seemed to laugh out as he stood back to face Asanai, his eyes almost appearing whited out as he barely maintained consciousness as he faced the older teen. Holy shit, Takemichi thought, noting this. Is he even conscious? Mako bit her bottom lip, breaking through the flesh. That's it. She rose from beside her brother's fallen form to stare at the barely conscious teen's back. He can't keep going. Nothing but his will to keep going and need for revenge is keeping him up. Mako thought, I hate this. Looking towards Mikey and Draken, her eyes narrowed. I hate this. Glancing back to Pa, Mako's heartache for the teen. I really frickin' hate this. Either their faith is that great in Pa, or this is what he wants. Her bangs covered her eyes as she looked to the ground. I want to step in and stop this. But do I really have a right to do so if this is what he wants? This is an issue between Mobius and Tommen. Mitch and I shouldn't even fucking be here. We're just bystanders stuck in the middle of it. She thought, hands clenched tightly into fists by her side. Even still, the more this goes on. Her eyes danced over the many members of Mobius who laughed and cheered at their leaders beating on Pa. The less likely it becomes that me and Michai can even leave this place without becoming involved. She almost growled angrily as she looked directly towards Asanai, especially after that damn wifey comment from Asinine. Who knows what's gonna happen if any of these dirtbags take that taunt seriously? No way. Is Asanai some kind of monster? Pei shakingly began to note as both he and Takemichi finally rose from the ground. Pa-chin! He moved to run towards his friend's side to help, stopping as Mako grabbed him from the back of his sweatsuit jacket. Ah, hey, let me go. Pei, Mikey snapped, causing the boy to stop his struggle in Mako's hold. Didn't I tell you all to just sit back and watch? Mikey coldly questioned, as the boy shakingly turned to look at his commander. Sorry, Mikey. He froze, though, as he felt himself be pulled into a partial hug by Mako, his head resting firmly on her shoulder as she gently caressed the boy's back in comfort. I know this is hard, she quietly muttered into the boy's ear as she looked past him at Pa. But please, hold on a bit longer. Have faith in your commander and Pa-chin, she whispered. I promise, Asanai won't get away with this. She muttered, continuing to glare at the grinning male, even if I have to be the one to make him pay. She darkly thought. Pei quietly noted in shock how the girl shook in rage even as she tried to comfort and keep him calm. His mind flashing back to when the girl herself was put in a similar situation to him, as Asanai had attacked her brother before Pa stepped in. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly nodded, as his hand came up to grip the back of her shirt. Okay. Just sit back and watch? Takemichi muttered in shock, looking between his sister and Mikey in shock as he realized what had been said. That's just cruel, Mikey-kun. Pa-chin's nose is obviously broken and he's barely conscious. He's done for. Pa-chin's gonna die. We should stop him. Why? Both Mako's and Takemichi's eyes became wide with shock as Mikey turned back towards them to smile. He hasn't given up yet. He's smiling, the siblings both thought in shock, as Takemichi felt a sense of disappointment start to grow in his heart. This is too cruel, Mikey-kun. He almost could not bear to continue to watch the scene as Pa continued to be beaten. This is literally just torture. Backhanding Pa with his fist, Asanai clicked his tongue in disgust as he noticed blood splattered on his hand. Well, that's gross. Looking up, though, he laughed victoriously at the sight before him. Hey, check it out, this asshat's passed out standing up. Oh no, Mako thought, letting Pei go as both of them went to try and move to staggering Pa. They stopped though when the boy was caught by a familiar commander. Mikey. The whole warehouse fell deathly silent. Pa slumped further into his friend's hold, Mikey acting as the only crutch that still kept the beaten and bloody teen up on his feet. Asanai glared in disgust as he and everyone else in the building bore witness to the scene. "I'm sorry, Mikey," Pa tiredly and painfully muttered into his friend's shoulder. "I'm so worthless." "What are you talking about, Pa Chin?" Mikey almost seemed to gently ask the beaten teen. "You haven't lost." Mako's heart skipped a beat. Take Mitch's previous doubts squashed. The Hanagaki siblings once more left in awe and shock as Mikey proved his worth as the commander and friend of all of Tommen. Asanai's crew broke into laughter though, taking the gentle and supportive moment between the gang leader and his captain as humorous proof of their failings as a gang. "What the hell are you sayin'? How the hell you figure he hasn't lost?" They all laughed and mocked, Asanai smirking at his men's taunts as he simply pulled a new cigarette for himself to enjoy. His victory and dominance was all but secured. Just like I said, nothing but a bunch of middle school babies. Seeing Mikey begin to move to lay Pa down, Mako quickly nudged the shocked boy beside her. "Pei-yan." "Ah right," Pei exclaimed, realizing what the girl was asking. Moving forward, she quickly led the boy towards Mikey and Pa. "Mikey," the blonde commander stopped mid-stride to look up at the dark-haired girl. "Ai-chan." She smiled reassuringly, holding her arms out. "Give him here. Let's let Pa rest for now." Silently, he stared up at the Hanagaki girl in shock, recalling the barely held in anger her eyes as she'd watched Pachin's fight. Yet now, all he saw was kindness and quiet support as the girl's concerned gaze focused on his friend's well-being. "Sure." He finally smiled back, passing Pa off to his division's vice-captain. Pei struggled not to cry as fully took in just how battered his captain was up close. "Pachin. Take care of him for me, will you, Pei-yan?" Mikey watched as the teen nodded rapidly. "Yeah," he carefully half-carried and half-dragged Pa aside, laying the teen down as he looked him over. Mikey, looking over to Mako, Cole met sky blue as the two teens silently stared one another down. "I trust you," she quietly repeated to the boy as she stared up at him, the male smirking as he nodded down at her. Both Draken's and Take Mitch's eyes becoming wide as they both thought, "Wait, what just happened? You gotta be shittin' me." Asanai's crew continued to laugh and howl as Mako took a few steps back as Mikey slowly turned to face the group. "Get to grovelin', Mikey. We're still kicking your ass anyway. And take the girl. Don't piss yourselves though. You little babies are gonna pay even if you cry. I hope she cries. Maybe we'll let you watch. Better get ready for your spankin'." The Mobius crew shouted and laughed as Mikey, only silently, made his way up towards Asanai. His eyes becoming shadowed and hidden behind his bangs the more he heard from Asanai's lackeys. Noting the teen's sudden appearance by his side, Asanai frowned as he pulled his newly lit cigarette out of his mouth. "Huh, what now?" He arrogantly grinned down at the shorter teen as he exhaled his smoke through his nose. "Your turn, Tilda," he asked, as Mako and Draken both watched, eyes narrowed as the fool arrogantly looked down at Mikey. "You fuck up," they thought as Take Mitchie, unaware of what his sister and Draken knew best, watched the confrontation between the gang leaders in concern. "No way, does Mikey really think he can? Kay, I'll murder you in under 10 sec." Mikey's leg shot up, slamming into the side of the older gang leader's head and forcing the man down face first into the ground as the whole of Mobius' crew went deathly silently. "And what?" They watched as Asanai's body slumped fully on the ground, the Mobius gang members shouting in shock as they realized their crew's leader had just been taken out with one kick. "Any of you who actually thought Pachin lost, get your asses out here. Any of you scum that thought to look at Ai-chan like she was a piece of meat, step forward." Mikey coldly began to order as he looked up at the Mobius crew with his almost soulless black eyes. "I'll murder all of you." The Mobius crew fell silent in fear, many becoming pale, as others subconsciously took a step back from the beast of a teen who had taken down their leader. Mako herself blushing in shock and feeling her heart once more skip a beat at the blonde male anger on her behalf. "Mikey. Tommen belongs to me. As long as I have its back, none of us are gonna lose." Mikey boldly and confidently proclaimed as Takemichi felt a shiver run through his back as he stared at the older teen in awe. "Sorry, Kenshin," Mikey then said a bit nervously and embarrassed as he turned back towards his best friend and Mako's direction. "I couldn't hold back." Draken frowned and Mako stared wide-eyed. Both openly stared at the teen for a good 5 seconds before one sighed and grinned at the boy, while the other laughed into her hand. "Ha ha ha, why are you apologizing?" Mako laughed. "It's obvious you aren't feeling the least bit guilty." Draken could only shake his head in agreement. "What am I gonna do with you, Mikey?" Shaking her head, Mako went to move towards the closed-eyed smiling Mikey. Though seriously, next him. She stopped as both she and Draken became wide-eyed at the sight of Asanai, raising from the ground with a broken bottle at hand, began to charge at Mikey's back. "Asanai," Takemichi cried out in warning. "Look out, Mikey," Draken shouted as well, moving to shield his friend. "No, Draken," Takemichi shouted in fear, believing this would be the moment the male would die. "Asanai." Blood flew in the air, and Takemichi's eye became wide as he gasped in shock. Alongside him, Draken and Mikey's own mouths fell agape as they stared at the sight before them. Standing with the male's weapon-wielding arm trapped in her grasp, knee raised up into the gut. Hanagaki Mako had stepped in to defend Tommen males as she murderously glared down at the stunned and almost choking Asanai. "Mani," Takemichi exclaimed in relief, crying tears of joy. "Thank goodness she stopped him." "That's enough," Mako coldly said to Asanai as he struggled to breathe after she had winded with her knee to the gut. "I won't let you touch one more hair on my loved ones' heads," she yelled, releasing the male's arm as she heard the bottle fall fully from his grasp, pushing the male back slightly before pulling him back to punch him a few times in the face. "This is for Pa. Punch his friend. Punch that girl. Punch my brother. Punch and this." She spun around. "Is for trying to hurt Mikey and pissing me off." She roundhouse kicked the male in the chest, sending him on his back as she stared down at the male, breathing heavily. "Stay down this time." The crowd was deathly silent, Mikey, Draken, and Pei staring in utter shock at the girl's sudden brutality against the gang leader. "Holy shit," Pei gasped, "I can kick ass." Takemichi grimaced, struggling to not laugh nervously at the boy's shock. "Yeah, that's maybe all right." Taking a good few deep breaths, Mako turned to face the wide-eyed Mikey and Draken as she pushed her bangs up out of her eyes as she looked back at dark coal eyes. "You okay, Mikey?" "Hoo-ha," Mikey struggled to not stutter out, feeling his stomach flutter with butterflies and his heart raced as he stared at the girl in shock. The area around his face slowly warmed up, becoming slightly colored as he nodded. "Yeah, I'm fine." The racing of his heart worsened as Mako smiled in relief at him. "Thank goodness, I'm so happy I could protect you." Mikey struggled to look away from the girl's smiling face, heart continuing to race as his blush worsened, and his mind stumbled and struggled to understand what he was feeling over the girl's latest actions. Draken could only smile at the girl though, show off, and here I thought you were the more responsible one here. Slowly making his way up to the dark-haired girl, he held up his fist to Mako. "Good work. Remind me never to piss you off like that." The girl happily fist-bumped him as she quietly whispered to him. "Yeah, well, you try having one of your organs literally shredding itself to bits and throwing your hormones out of whack once a month." Draken quietly winced as he realized what she implied. "Damn, and you still went ham on this guy." He smirked at her. "Remind me to get you something you like after this for putting up with all this bull crap." Mako dramatically sniffled as she pretended to cry. "At least someone understands me. Why couldn't I have been so blessed to have a considerate brother like you?" Chuckling at the girl's obvious joke, Draken stopped though as they heard a familiar male groan from beside them. Looking down, the pair of Mako and Draken frowned as they glared down at the barely conscious Asanai. "Pathetic," Mako muttered as Draken could only stare at the teen with mild disgust. "Hey, Asanai, you want to know why you lost?" Bending down, Draken glared down at the male. "It's because you left the true delinquent path, raping women, assaulting someone's parents. You're nothing but a piece of shit." He muttered to the groaning male as Mako clicked her tongue in disgust. "Even just hearing his crimes again makes me wanna kick his ass again," she muttered, Draken moving to get the male back up off the ground to avoid tempting the girl's fury as he looked around at Asanai's crew. Listen up. Next time you try this shit again, we'll track down each and every one of you and kill you assholes ourselves. Draken threatened as Mako crossed her arms beside him, glaring at the males. I'd listen to him if I were you. Mako smiled. That is, of course, if you guys aren't dumb enough to have death wishes, that is. The Monius members flinched back, as it became more and more apparent that the group of teens before them were on a whole different level than they expected. Shit. These guys don't mess around. Are these guys seriously younger than we are? Yo, that chick is scary. Who the hell is she? Mikey just pulverized your commander, Draken declared as Mako joined him. Tommen has beaten Mobius. Any of you got a problem with that? Draken yelled, and Mikey smiled as he watched the pair declare his victory over Mobius. Kenshin, I-chan, he thought, staring at the two. If not, Mobius is gonna be under the Tokyo Manji gang, Draken proclaims, Take Mitch's eyes becoming wide as he looked towards his sister, Draken, and Mikey in shock as everything fell into place. Holy shit, they won? He thought, staring at the back of the three, so this must be how Tommen got bigger, and his eyes lingered on his sister as the girl kept a confident and strong stance before the gang members. Could this be how my sister ended up involved with all this? Suddenly, the sounds of sirens began to echo throughout the warehouse. The whole of Mobius became panicked as everyone in the warehouse realized just what those sirens meant. That's bad. Mako paled, arms dropping from their crossed position as she began to nervously shake in place. Draken grinned at this. Shit, the cops. Wait, Take Mitch's eyes became wide as he realized what Draken had just said. The police. Any chance they're coming to congratulate us on our victory? Pei joked, standing up from where he'd been tending to Pachin. Mikey breaking out into laughter when Mako angrily yelled back towards the boy. Oh, yeah, sure, congratulate us by slapping us with a nice pair of shiny silver bracelets and giving us a very drafty room to stay in. Snapping her gaze towards the laughing Mikey, throwing herself at him and grabbing him by the front of his shirt and beginning to shake him aggressively, causing him to laugh harder. Don't just laugh at this. This is serious shit. I'm not ready to have a record. Do you have any idea how much shit I'll be in if my parents find out I let myself get arrested with Michai? I'm supposed to be the good child. Ahahaha, all right, just don't let go, okay? Huh? Mako exclaimed, blushing in shock as she felt the boy entwine his fingers with hers before pulling her along to flee. Wow, wait, hold on. Quickly turning back to grin at the panicked and shocked Take Michi, Mikey called out. Come on, Take Michi, let's get out of here. All right, Take Michi called back, quickly moving to follow after his sister and the boy who led her away. How are you guys so relaxed? Less talking, more running, Mako ordered, causing the fake blonde to yelp and quicken his pace. Yes, ma'am. Hey, assholes, Draken growled, noting how the members had all been trying to flee without grabbing Asanai. Don't you dare try to run off by yourselves. Someone lend Asanai a hand. He ordered, causing only a select few of the still remaining members to freeze up and respond. Yes, sir. Looking back as they fled, Take Michi could not help but recall the future Asanai's words of these events. The conflict was just the trigger. He frowned, recalling this. That's what Asanai said, but the fight ended without incident. He thought, looking back ahead to where Mikey continued to lead Mako towards the exit. Does this mean it's not over yet? Am I missing something else that could be the trigger? He wondered, slowly looking back as they'd almost made it to the exit. Wait, Mako gasped, forcing Mikey to stop with a harsh tug. Where's Pachin? She asked in distress, Mikey's eyes going wide as he realized the boy's missing presence. Staring at the Mobius members making their way back towards him to grab their old boss, Draken blinked in shock as he felt Asanai's body be pushed into him a bit. As the man gasped in pain and the sickening sound of a knife being twisted into flesh made him look down in shock. They saw Pachin burying a blade deep into Asanai's back. I'm not letting you off that easily, Asanai. Pa darkly growled to the pained male as he buried the small pocket knife as far as he possibly could. Draken's heart raced in distress, pushing Pa away to stop him from burying the knife even further and dropping the stabbed male as he yelled at his fallen friend in shock and anger. What the fuck are you doing, Pa? Heads whipping back, Mako gasped, covering her mouth as she, Takemichi, Mikey, and Pei all stared at the scene before them in shock. "Oh God, Pa, no," Mako almost breaking from the group to try and go and help Draken and Pa, only to be stopped as Mikey's hand clutched tightly to hers. "Mikey?" Looking back, her heart broke, finding the male's eyes unfocused and his breathing slightly elevated as he realized what had occurred. "Pa, you just—" Mikey shakingly began to mutter out loud, as his eyes struggled to look away from the knife embedded into Asanai's back by his friend. "Pa-chin, where'd you get that knife?" Pei Yan stuttered out, his heart dropping to his gut as the three Tommen teens and Mako all stared in horror at their friend's actions. "Huh?" Takemichi struggled to comprehend. "He stabbed him." Dropping to his knees, Draken shook the stabbed Asanai a few times in distress. "Asanai, Asanai. Stop, you might make it worse." Mako shouted out to the panicking Draken, "Don't touch the knife." "Asanai-kun. You've gotta be shitting me, he stabbed him." The sounds of the sirens became louder and louder the longer they remained. More and more of Mobius members fled, as the Tommen crew and Hanagaki siblings all seemed to have become frozen in shock until it became too hard to ignore the sirens. "We gotta run, Pa," Mikey being the first to snap out of it, as he desperately screamed out after his friend to get up and flee with them. "Sorry, Mikey," Pa remorsefully replied, making the blonde heart stop. "Pei Yan, look after the 3rd Division for me." Looking back up to his friends, Pa-chin allowed his tears to fall without fear. "I'm gonna turn myself in." Takemichi and Pei Yan gasped in shock, Mako's eyes welling with tears as she sobbed at the man's words. "Pa-chin." "The hell you are!" Mikey screamed in pain, releasing Mako's hands and moving as if to go and grab the boy, only to be stopped as Draken effortlessly picked him up from by his midsection while grabbing hold of Pei Yan by the back of his shirt before dragging them both away. "Quit standin' around, we need to go, Mikey." "No, I won't leave him," Mikey screamed, struggling to break free from his friend's hold. "Pa, come with us." "We're all gonna get arrested," Draken warned, struggling to keep the two struggling teens in his grasps, especially when his own heart was breaking as he was forced to leave their friend behind. "Pa," Mikey yelled one last time, Draken successfully pulling him and a stunned Pei Yan out of the warehouse as only the Hanagaki siblings were left behind. "Pa-chin," Mako called out, "are you sure?" she asked, heartbreaking as Mikey's screams of anguish still rang in her ears. Looking back at the crying girl, the male nodded. "Yeah, I have, no regrets." He watched her sob bitterly and had to look away. "Go," he yelled, "get out of here, while you both still can." Grabbing the shocked Takemichi his hand, Mako gave the resigned Pa one final glance. "This isn't the end. Pa-chin, we're still friends. No matter what happens, I still want to be your friend." Then dragged the shocked Takemichi away, sobbing and crying as she struggled to drag the stunned and injured boy away without picking him up. The two just barely able to catch up to the others, and as all 5 teens ended up running for their lives. "Ah," Pei Yan cried out in frustration as they ran. "Fuck, why did it end up like this?" Breathing heavily, Mako called out to the boys ahead, "We need to split up. If we're all together, we're gonna risk catching the cops' attention, and Michai's pretty banged up." "No way," Mikey shouted back at the girl. "We're not splitting up, just keep running and we'll be out of their reach." "I don't know about that," Draken shouted back as the teens could still hear the sirens in the distance. "She might have a point if any of those guys try to rat us out." "This is not up for debate," Mikey almost seemed to growl. "You already made us leave Pa, we're not." "I left him," Draken angrily shot back. "Pa's the one who stayed behind. What the hell did you want me to do?" "That should be obvious. Drag him with us instead of grabbing me and Pei." "He wanted to stay, Mikey. You know how Pa gets when he decides shit. We still shouldn't have ever left him." "Stop it," Mako snapped, failing to notice her brother slowly lagging more and more behind as his vision became blurred and unfocused. "We don't have time for this. We need to figure something out quick before." "Shit," Takemichi thought, as he realized he was finally reaching his limits. His limbs seemed to slowly become more and more like lead, and the noise around him acted more like static as he struggled to pick up the argument building up before him as he ran. "I'm losing consciousness," he thought, hand reaching out to his sister's blurred figure as he barely called out to her. "May, May." He collapsed to the floor, his sister's back being the last image he saw as he lost consciousness and fell. Thud. Gasping, both Mako and Mikey turned back as their gaze dropped to the downed teen. Michai. Mako turned back quickly, falling to her knees as she tried to shake the boy awake. Take Michi. Michai, Mako screamed as Draken and Peiyan looked back in shock, realizing the younger Hanagaki had collapsed. Shit. What happened? Michai, Mako shook the boy more, tears streaming down her face as he did not respond. Takmichi. Chapter 12. Takmichi. Mako almost seems to scream crying as she tries to shake her brother awake. Mikey cannot help but be stunned in place as he sees the Hanagaki sister crying over her brother's unconscious form. The raw emotion in her voice and eyes is eerily familiar to him, as for a second, he's remembering the sight of his older brother's lifeless body being loaded and taken away. Baji's sobbing apology replays in his ears as he almost finds himself being sucked back to that day long ago. Move, he finds himself being shoved to the side by Draken as his friend joins Mako as she tries to wake the boy up. What happened? Mako sobs, shaking her head. I think he has a concussion. His eyes were unfocused back at the warehouse after getting beaten by Asanai and Pa. Shit, Draken growled, looking around as the sound of sirens seemed to be once more approaching them. Fuck, we can't stay. What are we gonna do? Pei nervously exclaimed as he looked around. Do we just leave him here? I am not leaving my brother, Mako growled, sending the taller boy a glare as Draken only shook his head. Hey, it's okay. Look, we're not leaving anyone else behind, he reassured, placing a gentle hand on Mako's shoulder. Mikey feels his heart race with rage as he hears the boy say this. So, he won't make her leave Takemichi, but he'll make us leave Pa, he angrily thought as Draken slung the unconscious Takemichi on his back carefully. There's a park nearby with some good hiding spots that you and Takemichi can probably hide in. Wait for the cops to pass, then you can get him to a hospital. Draken stated, pointing a bit ahead, I'll call Emma to come meet up with you too. It might be a good idea to figure out a cover story for his current state. Mako nodded to this, whipping away her tears. Yeah, I'll need to call Yai and Hina too and see if they can't come to help. She agreed before she gained a concerned expression. But what about you three? She looked towards Pei and Mikey at this. Mikey felt his stomach twist into knots at this. Noticing how pale and drained the usually energetic and lively girl now appeared, with her disheveled black locks, red and puffy eyes, and the sweat running down her brow. He worried about not only Takemichi, who obviously needed medical attention, but also Mako, who had been forced to see her brother in this state. We'll be fine. Draken cut in, causing Mikey to glare at him. You were right about us needing to split up. We'll help you hide, and then book it our own separate ways from there. Draken's eyes met Mikey's in their own glare, and Mako and Pei could not help but nervously look between the two as they quietly watched what was slowly building before their eyes. His bedroom door being abruptly opened, Mikey was broken out of his deep thoughts of the direct aftermath of Takemichi's collapse, sitting up from his laid-back position on his bed to look up as Emma waved to him from his door. I'm back, Tilda. Sitting up fully, he frowned at his sister as she fully entered his personal space. Hey. He greeted, waiting for the girl to come over to sit on his bed with him. How's it looking? He asked, his sister humming a bit concernedly as she took a cross-legged position on his bed and began to pick at the fabric of his sheets. When you say how's it looking, do you mean Mei-chan or her brother? She asked, and Mikey could only glare at the girl a bit annoyed. Obviously, I mean both. She sighed at this. I figured. Looking away, she frowned a bit solemnly. Takemichi's still unconscious. The beating you guys let him take wasn't good, and added with the stress of everything that happened, it seems his body just shut down to recuperate, Emma explained, as Mikey openly stared at her, a bit alarmed as he had to blink a few times. And the doctors told you this? She shook her head. Yai-chan actually. She explained. She was the one who better understood what the doctors were trying to say when they tried explaining his condition to us. I see, Mikey nodded understandingly. Who'da thought Yai-chan knew how to speak doctor? He admitted to being somewhat surprised as the image of the deadpanned, quiet redhead popped in his mind. Apparently her family owns a clinic that she's supposed to inherit someday, so I think that means she's just used to it, Emma explained as Mikey only nodded in acknowledgement to this. And I-chan, at this Emma's solemn expression returned. Mikey's heart skipped a beat in concern. Emma. Shaking her head, Emma met his worried coal eyes with her own honey eyes. She's okay. Sorta. She's not as pale as when Hina-chan, Yai-chan, and I got to them. She sighed then, but it did take us a bit to convince her to go home and rest instead of spending the night at the hospital with her brother. Mikey sighed in relief at this. That's good. She wasn't looking so good after stupid Kenshin made us leave Pa. He all but growled darkly, remembering the fight that came soon after they regrouped later. Shit, Baji struggled to try and hold Mikey back. Guys, stop. Mitsuya tried his best to keep himself between the two leading members of the gang. All the other captains and their vice captain all stared in shock and concern as they'd gathered for an emergency meeting over the situation with Pa. We're bailing him out, Mikey shouted as he pushed Baji off of him. And that's final. Pa doesn't deserve to rot away in some cell for giving that piece of shit what he deserved. Whether he deserved to be stabbed or not ain't the issue, Mikey. That isn't how we do things. Draken shouted back, but did nothing to push aside Mitsuya as he acted as a human barrier between the two. And besides, none of us even got the cash to bail Pa out. Then we'll just raise it. With what jobs? I don't see any of us working, and even if we did, it would take time to make the type of cash needed to bail Pa. Well, I don't see you coming up with any solutions. Because there's nothing to resolve. Draken growled. Pa chose to turn himself in. End of story. No, don't give me end of story. I refuse to accept that. Mikey growled back. And if you're against that, then you're against me and Tommen. The only one here going against Tommen is you. Draken shot back. With your little bitch tantrum and refusal to accept Pa-chin's decision. Fu, Mitsuya duck. Baji yelped, losing his grasp of Mikey as the teen broke free to attack, not even caring about the silver-haired teen that had been trying to act as a physical barrier between him and Draken. Taka-chan. Crap, Mitsuya's eyes went wide, as he barely managed to throw himself out of the way with the help of Draken, who purposely shoved him aside. The captains and vice-captains going wild as their two commanding leaders broke into a fight. Staring at her brother a bit concerned, Emma's eyes wandered to the slight scuff marks and dirt that seemed to cover parts of his body, implying a fight. Her mind wandered to how Draken had come to get her after she and the girls walked one another home, for safety, as both Mako and Emma worried about another surprise attack by Mobius, till only she and Mako were left at the girls' home. Draken seemed to be in a very much similar state to her own brother, if not a bit more openly upset and annoyed. Did something happen with you and Draken? She nervously asked, watching as her brother scoffed and turned away from her as he dropped back on his bed. That jerk, I hope I never see him again, Mikey grumbled as Emma's golden eyes went wide in shock. Huh, what do you mean by that? Is that why he refused to come in after dropping me off? He refused to respond as Emma became more panicked and worried as she tried shaking the boy. Mikey, explain, are you two fighting? Leave me alone, Emma. He tried shrugging the girl off as she continued to shake him. No, Emma vehemently shook her head. What's going on? Tell me, why are you and Draken beat up? Mei-chan said only Pa and Takemichi got hurt. Why was Draken so upset and refusing to come inside? Why? Tommen's divided, he snapped, making the girl flinch back in shock. That asshole, why did he have to fight me on this? Now everyone's picking fucking sides and fighting too, and we can't do anything to help Pa-chin. He almost wanted to sob and cry, shaking in his bed as he curled up in a ball. Mikey. Emma began to shakingly reach out to comfort the boy as he simply shifted away from her. Leave me alone, Emma. Just drop it. But Emma's eyes filled with tears, hurt at her brother's rejection of her touch and words. He's not our friend, Mikey harshly spat, making the girl's tears fall. I want nothing to do with that jerk anymore after he's betrayed me. But Mikey, Draken would never. Just get out, he snapped, and Emma sobbed at this, dropping a hard fist down on her brother's head before jumping off his bed. Fine, sulk for all I care, she angrily shouted, glaring down at him as he rubbed his head in pain, but Draken would never betray us. You, no good, stupid jerk, you idiot. Mikey, you're such an idiot. She turned and ran from the room, Mikey lightly hearing their grandfather call out to Emma in concern as she fled the room, but he did nothing to stop her or even go after her. Instead, turning away back on his bed as he glared at the wall before him in frustration. "I'm not the stupid jerk," he quietly muttered as his grandfather came to his door to call out to him, a bit perturbed. "Ken-chin's the stupid jerk." "Manjiro, what happened? What did you say to your sister to upset her so much?" He refused to reply as the elderly man sighs in frustration, shaking his head as he muttered some choice words under his breath before shutting the door to the boys' room. Mikey curls himself up more tightly as this was done, grabbing hold of his brother's old towel to hold close. Quietly whispering to himself, "What should I do? Nick-san." July 22nd, 2005. Take Michi. Arms wrapping around him, Take Michi remembered as his childhood self cried and wailed, swearing from heaven to hell how he'd never try to ride a bike again. "I can't do it," he'd sobbed, knee-skidded as his bike lay abandoned on the ground. "I don't want to do this anymore. Mei, I want my training wheels back." "Michi, you're too old for training wheels. You heard Mama and Daddy. You need to be a big boy now." Mako tried to console as he only cried harder. "Bibi, but I can't," he cried. "I can't do it." Mako only shook her head at this, pulling the crying boy closer as she cooed and shushed the boy. "You idiot, just cause you fell doesn't mean you can't get back up." She consoled him gently, running her hands on the back of his head. "You're stronger than this." He whimpered in her arms. I am," he asked, and she smiled at him. "Of course," she excitedly exclaimed. "After all, you're my hero, right?" she asked, and the boy's tears slowly stopped as he recalled their promise to one another. "And a hero never gives up," she exclaimed, pumping her arms. "No matter how much they fall or how hard things get, a hero always gets back up and keeps trying," she said, and then smiled softly. "And besides," she began to whip the tears away from his face, "even if you do fail or things don't work out," she smiled brightly, and Take Michi could not help but remember the awe and how loved he felt at that moment at his sister's next words. "I'll always be here to help you get back up. You don't ever have to do this or anything alone. I promise." Coming outside their home, Take Michi recalled how his parents quickly tended to his scraps as they fused over him. "Oh, you poor thing," his mother almost cried before she smiled at his sister proudly. "Did you help comfort your brother while we were inside?" "Yuha," Mako happily nodded as their mother cooed at her. "Good girl." Scratching the back of his neck, their father hummed to himself. Maybe it was a bit too early to take him off his training wheels. "You think," their mother angrily hissed, as their father flinched back a bit in fear. Can I try again?" Take Michi quietly asked as he watched his mother finish bandaging his knees. Both his parents' heads whipped towards him in shock as his sister happily bounced in place watching him. "Please." "Why you wanna try again?" his mother stuttered out, "but Take Michi, you're hurt." He shook his head and stood up tall even as his eyes watered from the stinging of his knees. "I wanna be like Mei," he determinedly declared. "I have to be a big kid so I can protect her." "Ah, Tilda," his mother began to cry. "Take Michi." She pulled into a fierce hug. "My precious baby, you're growing up so fast, I'm not ready." Mako giggled at this. Take Michi struggling and turning blue in his mother's arms as the dark-haired woman cried and held him close. "Honey, you're going to suffocate the boy." "Happy." Slowly waking up from his dream, Take Michi's eyes struggled to open as he came to. A dream?" He quietly wondered, waking up. "No, a memory. But why remember that?" he wondered as his eyes slowly came into focus. The confusion began to set in as he realized he was in an unfamiliar place. "Hold on, where am I?" Slowly sitting up, he struggled to not wince and groan at the stiffness in his body, stretching his arms out to try and help loosen the tightened limbs only to pause as he felt his right hand land on something soft. He squeezed a few times in confusion before turning to his right to find his right hand and, in turn, was groping an unamused Emma. "You pervert!" Screaming in shock and fear, Take Michi quickly pulled his hand away and tried leaning away from the girl's direction. "Emma-chan, you've got the wrong idea. That was a complete accident. I didn't mean." He stopped mid-crisis as he then realized where he was. "Wait, am I in the hospital?" he quietly muttered out as Emma silently watched the boy come to a realization of what had occurred. "Oh, right." His mind recalled the image of his sisters and Mikey's backs as he'd begun to collapse. "I fainted," he thought before he gasped in concern. Where's Maymay and Mikey-kun and the others, are they okay? He rapidly asked the blonde girl sitting by his bedside. Emma's eyes quietly became solemn at this, her head tilted down slightly as she recounted recent and relevant events for the boy before her. Draken called me. When I got there, I found you and Mei-chan alone. Where's Draken-kun? Takemichi nervously asks, finding himself stunned as Emma's eyes began to well up and spill with fresh hot tears and her lips tremble. He and Mikey got in a fight. She struggled to not sob, recalling her brother's words and Draken's attitude. Takemichi's heart dropped to his stomach. Wait, does that mean? He struggled to not stutter as he asked for clarification. Why did they start fighting? I don't know, she sobbed out. Things just kept escalating. Tommen's been ripped in two. Now there's a Mikey faction and a Draken faction. She cried, recalling her attempts to gain clarity from both her brother and later Draken and even Baji and Mitsuya. No one was willing to speak up more on the situation than the bare minimum, leaving Emma all the more confused and concerned. Don't tell me. Takemichi began to think as Emma's tears began to run more quickly. Mei-chan said Pachin stabbed someone and got arrested. That's why everyone's fighting supposedly. She sobbed, remembering how only Mako had been willing to share the news with her and the other girls originally, about whether or not Tommen should try to bail him out. Tommen's internal conflict, that fight made everything. Takemichi's gaze had to turn straight down in distress. Turn out exactly like Asanai said. He thought, shutting his eyes tight in frustration as he became angry with himself. Why did I have to faint? Suddenly, Emma collapsed onto his lap, no longer able to stay up straight as her body racked with sobs and tears. Emma-chan, don't cry. Takemichi tried to console the girl as she loudly sobbed on top of his hospital bed sheets. Tommen's going to be okay, right? I just don't understand what's going on anymore. She loudly cried, feeling as the boy placed his hand gently on her head to try and comfort her. Suddenly, the curtains for Takemichi's space were thrown open as Hina came rushing in with both Yae and Mako closed behind. Takemichi-kun, are you okay? The trio paused, as they all openly stared at the compromising scene before them. Wait, what? That's disgusting. Hina exclaimed, clutching at the hospital curtains in shock, her mind jumping to the wrong conclusion as all she saw was her boyfriend holding Emma's head down near a certain area of his lower body while the girl shook. Well then, Ye's phone suddenly popped up, snapping a quick few pictures of the scene before them. Will you look at that? Blackmail. Click. Mako openly stared the two down. Huh, what are you two? Looking down, Takemichi became pale as he realized what it was the two females were implying as Emma continued to cry. It's not what it looks like, Hina. THTHTHTH, this isn't. Before Hina could even move to angrily smack the boy for his supposed infidelity, Mako firmly smacked both her and Yae upside the head. Etta. Emma slowly looked up at the trio, still sniffling and crying, confused at the sudden chaos happening before her. Will you two get your heads out the gutter? He's obviously trying to comfort Emma-chan cause she's crying. Mako reprimanded, as both Hina and Yae rubbed the back of their heads in pain and Takemichi cried tears of joy in his sister's direction. Maymay Tilda. Oh no. Hina paled as she held her head in shock and pain. I jumped to conclusions again. Wait, really? Yae painfully asked, looking at the obvious tear-stained face of the blonde girl. Oh, shit, we did, she cursed. I'm still keeping the picture for out-of-context embarrassment. Takemichi gaped at the red-headed girl in shock. Wah, seriously. Don't worry, Yae smiled, waving the boy off. I'll send you a copy, of course. You could probably use that to lie about hooking up with a hot nurse. You know, try to get a one-up on your little cherry friends. She teased as Hina openly gaped at the older girl. Wah, what, senpai? What? You can't tell me it wouldn't be hilarious to prank those guys like that. Besides, we all know you and Takemichi-kun here are obviously hardcore virgins, and you're in on the joke. That isn't the issue, Hina embarrassedly exclaimed, red face, as Takemichi struggled to not twitch and stare at the older teen deadpan. Why do I feel like that was some sort of backhanded insult towards me? He quietly muttered as Mako shook her head. Or an attempt to make a joke with me. Knowing her, it may very well be both, Mako muttered back before smacking Yae again in the back of the head. Gah, what the hell, this is abuse. Oh, cry me a river. Mako huffed as Hina proceeded to shake the redhead as she tried to get the girl's phone. Delinquent. Moving around the pair, Mako quickly came up beside Emma, running her hands through the top of the still-crying girl's head before reaching out to take Michi to rub his cheek, smiling softly. I'm glad to see you two are getting along so well. How are you feeling, Michi? The boy's body relaxed as he melted in his sister's kind touch. May, he smiled at her. I think I'm good outside a few sore muscles. What about you? Are you okay? He asked as he noted a bit of eye bags forming under his sister's usually bright blue eyes. Of course, I'm not the one in the hospital after all. She confidently and easily brushed him off. Looking down at Emma, Mako's smile became more motherly and she gently began to help the girl up. Hey, what's wrong? You want to go outside to get some fresh air and talk? She asked as Takemichi watched as Emma easily nodded and leaned into his sister's arms as the girl was led and let herself be walked out. Yeah. Okay. Looking back at him, Mako nodded. I'll be back in a bit. The doctor said we shouldn't overwhelm you so much once you woke up, so I'll just help Emma-chan calm down and give you and Hina some alone time. She lightly teased, causing Takemichi and Hina to blush as Ye broke free from the younger girl's hold. Haha. Hey. Scrambling to Mako's side, Ye quickly ran out of the room. Let's go before she comes after. Takemichi could only laugh as he watched his sister sigh and shake her head, as she led Emma out of the room before turning to look back at him. He blinked a few times, confused at this. Something wrong? He nervously noticed her frowning. Shaking her head, Mako only smiled at him a bit forcibly. No, everything's all right. She said before turning to finally walk out. We'll talk once you've recovered more. Seeing Mako walk out, Takemichi could not help but feel nervous at his sister's words. Hina, who'd been quietly watching with a blush as this had gone on, frowned as she turned to look at her boyfriend. Did something happen? Looking down at his lap, he shook his head. No, everything's all right. He lied, making Hina frown, his mind jumping back to the disappointed and frustrated expression on his sister's face as he dragged her into the mess from the day before. Don't you me, she snapped, causing the boy to flinch as he noticed the disappointed look in her eyes. What have I said about running into fire? This has nothing to do with us, Takemichi. His stomach twisted into knots as his sister used his full name. If what you're saying is true, then tell them who it is so they can deal with it. Then he recalled his talk with Naoto, before he time leaped and discovered about Mobius. If anyone in the past beside myself would believe in your time-leaping abilities, it very likely would be her. Naoto nodded, before frowning. The only issue, of course, being proving to her that what you say is true, and that's not even considering the fact that we don't know what this could mean for your abilities. Takemichi-kun. Hina longingly stared at the silent teen, noting a far-off look in his eyes as Takemichi silently wondered about the mess that he was finding himself mixed in with his mission going more and more off track. August 1st, 2005. It's already August 1st. Takemichi frustratedly thought more than a week and a half after waking in the hospital and being sent home. Tommen's been split in two. He held up his final puzzle piece as he stared down at the just about completed image. It really looks like there's going to be an internal conflict, just like Asanai said, and on August 3rd, he finished his puzzle as his thoughts became grim. Draken's gonna die. He took a step back, and here I am, hurt and stuck convalescing. Good work. Coming up behind Takemichi finishing brushing out her hair, Mako hummed impressively as she watched her brother take a step back from the image. Who'd have thought we'd be able to finish a 2,500-piece puzzle in less than 3 days? It looks really nice. Want me to grab a picture frame while I'm out so we can frame it? She asked, and Takemichi smiled at her. Can we? She nodded, tossing him the brush to be put away. Sure. It's been a good while since we've done one of these together, so let's frame it up. Nice, he said, though internally he cried in frustration. What a worthless sense of accomplishment. By the way, finishing getting ready, Mako turned to leave her brother's room, giving the boy one final check before she could leave. Are you sure you're going to be okay while I'm out? I've told you, May, I'm fine. He grinned. I've been cooped up for a while now with you taking care of me. I'm pretty sure I'm good now. Crossing her arms, Mako huffed as she looked away in slight deep thought. I guess. Yai's grandma did say you would be clear to start being more active again. See, Takemichi exclaimed. Plus you deserve a break from taking care of my ass all these days. Go out and get a change of pace. You're starting to make me feel bad with how long you've been stuck inside caring for me. He lightly joked as Mako sent him an unamused look. Well, don't, she bluntly scolded, crossing her arms. I'm your big sister, and with mom and dad not around, it's my job to take care of you at times like these. She explained, causing the guilt Takemichi felt over the whole mess to worsen even though he knew his sister did not say this with any malicious intent. But still, I'm also worried about you getting into trouble again. Her eyes narrowed and Takemichi paled as sweat slowly started to build on his brow. Ha, ha, he nervously laughed again. Wow, what do you mean by that? He stuttered out as Mako only hummed in acknowledgement. You know exactly what I mean by that. Mako's body shifted slightly. You still haven't explained jack shit to me about that day. She almost seemed to glare as she referred to the Mobius encounter she had been dragged into unexpectedly. Takemichi felt his stomach twist into knots at this. Oh, why? Yeah, well, about that, that is. He took a quick glance away from his sister, unable to say more. His mind became a jumbled mess as he tried to figure out what he could say to the female. Shit, that's right. I still haven't explained anything to Mei about the whole Mobius thing. He thought, having to send her a quick, guilty glance. Ever since I'd woken up, she's been nudging at me to tell her about what I know, or even just explain myself, but he had to look away in shame. I don't know the first place to even start. Staring at the boy for a good few minutes, Mako's gaze became solemn as she became more and more concerned over her brother's unusual behavior. Look, Mitch, Doorbell ringing. Mako shook her head and sighed. Forget it. Takemichi's mouth flew open, hands stretching out towards as she turned to leave. I'll go check on who it is and then leave. Mei, she was gone, and Takemichi was left with another regret to be added onto his long list of grievances against his sister and the people he loved. Damn it! Suddenly the door to his room was once more opened. Takemichi perked up excitedly, believing his sister had perhaps returned. Mei! He froze as he instead found his Mizo 5 friends entering his room. What? Yamagishi asked. You're out of the hospital, so what's with that look? Damn jerk! Makoto huffed in slight annoyance as he glared at Takemichi. How are we supposed to talk to hot nurses now? What Mei-senpai ain't good enough for you anymore? Akan jokes as Makoto crosses his arms. Hey, I never said that. It's just not the same without the sexy nurse uniform. And besides, she's not even here. She let us in and then left saying she had some errands to run. Yamagishi sighed at this. I wish I could see Yae-senpai in a sexy nurse's uniform. Takuya sighed at the two lamentings. Seriously, when are you gonna move on from this? Never, the pair shouted as Akan laughed at their stupidity before smiling at Takemichi. Anyway, you're looking pretty good for someone who was supposedly on bed rest. Are you feeling okay? Smiling at the group, Takemichi allowed himself to relax and become distracted as he nodded at his friends. Yeah, I'm okay. August 1st, 2005. Mako. Do you mind keeping an eye on him for me while I'm out? Mako asked Akan, as the other boys had already entered the Hanagaki household and were removing their shoes. He's been a bit off since the whole Mobius thing. She vaguely explained as Akan frowned at her words. Really? He recalled how Takemichi suddenly began acting a bit strange before running off the day he ended up in the hospital. Now that you mention it, he was suddenly acting a bit off that day before he ran off. He quietly muttered to himself, Do you have any idea why that was? Mako shook her head. No, she sighed, but, giving Akan a determined look, she added, I'm sick and tired of this bullshit. Whether he likes it or not, I'm definitely going to find out what the hell is going on with him. Humming in understanding at the older girl's frustration, Akan placed a supporting hand on her shoulder. If anyone can get that guy to open up, I'm sure it's you, Mei-senpai. Smiling at the taller boy, Mako quickly ruffled the top of his pompadour head. Thanks, Akan, and I've told you before. Just call me Maini, you're practically family to me and Mitch. Laughing nervously, the male blushed. All right. Yo, Akan, hurry up, stop flirting with senpai, and get your flat ass in here. Makoto shouted out towards the blushing boy as Mako laughed at the annoyed expression. He turned to yell and glare at the other boy. Shut up, you dumbass, I was not flirting. Right. I don't believe you. You assholes. Giggling into her hand, Mako turned to leave. Welp, haha, I guess I'll be on my way then. Don't want to make Hina-chan and M-chan wait too long. Waving at the boy, she began to leave her home's front yard as she left the boys alone. Don't burn the house down while I'm gone. She jokingly yelled back as Akon grumbled and closed the door behind him before following after his friends. Smiling to herself, Mako began to make her way down the road, flipping her phone open as she began to quietly mutter to herself as she texted her friend. Just left home, be there soon. Nodding to herself, she continued on her way down the road, leaving the neighborhood area behind before she stopped near a park. Looking inside, she frowned as she noticed a familiar Tommen commander quietly sitting on a park bench, with his eyes closed and his head and body leaned back on the bench. Mikey. Looking around, her eyes paused on a vending machine that was close by. Looking back at the blonde-haired male, she smiled before nodding to herself. Perfect. Sighing through his nose, Mikey quietly contemplated the past few days without his best friend, as he and Draken were still not on speaking terms, and it was becoming more and more apparent to the blonde male that getting Pa-chin out of juvenile detention would be no easy feat. Maybe I should go check on Takemichi. He quietly muttered to himself as he opened his eyes to stare up at the clouds, the image of the Hanagaki female flashing through his mind as he recalled her tired and tear-stained face from the last time he saw the siblings in person. Ai-chan, I wonder how she's been. An ice-cool plastic was suddenly pressed up the side of his face. Hallo tilde Mikey-kun tilde, Mako cooed, having snuck up upon the distracted teen to press up a nice cool plastic bag up to the side of the boy's face. There was a moment of silence before the teen jumped at the sudden cool touch to his face and melodic cooing in his ear. Gah, Ai-chan, the hell, Mikey snapped, turning to glare at the grinning girl as he tried to rub warmth back into his almost frozen cheek. That's cold. That's the point. Mako laughed, waving the small bag in the boys. Here, any chance you like iced taiyaki? She cutely asked with a tilt of her head, watching as Mikey's eyes came alive with childish awe and mirth as he realized what it was she had pushed up against his face to startle him. Yes, wahoo! He almost seemed to squeal to Mako as he took the packaged treat from her hands and held it up in victory. I absolutely love taiyaki. Ai-chan, you're the best. Tearing the back open, he took a big bite out of the ice cream equivalent of his favorite treat. So good. Smiling at the boys' enjoyment of her impromptu gift, Mako quickly vaulted over the bench's back to sit next to the blonde. So Mikey, long time no see, where have you been? She began to ask. I haven't seen either you or Draken since. Her smile slightly dropped, and Mikey himself paused mid-bite to glare at the ground before them. Since Pa turned himself in, he angrily muttered as Mako nodded sadly. Yeah. She sent the teen a quiet side glance as she noticed him quietly glare at the space ahead. She slowly began to open her mouth. Me. So how have you and Takemichi been? He suddenly asked, now smiling at the girl. Mako frowned though as she realized the boy was trying to redirect the conversation. We've been good, all things considered. She decided to reply. Michai was actually only out for a day after the incident, but the doctors had him stay a bit in the hospital to make sure his head was okay before sending him home. She explained as the boy nodded. I see, that's understandable. He took another bite from his iced taiyaki. I'm glad to hear he's doing all right. Maybe I should go visit him and see if he wants to hang out. He casually wondered as Mako smiled at the blonde. He's currently got some of our friends over right now, but I'm sure none of them would mind if you wanted to hang out. He grinned at this. Great, I'll do just that then, he said before smiling at her hopefully. Will you hang out with us too, Ai-chan? Shaking her head, Mako could only smile apologetically at Mikey. Sorry Mikey, I already made plans with the girls. He pouted at this, opening his mouth more than likely to whine at the girl's rejection only to stop as she flicked his forehead. And no Tilda, I am not just gonna change plans with Emma-chan and the others just cause you wanna be an attention whore. HMPH. He turned his head away pouting. Ai-chan is so mean. I swear that's why you and Ken Kai. He stopped mid-sentence and fell silent. Mako smiled sadly as she realized who it was Mikey was going to bring up. Why me and Draken get along? she asked with a tilt of her head as the boy refused to look at her. Looking ahead at the playground, she smiled nonetheless. I mean, you're not wrong, I guess. The two of us are sorta the de facto mom friends of our groups, and we sorta have the same thought process of being blunt and brutally honest when we need to be. At this, Mikey's head whipped towards the dark-haired girl with a glare. That's not true. Mako looked at the teen confused and shocked. I-chan is nothing like that, jerk Ken-chin. He almost shouted. Looking down at his finished ice treat, he gripped the empty package harshly. I-chan's totally different from Ken-chin. He grumbled as Mako frowned at the boy. Are you saying this because you're still mad at Draken? She asked as the blonde sent the girl a glare. Or because I'm obviously the better-looking one? She joked, pointing to herself. I'm way cuter, right? He snorted at this, shaking his head. Yeah, definitely cuter. He agreed, not noting Mako's teasing smile had dropped as she stared at him. And you're still mad at Draken, she bluntly stated, causing the boy's smile to drop once more. Mikey. I don't want to talk about it. The boy almost growled, turning away from the girl, stopping as Mako's hand reached out and landed on his fists. Emma told me what you said about Draken. She quietly admitted, making the blonde stiffen as noted the disappointed tone in the girl's voice. You don't really think he's a traitor, do you? Mikey shook in his seat, and if I do? He glared at Mako from behind his bangs. She didn't flinch. Mako stared at the upset boy and sighed at his words. Why? Why is he a traitor in your eyes? She asked, and Mikey froze as he found himself being asked this. Why? He looked down at their hands, how white his knuckle had become as he'd grip the empty package of the treat Mako had fed him while Mako's own hand stayed steady over top of his. Because he made us leave Pa. Mako hummed at this, like Pa asked. He flinched at this but went on to his next point of argument. He doesn't want to bail Pa out. He said none of us had the cash and then shot down any hopes of us even trying to raise the funds to do it. Mako nodded at this. I see. I'm guessing he brought up the issue of time. Mikey angrily nodded at this, but couldn't Pa parent do that then? He fell silent again. From what I understood while talking to him, Pa's family was pretty well off. So couldn't they just get him out? He shook at this. Unless Pa's the one who's asking them to not bail him out. He doesn't deserve to even be there. He tried to argue, ripping his hand away from Mako's touch. He slammed his fist against the back of the bench seat they sat on between them, moved away from the girl's close proximity as he openly glared at her. Asanai got what he deserved. Mako only hummed at this, maybe, but Pa-chin seems to also believe he deserves to be locked away for stabbing him. She pointed out, and Mikey's head dropped as his bangs shadowed his eyes as he shook. Why are you doing this? He muttered. Why are you also going against me? His mind flashed to his fight with Draken. Why are you acting just like? He stopped as he felt a gentle hand rest on his head, Mako lightly petting the blonde's head as she quietly whispered to the boy. It's because Draken isn't a traitor, she bluntly replied, and because I care. She smiled. As a big sister, I've learned a lot from having to help take care of Takemichi. When you really care about someone, you can't just always agree or go along with what it is they want or believe. She explained, that isn't how real relationships work, and that isn't how any of us can grow as people. She hummed, taking her hand off the silent boy as he looked up at her surprised. I'm sure Draken is just as sad and upset about leaving Pa as you are. Mako admitted, making Mikey's look away, but I'm also sure that it's because this was what Pa wanted, that Draken is refusing to back down from this. Not because you're wrong or don't deserve to feel what you do, but because like you did during his fight with Asanai. Draken's believing in Pa and standing behind what he wants even if it's something others can't agree with. She said, referencing how she, Takemichi, and even Pei had become upset during the whole ordeal with Pa-chin's fight. Draken is just trying to be the best friend he can to Pa. He's trying to be a best friend to you too, Mikey. Smiling at herself, Mako began to stand up as Mikey looked up at her surprised. I've had a few talks with Draken ever since we've all became friends, and if there is one thing I'm sure of in the short time we've all had together. She smiled as she turned to look back down at Mikey. Is that guy will always do what he thinks is best if it means helping to see you become the best person you can be. 'Cause that's just the sort of bond you two have. She giggled, and Mikey could not help but feel both at awe at the girl's words and lost on what to feel. Looking down, his hand tightened into a fist on his lap, but he said. His head bobbed a bit as Mako lightly karate chopped it. He said a lot of things, I bet. Shaking her head, Mako sat her hands on her hips with a sigh. You guys were obviously both upset over Pa, and if you're both as hard-headed as you look, I wouldn't be surprised if you two didn't end up in a bitch fight before getting into a fist fight. In a bitch fight? A verbal smackdown due to being overly emotional. Mako flippantly explained, but that's normal, she huffed, crossing her arms. Hell, I'd even go so far and say it's healthy. She said as Mikey stared at her in shock, just don't let it ruin things because you're too stubborn to accept your differences. Mako huffed, before pausing as she heard her phone ding in her skirt's pockets. Shit! Flipping the device open, she looked at the message she received and winced. I'm so late for our hangout. She cried, scrambling to grab her bag from off the bench. Anyway, if what I'm saying isn't making any sense to you, then try talking to Mitch. He can probably get it better across by dumbing it down to guy talk or some shit. She said as she patted herself down to make sure she had everything. Okay, I think I'm good. She smiled to herself, turning to leave with a wave. I gotta go now, but oh, almost forgot. She said, eyes becoming wide as she stopped mid-run to turn back at the confused blonde. I haven't thanked you yet. Thanked me? Mikey began to ask, confused, only for his mind to go blank as he feels something soft lightly caress his cheek. His body goes hot and cold all at the same time. His cheeks burn as his face goes slightly red, the light scent of lavender overpowering his senses, as the dark-haired girl pulls away to smile at the boy's wide-eyed, flustered expression. Thanks for standing up for me against those guys from Mobius. Mako whispered, I really appreciated it, even if you didn't have to. Tilting her head, she smiled one last time, blushing. You really made my heart race back there, Manjiro-kun. Mikey's pupils dilated, his hand reaching out for the girl as she suddenly fled, heart racing as he watched Mako quickly flutter away like a butterfly in the wind. His voice stuck in his throat as he stared after the fleeing girl, before closing his mouth shut. Touching the side of his cheek where he was kissed, his face exploded more with color, having to cover the bottom half of his face as his heart refused to calm or settle. That's so unfair, Ai-chan. He quietly muttered to himself. Don't you see? You're making my heart race now, too. Running away at full speed, Mako struggled not to cry, her cheeks hot and red. JFHSBGH, why did I say that? August 1st, 2005. You know, take Michi. When Mei-senpai and Takabana told me you've been hospitalized, it really scared me. Akun quietly admitted as he and Takuya stood by Take Michi as he sat at his desk, while Yamagishi and Makoto meandered around the room. You tangoed with Mobius, right? Takuya asked. Let's just be glad Mei-senpai was there to keep you alive. Akun sighed, as Take Michi gave the pompadour-headed teen a deadpan stare. You really don't have any faith in me, do you? To be fair, Mako-senpai is definitely the one with more skill and strength between the two of you. Takuya laughed, as Yamagishi and Makoto then came upon the finished puzzle Take Michi had laying around. Huh, the hell's this? Makoto asked as Yamagishi looked the piece over. Dude, how many pieces is this thing? This jigsaw puzzle is insane, just look at how tiny all these pieces are. Hey, I don't think this piece here is in the right place. Makoto questioned, moving to remove the piece to check. Take Michi eyes going wide as he whipped his head in their direction and began screaming bloody murder at the pair. Ga, Yamagishi, Makoto, hands off. It took me and Mei 3 whole days to finish that, you morons. The pair paled. Wow, Makoto shook, fearing the female Hanigaki's wrath. Damn, you two must have been super bored. Yamagishi shivered, both he and Makoto scooting a bit back to avoid possibly messing the piece up and incurring the wrath of Mako. Yeah, well, what else could I do? He asked, rolling over to the pair on his desk's chair. I got ordered to stay in bed for days, and you know how my sister gets about stuff like that. Yeah. The pair nodded as Akun could only shake his head at the group, as Takuya laughed nervously from his side. Mako-senpai sure can be scary sometimes. Anyway, Take Michi swerved a bit in seat to look at Takuya and Akun. Did you guys look into what was going on with Mikey-kun and Draken-kun? Huh, yeah, sorta. Akun nervously admitted, unable to meet his friend's gaze, Takuya doing the same when Take Michi tried to look to him for any clarification. Damn, things are that bad, he asked as all the males fell silent. Let's start from the beginning. Akun finally stepped up as they all gathered around the puzzle table and Takemichi. So Mobius got totally destroyed. Yamagishi started. And the cops got the guy who led Kiyomasa-kun's division, I think, Makoto added, causing Takemichi to look down mournfully. Pachin, he remembered the boy's bloody face as he had his final conversation with Mako. As for Mikey and Draken, Akun muttered, catching Takemichi's attention, it's looking pretty bad. Really? Just how bad? Takemichi worriedly asked as Akun continued to refuse to meet his gaze. So bad they're saying their friendship is finished. They're saying it's only a matter of time before Tommen splits up. Takuya added, as the Mizo 5 members all remained silent after recounting this information. Takemichi's stomach dropped, damn. His gaze landed on the ground, I knew it. The group was silent for a bit. Then, the members of the Mizo 5 minus Takemichi all burst out into laughter as Takemichi looked up at them in shock. What? Sorry, Akun struggled to calm down as the others continued to laugh and snicker. We're kidding. You got way too serious, Takemichi. They're fighting, sure, but it's no different than usual. Takuya reassured as Yamagishi nodded. Besides, Mikey-kun and Draken-kun would never get into a big argument. Suddenly, the door to Takemichi's room was pushed open once more. Who'd you say? The teens all froze as they saw who'd peeked their head in. Is arguing with who? Draken-kun, the Mizo 5 exclaimed, as Takemichi silently gasped in shock as the blonde male grinned down at them. I came to see how you're doin', Takemichi. Entering the room, he added, by the way you left your front door unlocked. Looking around, he frowned. Damn, it's hot and smelly in here. Guess that's what happens when there's a bunch of dudes in one room. He joked, stopping when he noticed the males all quiet and just openly staring at him. What are you all just standing there for? Look, I brought a watermelon, so let's eat. He held up a small net that carried a decent-sized fruit, breaking the boys out of their frozen and shocked states as they began to scramble around the place. Why, yes, sir. A few minutes later, after the whole group had finished the large fruit, Draken would sigh as he informed Takemichi on the situation with Pachin. Paz and the slammer. Gonna be in there for a year at least. What about Asanai? Takemichi nervously asked, wondering if he had been made to witness to a murder now in the past. He's alive, Draken calmly replied, bringing up his drink. If he had died, Pa would have been locked up till he was an adult. Taking a sip of the cool drink, he added, it probably would have been 10 years. Luckily, that won't be the case. I see, Takemichi nodded in relief. Thank goodness. A silence fell over the group, and Takemichi swallowed nervously as he tried to ask his next question. So, Draken. How's Mikey-kun? Takemichi nervously asked. Bam! Draken slammed his fist upon the forgotten puzzle Takemichi and Mako had completed together, ruining the completed piece. Don't even say that asshole's name to me, Draken growled, as the Mizo 5 all shrieked in fear while Takemichi wailed in despair. We're also dead. Draken blinked a few times, confused, before realizing what he did as he looked down at the ruined picture. Oh, sorry. 72 hours. Takemichi wailed, crying. 72 hours just went down the drain. Annoyed at the boy's screeching wailing and tears, Draken sent the boy a glare. What the hell, I friggin' apologized, didn't I? Takemichi whimpered and shook where he stood. Yeah, it's cool. I only spent 3 whole days losing sleep to finish it with Mani. Dude, she's totally gonna kill you. Yamagishi whimpered as Akun elbowed him. Shut up, man. It was an accident, I'm sure Senpai will understand. Makoto shook his head at this. I mean, we can hope. Takuya glared at the 2 idiots of their group. Seriously, you make her sound irrationally vindictive. She'll understand if we just tell on Draken. Hold on, I helped with this. Draken asked, looking down at the ruined puzzle with a wince. Shit. Guess I owe her for this now, too. Owe her? Takemichi asked, confused, as Draken slowly stood up from the ground. Anyway, I'm severing all connections with Mikey. Takemichi flinched. I'm done with him, Draken glared. Tommen's finished. What are you talking about? Finished? That can't be. You're kidding, right? Takemichi tried to ask the taller male as he simply began to walk past him. Sorry for bothering you, I gotta go. Hey, wait, Takemichi shouted, trying to run after the teen. Draken-kun, stop. Back inside the room, the Mizo 5 members who were left behind were left in shock. I can't believe Tomen's splitting in two. Yamagishi frowned, as Makoto frowned. It sounds like it's true. Yeah, Takuya nodded, as Akon was left feeling both ashamed and confused, as Takemichi's concerns seemed to have come from a real place of issue. Ah shit, Takemichi scrambled down his stairs. It really happened. The infighting actually started. I have to stop this, he thought, coming up behind Draken as the male was putting back on his shoes. What do you mean, Tomen's finished? Tell me what's going on, Takemichi begged, being ignored as Draken simply stood back up and exited the house without so much a word. Hey. Draken stopped though, once he noticed a familiar blonde figure standing right outside the Hanagaki residence. Huh, Mikey muttered, openly staring up at the taller teen before him in shock. He's currently got some of our friends over right now, but I'm sure none of them would mind if you wanted to hang out. Mako smiled. Mikey recalled his last conversation with Mako and felt a bit of anger as he wondered now if she meant for him and Draken to meet. What the hell are you doing hanging around here? Mikey questioned with his eyes narrowed. What? Draken angrily muttered back. The real question would be, why are you showing up? He shot back. Takemichi stood in shock as he realized who now stood before him and Draken. Mikey-kun. Oh shit. Makoto panicked by Takemichi's open window as he began biting his nails nervously. Mikey-kun's here, Yamagishi exclaimed, catching Akon's and Takuya's attention as they ran to look out the window. And he and Draken both look pissed. Talk about the worst possible timing. Akon paled as Takuya began to sweat nervously beside his friends. Shit's about to go down now. This is gonna get all kinds of messy. Glaring up at the taller teen, Mikey struggled with the rage he still felt when being confronted by the slightly older teen. I came over to see how Takemichi was doing, he admitted, and see what Ai-chan meant with her talk. He secretly thought as Draken only continued to glare down at him with equal annoyance. Yeah, well, I got here first, Draken replied. Why, Takemichi's my friend, Mikey possessively stated, as Takemichi openly stood in shock between the two older males, head whipping back and forth between the two as his mouth flopped around like a fish. I even ran into Ai-chan and she told me he'd be glad to see me. So who asked you to butt in? Right, Takemichi. Maney did. Draken drawled back. What the hell are you talking about? I've been planning on coming for days now. I said it'd be fine to come whenever I want, so I did. You're my friend, aren't you, Takemichi? So, she didn't know he was here. Mikey thought his original suspicions for the girl being washed away, only for his frustrations with Draken to take over full force. I don't. Takemichi's mind spun in confusion. She talked to them both about coming over. When? Out of my damn way, Beanpole. I can't get by. You get out of my way, you little shrimp. Hey, stop this. Stop acting like you're a couple of dumb punks. Takemichi tried to seriously step in. Draken and Mikey both glared at the younger teen. The Mizo boys felt their jaws drop as they witnessed this. Is he really trying to stop them? Akon exclaimed as Yamagishi's voice cracked. Does he have a death wish? He just got out of the hospital. Takuya muttered, Mako-senpai is gonna flip if he ends up in there again so soon. Trying to place himself between the pair, Takemichi took a deep breath. Just try to do like Mei does, he thought, using himself as a human barrier. I don't know what happened to start this between you, but this is stupid. Both of you just need to chill out now and stop. He was cut off as Draken suddenly grabbed him by the front of his t-shirt and dragged him up to his face. Whoa, Draken almost hissed as he glared at the smaller teen. Just who the fuck do you think you are? Draken threatened, and Takemichi shook in his hold as he had to look away from the teen's eyes in fear. Ah shit, why did I think I could actually stop these two from fighting? I'm not Mei. I don't have the skill or attitude to hold my own against these two when I get scared. Takemichi thought, having to shut his eyes tight as a whimper escaped his lips. Mikey, who stared at the scene somewhat apathetically, narrowed his eyes at this, his mind bringing up the image of the smiling Mako after she had kissed his cheek. You really made my heart race back there, Menjiro-kun. Then his mind flashed to the aftermath of Pa's arrest. Takamicia chai. Frowning Mikey quietly made his way into the Hanagaki residence's front yard. Takemichi and Draken noticing this, as the taller male actually released the younger teen confused. Huh. Wait, did Mikey actually take the hint? Takemichi paled though, as he was automatically proven wrong. Mikey grabbed hold of with one hand a lone green bicycle that had been left out on the residence and lifted it up off the ground. PFFF, Mikey-kun, that's my precious bike, hate. Takemichi screamed watching as the boy simply chucked the bike at Draken without a care in the world, as the taller teen easily dodged it, causing the bike to smash and break apart as it hit a concrete fence outside the Hanagaki residence. AAAGH, my memories. Are you fucking insane? Draken snapped, grabbing hold of an abandoned baseball bat leaned against an outdoor shed as he glared at Mikey murderously. Takemichi's gaze snapped back to the pair, and his stomach dropped as he realized what the male had in his hands. Draken-kun? That's the golden bat I used to hit my first home run in the 4th grade. Oh, so you wanna dance? Well, dance, Draken yelled, snapping the bat in two over his knee before he chucked the broken piece towards Mikey, who easily dodged the male's attack. Things only escalated from there, as the two boys continued to grab and throw things at one another, Takemichi becoming more and more a mess as more of his belongings were destroyed. Mikey-kun, that's from when I went to the festival for the first time with my dad. Draken-kun, Maney had me save up forever to buy that skateboard. AAGH, that's the baton from when my sister did baton twirling in the 3rd grade. No, that's Mako's roller skates. Gah! He cried as it finally seemed there were no more things for the males to throw at one another. Takemichi collapsed to his knees in shock. Poor Takemichi, Akon muttered out shakingly, what a disaster. Mako-senpai is gonna flip when she gets home. Takuya nervously noted as Makoto twitched a few times beside a praying Yamagishi. It's like a typhoon. Just have to wait for it to pass. Rest in pieces. You want to settle this thing right here and now. Glaring growls glaring up at Draken. Fine with me, Draken shot back, bring it on. Standing up from the shattered remains of his belongings, Takemichi shook with rage. You assholes. He breathed heavily as he openly glared at the two males. Cut the shit, he yelled as Mikey and Draken turned to look at the younger male surprised. Hi. Damn it, I said quiet acting like you're a couple of dumb punks. Takemichi yelled, as his friends were left aghast at what they were bearing witness to. Is he actually trying to stop them? He's so fucked, Akon gasped. Oh shit! Takuya paled as Yamagishi and Makoto began to cry and saluted down to their insane friend. So long, Takemichi. They sobbed as they continued to watch the scene play out before them. My precious memories, you just ruined all of them, he growled, shaking in place. Draken and Mikey both had to do a quick look around as they finally noted the wrecked yard. Wah, Mikey blinked a few times. When did this happen? Draken muttered out, both males apparently not noticing just how bad their fighting had got. Don't fuck with me, Takemichi snapped, taking a few swings at Mikey, as the boy easily dodged the teen's weak attempts to attack him. All mine and my sister's stuff, you just bro? Ah! He fell forward as Mikey completely out of his way, the younger Hanagaki male falling face-first into a pile of trash, causing Mikey's eyes to go wide as he heard the teen groan in slight pain from the rough landing. Are you okay, Takemichi? Fighting against the trash pile, Takemichi raised himself out of the trash screaming. Shut up! He marched up to the two shocked males. Neither one of you gives a rat's ass about me, do ya? Hey, just calm down, dude. Draken tried to awkwardly calm down the upset boy, stopping when Takemichi grabbed the front of his shirt angrily. Calm down, fuck you. You two are the ones who went all crazy and destroyed everything. Takemichi yelled, wanting to shake the much bigger male in rage. Slamming the front door open, Akon called out to his friend in concern. Takemichi. Calm down, Takuya yelled, following close behind as Yamagishi and Makoto played catch-up to try and keep up with the other boys. Quickly pulling his friend back, Akon struggled to restrain the usually weak boy. He tried to talk sense into the glaring and raging Hanagaki. Takemichi, don't. Do you have a death wish? Maney isn't here to bail you out if you fuck up. Shut up, let me go, Akon. he yelled as he was stuck, only being able to yell at the two older teens. You don't give a shit about what happens to those around you, do you? Take Mitchie yelled, Mikey, perking up a bit in attention as he heard the boy's accusation. Hey, we're sorry, man. Draken once more tried again to pacify the growling Take Mitchie. We didn't mean to disrespect you or anything like that. You don't even know I exist, do you? Take Mitchie, stop. You don't care? Take Mitchie tiredly accused, seemingly calming down in his friend's restraint as he stared at the two older males with disappointment. And that's why you're fighting. Take Mitch's body began to go slack as he lost the will to fight. His friend Akon let the boy collapse to his knees as he stared at the boy in shock. Whoa, Take Mitchie. Sitting on his knees, Take Mitchie stared at the broken remains of his prized bat and the bent baton that belonged to his elder sister. His eyes filled with tears as he stared at the ruined remains of his and her shared childhood. Do you two have any idea how much trouble you cause for everyone around you when you fight? He yelled once more. You don't, do you? His tears fell free, and he looked up at the two leading Tommen members with a glare as he cried. Don't you get it? Don't you realize that all the people who follow and look up to you end up fighting too? This isn't just your problem. You're gonna split Tommen apart. Mikey's eyes became wide at this, as his mind recalled his talk with Mako. Just don't let it ruin things because you're too stubborn to accept your differences. Mako huffed. Well, that's just too much for me to take. Take Mitchie cried, trying to whip his tears away with his arm. I don't want that to happen. I can't bear to watch it. He sobbed. You guys are being too selfish. You're supposed to be cooler than that. There was a moment of silence between the whole group, Take Mitch's crying and sniffling being the only sounds passed around the space. Take Mitchie, Mikey began to say, only to be cut off by the younger male. Forget it, just go away. We'll go, Mikey agreed, but you should know, through all of this, you've had a turd in your hair. Huh? The blonde stopped crying, and his eyes tried to look up at the top of his head where a piece of poo sat. He shrieked at this revelation, panikedly trying to get the turd out of his hair. What? What the shit? Get off. He screamed, knocking the turd off his head as Akon jumped as far away from him and the piece of poo as he possibly could. The group slowly began to break into laughter and snickers at this, everyone taking a step back from the shocked teen as they laughed at him. That's totally gross, Take Mitchie. Ha ha ha. Draken loudly laughed, as Take Mitchie could not help but send a glare at a laughing Mikey. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Ahahaha, how could we? Mikey laughed. You were being so serious. Even with crap stuck to your head. I-chan was so right about you being able to dumb it down with some shit. Huh, of course I was serious. Take Mitchie snapped, standing up. You guys are. Run, Kenshin, the shit's coming after us. Mikey impishly yelled to his taller friend, grinning. Gross, Draken broke out in his own grin as both he and Mikey booked it, the pair laughing as they left Take Mitchie behind while running. He reeks. The blue-eyed teen stared in awe and confusion at this. Wait, now those two are friends again? He thought before he realized something else the laughing Mikey had said. Hold on, by I-chan, does Mikey-kun mean he had a talk with Mei recently? When did that happen? Take Mitchie wondered before looking back up at his hair. The male taking a few deep breaths through his nose before almost gagging at the rancid scent that hit his senses. God, they were right. My head really does reek. What am I supposed to? He looked to his school friends for help and stopped as he noticed all four marching in sync away. The boys all smiled bashfully towards their friend before booking it down the street as well. Don't let the stink get us. Gross. Run away. Stay away. Oh, very funny. Come back here, damn it. I'm dead if Maney sees this mess. At least help me clean all this up. Hey, he yelled as the boys only just laughed at his misery. Damn you jerks, you all suck. August 1st, 2005, Mikey. Man, that was hilarious. Draken sighed, as the whole group of males all found themselves now at the park Mikey and Mako had first met up at before the boy went over to the Hanagaki household. I haven't laughed like that in a while. Mikey decided to honestly admit as Draken snickered by his side. You really frickin' reek, Take Mitchie. Oh, come on. I washed my hair with my sister's shampoo and everything. Can we let it go? Take Mitchie angrily grumbled, sending the tattooed male a glare as Mikey quietly stared at the boy at this. So that's why I was smelling lavender again. quietly watching as two of Takemichi's friends, Akun and Takuya, practiced passing a soccer ball between themselves. Draken frowned. I was wrong back there. I'm sorry, Mikey. Looking over from his laid-back position, Mikey could not help but smile towards his best friend. Nah, it was me who was wrong. He admitted, recalling once again his and Mako's talk in this very park. It's because Draken isn't a traitor. I'm sure Draken is just as sad and upset about leaving Pa as you are, Mako admitted, making Mikey look away. Draken is just trying to be the best friend he can be to Pa. He's trying to be a best friend to you too, Mikey. I've had a few talks with Draken ever since we've all become friends, and if there is one thing I'm sure of in the short time we've all had together. She smiled as she turned to look back down at Mikey. Is that guy will always do what he thinks is best if it means helping to see you become the best person you can be. 'Cause that's just the sort of bond you two have. She giggled. Sorry, Kenshin. Why were you guys even fighting? Takemichi asked, and both Draken and Mikey fell silent for just a second before they replied in unison. Can't remember. Takemichi lightly smiled at this with relief and a slight chuckle. Quickly standing up, Mikey could not help but solemnly smile up at the sky. But I think Kenshin was right that night. Because there's nothing to resolve. Draken growled. Pa chose to turn himself in. End of story. Pa turned himself in, Mikey muttered, mind flashing to that very moment. I'm gonna turn myself in. Takemichi stared at the silent Mikey in shock, Draken looking away with his own sadness at the memories of what the boy brought up. As Takemichi came to his own realization over the two Tommen leaders, Mikey didn't want Pachin to give himself up for what he did. Even though Mikey knew it would be wrong. Mikey-kun wanted to help Pachin because he's his friend. Draken-kun wanted to honor Pachin's resolve. They both had something they couldn't back down on. That's probably why they started fighting. When Pa gets out, let's have a hell of a big party. Mikey stated as he jumped off the steps the trio had sat on, smiling back at the two other boys from over his shoulder as only Draken seemed to realize the hidden message behind the smile. Takemichi quietly watched on at peace, as he watched Draken get up and follow Mikey out to interact with the other Mizo boys. Let me play too. For real. Whoa, Tilda. Draken looked back at Takemichi and smirked at the boy, turning back as the other began to laugh, and Takemichi felt his heart soar at the scene before him. Damn, Tommen really is cool, he thought, as watched the four teens all start to play with one another. Takemichi, Yamagishi yelled as he and Makoto ran over to the now lone teen. You're amazing, dude, you did it. Yeah, you actually got those two badasses to make up. That's some insane mind control shit there, Yamagishi joked. Maybe you and Mei-senpai are more alike than we thought. Takemichi laughed at the boy's praises. You think. He stopped though as his friend's word fully settled in. Ah, since they made up, the conflict won't happen, Takemichi thought, slowly looking up at where he saw Draken hanging out with Mikey, Akun, and Takuya. Draken won't die on August 3rd. He slowly fell back on his back in shock as he stared up at the open blue sky that was slowly changing to purple with the slowly setting sun. I changed history. A large smile slowly broke out on his face as his heart excitedly raced in his chest. My mission was successful. His hand reached out to the sky, and he felt the urge to cry tears of joy. I did it, Naoto. Takemichi-kun. Hearing the familiar sound of his girlfriend's bell-like voice, Takemichi quickly sat up from his laying position to look over at where the voice had come from. Hina. Yo, Michi Tilda, I see you actually left the house. That's great. Mako smiled and waved as Yae tiredly yawned from beside her. Man, I want to go home. I can't believe you had us look around for one picture frame and then didn't get it. Yae, tired, muttered as Mako nervously laughed her off. Emma boredly stared the boy down as noted his shocked expression. Yeah, we're here too. Getting up from his seat, Takemichi quickly made his way up towards the quartet of girls. Hey, what's up? Hina began to nervously blush and stutter, as both Mako and Emma lightly nudged the girl forward. Come on, don't be a chicken, just ask him, Emma whispered. It'll be fine, Hina-chan, Mako nodded. And if not, we can just watch Mei and Emma-chan kick his ass. Yae quietly muttered behind a yawn, making Takemichi look at her in shock. I'm sorry, Mei and Emma-chan, do what now? Are you free on August 3rd? Hina finally found the courage to ask as Takemichi gaped at the girl in shock. Hi. Sorry to ask. Hina began to backtrack only to be stopped, as both Emma and Mako used themselves as physical stoppers to hold her in place. Oh, no you don't, Tilda, Mako giggled, as Emma brightly and confidently smiled at the girl's boyfriend. She wants to go to the festival with you, Takemichi. Which means you should hurry up and give her the obvious answer to her question. Mako teased, as Yae nodded. Even you can't mess this up. Feeling his heart skip a beat, Takemichi smiled at the girl as a blush lightly dusted his face. Yeah, sure. Of course, I'll go with you. Hina's whole face brightened with joy at this, Mako and Emma releasing the girl as Emma began to lightly scold the brown-haired girl. See? I told you he'd wanna go. He's your boyfriend, remember? Hina-chan sometimes lets herself get overwhelmed by love. Mako cooed, as she watched Hina and Takemichi seem to enter their own lovey-dovey world. It's so cute. And frustrating. Ye sighed. I mean, it's one thing if they weren't dating, but like it's a given that he'd say yes when they are. Now, Yai. Don't say that. It can be hard for a girl to express herself when she's in love, Tilda. Mako cooed as Ye sent the girl a deadpan stare. You got that from one of my mangas, didn't you? Mako giggled abashedly at this, rubbing the back of her head. Was it that obvious? Giggling at her friend's banter, Emma's eyes caught something from the corner of her eyes. Huh, no way. Mako hummed, looking in the same direction as the surprised Emma, as both girls' mouths fell open in different manners, Emma's in shock, and Mako's in a wide smile at what they saw. Ah, they're back together. Mako exclaimed as she and Emma watched as Mikey easily balanced and bounced a soccer ball up and down the top of his head, with Draken close by as Akun and Takuya stared in awe. You're real good at that, Mikey-kun. Ye twitched watching the scene a bit before having to try to rub the tiredness out of her eyes. All right, either I'm more tired than I thought, or I'm watching Mikey-san bounce a ball off the top of his head like he's a circus seal with Draken nearby. Didn't you two say they were still fighting? She asked, blinking a few times to stare at the scene before trying to rub her eyes again with both hands as both Mako and Emma excitedly ran over to the group of boys. Yo, Emma, Draken greeted, as Emma openly gaped at the scene before her in shock. Huh, you guys made up. I'm so glad, Mako laughed. What the hell, but you were seriously fighting. Emma almost yelled, looking between her brother and Draken in shock. We were, Draken casually asked, as Mikey only smirked at his friend's obvious teasing at the girl he liked. I dunno. I was so worried, Emma shouted angrily, as Mako began to laugh loudly at the boys' teasing of the girl. Ahahaha, there, M-chan. I think they're just trying to tease you. Emma angrily pouted at this. That's not funny. Do you two have any idea just how worried and upset I've been? She yelled at the two boys, even punching Mikey's arm for extra emphasis as Akun and Takuya's jaw dropped at this. She just hit Mikey-kun. No way. Having his balance ruined by his sister, Mikey pouted back at the girl as he lightly rubbed his arm. Damn it, Emma, you made me lose my balance. Well, you made me lose proper sleep, Emma snapped, as Draken shook his head at the two siblings. I demand reparations for all the stress and tears you put me through. All right, you two, that's enough. Crossing her arms, Mako could only shake her head. Actually, I think Emma-chan has a point. The small group of teens all turned to the dark-haired beauty. You guys did make poor Emma-chan worry her heart out over you guys' bitch fit. Bitch fit, Draken muttered as Mikey only smiled up at the male. I'll explain it later. Wait, you know what she's saying. Draken, Akun, and Takuya all muttered in unison and shock as they openly gaped at the Sano male. So, Mako grinned, walking up to the tallest male in the area and looping her arm around his arm. Emma and Mikey's eyes went wide in shock over this as they gaped at the smiling Mako as she looked up at the confused Draken. Why don't you, Mr. Tall, blonde, and handsome, do Emma-chan the honor of taking her to the festival? Emma's face exploded red at this, as she almost crashed into her brother's side as she grabbed onto his arm and lightly shook. What is she doing? She quietly hissed as Mikey smiled at the Hanagaki sister softly. Being your wingman, I think, or should I say wingwoman? Huh? Draken exclaimed in shock. Don't me, Mako glared. Emma-chan was so worried about missing the festival this year with you two fighting the way you were. I mean, isn't it true that you guys usually all go together? What's the problem of just reassuring her on the matter? Mako slyly asked, as Draken silently twitched as he glared down at the girl. What are you doing? He secretly hissed under his breath as Mako smiled up at the guy. Giving you a good excuse to ask the girl out. Mako secretly hissed back. That is of course if my big sister senses aren't wrong in figuring that you like our fine little Emma-chan over here. Draken struggled to not blush as he cursed under his breath. Shit. Takuya. Yes, Akun. What am I watching? I don't know, but I think we should walk away. Good call. The two Mizo boys scrambled off, and Mako, Draken, Emma, and Mikey were left on their own as Draken looked over to his, now supposedly not-so-secret crush. Mako secretly pinched the taller boy's side. Come on, she hissed. You're only making yourself more suspicious if you don't say anything already. Standing up straight at this, Draken struggled to not look away as his dark black eyes met with nervous and hopeful gold. He sent Mako a quick glare. I should kill you. Tick-tock, tick-tock, Mako hissed back, making the boy sigh. Fine. Looking down at the youngest Sano sibling, Draken took a few deep breaths before he asked the girl the question she'd been waiting for. Emma, I'm sorry mine and Mikey's fighting got you so upset. Do you wanna go to the festival with me still? Yes, Emma quickly squeaked out. I'd love to, Draken. All right then. He nodded, before sending Mikey a quiet glare as he noticed the boy snickering at his expense. And what the hell do you think you're laughing at, you shrimp? You're going too. Mikey smirked at this as he casually threw his hands behind his head. Nah, I don't think I will this year. Emma's eyes went wide at this. What? Seriously? Mikey could only shrug. Duh, who wants to play third wheel to a bunch of lovey-dovey couples? He pretended to gag as he looked away from his surprised sister and friend. Yeah, no thanks. Plus going alone would be totally no fun and lame. Mako hummed and nodded in agreement at this. Tell me about it. I was so looking forward to this year's festival, but none of the guys are available to go, and Yai's already promised to help her grandpa with his fireworks. So guess who's staying home to watch some obscure art house movies, this girl? Mako laughed, pointing to herself, as Mikey nodded along to her words. Yeah, I can totally get that. I'm still trying to figure out what I'll do while these two leave me home alone with our gramps. Staring at the pair, Emma and Draken blinked a few times before looking towards one another. The pair wickedly smirked in tandem before turning to look back at their respective friends, a plan firmly in place between the two as they noted how easily Mako and Mikey continued to get along. You know Tilda, Emma began, catching Mikey's attention first as he noted the mischievous tone behind her voice. The two of you could just go to the festival together, right? Mako and Mikey both stood still in shock at this. She's not wrong. Draken smirked as he placed his hand firmly on Mikey's shoulder. I did say she was looking forward to it, right? So why not take her to the festival yourself, Mikey? Nodding along with her crush, Emma quickly threw her arms around Mako in a side hug. Yeah, Tilda, you should go with Mikey, Mei-chan. I'd feel so horrible if you missed the festival just because you thought you'd be a third wheel for all of us. Mako lightly blushed at Emma's words. Looking towards Mikey, she found the blonde-haired male looking at her a bit surprised as Draken lightly shook him. Come on, Mikey, we all know how much you love festivals. Draken teased, so why not just go with you both said it yourselves you got nothing else better to do on the third, right? Looking down, Mako's cheeks become a bit more flushed. I mean, that's true. She sent a quick glance back to Mikey, and the teen felt his heart race as the girl looked up at him from under her full lashes. Opening her mouth, she began to try to speak. You wanna go? Mikey quickly cut her off as both Emma and Draken took themselves off the two teens and smiled at the pair. Mako blinked in shock, cheeks becoming more flushed. So cute, Mikey thought, smiling as he stared at the blushing girl. Well, Mikey tilted his head. What do you say? Wanna go to the Musashi Festival with me, Mako-chan? Mako's eyes became wide as her breath hitched at Mikey's use of her given name. Draken and Emma's mouths slightly dropping in shock as their eyes widened at this rare use of someone's actual given name by Mikey. No way. Really? Mako asked as Mikey simply nodded at the girl, smiling. Course. Really, really, Mako repeated as Mikey only nodded again. Yep. She stared at him a few minutes, blinking rapidly, before suddenly smiling just as brightly as her brother had when he'd agreed to Hina's request. Okay then, she agreed, and Emma and Draken had to stare at the two a bit surprised when they noted there was no blushing or stuttering occurring between the two teens before them. Thanks so much, Mikey. I can't wait to go to the festival and play all the games they have, Mako excitedly squealed, jumping in place. Plus the vendor's food. She almost squealed again. You can't beat festival snacks, I tell ya. Mikey excitedly nodded in agreement. For real? Hey, if we're playing games, let's make it a competition to see who gets the most prizes. Loser pays for the winner's snacks. You're on, Mako grinned, and Draken and Emma had to open stare at the two deadpanned. Hold on, is this a date or play date? They thought together, watching as Mako and Mikey excitedly chatted about all the fun things they could do at the festival together, while their friends were off being lovey-dovey. Hey, take Michi, Akon called out as he and Takuya ran up to him and Hina. Why'd you never tell us Mei-senpai was so close to Draken and Mikey? Huh? Take Michi turned to look at where his friends pointed, watching as Mako and Mikey animatedly conversed with Emma and Draken curiously watching them. Huh, no way, he's not kidding, Take Michi thought, watching how his sister's eyes sparkled and how wide her smile got whenever Mikey would say something particular of note. Ah, Hina happily exclaimed, that's true, Mei-senpai and Mikey-kun really do seem to like each other, she said, causing Take Michi's body to freeze up on the spot. Now that I really think about it, ever since they've met, Mei-mei and Mikey-kun seem to have always hit it off, he recounted, his mind bringing up the few times he'd been witness to his sister interacting with the Tommen commander and Draken. Even if there was tension, his mind brought up their first few meetings and interactions, and the day of Mobius' surprise attack. They still have gotten along really well. Mikey, Mako stared encouragingly up at a silent Mikey. I trust you, Take Michi recalled the way had smirked and nodded at his sister's words. Take Michi felt his stomach curl into knots, and his blood turns ice cold in his veins. Similar to you, Mako met her lover in middle school. Take Michi recalled the adult Yae telling him, unlike you, once she and he got together they stuck. You, she pointed to him, then making the dark-haired teen blink in shock, know this boy now, man. In fact, you and her befriended him around the same time. That's my hint. It can't be, Take Michi thought, his body slowly moving on its own towards the teen's direction. Take Michi-kun, Hina called out as she watched the boy slowly make his way over to the quartet. Is something wrong? He'll kill you if he sees you. He'll definitely snap. Ye's fear after hearing a motorcycle while they'd been visiting his sister's grave. But there is the chance your sister has connections to Tommen that we don't know about. Nyato's theory. It can't. He began to open his mouth once he came close to the four teens. Maini. Ah, Michai, Mako happily exclaimed, look towards him. Hey, what's up? You're looking a little pale, you feeling all right? Mako concernedly asked, as Mikey, Draken, and Emma all turned to him partially concerned as they all noticed the boy now pale with a bit of cold sweat. Huh? Take Michi quickly tried to wipe away the sweat. Oh, yeah, I'm fine, just. He looked between Mako and Mikey curiously. Just. Wondering what you were suddenly so excited about is all. He partially lied, doing his best to smile at his sister as the girl smiled back a bit awkwardly. Oh, I see, she said before reaching out to pat his head. Don't worry, Mitch, I promise to not ruin your date with Hina. Huh? Take Michi asked, a bit confused, wondering where that had come from. WH, what do you mean, Maini? Grinning lightheartedly, Mikey was the one to reply. She means the festival Take Michi, I-chan, and me are gonna go as our own group so we don't end up a third wheel to you and Kenshin on your dates. It's no, Draken had partially begun to deny as Mako cut him off. Yep, she cheerily nodded. Like, no offense, but do you have any idea how dull it is to be a third wheel? Tilda, I was seriously gonna skip the festival since no one else would have been able to go with me. Same, Mikey nodded, grinning, and Take Michi could not help but sigh in relief under his breath. Oh, so that's why they're suddenly acting like that. They're planning to go to the festival together as friends, he thought, placing a hand over his chest as his heart slowly started to stop racing. What a relief. For a second there, I was really starting to think these two. He shook his head quickly before smiling at the pair. Wow, really? That's great. I'm really glad you two are such good friends that you can do that. He said once again in denial, as both Mikey and Mako secretly tensed at the word friend. Right, Mako and Mikey thought friends were friends, going on a date. Meanwhile, Draken and Emma sent the pair and the younger Hanagaki boy an unimpressed stare, as they realized what was happening before their very eyes. Yeah, good friends, they sighed in unison, idiots. Oh yeah, Mako suddenly exclaimed before clapping her hands together. I'm so sorry, Mitch. Huh, sorry? Take Mitchie blinked confused. Sorry about what? He asked as Ye came up behind him. Probably about not getting the picture frame for your dumb puzzle. Both Draken and Take Mitchie stiffen at this, as they began to cold sweat. Loka here literally dragged the three of us all over the shopping district trying to find one, only to realize. I didn't know the puzzle's measurements, Mako whined as Emma sighed. How did you even forget to do that, before making us go looking for the frame? I just did, Mako pouted. There was a lot of stuff happening all at once and it just slipped my mind. She huffed, crossing her arms. Yeah so, about that. Draken began to mutter, making everyone turn their gaze to him. What's wrong, Draken? Emma asked, looking up at her crush a bit concerned as she noticed his sudden nervousness before Mako. So that puzzle. Yeah, Mako asked as Take Mitchie began silently praying from behind his sister. Please have mercy, please have mercy. I may have accidentally ruined it while I was visiting Take Mitchie. Draken admitted, sorry, he bowed. I let my anger get the better of me, and I didn't even realize what I did till I'd done it. What, seriously? Mako exclaimed as Yea groaned in frustration. So you're telling me we did all that for even less reason? Yea moaned as she ran her hands down her face tiredly. 1 hour, we wasted 1 hour of our lives for nothing. I'm sorry. Mikey whistled lowly as he shook his head at his friend disappointedly. Wow, Kenshin, how cruel, how could you do that? I just said it was an accident. Draken snapped at the whistling male. Don't you dare start acting all high and mighty, you little shit. Sighing, Mako could only rub her temple. Damn seriously. Oh well, I guess it can't be helped. Wait, Draken looked back at Mako in surprise. Seriously, you're not mad? Take Mitchie asked as Mako gave the pair a deadpan stare. Course not, Mako drawled. You said it was an accident, right? Plus you admitted to your mistake and apologized. She smiled at Draken, so I don't see a reason to get bent so out of shape over spilled milk. Just be more aware next time you visit our place. Draken sighed in relief at this as he stood up straight. Yeah, I'll make sure of that. Promise to make it up to you too. Seriously, dude, it's no big deal. Mako easily waved him off before smiling toward Take Mitchie. If you don't fix it tonight while I'm gone, we can redo it tomorrow when I get home. Huh? Take Mitchie stuttered out nervously. Come back. Home? From where? Take Mitchie nervously asked as Mako hummed at the boy. From Hina's place. She asked us girls to come over and spend the night and Emma-chan, and I said yes. Both Draken and Mikey looked to the youngest Sano sibling as the girl nodded with a nonchalant shrug. Yeah, I asked Grandpa, and he said it'd be cool. I just gotta run home to get an overnight bag. Which reminds me, Mako exclaimed. Do you mind if I borrow Hayate? My kohaku's still in the shop, and I don't really feel like walking or spending money for the train. Mako explained as Take Mitchie and Draken both became deathly pale at the girl's words. Kohaku, Hayate? Mikey asked, tilting his head confused as Mako turned to him. Mine and Take Mitch's bicycles. His is green and mine is purple, but some of my bike's parts were getting rusted from exposure, and I had to take it in to get it fixed. She explained, as Mikey closed his eyes and began to think back to his and Draken's fight. They're practically the same though, so we usually share our bikes when needed. Feeling like a light bulb went off, Mikey looked at Mako surprised. Wait, you don't mean that green one that was in your yard, do you? Mikey, no. Take Mitchie and Draken both panically thought as Mako nodded at the boy smiling. Yuha. Oh, that's too bad. I chucked it. Mikey bluntly stated, making Take Mitchie scream as Emma's jaw dropped at her brother's words. You didn't. Mako's lips twitched as she tilted her head. Excuse me. Mikey, for the love of all that is good. Don't, Draken tried to warn, as Mikey laughed a bit bashfully. Yeah, I chucked it at Draken when we got into a fight in front of your house. Well, that and a few other things, but he broke and threw some stuff too, so. Did you really have to bring up the other stuff? Draken yelled, grabbing his shorter friend by the collar of his shirt, shaking him. Do you really have no understanding of common sense? Takemichi squealed and hid behind Ye, as he noted a familiar dark aura seeming to overshadow his sister's figure. The red-headed girl only sending the shouting Draken, and an apathetic Mikey a disappointed glare, as she allowed herself to be used as a human shield by Takemichi. Dumbasses. Mikey, Draken, Emma groaned into her hands. What, the actual hell? What? Mikey yelled, pushing Draken off. It wasn't on purpose. Sorta. Sorta, Emma yelled, glaring at her brother in crush. Ai-chan said it would be all right as long as we owned up to what we did, if it was an accident. And apologized, Draken snapped, which you didn't. Did I? No, Draken and Emma both yelled. Kill, Mako quietly muttered, her eyes obscured by her bangs. Draken and Mikey both whipped their heads towards the smaller girl's form as she swayed slightly. She shit, Draken muttered. Look, I know it sounds bad. She looked up at them, smiled brightly, pointing at them, kill you. Takemichi shrieked and almost fainted on the spot. The Mizo 5 members who had come over to see what was going on with Hina, all hugging one another as they realized the look Mako was giving. The FOOLS. What did they do? Do they have a death wish? Silently Hina began to pray. Rest in peace, Draken-kun, Mikey-kun. Look, Draken began to say, slowly making his way towards Mako. I know you're pretty tough and that you're mad, but compared to Mikey and me. BIM. Draken coughed and groaned as he suddenly found himself on the ground with his head in between his legs. How? He painfully groaned as Emma covered her mouth in shock, her gaze snapping between him and a still smiling Mako. Now, Mako giggled, cracking her knuckles towards a partially shocked Mikey's direction. Who's gonna pay for all that stuff you broke, Majiro-kun? Mikey loudly gulped as he felt a rush of adrenaline race through his system, as he excitedly watched Mako slowly approach him with a blush slowly crossing his face. Shit, okay. That's hot. He booked it, Mako following close behind, yelling. Get back here, you no good son of bitch. Chapter 13. Groaning to themselves, both Mikey and Draken silently walked on either side of a pouting Emma early into the night, not that long after what the three would forever call the park incident. Both boys had agreed to walk the girl to the Takebana household for her sleepover, as they both nursed their bruised bodies and egos. Draken struggled to get rid of the crick in his neck from being almost literally folded in half by one Hanagaki Mako, while Mikey rubbed the back of his head. God damn it, Draken groaned. That's what you get for underestimating Mei-chan, Emma boredly muttered as the braided teen grunted. Seriously, why did you do that? I don't know, Draken rebuttal, wincing before sighing in relief as he finally cracked his neck. Maybe I was just under the impression she knew only how to throw a good few punches and a kick here or there. Not, oh, I don't know. He sarcastically started to drawl, knock me off my feet so she could basically fold me like an omelet. Obviously, I was wrong. Yeah, Emma huffed. Mei-chan's a kick-ass kickboxer. Of course, she knows how to fight and handle herself. You're the dummy who underestimated her just based on her size alone. I get it, Draken growled. My bad for not realizing that the girl knew how to take down a guy, more than twice her size, without so much as breaking a sweat. Draken almost shouted, using his and Emma's height and size difference to try and make his point. Mikey's done that all the time, why be surprised just cause Mei-chan did it? Is it cause she's a... No, it's not because she's a girl, Draken lied, blushing, and besides, Mikey. The pair both looked at the still smiling teen as he rubbed the back of his neck. He's just a beast, a spoiled brat, sure, but there's a reason he still has the title Invincible Mikey. True that, Emma agreed, as Mikey then laughed, turning to the pair. Man, that was actually a bit of a rush. Who'd have thought Ai-chan could hit so hard? Mikey almost seemed to snicker. Her punches were actually pretty cool, and her flying kick. He whistled at this. Nice form. I guess that answers my question if she can land a hit on me. He continued to smile as Draken and Emma both sent the blonde a deadpan expression. Seriously? Masochist? Hey, I said they were cool, not that I liked getting hit by her. That actually kinda hurt, you know. Mikey snapped at the pair, as Emma simply shrugged. Sure, sure. And our big bro wasn't rejected a total of 20 times in 1 month. Oi, Mikey pouted at this, glaring at his sister. I'm nothing like big bro. I've never been rejected before in my life. That's 'cause you've never asked anyone out before, Draken pointed out as Mikey huffed. Not true, I asked I-chan out, didn't I? He proudly puffed up as Emma and Draken both sent him mildly shocked expressions. So you admit it, Emma muttered, struggling not to break out grinning. Admit what? That you asked I out on a date for the festival. Draken quickly jumped in, sending the blonde a slight smug smirk. Mikey could only send the pair an unamused look. So, Emma jumped, grabbing the boy by his arm to shake him. Why didn't you say anything when Takemichi said you two were going just as friends? 'Cause we are, Mikey simply rebutted as Emma shook him even more. You doofus, friends just don't go on dates, she yelled, causing Mikey to smirk. Oh yeah, then what does that make you and Kenshin? Mikey smugly watched as both teens' faces exploded red in embarrassment before sending a warning glare. Dumbasses, he thought, snickering as he looked away. That's, Emma struggled to stutter out as Draken quickly stepped in. Completely different. The three of us have always gone to the festival together ever since the two of us became friends, Mikey. It's practically tradition by this point. Why yeah, what he said, Emma nodded, as Mikey simply shrugged and threw his arms behind his head. Sure, and Kenshin's doesn't use a shower. Oi, Draken snapped, face burning, don't you dare finish that sentence. He grounded out, sending a quick glance towards Emma as the girl simply blinked a few times, confused. Right tilde, Mikey drawled before frowning as he looked up at the night sky. Walking in silence, Mikey sighed before he sent his two companions a somewhat shy side glance. But, Mikey nervously began to say as he had two sets of eyes turned to him. Stopping in their walk, Mikey had to put hat over his heart and clutch tightly to the front of his shirt as his mind thought back to Mako's smiling face and the kiss she had planted on his cheek. You know, I really do like I-chan, I think. I just don't know if it's that kind of like. He quietly admitted, making Emma and Draken quickly send a glance to one another before smiling and looking over to Mikey. I see, so you're saying that you feel something for Mei-chan. Emma watched as her brother nodded, but you don't know what that feeling means. Yeah. Draken hummed to himself as he casually placed his hands in his pocket. All right, then how about you explain it to us, and we'll help you understand. Mikey was silent for a moment before sending the two a tentative look. Will that work? We can try, Draken simply shrugged as Mikey hummed to himself. But I don't know how to explain it. Emma frowned at this. All right, then how about you answer some questions. When Mei-chan's around, what does your heart feel like? Huh, Mikey exclaimed, giving his sister a completely perplexed look. Does your heart race? Like doki doki? Emma seriously explained, physically gesturing with her hand over her heart a rapid heartbeat. Or is it subtle? Draken cut in. Like someone's got their hand on your heart and is squeezing it a bit. Oh, what about your stomach? Does it feel like butterflies are in there when she's around? Butterflies? Like your stomach feels upset but not in a bad way, and it gets you giddy, Draken explained. Oh, Emma then exclaimed. When you touch, has your skin ever felt all tingly and like even when you've stopped, you can still feel the spot you were both touching? Oh, and your face, when she says or does something, does it suddenly get warm and feel like? Emma rambled, causing Draken to have to cover her mouth as he noticed how overwhelmed Mikey was becoming as the boy seemed to sway back and forth in place, trying to process his sister's ramblings. Doki doki, butterflies, tingles, warm face. Mikey's head swarmed with the things his sister had said, closing his eyes. Mikey crossed his arms and took a deep breath, clearing his mind as he tried recalling any moment when any of those feelings would have appeared. Their first meeting and the Kiyomasa incident flashed through his mind. Mako's uniqueness standing out to him even then as she denied telling him her name. The day he first went to find Takemichi and her at their school, the way she caught his arm and called his bluff. Her lack of fear in standing up to him, even when it was obvious he was someone she probably shouldn't mess with. Doki, Doki. He touched his heart and nodded to himself as that checked off the list. Mikey felt his heart skip a beat, as a specific memory came to mind then. Their talk by the river where he'd invited her and take Michi to see the new era of delinquents he planned to create. Wait! His mind recalled the day at the beach, the way they'd so easily bounced off one another when interacting. How easily Mako seemed to endear herself to some of his closest friends and was quick to pick up on and even try to help push Emma and Draken towards revealing their feelings to one another. The way she just seemed to fall in sync with the group, while still keeping true to herself while they'd had fun at the beach. The way she just inserted herself with them and was able to go from playful teasing to gentle quietness when they were alone. Butterflies? His hand dropped to his stomach as the feeling his sister and Draken described began to bubble in him as he recalled the events from the hospital and the Mobius incident. How she'd stood up for him and Draken when the father of the girl who'd been assaulted had verbally attacked them. How she remained empathetic but steadfast when speaking against the adult, the way she'd smiled at him as she claimed he was good even if he struggled. Slowly, his face began to warm up, and he was forced to cover the bottom half of his face in shock. He recalled the rage and frustration, the disgust and possessiveness he felt as Mobius catcalled Mako, and alluded to doing to her what they did to the girl he, Draken, and Mako had visited. The way Mako kept calm even under that pressure, but struggled when it was her own brother or even Pa that had been in danger. Her trust in him and his ability to handle things were repeatedly reinforced as she tried her best to stay strong. He slowly began to smile as he recalled how she'd protected him against Asanai. His heart beating rapidly as he remembered how she did it for him and the others, the way she quickly focused on him and making sure he was fine when she should have been the one all of them should have been protecting. Finally, his mind recalled the primary events of just that day alone that became the final nail to the coffin for his self-realization of his feelings towards Mako. Tingles. I gotta go now, but almost forgot, she said, eyes becoming wide as she stopped mid-run to turn back towards him. I haven't thanked you yet. Thanked me? Mikey began to ask, confused, only for his mind to go blank as he feels something soft lightly caress his cheek. His body goes hot and cold all at the same time. His cheeks burn as his face goes slightly red, the light scent of lavender overpowering his senses, as the dark-haired girl pulls away to smile at the boy's wide-eyed, flustered expression. Thanks for standing up for me against those guys from Mobius, Mako whispered. I really appreciated it, even if you didn't have to. Tilting her head, she smiled one last time, blushing. You really made my heart race back there, Menjiro-kun. Ni, Mikey quietly began as he fully turned to look at his silent, anticipating sister and Draken, Kenshin, Emma, smiling at the pair. Mikey's cheeks were flushed as he said, if I feel all those things, if I really like thinking about her as mine, then that means I-chan's my wifey, right? Pulling his hands off Emma's mouth, both Draken and she smiled as Mikey came to his own realization on his feelings towards the Hanagaki girl. She can be if you ask her. Draken simply replied as Mikey hummed. I see, but you know, she's definitely gonna be my wifey, Mikey confidently stated, making Emma frown. Wah, seriously, you haven't even asked her yet. What if she says no? Emma argued. Don't you think you're being a bit too cocky about this now? Nope, Mikey simply drawled, continuing to walk down the street the teens had been walking on. I'm sure I-chan will be mine. After all, we are going to the festival together. Right, Tilda? As friends, Emma shot back as Mikey waved her off. Semantics. Well, at least he's got confidence. Draken sighed, muttering under his breath as Emma quickly ran after her brother. Mikey, I swear, I will hurt you if you ruin this for me. Huh? Mikey head whipped towards his sister's direction as he met her glaring gaze. Ruin this for you? The heck are you talking about? Mikey asked, glaring back at her. I'm talking about my chance to get a badass big sister. Emma huffed before staring starry-eyed up at the sky. Mei-chan is always so kind and cool. She totally just gets me, and she doesn't mind spoiling me when we go out together to hang out. Say Tilda, Mako cooed while holding a spoon full of ice cream out to Emma. Come on, Emma-chan, have some of my ice cream. I'm telling you, this Bani IMO ice cream is so good, you really need to try it. Emma blushed as she and the girls all sat around a table at an ice cream shop. Boo, but I already have my own flavor. It's fine, Mako laughed. This is supposed to be a treat day, right? So don't worry about eating so much, Nee. Besides, you deserve this after all the stress those dumb boys have put you under. Looking over to Hinata, Mako then added, What about you, Hina-chan? Wanna try some? Sure, Hina blushed but opened her mouth. Taking a bite, Hina perked up before squealing a bit. So good. Right, Ye happily squealed, eating her own serving of the purple treat. This place is the one shop I know that sells the stuff. I'm so happy I can still have this bit of home even so far away. Is this your favorite flavor of ice cream, senpai? Hina curiously asked as Ye nodded. Yep, I had it all the time while growing up in Okinawa. You have to try some Emma-chan, it's super good. Alright. Giggling to herself, Emma sighed. If I could have a big sis like Mei-chan, I'd be so happy. I'm totally jealous of Takemichi. I so wish I had such a cool and caring big sis. What the hell, what does that make me? Mikey quietly rebuttal as Draken even sent Emma a somewhat unimpressed, perhaps even a semi-jealous look. Emma ignored Draken though as she sent Mikey a deadpan stare, a headache. Rude. Anyway, my point is, Mikey, you better not ruin this for us. Stopping before an apartment complex that the Takabana family resided in, Emma pointed an accusatory finger up to her brother's face. If you really do like Mei-chan, then you better do this right. Don't you dare run her off by being some pushy, possessive jerk and making her kick your ass to put you in your place. She's done it before. She has, Draken asked in shock as Mikey narrowed his eyes, annoyed at this news, as Emma nodded. Of course, Mei-chan is like super popular. I mean, she's pretty good looking, so of course she is. But Yai-chan's even told me Mei-chan had to kick some guys' asses for being too pushy or being too cocky before. Emma huffed while crossing her arms, and we even had some guys try to flirt with me and her while we were out today with Hina-chan and Yai-chan. Emma flippantly admitted, causing both Mikey and Draken to twitch with annoyance. So don't think just cause Mei-chan's single that she's easy pickings. She gave Mikey the most serious glare Mikey had ever seen his sister send him. If you want Mei-chan to be yours, then you better do this right. You're going to the festival together, so be extra good that day and make an effort to win her heart before asking her out. Okay, Mikey boredly drawled out, and how do I know if I win her heart? Emma-chan. Looking up, the trio found Hina waving at them from her floor. There you are. I'll be right down to help ya. Mei-chan and Senpai are already almost here. They're bringing snacks. Hina shouted down to the trio as Emma waved back. Kay, turning back to her brother and Draken, Emma then hissed, Look, you guys should go before Mei-chan or Yai-chan get here. As for you, Mikey, you'll know it when it happens. Girls are super obvious when they're in love. Girls are obvious. Draken and Mikey both thought, giving Emma a look that screamed they didn't believe her, especially Draken. So wait, cutting Mikey off, Emma forcibly turned the boy around before shoving into Draken's direction. Hey. Just go, Emma hissed. Look, a girl like Mei-chan is pretty blunt. If nothing else, she might just come out and tell you herself if you play your cards right. But look, since I'm such an amazing little sister, if you really want, I can ask Mei-chan and see where you currently are with her. Emma lightly teased, as Mikey huffed annoyedly, looking away from her. No thanks, I can figure it out myself, thank you very much. He pouted, now trying to think over all of his and Mako's interactions in his mind to figure out if she'd ever shown signs similar to his sister of having a crush. I can't tell. Shrugging, Emma sent Draken an amused look. Okay, but don't say I never offered. I'll see you guys tomorrow, Kay. Yeah, Mikey pouted, still in deep thought, as Draken raised an amused brow at the boy's obvious deep thoughts before nodding to Emma. Need me to come pick you up tomorrow? He asked, as Emma simply shook her head. Maybe, I'll let you know tomorrow for sure though. Kay, night, Emma. Draken nodded before gesturing to Mikey to leave. Let's go, Mikey. Right, tilde night, Emma. Call Kenshin if you need anything. Oi, why are you even offering me up? She's your sister. But Kenshin, tilde I'm gonna be busy figuring out how to woo Ai-chan. Bullshit, knowing you, you'll just sleep most of the day away. Exactly, I think while I sleep. Mikey. Emma sighed, watching the pair leave, Hina giggling close behind as she joined the youngest Sano sibling. Did Mikey-kun just admit he liked Mei-chan? Yep, Emma said, empathizing the word with a pop at the end. Hina hummed before slowly grinning largely. You know what this means. Right. Emma smiled mischievously as she turned to her brunette friend. Do you mean how we should hook Maynee and Mikey up? Or the fact we'd all become sisters-in-law if those two ever got married someday? At this, both girls slowly began to giggle before squealing as they grabbed onto one another's hands excitedly to jump up and down. Both, Hina exclaimed, more than happy to try and help her boyfriend's elder sister and friend find happiness with a boy she obviously had chemistry with. They'd look so cute together. Giggling to herself, Emma cooed, I know, they already look so good together. Just look at the way she gets Mikey flustered sometimes. Really, Mikey-kun seems to make Maynee flustered too. Both girls giggled loudly, never noticing as Mako finally seemed to arrive alone and confused as watched the two girls off in their own shared world while she carried a few bags of snacks in her hands. What's got you two so bubbly and giggly? She asked, as both girls turned to look at her and blinked owlishly before looking back to one another to giggle between their shared secret. Nothing, Tilda. Staring the girls down, Mako tilted her head confused. Okay, I guess I'm the one out of the loop this time. Looking around, Mako frowned as she realized there was still one person missing from their group. Hey, where's Yai, by the way? August 1st, 2005. Running down the street, Yae quietly cursed and grumbled under her breath as she tried to make her way to the Takebana household. So, frickin' tired, why did I agree to this? She huffed and puffed before groaning to herself as she clutched onto the bag of snacks she'd bought. I should have waited till I was closer before stopping to buy these. Turning a corner, Yae's eye flew wide open as she shrieked, slamming into a tall figure before falling back on her butt. Ah, fuck. Her eyes watered as her hand flew quickly to her tailbone. That hurt. Hey, watch where you're, Yaecha. Eye snapping open, Yae's gaze turned up as she noticed a familiar, dirty, blonde-haired teen looking down at her a bit in shock. Huh, wait a minute, aren't you? Pei Yan, the teen loudly exclaimed, pointing to himself. I'm Pa Chin's. He stopped, becoming a bit depressed as he corrected himself. I was Pa Chin's vice captain. Now I'm the acting captain. Yae winced at this. Right, I heard. That is to say, May told me about what happened. She muttered, sending the boy a sympathetic look. I'm sorry about what happened to Hayesh, I mean, Pa Chin-san. Frowning at the redhead's words, Pei held out his hand, offering to help her out. It's cool. You weren't even there, so it's not your fault. He muttered, helping the girl up. It's Draken. He angrily muttered, accidentally gripping tightly onto Yae's hand, causing the girl to cry out. Ah! Freaking out, the boy quickly released Yae's hand and began to profusely apologize. I'm sorry, I didn't mean. It's fine, Yae snapped, wincing as she messaged her hand. Well, no, actually it's not, seeing how you seriously could have broken my hand. She hissed, sending the blonde a fierce glare, causing him to jump back surprised. But I get that it wasn't on purpose. Yae sighed before bending over to pick up her fallen bags. I take it you're still upset about the whole leaving Pachin-san behind. Of course I am, he snapped, glaring off to the side frustratedly. How could Draken make us leave Pachin behind? We should have taken him with us. Pei frustratedly grumbled as Yae eyed the boy a bit nervously, noting how riled up he was. Wow, he's hella pissed. Then again, if anything ever happened to Mako, I'd probably be the same. She thought, before standing up straight. I'm sure Draken-kun wasn't trying to leave Pachin-san behind. I mean, from what May said, the whole situation was kind of a shit storm, right? The cops were almost on ya, so maybe he just panicked. Yae passively tried to excuse Draken's decision and actions on that day. Though I honestly barely know the guy and wasn't even there. She thought before frowning, but May was pretty blunt about the situation. Pachin-san wanted to turn himself in, and Draken-kun was only doing as Pachin-san wanted. Glancing at the shaking Pei Yan, she frowned. Then again, try explaining that to this guy. Are you okay? She decided to ask instead, hoping to redirect the conversation, outside the incident. Blinking at the red-haired girl, Pei Yan nodded shyly. Oh, yeah, I guess. Looking down, his gaze became a bit distant, as if he was trying to recall something. I've just been struggling without Pachin around. I bet. Humming sympathetically, Yae hesitantly and awkwardly placed a hand on the boy's arm. There. She watched as the boy slowly looked at her confused. Don't give me that look. I'm not really good with people outside, May. Ye blushed, ripping her hand away from the boy's arm. Pei-yan grinned, laughing at the girl's obvious embarrassment as he responded. Haha, don't worry, I'm the same way, only with Pa-chin and the rest of Tommen. He admitted, watching Ye nod awkwardly. Okay, good to know, I guess. By the way, Pei-yan began frowning a bit, giving off the impression that he was glaring as he turned to fully face the awkward Ye. How's I and her brother been? At this, Ye's green eyes snapped towards the taller boy's direction again, frowning as she tilted her head. They're good, I guess. Take Michikun got out of the hospital a few days back, and May's been taking care of him more or less. Why do you ask? Blushing, Pei shyly began to fidget with his hands. Well, you see. Reaching into his pocket, the boy pulled out his cell before holding it out to Ye. I got a few texts from I, asking how'd I been or if I was doing okay, but I chickened out of responding. Pei shyly admitted as Ye stared at the device with a deadpan stare. When did she? Wait, right? Ye sighed. She made us all exchange numbers after the beach in case we wanted to hang out. That's how those two dumbasses have been visiting the clinic. Huh, what dumbasses? Pei asked as Ye waved him off. Baji-san and Chifuyu-kun, it's a long story. Something involving a cat and a tree. She quietly muttered under her breath before shaking her head. Anyway, why'd you chicken out? Obviously, May was open to talking to you, so why were you suddenly so nervous? Looking away from the red-haired girl, Pei quietly began to mutter. Because, it's weird, honestly. Most girls don't like my face, let alone talking to me, and she was there too for when all the crap with Asanai went down. Looking down, Pei added, not only that, she was the one person who tried comforting me when Pa-chin was getting beat up. She got mad for Pa's sake, and even beat Asanai in his friends, and his friend's girlfriend's honor. I see, Ye hummed, crossing her arms. Do you have a crush? Hell no, Pei-yan quickly snapped, pale. That girl's too scary, man. What even made you ask that? She legit gives that scary big sister's vibes from anime and manga. Giving Ye a horrified expression as the girl snickered. She's pretty sure, but I'm dumb, not crazy. Snorting, Ye only shook her head, smirking. Well, at least you're self-aware. Smiling, she uncrossed her arms and became more relaxed when speaking to the boy. But you know, while it's okay if you're not that comfortable talking to May, you really should still try to let her know you're okay, even if it's as simple as typing up okay. Ye lightly scolded Pei as the teen became ashamed. Yeah, I know, but there's just been a lot going on with Tommen with Pa-chin being locked up, so I kinda forget. And now we even have a meeting suddenly being called for tonight, and it's got me even more on edge. Well, Ye smiled, recalling the scene of Draken and Mikey interacting again. I'm sure whatever this meeting's about, it'll settle some shit down, and you can take some time to distress. Hey, maybe you could write some letters for Pa-chin-san. She lightly recommended as Pei looked at her a bit confused. Write him some letters. Ye nodded. Yeah, he's in Juvie, right? She watched Pei scowl but continued on. May and me have a classmate who ended up in Juvie about a few years back. We've never been able to go visit him in person cause of certain rules. But the two of us make an effort to send him letters, and even try for care packages every now and again when we can. She watched as Pei's expression became more curious, even if still upset. If Pa-chin-san isn't released anytime soon, maybe think about investing some time into doing that. You know, let the guy know you all miss him, or what he's missing out on, or maybe even just whatever shit you want to do once he gets out. She scratched the back of her head shyly. You know, whatever you think works. I know it's not a replacement for having Pa-chin-san here, but maybe if you exchange letters with him, it'll help you figure out your feelings on all this. Hell, if you need help with it, May, and me, I guess, wouldn't mind helping you if you want. Ye shyly admitted, looking away, trying not to blush. Ah, how does May do this? Trying to be openly nice and caring is so embarrassing, she secretly thought, as Pei suddenly bent down towards her face, glaring at her. Ack, I fucked up, didn't I? You do that? Pei seriously asked, causing Ye to blink a few times, confused, before nodding rapidly when she realized what he was asking. Why, yeah, I'm actually pretty good at Japanese literature, and May's got good composition. So? She squeaked, almost jumping in place as the boy suddenly bowed before her. Thank you very much, Ye-chai. I'll seriously consider your offer. Ah, that's good. Ye nervously muttered, struggling to not smile awkwardly. Please ask May though, and not me. I'm just about hit my limit on forced social interactions. The corner of his lips twitched a few times as she started to edge away from the tall boy. Anyway, I really gotta go, and you said something about a meeting, right? So I think let's just end this conversation here for now, yeah. Pei-yan nodded. Right, it's already getting late and I can't be late. Right? Ye exclaimed, quickly edging more and more away. So I'll just go this way, and you can go wherever to have you guys meeting over Drake and Kun and Mikey Kun's finally making up, to let bygones be bygones, she said as Pei-yan nodded. Rig, wait, the boy stopped though, as he realized what Ye had casually just revealed, his stomach turning to stone as his head whipped towards Ye's direction. What did you just say? Bye, she was already gone though, running a good distance away as Pei watched after her in shock, hands stretched out. Wah, no way. His hand dropped to his side as he stared at the groan in shock. Did they really make up? Pei wondered aloud, a small spark of hope igniting in his heart. Maybe they figured out a way to help Pachin. Or maybe, a somewhat bored voice began from behind the boy, as Pei whipped his head towards the new figure's direction as he watched the teen take a drag from his cigarette before he exhaled. The tattoos on his hands of the kanji, for sin and punishment, clear for all to see as he sent Pei a bored look with his gold eyes. That vice commander of yours has finally talked your leader into giving up on that pal of yours. You again? Pei growled, eyeing the teen before him a bit nervously. What are you doing here again? What do you even know, huh? Pei yelled, glaring at the male before for you, that there's no way the commander would just give up on Pachin. Right? The man drawled, pulling his cigarette from out of his mouth, cause you know those guys so well. He smirked sadistically as he noted Pei flinched at these words. You're just a lackey, who's bumbling his way through life now that your pal has gone and got himself locked up. The teen watched as Pei shook in his place. Look, I'm not one to really repeat myself, but I want to make something clear. The older male stated, walking up to the shaking Pei, placing a hand firmly on the teen's shoulder. Tonight, when you go to your little Tommen meeting and get your little dreams shot down cause of your vice commander, come and find me. He tightened his grip on Pei's shoulder. If you want to get your friend out or even just get some payback, your best shot is with us, with Mobius. Pei angrily shook in place as he struggled to not swing at the guy gripping his shoulder tight. Last chance to take my offer. I promise ya, it'll be worth it. Shoving the teen's arm off him, Pei tried to throw a punch. The male easily dodges it with a click of his tongue. Pa angrily glared at the older male. I won't ever. Never say never, kid. The male huffed and turned to walk away, especially not when you're already back into a corner. Walking away, he boredly waved back to Pei without looking back. Remember, after the meeting come and find me? Hanma Shuji. Angrily glaring after the male, Pei struggled with the urge to run after and fight the male before shaking his head. No, I need to go to the meeting, he grumbled. That'll show that bastard. Stopping mid-walk by a street corner not that far away, Hanma looked back to see Pei-yan running off. Welp, I gave him the offer again like you asked, he said, casually looking towards the corner's shadow to see a glasses-wearing teen hidden in them. You think it'll work this time, Kisaki? Pushing up his glasses, Kisaki Teta smiled maliciously. Of course. He arrogantly stated, my plans may not be going down to a T, but the results will still be the same. He grinned sadistically. Ryugyugi Ken, Draken will die, and he confidently held his head high, will become the new vice commander of Tommen. There is no other way for this to go. He laughed, Hanma simply staring at the teen, mildly amused. Right, well, as long as this stays amusing. Whatever you say, Kisaki. August 3rd, 2005, Meiko. Quietly sitting on a stool, Meiko let her hair be combed and curled by a humming woman with long, wavy red hair. Yay! Silently sitting close by flipping through a manga as Meiko had her hair done for the festival that night. As this happened, though, Meiko's mind could not help but wander back to the day Mikey had asked her to go. The kiss on his cheek and her words to him flashed through her mind. You really made my heart race back there, Menjiro-kun. Face exploding red, Meiko struggled to not cover her face as she gripped her yukata's skirt tight. JFWKHD, why am I thinking about THAT again? She mentally cried, before puffing up her flushed cheeks as she glared over at Ye. The girl casually flipped through her manga as she yawned every now and again, bored. It's all their fault. She thought as Yae noticed her friend's pouting glare from the corner of her eye, passively flipping Mako off as the dark-haired girl quietly cried to herself. All their fault. Back on August 1st, while the girls were hanging out in Hina's bedroom. Emma and Hina were giggling between one another while Emma painted Hina's nails, while Mako and Yae looked through a small selection movies Hina's family owned while they waited for their own nails to finish drying. Himi Juan. Hell no, you cry like a bitch during ghost horror stories. Yae deadpanned. Godzilla. Is it the original? No. Denied. The Last Samurai. Boring tilde. Tokyo Godfathers. That feels too much like a Christmas movie. Mako frowned, looking through the movies. Oh, Battle Royale, she exclaimed, holding the DVD up, Yae, staring at her annoyed as she responded. Reading the manga. Fuck, chucking the case down, Mako threw her hands in the air. Okay, I give up. Emma-chan, Hina-chan, what genre of movie do you wanna watch? 'Cause apparently I have shitty taste. I never said you had shitty taste. Yae sighed, as Mako sent her a glare. You've rejected everything I've recommended. This is supposed to be a girl's night, May? Yae glared back. You watch most of these movies on a daily basis 'cause you can't get Take Michikun to willingly watch most shit without it being horror or action. Which is weird on the horror, seeing how the two of you are such crybabies over ghosts. Why you gotta be so rude? Mako whined as Emma placed down the pink nail polish she had been applying to Hina's nails. There, that should be the final coat. Thank you. Crawling over to Mako's and Yae's side, Emma randomly reached out into the pile before pulling out a movie. Let's do a romance. Howl's Moving Castle, anyone? She shook the case a bit, making Hina cheer. Oh yes, let's do that. Looking at Yae, Mako narrowed her eyes in warning as the redhead simply shrugged, rolling her eyes. Sounds cool. Haven't seen that one yet. Sighing with relief, Mako then nodded. Finally, why didn't I think about that? She curiously muttered as Emma, after putting the disc in, turned to Mako a bit curious. Why didn't you? Are you not a big fan of romance, Mei-chan? Mako waved the girl off. No, I'm cool with romance. Hell, I'm a big fan of romance mangas and anime like Inuyasha, Aurin, Sailor Moon, or Fushigi Yugi. She admitted, but romance isn't the first thing to pop into my mind when I think of finding something interesting to watch or read. It's just not a first thought. She shrugged as Yae hummed at this. Kinda like how your crushes work. Humming at this, Mako could only nod. Yeah, I guess. Crushes? Hina and Emma both suddenly exclaimed, appearing close by to Mako, making her jump back in shock. Huh? What crushes? Do you have a crush now? What? Mako exclaimed, blushing. Where is this suddenly coming from? Mako asked, looking towards Yae for help, as the girl only held up her hand in surrender. Yuha, oh no, Nomi Mairazami, don't look at me. Yae quickly translated when she realized she accidentally started speaking Spanish. I'm not the one with an actual crush right now. Huh? Mako exclaimed in shock, as Hina and Emma both squealed in joy. I knew it. It was so obvious. I knew you were in love. Hold on. Mako quickly exclaimed, waving her hands before her in denial. I am not in love, and what crush are you even talking about, Yae? Mako yelled as all three girls stared at her, a bit surprised, or in Yae's case a bit unimpressed. You mean you seriously haven't noticed? Yae asked as Mako's face exploded red in embarrassment. And noticed what? Mikey-kun, Hina shouted. My brother, Emma empathized, causing Mako to gap at the three. Who, she exclaimed, what are you three talking about? Oh, come on, May. Yae huffed, you're not dense. Maybe a bit slow on the first few signs, but you're usually not dense when you get a crush. Yae sighed, crossing her arms. I mean, remember when you told me you had a crush on me? Yae, wait, what? Emma exclaimed in shock, as Hina stared at the red-haired girl in shock. Senpai and Mei-chan. You know, that actually sounds kinda cute. Emma suddenly muttered as she seemed to try to imagine the two as a couple. I guess. Mako frowned, looking away, but I also said I had a crush on you back then. It went away not long after I realized it, and then figured I liked you more as a friend. Fair, Ye nodded, but what about your gym instructor? An older guy, Hina and Emma exclaimed as if scandalized as Mako pouted. Again, and he was way too old for me. How much older? Hina and Emma once more asked together at once as Ye stared at them impressed. Dang 2 for 2, they're in sync. About 10 years, Mako honestly and unabashedly explained, causing the two girls' jaws to drop. No way. Mei-chan. It was just a kid crush, Mako snapped. I figured out quickly like with Yai that I just really admired the guy, and that he was like that cool older brother I never had and was way too old for me. Then there were Ye began to say only to have a pillow smack her in the face, sending her back. Gah. We're getting off topic, Emma shouted, grabbing another pillow to smack Mako with it. Stop avoiding the questions. Etta, Mako yelped. She's right, Hina exclaimed. If Mei-senpai is smart enough to know when she has a crush, then you have to have noticed what's going on between you and Mikey-kun. I seriously have no frickin' clue what you all mean by that, Mako snapped, sending the group a glare as she rubbed the back of her head. Come on, the two younger girls yelled, making Mako flinch back. The looks, Emma pointed out. The way he gets you flustered, Hina added. The chemistry, Ye cut in. The banter. The phone calls. The nickname. The date, the three girls clapped at once, making Mako frown as she took in everything they pointed out. Ahem. Seriously, May, think, Yai groaned, pointing to her head, can you honestly tell us if you really thought about it? That there is nothing going on there between you and Mikey-san. At this, Mako tried to think over the girls' words, and now that you mention it, the three girls leaned in close. There was that day at the beach, with the race and the water fight, Mako muttered aloud, a bit flushed. The three girls nodded, go on, go on. And I guess I have always thought Mikey was cute. I question your tastes, but continue, Ye encouraged as Mako hummed to herself. I mean like he's cute in a weird way, you know? The guy's got a pretty good bod, Emma gagged at this, but like that's honestly normal for me to see with the gym. So like his cuteness is definitely something that's caught my attention. Fair, Hina nodded. Like, just the other day, she exclaimed. That day with the phone calls, he invited me to hang with him and Draken. And we went out to eat. The guy was such a drama queen over a flag not being brought with his kid's meal. Emma facepalmed at this. God damn it, Mikey. It was so weird. Mako blushed, then looked away, but, like, also, kinda cute. Huh, the three girls yelled. Like, yeah, he was being stupidly childish, but he looked so ridiculous pouting over the flag. I swear I was struggling not to laugh at how ridiculous the whole thing was, Mako shyly admitted, and then, of course, he fell asleep right after, on my lap. Seriously, the trio yelled. Emma and Hina, the most excited as Ye, had the most confused expression on her face. Yeah, Mako nodded, smiling. He looked so sweet while he slept, and his hair was so soft. It was as if I had a little angel sleeping on my lap. You mean a fallen angel, Ye muttered. While Emma could only laugh nervously at the redhead's words, they weren't completely inaccurate. Course then he snuggled into my thighs and stomach a bit too much while sleep talking about food, so I sorta panicked about him possibly trying to bite me. He has done that before, Emma casually nodded, as Hina and Ye openly stared at the two girls in shock. Yeah, Draken said the same thing. Okay, so you find him cute and apparently had some moments during our beach day. Ye cut in, nice to know, now what else have you noticed while with him? Huh, closing her eyes, Mako placed her hands between her crossed legs as she swayed back and forth. Let's see. Her mind wandered as she tried to think up more of what the girls were trying to get her to see. There was the Tommen meeting we all went to, and just how cool and good of a friend he was there. Her cheeks once more became flushed as her stomach fluttered with butterflies, and there was also the way he defended my honor alongside Paz and Tommen's during the Mobius event, and suddenly Mako's heart skipped a beat, the image of her kissing Mikey's cheeks, the many times he called her cute, and even special all flashing through Mako's mind as her whole body rapidly turned red, as steam almost seemed to escape off the top of her head as Mako's pupils dilated and her mouth dropped in shock. A. Mei-chan. Shit, I. Hina cautiously waved a hand before Mako's face. Mei-senpai. I. Yae covered the lower half of her face in shock. Oh shit, did we break her? Mako suddenly jumped up in her seat. I totally have a crush on Mikey. She exclaimed in shock, heart rapidly beating in her chest, hands cupping her beet red face as her glasses slanted off her face in shock. Bingo, Yae laughed. Houston, we have liftoff. Finally, Emma cheered, Banzai. Banzai, Hina cheered along, as Mako continued to be flustered and shocked. I like him, do I love him? Like love? Wait, no, we've only known each other for around a month, that can't be possible. Mako rapidly spoke. Is it just admiration? And no, I mean yes, I guess I do sorta admire him. But it's definitely not the same as how I do WKNI. Is it cause he's fun to be around like Yai? No, he's actually more fun and cute compared to YAI. Oi, I resent that. Maybe it's like my crush on Kakukai. No. Kakukai was cute, sure, but like I only figured that out after we switched SCHOOLS. Mako yelled as Emma looked at Yae a bit concerned. What is she doing? Is she okay? Hina worriedly asked as Yae hummed, crossing her arms. Honestly, I don't know. Either she's trying to rationalize her crush away. Emma and Hina gasped in horror, or Mako is trying to figure out if this crush is legit. I have feelings, for Mikey. Squeezing her eyes shut, Mako whimpered to herself. I'm still so confused, she thought, her heart racing in her chest as she anxiously opened her eyes to stare down at her fist. I like Mikey, like, I'm totally crushing on him. Her stomach twisted into knots as she chewed at her lower lip. But, she squirmed in place blushing, I'm totally not used to these feelings. Mei-chan Tilda, the woman doing Mako's hair, Riane, Ye's mother sternly, if not a bit playfully, scolded as she smiled down at the girl teasingly. Stay still, please. I don't want to accidentally burn you with the curling iron. Yes, ma'am, Mako yelped, doing her best to sit still even as her eyes became a bit more reserved and lost as she stared out into space. I know having crushes is normal. I mean, I've had them before for Pete's sake, but Mako's hand rose to clutch the front of her yukata over her racing heart. I think this is the first time. I've genuinely considered pursuing it, she thought, as her mind flashed the image of her and Mikey's moment at the park. Closing her manga shut, Yae sighed in frustration. Are you seriously nervous about tonight? Yes, Mako bluntly snapped, pouting. How can I not be? You guys made me realize my feelings for Mikey before I had the chance to do it on my own, Mako whined. Now I'm all anxious and sweaty and nervous. Anxious and nervous are the same thing, Yae boredly cut in. And I can't help but wonder what I should do now that I know about my crush, Mako groaned. Like, should I tell Mikey and tell him it's cool if he just wants to be friends? What if he likes me back? Yes, your crush liking you back, the horror. Yae sarcastically gasped as Mako glared at her. Yae, I'm serious. So am I. Looking between the two girls, Yae's mother blinked in shock. Oh my, is this why you asked me to help Mei-chan with doing her hair and makeup? Riane asked in shock as she looked at her daughter smiling. That's so cute, Yae. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Blushing Yae sent her mother an unamused glare, maybe cause I didn't want to. At this, the older red-headed woman flinched as she nervously laughed at her daughter's cold disposition to her. Right? That's fair. She then looked to Mako a bit hopeful, but you know, I have some experience when it comes to love. Maybe I can help you with some advice. Looking up at the older woman, Mako sent a quick glance to her best friend before looking back to Riane. Really? You would do that? Sure, Riane boldly exclaimed. I'm a mother. It's my job to help give advice to my little girl if need be. Right? Yae grumbled, arms crossed. A real S-rank mom, right? Riane flinched at her daughter's words, sending the girl a hurt, if not understandable, look of shame. I know I am not the best at a lot of things. A shit cook, poor sewing skills, and barely tolerable cleaning skills. Now that's just mean, Riane cried. Your pappy loved my cooking, and you ate it with no complaint. The woman comedically cried as Yae looked away, cleaning her ears. Yeah, but that was before I had actual decent food fed to me. I know I've messed up, Yae, but you could at least show your poor mother some mercy. Maybe in a year, or 2, or 12. Yes, Riene cried as Mako gave the two redheads an unamused smile while twitching. I'm sorry, I know you're having a moment. Of sorts, but I could honestly do with some love advice here. Love advice? Popping his head in from the Holmes Hall, a graying, pepper-red-haired man entered the scene. Juan, Ye's grandfather, quickly entered the room as he asked, "Que es to do esto? Están preparando para una cita de perja." Huh? Mako asked, tilting her head side to side confused, as Riene giggled at her father's mistake. Pape. Abu Japanese, please. Mako doesn't know Spanish, remember. Ye sighed as her grandfather laughed. Oh, see, pardon Mako, how you say, sometimes I forget to not speak in my own language when we have guests. It's okay, Senor Juan. Mako looked to both Riene and Ye for reassurance in her pronunciation of the word senor as the mother-daughter pair nodded. It's your own home, so talk however you want. Just, please translate too. Of course. Juan nodded, grinning. Now, what is this about needing love advice? Are you girls getting ready for a date? He asked, looking between Mako and Ye as the latter of the girls pretended to gag in disgust. You know I'm not. But I am. Mako held up her hand before looking away. At least, I think it's a date. Think? Riene asked. A guy asked her to the Musashi festival tonight. Ye began to explain, but she eyed Mako as the girl blushed. I think they both were under the impression it was just as friends, till Mako had her epiphany on her feelings. I see. Juan hummed, sitting down on the couch beside his granddaughter, arms crossed. That is quite the conundrum. Riene nodded, entering a thinker's pose while standing. So the issue is, the original plan was to go as friends. Mako nodded at this, blushing. Piero Despes, you discovered your feelings for this boy. And now it feels more like a date, and you don't know if you should tell the boy about this revelation. Yeah, Mako nodded. I've never really confessed to anyone before, but Mikey is just as much my friend as he is my crush. She admitted, I like him, but I also don't know if I like him in the way that I want him as a boyfriend, and I don't really like the idea of just hiding what I'm feeling towards him if it could affect things between us. I see. That is quite the conundrum. Didn't you two already say that before? Ye gasped, as Juan and Riene laughed at Ye's surprise. So the issue is that you like this boy, Riene hummed, continuing to do Mako's hair. But because you two are friends, you're not sure how this would affect your friendship. Mako shrugged. I guess. If Mikey didn't feel the same way as me, I'm sure I'd be fine. I'd rather stay friends than make things awkward just cause my crush wasn't reciprocated. Whoa, Riene blinked a few times. That's pretty mature for a 15-year-old. She muttered under her breath, looking at her daughter as Ye simply shrugged. Don't look at me. I'm not the one interested in getting romantically involved with someone anytime soon. Crossing her arms, Mako huffed. If there's one romantic cliché I hate, it's the dumb girl always crying over or ruining a good friendship over some dumb guy. I swore to myself I'd never be like that. Mako proudly proclaimed as Riene gave the girl a deadpan look. Sweetie, have you ever even been in love before this? No, Mako shyly admitted, making Riene laugh. Well, while that's a nice ideal to try and live by, but sometimes people's emotions over things like love aren't all that. Rational, Ye offered as Riene nodded rapidly. Yes, rational. You're saying this now as someone who is still young and inexperienced with love, but the fact alone that you're nervous about this boy and on whether or not you should tell him you like him says it all, doesn't it? Uncrossing her arms, Mako pouted. I guess that's true. Por cuánto tiempo, Juan shook his head. How long have you known this boy? At this, Mako blinked a few times. Around almost a month. She admitted before fidgeting in place. I know that's a really short time. Crushes don't usually form that fast, right? No. They can. The two adults answered at once in agreement, as Mako openly stared at the two in shock. Really? You've heard of love at first sight, haven't you? Riene asked as Mako nodded at the woman's words. Well, just think of it like that minus the at first sight. Crossing his arms, Juan chuckled at his daughter's words. Love and attraction are complex things. Sometimes we are simply drawn to people and quickly form attachments with them. Mi preciosa Rico y yo were very much the same. The man explained, sighing nostalgically with an almost lovesick look. She was so beautiful, fretting over my bleeding self. Hold on bleeding, Mako yelled, as Ye snapped her fingers in front of her grandfather's face. Abuelo, stop. May doesn't need to hear about how you met Nana in a motorcycle accident. They met how? She's right, Papa. We're supposed to be helping give Mako-chan advice, not gushing over our past experiences of falling in love. Rione giggled as Mako rapidly looked between the trio gapping. Are we seriously just dropping this? Ah, see, you are both right. Juan laughed before he warmly and softly smiled at Mako, making the girl sit up straight in place. Now, Señorita Mako, if I am understanding the real issue here, it is not that you like this boy. The issue is that you are not sure if your feelings are serious, correct? At this, Mako nodded a bit shyly. Why, yes. Honestly, this is the first time I've realized I've had a crush and nothing has come up or happened to make me just move on from it. She admitted, with Yai, I knew she needed a friend. She admitted, making Yai sit up straight in shock, and I really liked her as a friend. With Wakane, I realized it was more. The idea of him and what he represented to me that made me crush on him, and with Kakukai. She paused, becoming a bit solemn. I kinda only realized that I liked him after we'd gone our separate ways as kids. And even then, I think it was just the fact I missed him that made me have that crush. Mako honestly admitted as Juan hummed. I see. You seem to be someone who understands your own heart. Huh? Mako and Ye asked as Ye frowned at her grandfather. Abu, you sure you don't mean Mako isn't someone who just rationalizes away her crushes? 'Cause that sorta sounds like what she's doing. Ye asked, as her grandfather only shook his head. Maybe, he said looking towards Mako, but it can also just mean that, when allowed, Mako is able to figure out what she really feels. He grinned. You're both still young, your hearts are still new to the world of love and romance. Sometimes what people believe is love is simply lust, and sometimes what people believe is lust is love. Even then, love comes in many shapes and forms. He said, as the two girls quietly listened to the man's words. It is okay to not fully know what you feel for someone, and it is okay to take time to fully figure out these emotions. He warmly smiled as he closed his eyes. You should not feel the need to rush anything when the time is right. You will know when you are in love or ready to take the next step in a relationship. A new female voice said as a graying, dark-haired woman with steel gray eyes entered the room holding a small box. Nana. Ka-san. Rikuoba-san. The girls exclaimed in shock alongside Rione as the Shimizu matriarch smiled at them. I found the hair ornament you and Yeye asked for. She held the open box out to her daughter, showing a box filled with many handcrafted accessories of all kinds. Ah, perfect, Rione exclaimed. I can put the finishing touch now, thank you, Mama. Nana, how long have you been listening in? What the hell are you, a ninja? Ye gasped as the Shimizu matriarch simply chuckled at her granddaughter's words. Come now, Ye, a lady does not listen in on talk she is not involved in. She sent her husband a look, though both your mother and grandfather tend to have the habit of talking louder when together. The older man laughed a hearty laugh at this. Pardon me, amor, but we are Spanish. We are passionate and loud by nature. Rico only shook her head at this. Lies, your mother was far from this loud. You never saw my mother angry. Juan laughed, as Ye and Mako only stared at the adults curiously as Rione finished pinning Mako's curled hair up. And we're done, what do you think? She asked, handing Mako a decently sized hand mirror and allowing the girl to see the woman's hard work. Oh wow, I look great, Mako grinned. What do you think, Yai? The redhead shrugged, smiling smugly. I've seen better. Yay! The females all shouted as Juan laughed at his granddaughter's obvious teasing. Yeah, I bet I look like you after taking away your blackout curtains. Mako giggled. Don't even joke, but thank you. Now, she's teasing. You look my preciosa Mako. Right, Ye finally agreed, smiling as she rose up from her seat, walking over to Mako to hold out a hand to help her off the stool she sat on and winked. You're definitely gonna knock some guys dead with this look, she teased. Mako blushed, grinning as she took Ye's hand. Thanks. Hopping down from the stool, she handed Rione back the hand mirror before looking up towards the living room's clock. Ah, Tilda just in time too. Would you like a ride to the festival? Rico asked, as she felt her husband wrap his arms around her waist to pull her close and give her a gentle kiss to the top of her head. Shaking her head, Mako continued to smile at her friend and her small family. I'm good, I can make it there on my own without an issue. Thanks again for your help, Rione-san. She bowed respectfully to Ye's mother as the woman simply cooed with joy. Oh, please, it's nothing, Mako-chan. You know I'm always happy to help you and Ye with anything if you girls ask. She said, longingly staring towards her daughter as Ye did her best to avoid the woman's obvious gaze. Smiling a bit awkwardly at the pair, Mako could only nod as she moved to grab her small bag and leave. Right, well, I should get going now. She bowed to the much older couple as she prepared to leave. Thanks again, really. Rico hummed, waving the younger teen off. It's nothing, my dear, you know you are always welcome in our home. You and your brother both, Juan laughed, before letting go of his wife to walk over to Mako. And remember, he calmly began, while you are out today, do not rush anything if you do not feel ready. The man kindly advised as placed a gentle hand atop Mako's head as she stared up at him. You will know when you are ready, do not feel like you must do or say anything unless you truly want to. Staring up at the much older man, Mako's heart fluttered as her body warmed under the strong and gentle parental care of her friend's grandfather. Okay. August 3rd, 2005. Standing just at the gates of the Musashi Festival entrance, Mikey, Draken, and Takemichi all smiled at one another as they waited for their dates for the evening. Hi guys, we're here. Sorry to keep you waiting. Emma cheerfully called out, as the three boys all turned to see Emma and Hina just stepping off the steps as Hina even waved at them. It sure took you long enough, Draken drawled, as the girls only giggled at his slight annoyance while Takemichi stared in awe at the two. Looking around the girls, Mikey frowned. Huh, where's Ai-chan? He asked as Hina and Emma both giggled at the boys' words. Well, you say. Looking towards the stairs, the girls smiled as said female quickly rushed up the steps. Motilda Hina-chan, M-chan, I told you to wait for me. Mako whined, bending down a little bit, seeming almost out of breath. It's not easy to move around in this yukata, and I already had to walk here in it. Sorry, Mei-chan, Emma laughed as Hina held out a hand for Mako. We got a bit too excited, we couldn't help it. How the hell did you guys even move up the stairs so fast? Mako huffed, taking Hina's hand to allow the girl to help guide her forward as she tried not to adjust her yukata ever so discreetly. Mikey felt his heart skip, his eyes wide as he watched Mako push back a loose strand of hair behind her ear before she stood up straight to glare at the smiling Emma and Hina. His eyes seemed to take in every little and big difference in Mako's appearance. From the deeper shade of pink of Mako's lips, from the light amount of makeup she wore, or even just how much curlier and wavy her hair was this very day as she had it partially loose instead of its usual ponytail or messy bun. To the simple pink yukata, she was slightly loosening that was decorated with flowers, and the purple sash she wore and how it perfectly fit her frame. He nervously gulped, realizing how he noted all this, but did nothing to look away or show his nervousness as he opened his mouth to speak. Hey! Whoa, Tilda, Takemichi exclaimed, accidentally cutting Mikey off. Eyes sparkling as he noticed his sister's appearance. Maini, you look great tonight, he exclaimed, causing Mikey to glare at Takemichi as Draken had to cover the bottom half of his face and look away as he struggled to not snort and laugh at the look on his friend's face. Damn it, Takemichi, I wanted to be the one to compliment Ai-chan, Mikey thought, pouting, only to smirk as Mako lightly bonked Takemichi on the head after. What are you trying to say? That I look bad most days? Mako huffed as Takemichi winced at the hit, holding his head. Oh, Tilda, no, I just mean you look better than usual, he said before getting flicked in the forehead as Emma snorted from behind Mako. Ow. Yeah, you're not really helping your case, Takemichi. Seriously, Mako pouted, crossing her arms, and why the hell are you complimenting me? Holding her hands in Hina's direction, Mako glared, when your obvious beauty of a girlfriend is right here. Dear sir, where are your priorities? If I wanted compliments, I would have waited till after you praised Hina-chan and her cuteness tonight and taken Mikey or Draken's with Emma-chan. Mako scolded, as Takemichi rubbed his head in shame, nervously smiling over to a blushing Hina. "All right, sorry, Hina." Blushing ever so slightly, he smiled warmly towards his girlfriend as Hina stood up a bit more straight under her precious boyfriend's warm blue gaze. "You and the others look great, but you're looking especially beautiful tonight, Hina." He nervously muttered, making the girl's heart skip a beat with joy as Brightly smiled up at the boy. Wah, was that the right thing to say? Thank you, Takemichi-kun. High-fiving one another, Mako and Emma grinned at one another as they watched the only official couple in their group loving stare at one another. Mikey, seeing this, quickly jumped at the chance to make his thoughts clear as he looked towards his crush and Emma. "He's right." Mikey grinned, lightly and harshly smacking Draken from behind enough to nudge the distracted boy back to attention as he continued. "You two look really cute tonight, don't you think, Kenshin?" Looking down at his shorter friend a bit wide-eyed, Draken quickly looked between the two girls and Mikey before sighing through his nose as Draken realized with a racing heart he would not be able to escape complimenting either girl under Mikey's purview. "Yeah," he coolly smiled, causing Emma to blush and stand up a bit straighter. "The three of you are looking extra good today." "Right," Mako laughed, lightly shaking Emma. "Emma-chan looks really adorable, right?" She grinned, causing Draken's eye to twitch as he realized she was trying to milk him for compliments towards his crush. "Why, you little..." "Not just Emma." Mikey cuts in, walking over to the two, accidentally catching Takemichi's and Hina's attention somewhat. "Huh?" Takemichi thought, not noticing the excited smile from Hina as she stood beside him. Reaching out a hand, Mikey took and played around a bit with a few loose strands of Mako's soft curled hair and smiled smugly as he noticed the light blush dusting Mako's cheeks as he played with her hair. "You're looking especially cute today, Ai-chan. I really like what you did with your hair tonight." He complimented, pulling his fingers loosely through the hair he played with and allowing it to fall naturally from his touch, smiling down at the blushing Mako as he did so. Takemichi's eyes widened ever so slightly as he gaped at the two. "Huh, wow, what's going on here, this again?" he thought, staring at his sister's blushing face. Don't tell me Mei has a crush on Mikey?" Shaking his head, Takemichi quickly tried to calm himself. "No, calm down, Takemichi, don't just jump to conclusions. They're here as friends compliment each other all the time. I'm sure it's nothing serious, maybe they're just..." He trails off as he notices the way his sister's eyes seem to sparkle under Mikey's attention, the way the two teens seem so open and receptive to one another. "Or, maybe I'll have to just keep Mikey in mind for once I get back," he thought. "I mean, if it was him, Mei wouldn't really hide it from me, would she?" Tightening her grip ever so slightly on the blonde in her hands, Mako's heart raced. Emma struggling not to squeal as she noted this, and watched as her brother flirted with Mako. "Yes, Mikey, yes, good work," Emma mentally cheered, sending Draken an excited look as the teen simply rolled his eyes, smiling at the two other teens' interactions. Mako stuttered out a bit. "Thanks, Mikey. I just asked Yai's mom to help me get my hair back to its usual look since I'd recently straightened it," she muttered before blushing darker as she realized what she said. "Ask Yai's mom for help cause I Mako, what the hell, what the actual hell, he doesn't need to know that." Grinning at the girl, Mikey laughed a bit under his breath lightly at her poorly hidden embarrassment. "Really, so this is what Ai-chan usually looks like without straight hair," he hummed, tilting his head ever so slightly as he looked the girl over once more. He smiled brightly. "I think I really like Ai-chan with her natural hair then." At this, Mako's heart soared as she smiled back at the boy. Really?" He nodded and she laughed. That's great, I honestly like my hair like this too," she admitted, lightly playing it a bit. "You should keep it like that more often," Mikey agreed. "It really suits you." Mako smiled warmly at this, looking away. I'll think about it." Takemichi silently watched the pair as he struggled on how to feel over the things he was witnessing. "They're so cute, right?" Looking down at his girlfriend, Takemichi gasped as he saw her stare at Mako and Mikey excitedly as she giggled to herself. "I'm really glad Maini and Mikey-kun really seem to like each other, don't you?" Looking back at the two, Takemichi's stomach knotted up even as his heart warmed at the sight of his sister's honest happiness. "Yeah," he muttered, "they really do look great together." "Come on," Draken sighed, "time's a wastin'. If we all want to hit everything we want, then we should get moving now." he recommended as the whole group turned to their tallest member and smiled excitedly. Yeah, the teens cheered, throwing their hands up in the air, everyone pairing up to walk into the event. Mako and Mikey leading at the front, Draken and Emma close behind, and finally Takemichi and Hina at the rear watching the other two groups as they walked through the festival. Walking around the festival, Takemichi took in all the bright colors, sounds, and smells as they passed through. His heart and mind at peace after so many days of stress and worries over this day, all but gone as Takemichi enjoyed the light atmosphere. Sorry, Naoto, he thought. I need you to wait just a bit. I'm allowed to have this little treat, aren't I? He thought, knowing he should have returned to the future as soon as his mission to save Draken had been completed. Yet as he stared at Hina as she walked happily smiling beside him, he could not feel any regret in trying to enjoy a bit more of his time in the past. I stopped Mikey-kun and Draken-kun's fighting, even if by total accident. Tommen's no longer infighting and today is August 3rd. Draken-kun's not gonna die this time, he happily thought. Mission accomplished, so Naoto, let me have this reward. Oi, Draken called back, catching Takemichi's full attention as he looked to the teen and Emma further ahead waiting for him and Hina. Hurry up! Mako and Mikey even a bit further ahead as Mako and him happily looked through masks and showed one another the ones they liked up to their faces. Okay, Takemichi exclaimed, but before he could even move to try and catch up with Hina, the girl was turning to him to quietly whisper. Hey, let's let them go off on their own, she recommended, and Takemichi could only smile at her and nod in agreement. Right. Oh, look at that, it looks so delicious. Whoa, it smells great. Takemichi heard as the two Sano siblings began gushing over a food stand together. Looking up at them, he saw as Emma struggled to pull Draken towards the stall as Mikey stared bright-eyed at it with Mako's arms crossed watching the two. That right there, Emma exclaimed. I want to eat some. Me too. We just got here though. Mako frowned, as Draken refused to move even as Emma struggled more and more to make him move. It'll be fine, Mikey grinned. Hey Kenshin, treat us. Huh, no way, pay for your own shit for once. Draken refused, before he began scolding the girl that tried to drag him by the arm. Emma, stop, you'll get fat. Mako and Emma both snapping their heads towards him as the girl gaped at him. What? Mako angrily yelled as Mikey sent Draken a deadpan look. Dude. Did you really just say that? Emma yelled, as Mako quickly grabbed onto Mikey's hand before marching over to Draken and Emma. Give me her. Taking Emma's hand off Draken, Mako stuck her tongue out to him. Just for that, your Emma privileges have been revoked temporarily and you're paying. Huh. Ogi-san, 3 candy apples please. Mako happily called out as Mikey and Emma cheered in victory. Coming right up. The elderly stall worker smiled as he began to prepare the 3 sweets. 3, Draken yelled as Mako stuck her tongue out at him. Obviously, I'm getting one out of spite, she smugly said, Mikey snickering by her side. Oh, good son of. Draken, look, it's really good. Emma quickly jumped in, holding up her partially bitten candy apple. Try some, try some. Wah, no, I don't want any. Draken tried to snap, as Emma only continued to cutely and determinedly push the treat on him. Try some. I said I don't want any. Huh? Takemichi gasped, watching as Draken was forced in the end to pay for not only Mikey and Emma's candy apples, but Mako's as well. All while Emma determinedly tried to get the taller male to share hers. Hina began to pout, catching Takemichi's attention as his girlfriend determinedly pumped her fist, staring at the pair. Don't give in, stay strong, you've got this, Emma-chan. Hina chanted as Takemichi stared at her, a bit surprised. Hi. I'm rooting for Emma-chan, Hina explained as they watched the couples. She's crazy about Draken, and he just won't take the hint at all. Hina huffed, glaring at the taller male. Just look at how cute Emma-chan is. When did you and Emma-chan become best friends? Takemichi curiously asked, as he vaguely remembered that he had been seeing the girls together a lot more since their disastrous first meeting. You can thank Mei-ni and Yae-senpai, Hina admitted. After they had us start talking, I realized Emma-chan is such a pure soul. She does go a bit off the deep end at times, but that's just because she loves Draken-kun so much. She explained, and that's why she came on to you the way she did that one time. Ah, Takemichi blushed, remembering his and Emma's first encounter, but also realizing what Hina was trying to tell him. So that's what happened. Noting Hina not walking by his side anymore, though, he stopped to look back for his girlfriend. Hina! He froze in place, though, as he realized the dark glare she sent him. You're not off the hook yet. He fearfully flinched at this, as Hina began to walk past him. Now I know Emma-chan's after Drakenkun, not you, but you're still in the doghouse. She angrily huffed. But that was just. Takemichi tried to explain himself, as Hina only continued to march ahead. You cheater. But I didn't cheat, that was all her, he stopped as Hina did. Looking back at her boyfriend, Hina pointed a finger towards a stall. Hey, let's do that. A shooting game. If you win me the special prize, I'll forgive you. Hina lightly teased and challenged Takemichi, smirking. Smirking back at the girl, Takemichi nodded. You're on, I'll hold you to it. Further, up ahead, having split officially from the other two groups, Meiko and Mikey still happily ate their candy apples as they walked through the festival for better ideas on what games they could do. Hey, I just realized, but your apple looks different from mine. Mikey noted as Meiko happily ate her treat. Oh, mine is covered in nuts. I noticed they had some while the nice Oji-san was giving you and Emma-chan yours, so I changed mine. Wanna try some? Meiko asked, holding her apple out to Mikey. Whoa, Tilda, can I? Mikey cheerily exclaimed, looking down at the nut treat. Yeah, sure, go ahead, I don't mind. Don't mind if I do. Taking a large bite, Mikey struggled to bite through the apple for a bit before succeeding and pulling away. Liking his lip, the boy hummed, Whoa, that's actually pretty good. Right. Though biting it was hard. Meiko laughed at this, no harder than a normal candy apple. Want some of mine, then? Mikey asked, holding out his now as Meiko hummed, looking over the partially eaten treat. All right. Biting into the apple, she almost seemed to moan in joy. So good. The candy shell wasn't even that hard to break. She cooed, not realizing how she had moaned, let alone made Mikey blush, as with that sound alone she made him realize something. We just shared an indirect kiss. He stared at his and her apples before biting into his again a bit more aggressively as his heart raced. Shit, my heart is racing now. Hey, you know those masks from earlier? Meiko asked, not realizing the distress she had started to cause the hormonal teen. Why don't you and I get ourselves a matching set with the others before we leave? A matching set? Mikey asked as Meiko nodded, smiling. Yeah, like a souvenir. She explained, blushing ever so slightly to look away. This is our first festival together as a group of friends, so, like, we should probably try to get something to remember this night with. Humming at this, Mikey smiled as he nodded. Sure, heck, why don't we buy it ourselves to surprise the others with? He said before smirking. That'll show Kenshin. He thinks he's so cool, just cause pays for everything. Well, you do sorta make him. But I can pay for things on my own too. You, Meiko deadpanned, as Mikey turned to pout at her. Hey, what's with that look? Meiko turned her back to him. Oh, nothing. That doesn't seem like nothing. You don't believe me. You are correct. Chan, Mikey whined, as the girl snorted and giggled as she moved out of his reach. Come on, Mikey, let's find some games to play. Meiko lightly teased, moving to run ahead. Look, they have Yo-Yo Tsuri, let's play that. Chan, Mikey loudly whined, chasing after the girl as Meiko only continued to laugh. Kneeling together beside a small pool filled with water balloons, Meiko and Mikey both holding their own stringed hooks as they both tried fishing out a balloon. Meiko's paper hook broke and she cursed under her breath. Shit, she pouted. Usually I'm better at these games, she muttered under her breath. Well, better than Mitch anyway. Mikey suddenly laughed, and Meiko gaped as the boy somehow hooked 2 balloons at once. I win. He smugly grinned, tauntingly waving the 1 balloons in Meiko's face as she pouted angrily at the boy. Show off, she huffed, closing her eyes to look away. She crossed her arms around her legs and angrily pouted as Mikey claimed his prize. HMPH. Here, looking up, Meiko blinked a few times as she saw Mikey holding out one of the now yo-yo balloons, specifically a nice purple one with red streaks running around it. Give me your hand. Blinking up at the grinning teen, Meiko handed him her left, allowing him to help her up. She watched, her face quietly become a bit red, as Mikey tied the makeshift toy's string around her ring finger. There we go. Mikey nodded to himself. Try it out. Nodding, Mako dropped the balloon, flicking her wrist ever so slightly, as she began to bounce the balloon on the string Mikey had tied with a smile. It's perfect. Mikey crossed his arms, victoriously puffing up his chest. Right, hey, you do me next. He grinned, holding up a red balloon splashed with white markings. Then we can go get some taiyaki and check out another ga. Mikey stopped, as the two teens heard a familiar cell go off. Frowning, Mikey reached into his shorts pockets and pulled out the device and narrowed his eyes at the message he'd received. Huh. What's wrong? Mako asked as Mikey flipped the device open, looking over the message. It's a text. From Draken, Mako asked, tilting her head. Or Emma-chan. Neither, Mikey muttered, looking towards Mako. It's from Pei-yan. Pei, she gasped. Is he okay? What does it say? She worriedly asked as Mikey frowned, looking down at the message. I don't know. He says he needs to see me ASAP somewhere. He closed the device, eyes narrowed. A few nights back when Kenshin and I made up, he got upset about my new decision on Pa. Mako gasped at this. He suddenly walked out of our meeting. He muttered, and none of us have been able to get in contact with him since. Do you think, Mako nervously began to ask, that Pei's calling you out for a fight? Mikey shook his head at this. Nah, there's no way. He smiled at Mako. Pei may be an idiot, but he knows his limits. He knows he'd never be able to take me down. Besides, that's totally not our style as a gang. Humming concernedly at this, Mako then asked, Then, do you think he wants to try talking to you about Pa again? Mikey frowned at this. Possibly. Pei's always been ride or die when it comes to Pa since they first met. So, it's not impossible he'd try to argue over the issue again. At this, Mako stared at Mikey's solemn eyes, noting the deep, almost far-off look in them as he was once more made to think about his imprisoned friend. Reaching out her hands, she clasped tightly onto both of Mikey's hands. You should go to him. Mikey's eyes became wide as his gaze whipped up to meet Mako's large blue eyes. Wah, but Ardu. He stopped as Mako lightly put a finger upon his lips and shook her head. It's okay. She smiled reassuringly up at Mikey brightly. Pei-yan is a friend and a member of Tommen who needs you. He's obviously been hurting, and as his commander, Mako shook her head. No, as his and Pa's friend. You should go to him and see what's going on. She said, maybe, share with Pei how you feel. Share how I feel, Mikey muttered, staring into the girl's bright blue eyes. Yeah, Mako nodded. If he really is as upset as you said. Maybe if you open up to him about your own pain and conflict on the situation, you can help Pei understand why you changed your mind on the issue. Staring deep into Mako's comforting gaze, Mikey frowned as he moved her fingers away from his lips. But what? About you? He asked, eyes narrowed. I don't want to just ditch you. Mako shook her head. It's fine, she reassured. It's far from ditching if I'm telling you to go, and besides, there's still the chance you can just come back to continue our hangout. She grinned. I'd rather you go check on Pei and make sure he's okay. Mako admitted, I'd feel horrible if something happened just 'cause I kept you away from a friend in need. Mikey openly stared at Mako for a bit, heart racing at the girl's empathy and concern for his and her friends, her understanding nature, and her warm and heartfelt advice ringing within him as he recalled how she did the same during his and Draken's fighting. Smiling down at the girl, Mikey nodded. Okay, he said, before puffing up his cheeks a bit annoyedly. But you better not leave before I come back. He said, I still want to get taiyaki with Ai-chan and play lots of other games against her and eat a lot more junk food. He childishly huffed as Mako laughed. All right, but what if I don't really have a choice? You know, like if it rains or something. She asked as Mikey frowned, looking up at the sky in deep thought. His expressions brightened slightly before he determinedly looked her in the eye. Then you can just go home with Kenshin and the others, he said, but in return, he grinned, I want to finally take you up on that offer. Mako blinked a few times, confused. Offer. Mikey grinned more brightly. The offer to have dinner at Ai-chan's house. He said, I really want to try Ai-chan's cooking, he excitedly said, making Mako blush. Yo you do. Yeah, Mikey nodded, trying not to blush. I really want to see what type of wifey Ai-chan would be when she grows up. Mako's face exploded red. as the image of an older version of herself feeding an older Mikey dinner flashed through her mind. Say Atilda. Atilda. Kaya Tilda. Steam almost seemed to emit from her cheeks as they burned, and Mako quickly pulled her hands away from the blonde boy. Closing her eyes tightly, Mako turned away from the suddenly confused boy as she clutched tightly to her beating chest. Okay, she almost yelled. If something happens and we really can't finish this date. She blushed harder as Mikey's own face became flushed. Then I'll happily make dinner for you, too, to make up for tonight. She slightly stuttered, clutching tightly to her rapidly beating heart. Oh, my God, it feels like my heart is about to burst right out of my chest. She suddenly began to smack her cheeks. Get it together, she mentally screamed, breathing heavily. You're getting too excited over no? Suddenly she felt herself be turned back, and her right hand moved away from her cheek as a soft, warm set of lips lightly caressed her cheeks as Mikey lightly kissed her. Kai, kiss. Mikey pulled away, lightly whispering in her ear. I'll hold you to it then, Matilda Ko-chan, releasing the blushing, dark-haired girl with a grin as he ran past her towards the festival's parking lot he had parked in. Yes, he mentally cheered, I just kissed my wifey. He continued to celebrate until he arrived at his parked bike, his smile dropping as soon as he got on and started the vehicle as he began to drive away. But now, to see what's really going on with Pei-yan. He thought, something deep in his gut telling him something was about to go wrong. Swaying back and forth in embarrassment as Mikey ran away, Mako's mind and heart raced. Her mouth opened slightly before she slapped her hands over it. JSGFFWEVS, she screamed into her hands, doing her best to muffle herself and not make a scene. My heart is seriously gonna burst, she squealed into her hands. I need to call someone. She gushed, turning her back to the festival and crowd as she reached into the front of her yukata to pull her cell phone out of her cleavage, before turning to try and walk to a more quiet place in the festival. Emma, Hina, Yai, Enio, Eep. She yelped as she found herself running into someone, almost falling back only to be grabbed and helped back up into a hard chest. Oof. Wincing, Mako placed a hand over the chest of her supposed savior as she lightly pushed back. I am so sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going. She stopped as she realized the male that held her had his hands firmly clamped into place around her waist. Slowly looking up, Mako felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand up as she looked up at a smugly smiling golden-eyed teen with black and blonde hair. Who? You okay? That was quite the fall you almost had. His smile seemed to almost become more predatory. You should be more careful about looking where you're going, little girl. The male teased, as Mako only stared up at him wide-eyed. Name's Hanma, he introduced, and Mako felt her stomach knot up. What's your name? This guy, she thought, firmly pushing herself away from the boy's hold as every nerve in her body screamed to her to run from danger. Something doesn't feel right. August 3rd, 2005. Yay, pork no fuiste al festival con tus amigos? Juan asked as he looked over to his granddaughter as she carefully placed down a box of fireworks. Pork no curia, abuelo, I don't really feel like interacting with people more than necessary. She sighed, trying to pop her back after helping move and unload one of the many heavy crates filled with recreational fireworks. She winced as she felt a particularly sharp pop in her back. Oh, ow, ow, ow. Are you okay? Riane gasped, moving away from the setup she was helping with to go over to check on her daughter. Did you pull a muscle in your back? I'm fine, Ye lied, still trying to release more of the tense muscles in her back. I just need a stretch. Take a break, Riane firmly ordered before looking at her father. You're abuelo, and I have this covered now, and you've been helping carry too many heavy boxes and crates. Before Ye could even argue, her grandfather nodded at her mother's words. Ella tine la razan, Ye. Go walk the stalls, get yourself something to eat, and take a break. Tu mama y yo estamos bien. Grumbling at her grandfather's word, Ye sent her mother a quick glare before reluctantly agreeing. Kay, I guess I am hungry, and in pain. Thank you, Riane smiled in relief, as Ye simply waved her off. Yeah, I'll bring you both back some soda or something. She muttered, walking further into the small community festival area her grandparents were helping with. Waving at her grandmother as she saw the woman speaking to a group of housewives and other adults, before making her way through the semi-crowded street into the park, some festival goers were using as the main hub for stalls and games. Looking around, Ye's gaze stopped as she landed on a set of almost identical girls looking longingly up at a stall that sold cotton candy. Hold on, Ye thought. Where have I seen those two before? Walking a little bit closer to the stall, she looked over at the cotton candy being made and put on display before looking back at the two wide-eyed girls staring up at the treats. That's right. Getting closer, she dropped down to a crouching position closer to the eldest girl's height before tilting her head as she looked up at the two girls. The two little girls looked towards her with a bit of cautionary glare once they realized this. I thought so, she muttered, smiling softly at the pair. Who are you? The eldest girl glared, pushing her younger sister more firmly behind her. Why are you looking at me and Mana like that? Humming to herself, Ye bowed her head slightly. I'm Shimuzu Ye. She introduced herself. You two wouldn't happen to be Mitsuya-kun's little sisters, would you? She asked as the younger of the two girls' eyes widened along with her elder sister's. You know our big brother. Are you a friend of his? The eldest asked as Ye laughed a bit nervously. Sorta, we've hung out once and talked here and there, she explained. Now, let me see if I have this right. She pointed to the eldest, you're Luna, then the youngest, and you're Mana, right? The two girls nodded firmly, causing Ye to sigh in relief. Oh, thank goodness, May was right, you two do sorta look like twins. She chuckled as Luna pouted at her remark, well outside Luna obviously being the much bigger kid. She snorted when she noted Luna puffing up with pride at this. So frickin' cute. Man, May's gonna be so jealous when she hears I ran into these two little cuties. She mentally laughed before frowning as she looked around. Hold on. Looking back at the two girls, Ye's eyes narrowed. Hey, quick question. She began, but where are your parents or your big brother? Are you guys here alone? At this, Luna shook her head. No, Mom and Big Bro are here with us. We just wandered off, Mana shyly admitted as Ye sighed at the girls' responses. Thought so. Looking up at the stall, she asked, is that why you two are just staring at the cotton candy stall? Luna slightly blushed at this. We got hungry, Mana muttered, pouting, but we don't know where Mama or Big Brother are. I see. Ye frowned before standing up. That is an issue, she sighed, crossing her arms and closing her eyes as she shouted out to the stall worker. Oi, 3 freshly made cotton candies, please, she said, holding up 3 fingers, Luna and Mana's heads snapping up to stare up at the older girl with wide eyes. Coming right up. Why you? Peeking out one eye, she smirked down at the younger girls. It's a good thing, though, that I just so happen to be hungry as well. Ye teased, and sweets like these are always better eaten with friends. Eyes sparkling, Luna and Mana both launched themselves into Ye's lower body. Thank you, One-chan. Hey, careful. Ye panicked, almost thrown off balance as a blush slowly went down her neck. Don't make me regret trying to be nice. Luna, Mana, a familiar male voice called out in a slight panic. Where are you? Huh? Looking back up towards the crowd, Ye's eyes widened as she caught sight of a familiar silver-haired teen standing within a crowd trying to look around. That's Big Brother, the girls yelled as they pulled themselves away from Ye. Luna waved the older boy down as Mana jumped beside her sister to do the same. We're here. Over here, Mana yelled. Next to the pretty one-san, Luna loudly yelled, causing Ye to blush as Mitsuya's gaze snapped towards his sister, shouting. PR pretty one-san? Me? Ye quietly muttered, blushing even more furiously as Mitsuya quickly jogged his way over to their small group, carefully pushing past the other festival-goers. There you are, what did I say about wandering off? Mitsuya firmly scolded, looking down at the girls. Mom's almost beside herself, and I almost called Hakai over too. He stopped, as he realized there was someone else already with his 2 sisters. Looking up, he blinked a few times in shock as he realized who was standing close beside his little sisters. Yai. Snapping out of her shock, Ye turned to the eldest Mitsuya sibling and awkwardly waved. Oh, hey, Mitsuya-kun. What are you doing here? Mitsuya asked, staring at the red-haired girl as she opened her mouth to respond only to be cut off as the stall worker came over to hand the youngest girls their treats. 3 freshly made cotton candies, the stall worker said, before grabbing the last cotton candy to hold out to Ye with his hands out. That'll be 900 yen. Cotton ka, Luna, Mana. Mitsuya began preparing to scold his sisters, only to be stopped as Yae firmly placed a hand over his chest. "Don't worry, Mitsuya-kun, I offered it to them," Yae quickly and calmly explained, when noting how upset the older boy was starting to become. "I was already hungry myself, so I didn't see any harm in getting them some while I fed myself," she said as Mitsuya frowned at her before looking to his sisters as Yae paid. "Is that true?" The two girls nodded rapidly. "Yeah." "Yuha." "She said she was a friend of yours. She even knew our names. And she even asked where you and Mom were. And she got it without us asking." Luna loudly empathized as Yae nodded from beside Mitsuya. That just about sums it up. Pulling a chunk of cotton candy off her stick, she held it out to the boy. "Want some?" Sighing, Mitsuya could only shake his head as he took the surgery sweet. "Sure, why not?" He then sent his sister a light glare, "But no running off anymore. There's too many people at this event, and we don't need you two getting lost," he scolded as the girls nodded regretfully. "All right. We're sorry." "Also," Mitsuya pointed to Yae, "what do we say to the pretty one-san?" Yae lightly choked on her own saliva. "Wah." "Thank you for the cotton candy, one-san," Mana and Luna both said at once. Blushing at the little girls' bright grins, Yae looked away. "Why, yeah, you're welcome, girls." Coughing into her hands, she did send them a slight scold. "Also listen to your big brother. He's only trying to do his best by looking out for you too. You never know how crazy people can get at these festivals, so you should be safe and stay close to him or your mama." "Okay," the girls both nodded before Luna looked over to the side. "Ah, Mom's right over there. Mana, let's go share some cotton candy with her." "'Kay." "Hey, wait," Mitsuya began to call after his sister, sighing as the girls simply giggled and scurried off to their mother's side. "I swear, they're getting more and more wild with each day sometimes." Snorting at the teen's words, Yae muttered, "I swear you sound just like Mako when you say that." "Huh?" Mitsuya asked, looking towards the eating Yae. "What do you mean by that?" Yae shrugged. "You know, like you're their dad or something instead of their older brother. May has those moments sometimes with Take Michikun." At this, Mitsuya could only smile a bit nervously and rub the back of his neck. "I guess. I kind of have had to step into that role since it's just us and our mom," he admitted, causing Yae to pause mid-bite to begin panicking internally. "Shit, yeah, you dumbass, what did you just do? You just frickin' made this so awkward," she thought before nervously smiling at him. Oh, I see," she nervously laughed. "I'm so sorry if I made this awkward." Mitsuya only shook his head at Yae's words. "Nah, it's cool, you didn't really know." Still, Yae muttered, "I probably shouldn't have made a comment. They're your sisters, so you're allowed to talk to them however you want." "I said it's fine." Mitsuya sighed, lightly patting the obviously nervous girl's shoulder. "Really, it's nothing serious." He smiled at the girl. "You really aren't that good at interacting with people if I isn't around, huh?" Blushing, Yae could only nervously look away. "Yeah, so?" she defensively snapped. At least I'm sorta trying. I'm just not that good when I'm not used to people," she quietly muttered, causing Mitsuya to laugh. "Yeah, I can see that." He raised his hands up defensively when Yae whipped her gaze back to him to glare. "But that isn't a bad thing," he quickly shot back. "I mean, you seemed just fine with my sisters before I came." Yae rolled her eyes. "Well, yeah, they're kids. Savage, chaotic little crotch goblins, I'm sure, but kids nonetheless." She shrugged, looking over to where the girls were animatedly talking to their mother. "I don't," she sighed. "I guess I don't have to really worry about placing my trust in them, so it's just easier to talk to them," she said, causing Mitsuya to frown. "So you mean the reason you struggle to communicate with others without I around?" Yae huffed, "Is cause I have trust issues, yeah, pretty much," she admitted. "Don't get me wrong, I know that's more a me problem than she gestures to him and the space around them, a other people problem. "It's just the way I've been ever since," she shook her head. "Shit. Let's just say that shit happened and my trust has never been easy to gain since then." Mitsuya hummed at this. "I see, but you know, the fact you're willingly talking to me about this makes me think you're definitely improving on that." He smiled gently. "And from what I've heard, you seem to be able to get along just well without I once you start getting to know someone." Yae blinked a few times in shock at this, feeling her heart skip a beat. "Why, you really think so?" Mitsuya nodded. Yeah, I mean we're still talking now, aren't we? Slowly, a small smile broke out on Ye's lips, causing Mitsuya to stare a bit in awe at the more soft look her features took with it. Yeah, I guess we are, she chuckled to herself. Huh, May was right, I guess. Forced social interaction can be exposure therapy. Her head dropped, bangs covering her eyes as he slowly hissed. God damn it. What's wrong? Mitsuya asked as Ye looked at him, realizing what her admission meant with a twinge of regret. I now owe that bitch a new video game. She huffed, causing Mitsuya to burst out laughing. I literally made a bet with her, on this shit, thinking it could never be proven. I guess fuck me for not thinking that through. Did you two really make a bet like that? Smiling smugly, Ye shrugged. Yeah, if I had one she'd have owed me some new piercings. She dryly laughed before sighing. Dang, and I was really looking forward to those snake bites too. She sighed, and Mitsuya only laughed harder. Snake bites? What, you don't think I could make them work? Ye huffed. I know I'm not that good looking, but those piercings will hardly make a dent on my looks. Hey, shaking his head, Mitsuya could only send Ye a slightly strained smile. Don't say that. Don't say what? About your looks, he clarified. Sure, you're not conventionally pretty by Japanese standards. He held his hands up then as if he was looking at her through a camera lens before smiling reassuringly. But you're far from being ugly, you're just a bit different, but that's far from bad if you ask me. He said as he dropped his hands. If nothing else, it really makes you stand out from the crowd. Unamused Ye snorted at this. Yeah, well, standing out has never really been my style. She said, crossing her arms and looking away. I'd rather people not treat me like an other just cause I don't match their standards or wish to forcibly conform myself to match what they consider normal. She grumbled as Mitsuya frowned. I'm sorry, I didn't mean. Sighing, she smiled at him, cutting Mitsuya off at the sudden change in an expression she gave him. Smiling a bit more widely, she muttered, Yeah, well, you didn't know, right? She winked then, so no hard feelings. I'm sure a gangster like you probably gets some shit looks sent your way too just for being who you are, so let's let bygones be bygones. She held her hand out to him, smirking, and call ourselves even. Deal. Chuckling back at the girl, Mitsuya took her hand and shook it. Deal. He said, smiling before pulling his hand away. So what are you doing here anyway? Helping out my abuelo. Gramps sell some fireworks. Just the small stuff. Currently my mom's the one helping him while I take a break, and my nana is around here somewhere. She's probably promoting the clinic for any household in need of it. She explained, causing Mitsuya to smile. Seriously, that sounds pretty interesting, honestly. You and your family really sound like you're all a pretty mixed bag of. He stopped mid-sentence, noting something off to the distance behind Ye, eyes narrowing as he frowned at what he saw. Hey. Turning around slightly, Ye's forest green eyes scanned the area but struggled to find the teen Mitsuya spoke. Where? Over there, Mitsuya pointed, and Ye's eyes finally landed on the taller teen dressed in his Taman uniform walking with a group of older males. Wait, why is he in uniform? Looking at Mitsuya, Ye felt her stomach knot up. So dumb question, I'm sure, but Taman doesn't have any high school-aged members, right? Cause those didn't look like middle schoolers. Narrowing his eyes, Mitsuya shook his head. No, they do not, he said before moving to follow after the teens. Wait here. Ye exclaimed before looking around as the male ran ahead. Wait, don't just suddenly rush in, she snapped, running after Mitsuya. Maybe it's nothing serious. Quickly and quietly following the group of teens, Mitsuya and Ye quietly peeked around a corner as they watched Pei-yan be surrounded by a group of older males. I told you to wait back there. Mitsuya quietly hissed as he glared down at Ye, the red-haired girl harshly shushing him as she tried to remain quiet. Yeah, well, Pavlov's a bitch and May's done this too many times to me for me not to follow. She hissed, now shut up and listen. Pressing themselves closer into the corner, the two teens strained their ears to listen in. Well, one of the leaders of the group asked, glaring down at Pei. Is it done? Yeah, Pei-yan shook, hands clutched to his side as he glared at the ground before him. I sent the text. And, the male impatiently hissed. Mikey said he was heading over, Pei grumbled, glaring up at the male. So Draken should be alone at the festival now. he said, causing Mitsuya to tense up from above Yae. Which means? The male smirked, which means Tommen's second in command is ripe for the picking. He turned to one of his friends. Let the boss know we'll be there soon. It's going down tonight for sure. Mobius versus Tommen round 2, turning back to Pei, the dark-haired teen smirked. It seems you'll be getting that sweet revenge of yours tonight, kid. Mitsuya's stomach dropped and his eyes went wide. Yae, gasping so loudly from the shock and fear she had quickly covered her mouth as she and Mitsuya ducked behind the corner they'd hidden in. Shit. What was that? Go look quick. Fuck, Mitsuya whispered, preparing to yay and run as he heard one of the gang members walk. We gotta. Play along, Yae suddenly hissed, catching the light lilac-haired teen off guard as he suddenly found the front of his shirt being grabbed and tugged as Yae pushed herself between the corner and a light post and dragged Mitsuya to cover her front. His lavender eyes widened as he suddenly found himself pulled roughly into a kiss, Yae forcing her lips firmly against his own as she threw her arms partially around his neck and parts of his head to obscure his face, keeping him close as she glared at him before closing her eyes and letting out a false moan during the kiss. He shut his eyes tight, realizing what she planned, kissing the girl back as he heard one of the gang members rounding the corner, making sure to place his hands in the most appropriate of areas to try and make their ruse work. The pair heard the gang member clicking his tongue in disgust before he began to walk away, allowing the two teens to quickly pull away and try to catch their breaths. It's just some horny dude with some girl, must have been giving it to her good. The teens snorted, causing Mitsuya to turn red as he glared in the direction that led to the alley the teens were talking in. Kinda wish we could be having some of that fun. The male laughed, causing Yae to angrily clench her fist in the front of Mitsuya's shirt before she tugged at him for them to leave. Do you think we could? Don't even think about it, Pei yelled. I lured Mikey away like you asked, but once he figures out I lied, he's sure to rush back and... Don't worry, the leader cut in. We're not idiots. We made sure to send some guys to keep that ex-commander of yours busy, the male said, emphasizing the X. Then again, there's no telling how long we'll have till that Ryuji kid books it from the festival, so we should probably start getting gone if we want to make this work. Yeah, especially with the boss already there waiting for us. He'll kill us if we're late. Right, hey Gu, you take the kid. Why do I gotta carry the brat? Just shut up and take the kid. We're not having this argument. Come on, Yae hissed, pulling Mitsuya strongly away from the corner and lamppost they had used as their hiding spot. We gotta go now before they see us. Angrily shaking in place, Mitsuya shook his head, allowing the red-haired girl to drag him as they quickly and quietly fled the scene. Once getting farther away, the two entered a full-on sprint as they ran back in the direction of the neighborhood and festival they'd originally been at. Damn it, Mitsuya yelled. What the hell, Pei-yan? What the hell is right? Weren't they those Mobius guys May said Mikey and Draken dealt with? No clue, but it looks like it, Mitsuya hissed as the pair finally stopped outside the park the festival they were taking part in was located. Shit! He punched a tree nearby, making Yae jump. I can't believe Pei. I can't believe he just did that. He hissed, I can't believe he's betrayed Tommen. Yae quietly finished as Mitsuya nodded his head angrily. Damn it, we should have known something was off. What do you mean? Yae asked, wide-eyed. Looking back at the still out-of-breath girl, Mitsuya glared in frustration. I mean that, just a few days back, when Draken and Mikey made up and called us all up for a meeting to put an end to the infighting. Pei just walked out and been MIA ever since. Yae gasped, suddenly covering her mouth. What? What's wrong? Do you know something? Staring up at Mitsuya, Yae complexion paled as she removed her hands from her mouth. And no, but I ran into Pei right before that meeting that night. Mitsuya gasped. Yeah, she exclaimed. The guy was upset, and it was definitely obvious just at who it was to. Draken, Mitsuya whispered. He's still blaming Draken over Pa? Damn it, we shouldn't have let things go this far. He dug into his pocket and tried calling a number, cursing as he pulled the device away from his ear. Seriously, Draken. What? His phone's dead, Mitsuya growled. I can't get in contact with him at all to warn him. Yae's eyes widened at this. Wait, let me try calling May. She's at the festival with him and, Ye froze as she felt around her pockets. Oh, and no, I don't have my phone. Let me try calling her. I know I have her number in here. Mitsuya grumbled, trying to call Mako, only to curse again as he aggressively pulled the phone away from his ear. Son of a, it says she's out of service. What? She's probably somewhere where the signal's not good. The shrine has areas like that. He glared, as Ye's eyes narrowed furiously. Then you have to go. Go? Mitsuya paused a few seconds before his eyes widened. Go. Yes, I can get over there in a good 20 or 30 minutes if I take my bike. He exclaimed. I can even call up the others. Yeah, you're a genius. Ye simply gave the deadpan stare. I mean, all I said was go and let you figure out all the rest, but sure. I'm a genius, let's go with that. She sarcastically said before frowning in concern. What about your family, though? I know we sorta left, but suddenly vanishing completely from this festival would probably still worry them, especially your little sisters, right? Want me to let them know you had an emergency and had to go? Mitsuya smiled at this and sighed in relief as he nodded. Yeah, that would help a lot. Just let my mom and sisters know one of my friends needed help, and that should cover for me. Ye nodded at this. All right. Then you should probably start heading towards Draken before traffic gets bad. Ye, notably worried, I can call Baji-san and Chifuyu-kun for ya, and let them know what's going on so they can rally the others. You do that? Mitsuya asked, eyes a bit wide, as Ye nodded determinedly. Yeah, you need to get to Draken and warn him after all, and the clock's ticking. She explained. I'll even grab some stuff from my Nana's car and head on over myself just in case once I'm done here. Wah, Mitsuya gasped as Ye crossed her arms. Look, do you really have time to start questioning me? She snapped, causing Mitsuya to stand up straighter. Your friend needs you right now. We don't have time for this, so go. Frowning Mitsuya could only reluctantly nod at this. You're right. Placing his hand on Ye's shoulder, he gave her an appreciative squeeze. Thanks for all this. I promise to pay you back. Shrugging the boy's hand off, Ye scoffed, blushing ever so slightly. Yeah. Don't get all sentimental with me yet. You still have to save that dumb giant of yours. Mitsuya laughed at this only to stop, as he suddenly found himself once more being grabbed aggressively by the front of his shirt, only this time to be dragged down so that Ye could very angrily glare and growl in his face. Oh, and if you ever, tell anyone about what I did to cover our asses tonight. Mitsuya swore Ye's eyes were turning a lighter shade of green from anger, as he struggled to figure out if her blush was from anger or embarrassment. I will deny everything, and then I'll show you exactly why you don't piss off doctors in training. Proper medicine doses are so hard to remember after all. We clear. Mitsuya blinked a few times before nodding. He was cut off as Ye pushed him away. Good, she huffed in relief before moving to call up one of the boys and re-enter the park. I'd rather not have to ruin that pretty face. Violence isn't really my thing, you know. She grumbled, walking away, now to call up the long-haired wild dumbass boy you call a friend. She said, never noticing how Mitsuya stared curiously at her before quickly shaking his head to run off. I'll think about this later, he muttered. I gotta get to Draken first. Chapter 14. Aggressively pulling her grandmother's car's door open, Ye threw herself into the back seat. She pulled a small blanket off a bulk that sat in the back seat to reveal an emergency first aid kit. Reaching into the space between the back seat and the driver's seat, she threw open her messenger bag before dumping out any books and random knick-knacks from within it, replacing the miscellaneous contents with the kit before she began to shuffle her way out of the car. She failed to notice, as her mother had come up behind her, having grown concerned, when she noticed her daughter's extended disappearance. Yay. Eek. Bam. Jumping at her sudden appearance, Ye inadvertently slammed her head against the frame of the car door as she was exiting the back seat. Ah! Ye began to curse and hiss painfully under her breath as she held her throbbing head. Maldita. Gasping in shock at the loud slam of her daughter hitting her head, Riene moved to check on her as she quickly moved to reach for her child. Are you okay? I'm fine, Ye hissed, brushing her mother's hand away from her head. It's just a bump, I'm good. I need to go. Go? Eyes wide, Riene tried following after her daughter. Go where? She asked, reaching out to her daughter. Ye, where are you going? And what's with those supplies? She continued questioning as her daughter only ignored her. Ye continued to ignore her. Growling, Riene quickly grabbed her daughter, forcibly turning her around to face her. Shimizu Ye, you tell me what's going on this instant. Riene tried to sternly order, only to waver as her daughter's tense glare made her hesitate. Please, something's obviously not right. Maybe I can help. Shrugging her mother's hand off, Ye scoffed at the women's worlds, curling into herself a bit. I'm fine, I just have to get to the Musashi festival now, she said, clutching her bag tight. Frowning at her daughter, Riene muttered to herself. The Musashi festival. Her eyes became wide then. That's a 20-minute ride from here, Riene exclaimed, and you plan to go on foot. Well, I don't really have a choice, Ye angrily snapped. My friend is about to get jumped by some no-good gangsters, and I can't just stay here knowing someone I know could get seriously hurt. She glared as Riene's expression shifted to become more serious. Gangsters, yeah, you can't go. Fuck you, Ye snapped. Who are you to tell me what to do? I'm going, you can't stop me. She growled, moving to walk around her mother as Riene only shook her head. No, I mean you're not going on foot, Riene clarified, causing Ye's eyes to go wide as her mother turned and began walking away. Ye stuttered as Riene turned back to her daughter to frown. You won't make it in time on foot. Right now, traffic is more backed up than a virgin on Valentine's Day. Riene began to explain as Ye gagged at her mother's crude analogy. Hey, gross, really, Mom? Not only that, but the rain is only going to make it worse. Riene pointed up at the sky. Rain? Ye looked up, her eyes becoming wide as the once clear night sky slowly became darker and darker with rain clouds. Oh, son of a... Come on, Riene shouted, snapping Ye out of her stunned state. Looking back down, she gasped as her mother waved her over. I'll take you, she said before moving to lead the girl to another parking spot further from the girl's grandmother's vehicle. Stopping by a wine-red 1984 Honda Goldwing and throwing her daughter a black helmet. We'll take your pappy's bike to the festival. I still know enough shortcuts around this place that I'm sure we can avoid most of the heavy traffic. Clumsily catching the black helmet, Ye slowly looked at her mother wide-eyed as she muttered. Wait, so? You're not gonna stop me from running into a literal gang fight? Smiling at the girl, Riene could only shrug as she started up the bike. I mean, would you even listen if I tried? She asked as Ye opened her mouth only to close it. Besides, you come from a long line of young and impulsive Spanish youth. I should really tell you about the day I met your father or even about your abuelo's old crew, she said, patting the back of the bike seat. Besides, she smiled as Ye finished securing the helmet to her head. I know you, Ye. Riene watched as her daughter tensed up at this. You're a kind and sweet girl at heart who just wants to take care of others. That's just the kind of girl your father and I wanted you to be, Riene lightly reminisced. I know if you really want to go and do this, that it must be important to you, and stopping you isn't really an option. Right. Swallowing loudly, Ye shyly looked away as she made her way to the back of her pappy's old bike. Yeah, she muttered, it kinda sorta is, she admitted as she took a seat on the back of the motorcycle. Quietly she muttered to herself, Gracias, Mommy. Blushing, Riene struggled to not burst into a bright smile as she was sure her daughter had not meant for her to hear that. JKSXD half tilde, mi bebe. Taking a deep breath and trying to mentally prepare herself, Ye looked up and sent her mother a determined glare. All right, floor it. I have some dumbass friends I need to make sure don't get themselves killed tonight, so let's not waste any more time. Grinning at this, Riene happily nodded. All righty. Turning to face ahead, she revved up her cycle as she smiled excitedly up at the road before her. Then hold on tight, cause Mommy's about to show you the skills that made her a top street racer back in her day. You were what? Ye screamed as she suddenly felt the bike lurch forward, stomach knotting up, palms sweating, and the familiar urge to throw up passed through her system as her mother's maniacal laughter and motorcycle engine rang through her ears. Ah! August 3rd, 2005. Whoa now, sweetheart, what's with that reaction? Hanma slyly smirked, staring down at Mako after the girl had broken away from his grasp. I don't bite. Much. He laughed at this, causing Mako to shiver. Okay, something definitely isn't right with this guy. Mako thought, trying to do her best to keep her facial and physical reactions as limited as possible. Just the tone of his voice alone, not to mention his eyes. Mako thought, looking directly up into Hanma's eyes. It's like he isn't even looking at me. She thought, no, he is. Her eyes narrowed slightly, as Hanma's smirk only seemed to stay in place. It's just obvious he isn't really impressed or cares. She frowned, so why put up the nice guy act or even bother to talk to me? What is he planning? What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Hanma asked before his eyes narrowed slightly with some interest. Or could it be that you're really not into nice guys? He bluntly asked as he stared Mako down as his mind recalled a recent conversation with Kisaki Teta. Make sure to get her out of the way, Kisaki ordered as he held a secretly taken picture of Mako with Hina and the other girls up to Hanma. I don't care how you do it, but make sure to either incapacitate or capture her once Mikey leaves the festival. Boredly cleaning out his ear with his finger, Hanma frowned as he stared at the picture Kisaki held out to him. Huh, why's that? He asked. Don't tell me you're scared about one itsy-bitsy little girl ruining your plans. He mercilessly taunted as Kisaki glared at him. Laugh all you want, but this itsy-bitsy little girl, as you put it, has played a role in ruining my plans already. He growled, her and that no-good brother. Hanma raised a brow at Kisaki's glare, but did little to question it more as the male glared at him again. Besides that, it seems that some rumors have begun spreading amongst the gangs. At this, Hanma smiled cockily. You mean the one about Tommen's commander getting himself a little wifey? He waved Mako's picture around. Don't tell me this little chickie is her. From what has been spreading around, yes. Kisaki huffed. Supposedly she's his new wifey. Kisaki rolled his eyes at the term, though it's primarily pure speculation due to her presence during Tommen's and Mobius' first confrontation. All right, so we got dumbasses gossiping like old housewives. Big whoop. What's this rumor gotta do with me? Hanma frowned as Kisaki only seemed to smile maliciously at him. To put it simply, if possible. Gotta admit that's actually kind of funny. Hanma laughed. Then again, you are the naive one getting yourself involved. People really oughta not, he said, causing Mako to tilt her head curiously. I'd like for you to test that rumor out if possible, Kisaki said, as his glasses gleamed in the street light. If you can. Hanma silently stared Mako down at this memory. Test out the rumor, huh? He smiled a bit sadistically. I can do that. Staring the male down, Mako took a deep breath through her nose as she did her best to not tense under the male's cold, sadistic gaze. Okay, May, stay cool. Even if this guy is literally screaming danger, you gotta stay calm. If not, she thought before smiling up at Hanma as innocently as she could. This could turn seriously ugly real fast. She finished thinking before speaking. If I'm naive, then you look like a total zombie. She shot back, or a pothead. She shrugged, causing Hanma to actually snort a bit amused at her words. Who are you? Mako asked. Well now, aren't you sassy? He grinned, the name's Hanma. He replied, now more amused, Hanma Shuji, and you? Are not impressed or amused. Mako coldly shot back, cutting the male off. Tell me, Hanma, what do you really want, and why are you looking at me as if I'm some easy prey? She glared, causing Hanma's grin to spread wider as he stared the smaller girl down. My, well, aren't you clever? Hanma amusedly grinned as he continued to look Mako over. Here I thought you were just some naive little girl getting herself stupidly wrapped up with delinquents. But now, his eyes narrowed, now I'm starting to think that's not quite the case. Hold on, wrapped up with delinquents. Eyes narrowed, Mako placed her hands at her hips and cocked her hip. Don't tell me, she thought, glaring the male down. Is this guy in a gang? Giving Hanma another once-over, her eyes linger on the tattoos that decorated the male's hands, no doubt about it, and something tells me he's not in Tommen. Her eyes jumped back to Hanma's amused face. This really isn't gonna end well, she thought, silently gritting her teeth. Damn it, this was exactly the kind of thing I wanted to avoid back during that whole Mobius incident with Pachin. She mentally seethed. Is this because of Michai's and me getting all buddy-buddy with Tommen? She wondered, biting the inside of her cheek. Or is it because of? Her mind flashed back to the kiss Mikey had given her not that long ago, causing her cheeks to become slightly flushed. Quickly, she shook her head to try and push away those intrusive thoughts before sending Hanma a hard stare. What do you want? Mako repeated, annoyed. My straight to point, huh? Gotta say I do like a girl who's straight to the point. Hanma hummed. Beating around the bush is just so boring and no fun, you know. I definitely prefer a more direct approach, Hanma said, taking a step closer, his grin becoming more amused and sadistic as he noted that Mako did not even flinch or try to move back as he closed the gap between them more. Hypocrite, she huffed before raising a brow. What, are you trying to flirt with me? Or are you gonna tell me what it is you want? Mako glared, almost snarling as Hanma grabbed her face by her chin and began to tilt her head side to side as he was inspecting a fine piece of jewelry or a show dog. Don't flatter yourself, chickie, Hanma boredly shot back. I'm just here trying to figure out what seems to be making you so special to the oh-so-great Mikey-kun. Hanma sarcastically cooed, causing Mako's stomach to knot up. Knew it. Gotta say, you're kinda cute. I mean, if you like resting bitch face, he mocked as Mako's face had entered an annoyed deadpan stare while he inspected her. And you got a bit of a bite and some brains to you, it seems, but honestly, I'm still not impressed. Hanma shrugged, smirking, bit of a disappointment really. Hanma snickered, leaning his face closer towards the girl's face. I mean, getting yourself attached to some weak-ass little girl, what was the guy thinking? Hanma taunted aloud, amused as he watched Mako begin to shake as she shut her eyes suddenly, tears welling up in the corner of one of her shut eyes. Just makes my job easier, you know. Taking you hostage would be a piece of. His golden eyes widened as he suddenly felt his grip on her chin break away. Without warning, Mako grabbed him from the front of his shirt, reeled her head back and... Bam! Crack! Hanma staggered back in shock from the sudden headbutt to his face, nose sputtering blood, possibly even broken. Wah! His hand flew up towards Mako only to gasp as he found himself, victim to a shot below the belt. Ah! Stepping a few steps back, Mako rubbed her eye. Fucking eyelash, she quietly muttered, continuing to rub her eye as Hanma struggled to not collapse to his knees or grab his battered manhood. Also 2 fucking words, breath, mince, I swear it was like I was breathing through an exhaust pipe, gross. She huffed, crinkling up her nose in disgust. The rain finally fell from the sky as Mako blinked her eyes clear a few more times before looking down at the male unamused. Hanma felt his heart and blood race as what were usually clear blue eyes almost seemed to darken into dark blue as she glared down at him. Gotta say, handjob, if you think I'm just some weak little girl you can just use as leverage in your dumbass gang fights, then you better get that damn head of yours checked, and I don't just mean the lower one too. She mocked, pointing down at his bruised and broken manhood. Cause obviously your fucking zombie-ass brain ain't doing you any favors, and you aren't getting any brighter. She mocked before angrily flipping the male off as she stared the male down with disgust. And if you ever think I'm just some helpless little girl who can't protect herself, then you got another thing coming, asshole. Whatever interest Mikey has in me is none of your damn business. You want me? Come and get me, cigarette sucker. She sadistically grinned at this then. Cause I'm not gonna be an easy catch. You wanna fight? Come and get me, she yelled before turning and running towards the forest. She hissed as her head throbbed and her heart raced as she fled. Shit, 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 she mentally screamed. What the hell is that guy's face made of? Her head continued to throb as she ran further into the woods. That guy is seriously dangerous. She winced in pain as her hand flew up to her slightly colored forehead. I just know it. Trying to fight that guy back there in a slightly crowded area wouldn't end well for me. She thought, recalling the grip he had on her face, the predatory look in his eyes hidden behind a sadistic gleam, and his lack of care for the area around them. I need to get some distance and call the others, she thought, picking up some speed. Something is definitely not right. Finally straightening himself up and whipping the blood from his face, Hanma quietly chuckled to himself as he stared down at his own blood on his hand. Ahaha, ahaha. He threw his head back, laughing almost manically. Oh wow, now that was amusing. He grinned, looking into the direction Mako had fled. And here I honestly thought you were nothing more than some silly little girl Matilda Ko-chan. He almost seemed to coo as he looked down to the ground, where the butterfly hair ornament Mako had been wearing had fallen after headbutting him so hard. Leaning down, he picked up the small hairpiece before throwing it up in the air and catching it cockily a few times before holding it up. But it seems like the little kitten actually has some claws. He chuckled. I think I'm finally starting to understand why Mikey is so interested in you. He thought aloud before his gaze darkened as he turned and walked in the opposite direction Mako had run off, a grin wide on his face. Too bad, I don't have any time to run after ya. Oh well, I wonder what sort of damage I can do with this thing here. He chuckled to himself, continuously throwing and catching the forgotten hairpiece up in the air as he walked away. August 3rd, 2005. Take Michi. Hina, over here. Take Michi exclaimed, him and Hina running under some trees close by to the festival in an attempt to take shelter from the rain. Whoa, we're totally soaked. Hina almost whined, watching as Take Michi tried to shake his hair dry like a dog. Damn it, and I had my hair up all awesome, too. He whined as well, as both teens did their best to get rid of any excess water off themselves to no avail. Standing close side by side, Take Michi and Hina leaned back against the tree they hid under as they watched the rain continue to fall. Silently, Take Michi took note of their situation, as he noted the lack of human presence close by. We somehow ended up alone. It's not stopping, Hina quietly noted as Take Michi and her continued to avoid eye contact. Yeah. Suddenly Hina winced, leaning down slightly as her free hand flew towards her right foot. Ow. What's wrong? Take Michi concernedly asked as he looked down towards his bent-over girlfriend. Hina sent the concerned boy a slightly pained and ashamed smile as she said, I guess my geta are the wrong size. Leaning down a bit to take a better look, Take Michi's eyes widened as he took note of his girlfriend's foot. Hey, you're bleeding. His hands without much thinking moved to hold her steady after this. Are you okay? Can you stand? He asked, trying to help her stand without putting more pressure on the bleeding foot. Yay, ow. Hina had begun to reassure the boy, only to cry out in pain and lose balance and begin to fall back. Feeling and seeing this, Take Michi reacted without thinking, slamming his hand above Hina's head on the tree they'd taken refuge under, and using his body weight to press her back against the tree trunk so she would not fall. Hina's eyes went wide, and her face flushed as her heart raced in her chest at the close proximity she and Take Michi had fallen into. That was close, he muttered in relief originally, only for his own face to become red as he realized the position he had placed Hina in. Jumping back slightly, Take Michi quickly began to apologize as he tried to pull away. Sorry, are you okay? Only to stop when Hina's hand quickly caught onto the hem of his shirt. Her gaze, shy yet determined, turned to the ground as her blush continued to dust her cheeks. Let's just, Hina quietly began to mutter. Stay like this. She almost seemed to whisper shyly as Take Michi felt his heart skip a beat in shock. Huh? Staring at the girl wide-eyed, Take Michi allowed himself to be pulled towards her as Hina gently tugged him back towards her by the hem of t-shirt. Not wanting to make the girl uncomfortable or overstep his bounds, Take Michi rested his hands around Hina's body against the tree, staring at the bark even as they stood chest to chest. His heart raced so loudly in his chest it was even in his ears. I forgive you, Hina then whispered, catching the boy off guard. Hi. Because you were wonderful back there, Take Michi-kun, trying so hard, she said, referring to his many failed attempts to win at the festival's shooting game. The two teens' hearts were racing as they remained as they were, Hina in anticipation, while Take Michi, does this mean? She's giving me the okay? Gulping, Take Michi pulled himself a bit back from Hina so that he and she could meet each other's gaze. Light brown met bright blue, the two teens nervously staring one another down. Does this mean it's okay for me to kiss her? He thought, gently but firmly placing his hands on Hina's shoulders. Hina shutting her eyes as Take Michi slowly began to lean down to kiss her. I'm going for it. I'm gonna do it. I'm doing it, he thought, not even noticing as his phone's ringtone began to go off. Take Michi-kun, Hina whispered, stopping Take Michi as she opened her eyes to look back at him. Your phone's ringing. She blinked a few times in shock, then as Take Michi was suddenly off her and crouched angrily glaring and possibly even strangling his phone. Who the hell is calling at a time like this? He mentally raged, flipping the device open and angrily answering, hello. Hey, Take Michi. Man, doesn't this rain suck? Yamagishi boredly said from the other line, causing Take Michi to twitch at his friend's blanted ignoring of his annoyance. Yamagishi, he almost growled. You bastard, don't call me up for crap like that. I was about to hit an important life milestone that not even Maney has reached, you asshole. Are you with Mikey-kun and Draken-kun? Yamagishi suddenly asked, causing Take Michi to sigh in frustration. I was with them, but the group kinda split up early into our outing. Why, what's up? He turned to Hina and quickly sent her an apology. Sorry, Hina, it's Yamagishi. Hina simply waved it off, smiling, knowing just how close her boyfriend was to his friends. It's okay. Oh, then could you tell them that Draken-kun needs to watch his back? Yamagishi advised, causing Takemitch's stomach to drop as his attention was grabbed fully by his glasses-wearing friend. Why? I got some new intel. Yamagishi a bit nervously admitted. Apparently, some guys in the Mikey faction are out to get him. What do you mean? They're not fighting anymore. Yeah, Yamagishi grimily agreed, but some of the rank and file aren't satisfied with that. Actually, they're even more riled up because of that. Might be this conflict's round 2. Yamagishi warned, Takemitch's blood going cold and his whole body going numb as he heard this. The conflict hasn't stopped yet. Hello, Takemichi. You listening? Yamagishi's concerned voice rang through the phone, Takemichi numbly hanging the device up without a word as Hina became concerned at the sudden shift in demeanor to her boyfriend's form. What's wrong? He turned back and smiled forcibly. No, it's nothing. He lied, looking away slightly, Hina's heart stopping as she realized something very bad must have just come up. Yet before she could even begin to pry or question the mail, he was suddenly grinning once more as he prepared to run and leave. Sorry, Hina, wait just a bit for me. Hi. I'll be right back, he yelled as he ran away. Takemitchi-kun, she tried yelling after the boy. Frustratedly, she pouted and glared in the direction he ran towards. Geez, why do you always have to run off like that? Draken-kun, running through the woods in the rain, Takemichi began shouting out into the area, looking for the pathways within the forest as he tried to scan the area for the tattooed teen. Damn it, I let my guard down, Takemichi cursed to himself. I figured the conflict would stop since they made up. Draken is still going to die on August 3rd after everything I've done. He shouted once more as he ran. Draken-kun? Nothing. Why? Why did I let my guard down so much? He cursed himself, running past an older and smaller shrine's torii gates, only to skid to a stop and run back out of breath as he caught sight of a few familiarly dressed individuals. Running over, he quickly hid behind one of the gate poles and the shrubbery to spy on the scene. Tommen, is that Mikey-kun and the others? He wondered, only to stop when he fully took note of the actual individuals before him. Why are Tommen guys with someone from Mobius? You ready for this? The Mobius member questioned as he held out what almost appeared to be a tanto towards someone. Someone Takemichi slowly began to recognize in full. Yeah, the individual almost seemed to growl, taking the blade as drew out the blade slightly. I lost everything because of him. Kiyomasa-kun. I'm gonna kill Draken. Kiyomasa angrily growled as Takemichi jaw dropped. So Kiyomasa was the one behind Draken's murder, he thought, preparing to flee the scene to better take in this new reveal. Only to stop as a pair of footsteps came towards him and as he turned to see who it was before. Thud. Takemichi's whole world went dark. Head being slammed against the torii shrine he had been hiding behind, Takemichi yelped as his world went black for a second. Ah! His hair being roughly grabbed by Red as the male aggressively began to pull him out of hiding. Look who I found, Kiyomasa's most loyal right-hand man said as he dragged him out towards the others of his group. Takemichi struggled to break free from the teen's hold as he tried to free himself from the older boy's grip. Let me go. He was flung forward to the ground and winced, head spinning yet again after already having his head hit earlier. Even so, Takemichi pushed himself up on his knees, painfully and angrily glared up at Kiyomasa as the man boredly stared down at him unamused. Well, if it isn't Hanagaki. Kiyomasa-kun, why are you trying to kill Draken-kun? Takemichi demanded, his glare never faltering as he stared the much larger and older teen down, confusing the other underlings of Kiyomasa. Hey, Hanagaki, Kiyomasa suddenly yelled, causing Takemichi to freeze up. He smiled sadistically down at the smaller boy and then said, Go buy us some drinks. Hi. Make mine a cola, Kiyomasa ordered, as his men all began to laugh. Takemichi's anger bubbled up as shot to his feet, the urge to attack the male crossing his mind until Takemichi realized something frightening. Wait, my body's shaking, he thought, realizing his body was refusing to move even as he tried to steady himself. Suddenly he was slapped by Red and the men of Kiyomasa's group whooped in joy. I'll take a coffee. Didn't you hear us? Answer, bitch. Takemichi, still stunned from the slap, was then kicked from behind by another member. Gah! Sending him on his knees, as his instinct then quicked in. Sorry, he froze as those venomous words escaped his lips, eyes wide in shock and horror as he stared at the wet ground below him. Why the hell am I apologizing? A slave like you is in no place to worry about other people. Red mocked, guess we're gonna have to remind you who you really are. He sadistically grinned as Takemichi became more and more lost in thought. That's right, I didn't actually get any stronger. He thought in shame and horror as the whole group of Kiyamasa's men began to beat on him. Eat this. I misunderstood. A kick to the face. I just imagined I was, because I was around Mikey-kun and Draken-kun. His mind replayed the first time he saw them and the Mobius event, because I accepted Meimei's help. A kick to his gut, his mind flashed to his sister's sudden appearance when she first saved him from Kiyamasa and her part during the Mobius event. He curled up tightly in a ball and allowed the pain from his beating and his self-hatred to numb him to the world. This is who I really am, he thought, the laughs of Kiyamasa and his men echoing in his ears as he was made to kneel and then bow before them. His eyes brimmed with unshed tears, his body shaking from both pain and shame, his heart and voice cracked as he was made to mutter, I'm sorry. Silently his tears fell as those words left his lips. Hey, get me some duct tape, Kiyamasa ordered, and the next thing Takemichi knew he was bound and gagged by the group of teens. Barely able to breathe, muscles screaming in pain as they were held awkwardly and uncomfortably in place by the adhesive they used to bound him. As if to add more insult to Takemichi's down state, Kiyamasa then proceeded to stomp on the male's head aggressively. Digging his foot down on the blonde and listening to his muffled, pained groans as he glared down at the male in disgust and rage. I don't like that look in your eyes. You and that bitch sister of yours. He added a bit more pressure on his foot at the mention of Mako. Really pissed me off. You don't understand a damn thing. He growled as he continued to dig his foot down. Takemichi's eyes went wide and his heart stopped with unadulterated fear for his sister as Kiyamasa continued to talk. Once this is all over, I'm gonna have you take the fall for all of this, but before that, I think I'll pay that bitch a little visit and have you watch as I put her in her place too. At this, Takemichi tried to struggle against Kiyamasa's foot angrily as he tried to fight back. No, Takemichi angrily thought as he tried to find the strength to fight back. Don't you touch her. His sister's smiling face as they'd been at the festival flashed through his mind. Leave my sister alone. Kiyamasa sneered before stomping his foot back down Takemichi's head again. The boy squirming stopped as he yelped and found his vision spotted from the hit. Just stay there rolling around like a caterpillar, you piece of shit. No, you brought this on yourselves. Kiyamasa growled before walking away, his group of lackeys all happily following behind as they laughed at Takemichi's battered and abandoned body. Silence quietly spread throughout the area. The pouring rain was the only sound left for Takemichi to hear, as he silently cried alongside it with unfocused eyes. May, he thought, his mind silently replaying all of his recent time spent with his sister once more. Welcome home, Michi. It's okay now, I've got you, Michi. I'm right here. Takemichi-kun, a distant voice called out, barely breaking through the unfocused haze that was Takemichi's thoughts. I'm not a kid, you know. Maybe to you, but you're still my crybaby brother. Takemichi-kun. The voice was so familiar, and yet, his mind drowned in the shame and pain of his current state. On August 3rd, save Ryuguji-ken, that's your mission this time. Nayato's voice rang in his ears. To save our sisters. Silently his tears fell harder. I'm so sorry. I failed. Takemichi-kun? Finally, the figure calling out for Takemichi came into focus, her panicked exclamation breaking through his haze as Takemichi's eyes snapped wide in shock. His girlfriend, Hinata, had found him. Seeing her boyfriend's beaten and bound state, Hina's heart broke, falling to her knees beside him as she began to concernedly check him over and try to break him from his binds. What's going on? What happened? Who did this to you? Hina rambled, shifting the boy on his back with his head on her lap. Hold on, I'll get this off. She quickly went to work, doing her best to carefully uncover her boyfriend's mouth and fought with the duct tape that was used to basically gag him. Once this was done, she carefully laid his head back on the ground as she stared down concernedly when he did nothing but stare back up at her. Takemichi-kun. Sorry, he finally responded quietly, making her heart break. For leaving you alone. Huh? She leant down slightly at this and felt her heart continue to break as he turned his head and gazed away from her. Neither teen noticing as a familiar dark-haired teen came onto the scene and froze in shock at what she saw. Why? I'm so pathetic, Takemichi muttered, and Hina could not help but stare at the boy she loved in shock. Why would you say that? I did the best I could. He hoarsely muttered, it hurts. He almost seemed to wince. It sucks, and it's exhausting, he cried, but I did my best, and yet... His voice cracked and Hina's heart shattered as he finally looked up at her fully crying. And yet nothing's changed, I can't save anyone, he sobbed, his sobs slowly turning into a broken laugh as he smiled. Of course, it hasn't though. How the hell is a complete and utter failure like me supposed to save anyone? How stupid can I be? He said. The dark-haired girl, unnoticed by the two teens, shook as she heard this, silent tears rolling down her face as she hesitantly tried to take a step forward and speak. Me? That's not true, Hina whispered. Just leave me alone, he yelled, turning his head away once more with his eyes closed, causing the two girls to fall silent. I don't want you to see me ATMY worst. If I was like MIKYQN, or DRAKNQN, or even MEIMEI, I could have dealt with those GUIS no problem. He angrily screamed as he looked back up into the eyes of the only girl he'd ever loved. I'd just beat MUP and get shit done. But I'm just. His voice broke, I'm just a failure. Hand flying to cover the bottom half of her mouth, Mako muffled a sob at her brother's broken words. Michai? Painfully biting her bottom lip, Mako broke through the skin, causing herself to bleed. Opening her eyes, she tried to take a step forward and speak out only to stop and stare in shock at what she saw happen next. Takemichi's eyes were wide in shock, soft and gentle lips pressed against his own, as Hinata kissed him. The world fell still and silent around them. For the two young lovers nothing else mattered or was there. Even as Hina pulled away their focus and gaze laid solely on one another as they stared deeply into one another's eyes. That was my first kiss, Hina quietly confessed to the shocked boy. Why? I gave it to you because you're that special to me. Hina continued to confess, you're not Draken-kun, you're not Mikey-kun. She smiled, and you're definitely Mani. She almost seemed to tease, you're just you're Takemichi-kun, you're able to break down crying for others, and you worry about other people from the bottom of your heart. That's who you are, Takemichi-kun, there's nobody else. As cool as you, she stated, not in my eyes. She finished, as Takemichi's eyes swelled with more tears. HNNNGH. He began to sob out, crying and wailing as loudly as he'd only ever done before with his sister, allowing himself to scream and cry out as the girl he loved watched over him, silent and supportive, attentive yet strong. He cried and she listened. The two teens unaware, as the figure that watched over them quietly came closer. Hey, Mako quietly called out, as Hina looked up in shock to find a silently crying Mako smiling down at them. Ni, she whispered, catching Takemichi's own attention as he stared up at his crying sister in shock. May. I've been looking for you. She quietly knelt beside the shocked girl as she stared down at her shocked brother. Sorry I didn't get here in time. She apologized as she gently laid a hand on Takemichi's battered and sore face as she caressed it. May's here now, Kay. Everything's gonna be okay, she said, and Takemichi began to wail even harder now he felt his sister's tender touch. May. Looking towards Hina, Mako proudly smiled at the girl before gently tucking the girl's hair behind her ear. Thank you, Hina, for being here when I couldn't. I know he's in good hands. Gasping at the girl's words, Hina almost felt herself wanting to sob and cry as the heaviness of everything began to hit her. Takemichi's pain, and seeing him so hurt and in need of support and love. Hina wore her own solemn smile and shed her own tears at the praise and trust Mako sent her. Mani. Shushing the brown-haired girl, Mako pulled her close. Her other hand continued gently touching and caressing her still sobbing brother's head as she allowed the two teens to cry. There. I told you it's okay now, she whispered before looking up at the still raining sky. Cry all you want, Kay. Crying, especially in front of the ones you love, is the strongest thing anyone can do. She quietly murmured as she allowed the two teens their moment to cry. Takemichi cried for all his self-loathing, guilt, and shame that Hina's words had helped soothe. And the strong yet gentle presence of both girls only continued to help soothe the boy's pain as he cried out all his pain and frustrations. He would cry for them. He would rely on them. He would be strong for them. Pulling away from Hina, Mako held out her hand to the girl. Hey, do you have your house keys? Brushing away her silent tears, Hina nodded. Yeah, Hina nodded as she reached into her pouch and pulled out a small keychain. Why? Pulling out her own home key, Mako smiled at the girl. Improv knife. She simply informed Hina, causing the girl's eyes to go wide as she gaped at the older girl. Really? Nodding, Mako turned to look back down at a still sniffling Takemichi. Hold still, okay? We'll have you out in just a sec. Loudly sniffling, Takemichi nodded. K. Using their keys as makeshift knives, the two girls quickly went to work tearing and pulling apart the duct tape that bound Takemichi, carefully making sure they did not further hurt the boy, even as they removed more and more of the adhesive. Once it was off, both girls gently helped the boy back to his feet, holding him up for as long as he needed before Takemichi fully pulled himself away once he knew he could stand on his own. Looking at the two girls, Takemichi smiled at the pair. Hina, Mei, thanks. What are you saying? Mako sighed. I hardly did anything this time round. Looking towards Hina, she smiled, unlike our dear Hina here. Blushing a bit, Hina could only shake her head. I didn't do anything, she said as Mako only lightly nudged the girl. Oh, you, so modest, she teased as Takemichi smiled at the two girls he deeply cared for before looking down. Don't worry, Hina quickly cut him off as she smiled proudly at the boy. Takemichi-kun, I'm positive that you'll succeed, she said as Mako nodded alongside her. Yeah, she'd agreed before smiling at Takemichi alongside Hina. No matter what ordeal, know that we believe in ya, Mako added, and we'll always be right here to support you. Smiling at the two girls' words, Takemichi muttered, Could I be any lamer? I don't think you want us to answer that. Mako snickered as Takemichi sent his sister a glare. Mei. No more crying, okay? Hina joined in on teasing as Takemichi looked away from the two girls pouting. Seriously, you're teaming up on me now, I'm not crying. It's just the rain. Right? Mako drawled, grinning, as Hina began to giggle at her boyfriend's childish denial. Both her and Mako's hearts settled as their Takemichi finally began to return to them. By the way, Mei. Takemichi frowned as he noted his sister's somewhat disheveled appearance. What happened to you? Frowning alongside her boyfriend, Hina nodded. Yeah, I was honestly just wondering that too. Your yukata's all messed up and your hair's a mess too. Did something happen? Eyes becoming wide, Takemichi panikedly asked, Where's Mikey-kun? Oh, Mako exclaimed, let's just say I ran into a bit of trouble. But I handled it, more or less. As for Mikey, she frowned at this, he was called away by Pei Yanso. He's actually not at the festival anymore, she explained. So Mikey-kun's not here anymore, Takemichi muttered, frowning. Then I guess that only leaves us, he thought, glancing over to his sister once before he made up his mind. Mei. Noting the serious tone in her brother's voice, Mako turned her full attention to her younger brother. Yes, Michi. I need your help with something. Do you think you can help me? He asked, as Mako slightly frowned at his question. What sort of question is that? Mako sighed. I'm your big sister, Michi. Of course, I'll help you out. Mako confidently smirked. All you gotta do is tell me what's up. Smiling at the smirking girl, Takemichi could only nod. Thanks. Looking towards Hina, he then smiled reassuringly at the girl. We gotta go. I know, Hina nodded. Good luck, she said, watching the two Hanagaki siblings nod before they began to walk off. Be safe while we're gone. Mako nodded back, before setting her sights fully towards her brother as he determinedly walked ahead of her with his shoulders back and his head slightly down. It's time, she muttered. I'm going to stop Kiyomasa-kun this time, he thought, hands tightening into fists, and then I'm going to settle the trauma in my life once and for all. Takemichi, Mako suddenly shouted out, pulling the boy out of his deep thoughts. Looking back at his sister, Takemichi froze as he saw her determined glare. Tell me the truth. Staring deeply into her eyes, Takemichi felt his heart race. Truth. Glaring at the boy, Mako's own hands tightened into fists beside her. Tell me the whole truth. She began to elaborate. Why do you need my help? Takemichi's heart stopped. What are you even doing? His whole body began to go cold. Are you? Really my take Michi? She hesitantly asked. Take Mitch's eyes widened as he stared at his elder sister in shock. May. Rain pouring around them, the Hanagaki siblings remained silent as they stared at one another. Take Michi, eyes wide, fear having resettled in the pit of his gut as he met his sister's nervous glare. Mako was solemn yet resolute as she stared down the boy, who she could no longer tell was really her baby brother or someone else. Wah, what are you talking about, May? Take Michi nervously began to say. Of course, I'm your Take Michi, who else could I possibly be? Take Michi quickly tried to deny. Look, I know I haven't explained a lot of things, but we don't really have time for that. We really need to. No, she snapped, cutting the boy off. You stall and you lie and you do it all over again. You stall and lie and stall and lie. You brush off the issue and keep telling me you'll explain, but you never do. She yelled, looking away slightly. I'm sick of it. It's as if you expect me to just accept things as they are and move on. Like back with Pa-chin. You said you knew something was going on, but refused to explain how you knew or hell, what it even was. She hissed bitterly, biting her bottom lip once more. And then Pa ended up stabbing that guy and going to jail. Hand rising to play with the loose strands of hair over her shoulder out of habit, she began to recount everything to her brother. You just suddenly called me up and didn't explain anything. You just expected me to go along with everything you said. I love ya. You're my brother, that's a fact of life that will never change. She glared at him. But you've really just been pissing me off with all this. I can't just keep blindly following you. Not this time. Not when there's obviously so much more going on. Not when it's so obvious that you're hurting yourself. Mako, Take Michi tried to jump in only for his sister to cut him off once again. Ever since last month, something's changed about you. You're not the same. No, more accurately it's like, you're you but you're not, all at the same time. She muttered, struggling to explain what she'd been noting for some time. Wait, Take Michi thought in shock, are you telling me that all this time, Mei noticed whenever I came back from the future? He thought, staring at his sister in shock. Has she really known every time I swapped places with my past self? The blackouts, the sudden shift of attitude and behavior. Hell, she glared at the blonde, you even talk a bit differently. She noted, sometimes you sound like you, but then, looking down, she struggled to form her next words, you suddenly don't. It's like you're suddenly talking all respectfully and mature, and you don't sound anything like the kid I know you are. She said before glaring up at him again. Something's obviously different, not just 'cause of that, but just everything. She snapped, ever since we met Mikey, and Draken, you've been different. You do things without reason, you say things that make no sense, and then you expect me to just follow along and say nothing when I want answers. Her eyes filled with tears. It's confusing, she yelled, it feels like I'm losing my little brother and there's nothing I can do. Mako, Take Mitch's voice cracked as he stared at the crying girl, looking down at his feet in shame as he took in everything she had just said. Right. When I come back, my past self basically has no idea what it is I'm doing while in control of my body. That must be the blackouts May's talking about. He thought, my past self must have brought it up to her. Or even, May herself probably picked up on it on her own. Looking at the glaring girl, he continued to realize, all this time, while I've been jumping between the past and future, May's probably been seeing the sudden shift between me and my past self, compared to Akon and even Hina. Of course, she'd have put together that something was wrong. She knows me better than anyone else. He thought, heartbreaking, she knew. I wasn't the me of the past, and yet she still tried. Closing his eyes, he almost whispered, I'm sorry. Angrily snapping, Mako marched forward as she roughly grabbed the boy by the front of his shirt. Sorry? What the hell are you even sorry for, huh? She shook him aggressively. This is exactly what I'm talking about. She yelled, talk to me, damn it. Her voice began to crack. Why can't you just talk to me? A sob racked through her body. How can I try to help you? If I don't understand, even now you're asking me to help, but won't tell me anything, even now. You choose to suffer on your own, when I'm right here, please, talk to me. Take Mitch's heart broke, as his mind recalled that final conversation he'd had with his sisters all those years ago. Mitch, please, talk to me, she begged. What the hell is going on? Let me help you. I hate you, and everyone in this stupid town. I never want to see any of you again. Takamichai. Hand rising up, he took a hold of his sister's, shaking hands off the collar of his shirt as he recalled Nayato's words to him. If anyone in the past beside myself would believe in your time-leaping abilities, it very likely would be her. "I'm sorry," Takemichi whispered again as Mako shook harder. "I'm sorry. I didn't say anything sooner, May. I should have trusted you from the very start, just like I should have, all those years ago." All those years ago, shaking looking up at him, Mako stared at the solemn boy in shock. "Me, Kai." Crying his own tears, he stared at his shaken sister. "So, hey." His voice cracked as he nervously smiled down at his older sister. "Funny story about the truth?" he said. The truth is. He bit his inner cheek. "Come on, man. You can do this. You gotta do this." He took a deep breath. "She deserves to know the truth." He determinedly thought before setting a determined stare on his sister's face. "The truth is he winced as a sudden image flashed through his mind. Mako's yukata top missing bandages around her upper back as she faced away from him. She stood protectively before him as she stood her ground. "Don't worry, I'll handle this," she painfully gritted out as blood seeped through her bandages. Draken's concerned yell rang through his ear. Shaking his head angrily, Takemichi tried to push the image away. "No, not again, I won't psych myself out," he thought before looking deep into his sister's eyes. "I'm telling her the truth no matter what," he frustratedly told himself. "I'm from the future," he finally admitted as he felt a weight lifted off his shoulder as he watched his sister's matching blue eyes go wide as she stared at him dumbstruck. August 3rd, 2005. Mako deadpanned as she stared up at her brother in an almost unemotive shock. The future. Seeing his sister's somewhat shocked, and even to a degree unimpressed reaction, Takemichi took a long and deep inhale before he began to ramble in a way that to anyone else would have been incoherent. "So 12 years from now, a lot shit happened with me and you and Hina, because Mikey and Tommen went full evil with this guy named Kisaki, and that only happened cause Draken died tonight, and because of that you and Hina." Wait, hold on too fast, Mako thought, trying to catch up on everything her brother had just said. What happened with Mitch, Hina, and me? What's this about Mikey and Tommen going Evie? The hell is Kisaki and Draken what? After that, while waiting for the train, I was suddenly pushed off the tracks, and totally thought I was gonna die, like life flashing before my eyes and everything, but in reality, I somehow ended up jumping back in time and reliving one of the worst days of it, because I'd been so stupid to not listen to your warnings back then. And that led me to visiting Hina, and somehow ended up telling Naoto, and that ended up sending back to the future. He says he's from the future, but how the heck does that even work? It's definitely nothing like Back to the Future. Wait. Focus, Mako. This is serious. Mako thought, shaking her head as Takemichi's constantly accelerating explanation was still causing her a bit of issue. Especially since the longer he went, the more she noted with a frown how increasingly distressed her brother became as he continued to try and speed run through his explanation. He definitely upset about all this. He's definitely not lying, not with that expression. Or at least he seems to really believe what he's saying. So that led to Naoto and me teaming up in the future and trying to figure out all the hows and whys. And that led to us finding out about Akon being the one who. But then again, this would sorta explain a lot of shit. And if what he's saying even holds a small grain of truth, that would mean. That's why I tried to stop Mikey and Draken's fighting, and I thought it worked, but now Draken's still gonna get killed. Tonight, meaning Mikey and Tommen will definitely still go bad, and that will mean you, Hina, and Akon will. Slapping a hand over her brother's mouth, Mako quickly made a shushing sound as she cut the boy off. Breath, Mitch. Breathe. I get this is a lot to explain, but you still need to breathe, she ordered. If not, you're gonna pass out with how upset you're getting. Is right? Takemichi thought, trying his best to calm his breathing, even if only through his nose. Just trying to speed run through all this. My chest, even my throat's hurting from holding in that breath too long. He subconsciously tried to touch his chest as the tightness that had formed from his rambling dissipated. Plus, what are the chances she even caught half the things I said? We're losing time, and I'm completely failing to get my points across, he angrily thought as Mako noted his still upset appearance. Better, Mako asked. He nodded slowly, still breathing. Good, that's good, she said slowly, removing her hand from his mouth before she gave him a stern look. Not if I'm getting this right, okay? You're from the future? He nodded, heart racing. Something happened and you came back. He nodded again, eyes wide as he stared at his sister in more and more shock. Wait, so, is she? This something has to do with me and Hina. He nodded again, And it stems from Draken dying tonight. He nodded rapidly at this. Yes. Where did he die? Mako seriously asked, as Takemichi quickly jumped to respond. At the festival, he shook his head. No, wait, it was in a parking lot. He almost smacked himself in frustration. He's supposed to die in the parking lot here at the festival tonight. Kiyamasa's the one who sta. Having his mouth covered once more, Takemichi fell silent. Stop. Closing her eyes, she shuddered at the realization of the weight her brother carried. Die, Draken, so that's what he meant by not having time. Even still, I need to do one last check. Opening her eyes, she looked into her brother's eyes determinedly. Tell me, everything you just said, it's the truth, right? Takemichi stared determinedly into his sister's own blue eyes before nodding as he removed her hand from his mouth. Yeah. Do you swear it? On my life, Takemichi unhesitantly replied. Do you swear on mine? She asked, making Takemichi gap in shock. Mame. On my life, swear this is the truth. She seriously asked him as Takemichi had to swallow down his shock. I swear, he said as the two siblings stared in silence at one another. Please, please believe me, we're running out of time. Draken's running out of time. Staring deeply into his eyes, Mako's expression softened ever so slightly before she smiled at him as she gently caressed the top of his bruised cheek. Okay then. Moving away from the boy, she pointed down one path. Let's split up. I'll go this way while you go the other. Okay, Takemichi agreed, moving to go opposite of his sister only to quickly stop when he realized something was off. Wow, wait, what? Quickly turning back around, he shouted to his sister, why are we suddenly splitting up? To save ourselves a dragon, of course, duh. Mako almost seemed to sarcastically shoot back as she teasingly smiled back at the boy. You said we're running out of time, and this place is huge. Even if he supposedly dies in a parking lot, there's still the chance he got hurt before then. Now that you mention it. Takemichi trailed off before shaking his head. Wait, hold on a sec. Looking at his sister wide-eyed and hopeful, he nervously asked. The fact you're saying all this, does this mean you believe me? Staring at the nervous and hopeful boy, Mako grinned widely. You did swear, didn't you? She laughed. I'm sure there's a lot more to all this future stuff, but there really isn't any time now, is there? Turning away, she added, while I'd like to hear all about it and be given more proof on this whole being from the future bit, Draken's supposedly in danger now, so I'll push that aside and wait, she said, smirking back at her brother. For now. Don't think that shoddy summary is gonna get you out of telling me the whole unabridged truth once Draken's been saved. I'm not really one for leaving puzzles half-solved, you know. Yeah, Takemichi smiled, nodding, silent tears of happiness falling out the corner of his eyes as she smiled back at him. Thanks, Mame. Don't thank me just yet. Mako huffed as she turned away. We still have a dragon to save and a dark future to prevent, she determinedly stated before kicking off her sandals, so thank me once that's done, she yelled before running at full speed away. Staring for a good few seconds as his sister ran, Takemichi quickly collected himself before he began to run in the opposite direction. I promise. He silently muttered to himself, I promise I will Mei. I'll thank you after all this. I'll tell you everything I should have from the start. He swore, determinedly running in the opposite direction of his sister with hope and anxiety burning through his heart. I swear. Reaching one of the shrine's parking lot, and out of breath, Takemichi rapidly looked around. Not here. Turning away, he made his way back to the steps that lead up to the shrine. I should try calling up Mei, maybe she had. Takemichi, a familiar lilac-haired male called out as he pulled up into the parking lot. Mitsuya-kun, Takemichi exclaimed as he turned back to fully face the Tommen captain. Wait, taking note of Takemichi's beaten state, Mitsuya eyes scanned around. Are you by yourself? Where's Draken? He asked as Takemichi began to run up to him. It's real bad, Mitsuya-kun. Draken-kun's going to be attacked. He almost panikedly explained as Mitsuya frowned in both anger and annoyance. Yeah, I know. He ground out as he recalled the talk he overheard with Ye. Wait, you knew. Right back at you. Mitsuya huffed as he began to turn off his bike and kick down his kickstand as both he and Takemichi opened their mouths to reveal who the attacker would be. It's Pei-yan. It's Kiyamasa-kun. Hi. What? Mitsuya and Takemichi stared one another down as the lilac-haired male moved to get off his bike, now a bit suspicious of the dyed blonde boy in front of him. Mikey wanted to pay to free Pachin, but Draken was against it. Eyes narrowed, Mitsuya seriously muttered, "How the hell did you stop those two from fighting when even our captains couldn't stop them?" Well, Takemichi's mind jumped back to the moment he discovered he had a dog turd in his hair and twitched. It was sorta a team effort between Mei and me. He nervously laughed, not wanting to really talk about the full turd incident. She did have a talk with Mikey supposedly, so that counts, right? Humming at this reveal, Mitsuya decided to accept the boy's response. "You and I both, huh? Thanks, man. If you two hadn't stopped him, Tommen might have been in some serious shit." "I really didn't do anything." Takemichi simply brushed off with a scratch on the back of his head. "You're too humble," Mitsuya sighed, as Takemichi could only laugh nervously. "Anyway, how did you find out about the attack?" Takemichi asked, trying to move away from more talk of that event. Mitsuya froze as his mind flashed back to how he and Ye had run after, and overheard Pei Yan's talk with Mobius before Ye had to stage a kiss between them. Coughing into his hand, Mitsuya did his best to avoid direct eye contact as the lilac-haired teen felt his cheeks warming up just a bit as he recalled the redhead's threat. "Are you okay?" Yeah, just a tickle in my throat," Mitsuya replied before his eyes landed on a familiar bike park not that far away. "That's..." "Huh?" Looking in the direction Mitsuya looked towards, he asked, "What's wrong?" "That's Pei Yan's ride." "What?" Frowning at the sight of the bike, Mitsuya looked to Takemichi and motioned for him to follow as he began to explain the missing pieces that would lead to tonight's events. "Thanks to you and I, most of us at Tommen came to an agreement that there wasn't anything we could really do about Pachin getting caught. Everyone but Pei Yan." "No way." The guy's been a brick wall ever since our last meeting over the issue." Mitsuya grumbled. "Pei Yan is convinced that Tommen abandoned Pachin." "But that's not true," Takemichi anxiously shot back as he and Mitsuya cut through the forest. "We didn't abandon him." "I know, but it doesn't seem to matter to the guy. That dumbass, Pei, has teamed up with some of the remaining members of Mobius All to get back at the one person he's blaming most for what's happened to Pa." Takemichi's stomach twisted into knots, and he grimly realized who it was Pei Yan blamed. Draken. Mitsuya nodded grimly back to the teen. "Exactly. He's gonna hunt Draken down." August 3rd, 2005. Walking silently together through the rain, Emma and Draken made their way around the shrine area's parking lot as they searched for their friends. The pair were still dry and well after Draken had bought them both their own umbrellas. "I wonder where Mikey and Mei-chan are," Emma hummed to herself as she looked up at Draken from the corner of her eye. "I hope they're dry and okay. Maybe we should call them and Hina-chan to check in with them." "They might have just gone home already since it's raining," Draken pointed out. "I'm sure Ai's probably already dragged Takemichi and his girl home if nothing else," he honestly admitted, causing Emma to pout. "Maybe, but that still leaves Mikey. He better not have ditched." "Draken?" A familiar male yelled in frustration, the two blonde teens turning to look back down the path they came from to see a familiar teen glaring down Draken. "Oh, Pei," Draken said as he took in the other male's sudden appearance. "What's with the sash?" Silence fell amongst the teens, Pei Yan's eyes trained solely on Draken as he seethed. Draken was unperturbed as he noted the other teens' anger and frustration clearly being directed towards him. It was Emma alone who became silently nervous and concerned as she noted the atmosphere between the two males. "What's the matter, Pei? I don't think I've ever seen you this serious," she lightly joked, hoping to lessen the tension. When Pei did not respond or even acknowledge Emma's presence, Draken realized what had to be done. "Emma." Closing his umbrella, he handed it over to Emma. "Take this and head over there." Draken almost seemed to order as he gestured for the smaller girl to step off the pathway before he began to make his way toward the other teen. "Pei, I guess you're still pissed off about what happened," Draken loudly noted aloud as closed the distance between them. "And you still think it was my fault. Wanna throw hands?" He cracked his neck and knuckles. "I'll take you on," he offered, more than willing to let Pei work out all his frustrations with him. Yet the teen did not move or speak as he stared Draken down. Running the path, Mako gritted her teeth as she ran. Where is he? Where is he? She chanted repeatedly through her mind as she began to run faster in one direction as she noted the sign pointing towards one of the parking lots. Please be okay, please. Her mind flashed to Emma excitedly and happily walking by Draken before they'd parted ways. Please let them both be okay. Emma, Draken, please be safe. Turning a corner, her eyes went wide as she tried to skid to a stop. The male standing around the corner quickly looking back wide-eyed at the sudden appearance of someone behind him. Pei, Yan. Mako almost seemed to whisper out in shock as the dark-eyed teen went wide-eyed at her sudden appearance. Draken, who stood across from the male facing Mako, and Pei also becoming shocked at the slightly muddy, barefooted, and disheveled appearance of the Hanagaki sister. Why, Draken muttered. Mei-chan, Emma gasped. But you, staring up at the taller boy with shocked wide eyes, Mako's stomach twisted into knots. What are you doing? Pei almost gasped as Mako's surprised expression suddenly shifted before his eyes as she glared up at the teen angrily as she opened her mouth to snap at the male. Only to stop when she noticed someone in white ran past Emma towards Draken. Look out, she screamed alongside Emma. Drakn. Crack. No. Emma's blood-curdling scream echoed, watching as the boy she loved was suddenly hit upside the head by a Mobius member with a wooden bat as blood flew in the air when the teen was hit. Gah, Draken hissed, the sudden hit throwing the taller male off balance as he was almost knocked over by the direct hit. Blood blinded him in one of his eyes as he struggled to catch his bearing. Damn it. Get away from him. Shoving past Pei, Mako sprinted towards the much taller teens. The Mobius member who had hit Draken turned to look at her cockily, preparing to swing his bat, only for the male to be caught off guard when the smaller girl cut the distance before he could fully wind up and jumped up to send a flying knee directly to his jaw. Gah, both blood and teeth flew in the air this time, and as the Mobius member fell. Mako's eyes went wide as she noticed more of Mobius men appeared and began to charge at her and Draken. Shit. Mako, Draken. Emma screamed as she struggled to not jump in with them to fight. Bastards, Draken growled as he kicked one Mobius member away as he tried to whip away the blood from his vision. Are we really doing this shit again? He yelled, grabbing and throwing one member into another as he began to beat the male while trying to fight off his other attacks. These assholes, Mako bobbed and weaved as she tried to avoid being grabbed or hit by any of the Mobius men who decided to attack her. Can't even fight a fair. She grunted as backflipped, kicking one of the males in the face before landing and entering a crouching position to sweep the male's feet. Excuse me, I was talking, Mako yelled. Seriously. You DICKLESS even fight without having to gang up on someone. Feeling someone trying to grab her from behind, she growled as quickly grabbed a hold of the guy's head above her, before curling her body up and wrapping her legs around his head, before shifting her whole weight to drag the guy down and slam him to the ground. Hands off. Bro. The hell? Who the fuck is this chick? The Mobius members that had targeted Mako grumbled and yelled as they found themselves being repelled. I said, back off. Mako angrily snapped as she kicked one male into another before having to block another who tried hitting her, only for the male to be thrown off her as one of his gang mates was sent flying into him with a direct hit by Draken. The hell are you doing here? He finally snapped as he looked towards the fighting girl. Where's Mikey? Uppercutting and knocking out another gang member, Mako hissed as she felt herself be grabbed by her hair from behind. Ah. Mako, Emma panikedly exclaimed, dropping both her and Draken's umbrellas as she reached out towards her friend. Hey, Draken angrily yelled, about to charge forward to help the girl only to be jumped off. Bastard, get out of my way, he growled, pulling and throwing one male over his shoulder to the ground while sending the other flying back into another set of guys trying to charge at him. Grabbing her attacker's hands, Mako twisted herself in his hold with a grunt. What don't you get? Breaking free before she quickly kneed the male in his side before shifting to quickly perform an axe kick when he doubled over slightly. About hands off, she yelled out of breath as the male dropped to the ground. Shit, I've been running around so much, I'm running low on energy. Draken yelled as he knocked another two guys off him. Where's? He clotheslined a guy after Mako tripped the male trying to charge at him, Mikey. Ask him, Mako snapped, roundhouse kicking a male into a lamppost as she shot a glare towards a frozen Pei. After all, you were the one who called Mikey away, right, Pei? Draken gaze snapped towards the frozen Pei in shock, Emma's hand flying up to her mouth as Mako angrily shouted to the frozen teen. You called him away, just to get to Draken, didn't you? The teen shook as he refused to meet Mako's gaze. Shut up, you don't understand a damn thing. Pei angrily grunted out as Mako and Draken suddenly found themselves back to back as Mobius surrounded them. You should have never jumped in. Damn it, Draken heavily breathed out as he eyed the males around them. This is really starting to get annoying. Almost equally as out of breath, Mako nodded in agreement. Tell me about it. Laughing shakily, she added, but at least we can watch each other's backs. Grunting Draken could not help but smirk a bit nervously. Sure, just don't let these guys land any solid hits on ya, he said, or else Mikey is gonna lose his shit. Grunting in response, Mako only narrowed her eyes as the Mobius members slowly began to edge closer. Better to take a few hits than let you get killed, she quietly muttered, confusing the bleeding male. Why? Besides, she cut him off, the more we keep their attention on us and take these bastards out. Her eyes looked past the surrounding gangsters at a frozen Emma who shook in place, struggling to not rush in and try and help the boy she loved and her friend. The less likely it is they'll try to touch Emma. She whispered to Draken, refusing to give any of the attackers any ideas as Draken growled from behind her. His gaze darkened as the very looming threat of Emma's safety if they fell weighted on the teens' minds. Over my dead body. Eyes narrowing, Mako and Draken both took a more defensive stance as the Mobius members suddenly charged at them with battle cries. Exactly why I'm here to help. She grunted, before thinking as she prepared to defend and counter alongside Draken. To help Mitch I save you. August 3rd, 2005. Take Mitchie. Still at a loss on where to find Draken, and running through the woods around the shrine area. Take Mitchie followed behind Mitsuya as the Duke ran through the area searching for any and all signs of either Draken, Pei Yan, or even Mobius to no avail. We gotta find a way to let Draken-kun know, Take Mitchie shouted, or maybe Mani. When I told her about Kiyomasa-kun, she ran off to try and warn Draken-kun. Take Mitchie explained as Mitsuya could only look back at him frowning. Considering we saw Pei Yan's ride, shit might already be going down. He responded, besides, Draken's phone is dead, I tried warning him earlier before I came. As for she might not pick up since she's already looking for them. Take Mitchie trailed off realizing what Mitsuya was trying to imply. Yeah. Frowning, Take Mitch's heart sank. Damn it, is there really nothing we can do? He angrily thought, before suddenly he recalled a conversation with Naoto back in the future. On August 3rd, 2005, in the parking lot of Musashi Shrine in the Shibuya ward of Tokyo, 50 members of a biker gang had a brawl. A young man in his third year of middle school was beaten and stabbed in the abdomen, and later died the same day. Naoto explained solemnly, looking up to see Take Mitch's face stricken in pure shock as he stared at the article. A number of posts about the incident are still available, according to them. Because of the inner strife between the Mikey faction and Draken faction of Tommen, Ryugyuji died. Mitsuya-kun, coming to a stop mid-run, Take Mitchie called out for the older teen to stop running. The parking lot. Take Mitchie began out of breath as Mitsuya had turned to him confused. Is there another parking lot other than the one we were just at? He hurriedly asked, as Mitsuya had to silently rack his brain before he pointed towards a familiar direction for Take Mitchie. I think there's one out back. Mitsuya replied with mild uncertainty as Take Mitch's eyes widened before running in that direction without so much as waiting for the other boy. That's it then. Hey. That's the direction Meimei went, Take Mitchie thought. Suddenly the memory of the vision he saw flashed through his mind and Draken fate as told by Naoto echoed in his mind. Please let me make it in time. He anxiously thought, pushing himself to run faster, not even noticing as he ran past a hidden Hina who had sought shelter under a tree. She watched surprised as Take Mitchie and Mitsuya rushed by without so much as a glance, noting the absence of the Hanagaki sister as she quietly muttered to herself. Take Mitchie-kun. It's just around the corner, Mitsuya shouted as the teens neared their destination. Got it, Takemichi yelled back, turning and coming to an abrupt stop with a gasp at the sight before them. Strewn about the sidewalk path were bodies upon bodies of bloody and unconscious men, all dressed in the familiar white uniform of a certain gang. "They're from Mobius!" The sound of fist meeting flesh, and a raging fight catching the two teens' shocked attention as they turned to see the parking lot they searched for full of Mobius members with. Slamming his foot in one male's face and backhanding another attacker away with his fist. "There, it's Draken," Mitsuya pointed out, gasping as he watched a familiar dark-haired girl kick one male away before throwing another over her shoulder, before grabbing yet another male by the head and hair and slamming the guy's face down on her knee. And "Maney," Takemichi shouted out in concern, noting his sister's presence amongst all of the chaos. "Draken-kun?" Takemichi's mouth went dry as both Draken and Mako's tired gazes turned towards him and Mitsuya. Draken's head was covered in blood as he continued to bleed out from his head wound. Mako's yukata top was torn half off to reveal the black sports bra she had worn underneath. Lip busted, as dried blood decorated the left corner of her lip, alongside the light bruises trying to form on her cheek. "Hey Mitsuya, Takemichi," Draken tiredly greeted as Mako tiredly grinned at the two. "Nice of ya to join us, Mitsu-kun." "Takemichi, Mitsuya." Emma's worried shout and rushed footsteps came up from behind the two frozen boys. "Emma-chan," Takemichi exclaimed, looking at the tear-filled eyes of the blonde girl who'd been forced to bear witness to the chaos of this fight. Noting how the girl, though unharmed physically, was wet from the rain, and shaking with both concern and anger as her eyes remained trained on the boy she loved, and the girl she'd come to respect as an older sister figure. Seeing the state of all three of his friends, Mitsuya felt himself become even more enraged as he and Takemichi both turned to glare at the one who played a part in this chaos. "Pei-yan, you bastard, the hell are you teaming up with Mobius for?" Mitsuya snapped, taking a threatening step forward as he did so. "Shut your mouth, Mitsuya, or I'll have them kill you too." Pei grounded out as he looked amongst the group of people he'd once considered his friends. "Oh," Mitsuya growled, glare becoming more intense as he stared the other teen down. "Pei," Mako grunted out, looking towards the boy in disappointment. "Why?" "That's the captain of the 2nd Division, Mitsuya." One Mobius member muttered to his partner as they took in the new appearance of another possible obstacle to their mission. "He's strong." Unable to hold in her anger much longer, Emma jumped forward in rage, Takemichi and Mitsuya both having to hold the girl back as she shouted. "Pei-yan, you backstabbing coward, you brought all these guys with you, and you have them attack him with a bat all of a sudden, and let them beat on Mei-chan too." Crying tears of frustration, she struggled to break out of Mitsuya and Takemichi's grasp. "Where is your pride?" "Emma," Mitsuya hissed. "You need to calm down," Takemichi begged. "How can you call yourself a man?" Emma screamed, the urge to just run in and punch or kick the other teen having been sparked within her, after having to be made to sit back and watch as Draken and Mako both fought for their lives against this group. "Fuck," releasing the head of one male he had knocked out while holding, Draken swayed in place. "I'm beat." Same," Mako shakingly exhaled, her legs slowly losing strength as they shook beneath her. "Maney, Draken-kun, are you two okay?" "Mako," Emma broke free from the two boys' grasps to help catch the dark-haired girl as she began to fall back as her legs finally gave out. Sorry," Mako tiredly panted. I just need a bit of a rest. I've barely had any chances to catch my breath." "Hey, stay down," Takemichi worriedly exclaimed, joining Emma to help set his sister down. "You're not looking too good, you're really pale." Staring at Pei-yan, Draken noted as his vision struggled to stay in focus as he thought to himself, "Yep, I'm at my limit too." Closing his eyes, he held his head in pain as he took a few steps back only to stop when Emma's hands stopped him to hold him in place. "Draken, you need to sit too." "Yeah, can you finish this for me?" "Mitsuya," he muttered, as his friend walked past both him and Mako to stand protectively before the tired teens. "My pleasure." Letting Emma gently push him down, Draken groaned in pain as he held his throbbing skull. "God, my head hurts." "I told you not to headbutt that one dickhead," Mako tiredly chuckled as Draken grunted. "Says the chick who was headbutting dudes left and right." Only 'cause they'd got to close, Mako shot back, as Mitsuya grunted with an amused smirk from in front of the two teens. Well, you two sure have bonded over this. You little shits really think you're a match for all of us. One of the members taunted, as Mako tiredly flipped them off as Mitsuya only continued to smirk at the remaining members. You're all about to find out, he taunted. Looking around, the Mobius members, Takemichi became nervous when he did not see one specific individual amongst the Mobius members' ranks. I don't see Kiyomasa-kun, he thought, tightening his grip on his sister's shoulders before he stepped forward to shield her. Emma-chan, look after them. Emma nodded, of course. Wait. Mako tiredly tried to reach out for the male, dropping her hand as she instead focused on catching her breath and recovering what little bit of energy she could just in case. Be careful. Shit. Taking into account all the remaining Mobius members, Takemichi felt his stomach twist. I don't know where he's gonna attack from. How can we protect them with all these guys surrounding us? He thought, slightly looking back to his sister, Draken, and Emma. Take him out, Pei grimly ordered, kill all 4 of them. Hell yeah, Mobius cheered in unison as Takemichi gritted his teeth in frustration. Let's do this shit. Emma-chan, Mako grunted, already preparing to get back up. You need to rue, she stopped mid-sentence. Mitsuya, Emma, Draken, Mako, Pei-yan, and Takemichi all freezing as they heard the distantly approaching sound of an engine rapidly approaching. Pei-yan's own eyes widened with fear and shock. Emma sighed in relief as she recognized the familiar sound. He's here. HMPH, about damn time. Draken smiled in relief, while Mitsuya grinned excitedly. That exhaust sound. This sound? Mako muttered as she slightly recognized the sound from her trip to the beach, as Takemichi's own heart raced in his chest as the hard, cold truth finally came crashing down on him. I've heard this before, he thought, mind flashing to when he and Ye fled from his sister's grave in the future after hearing this sound. Don't tell me. Looking smudging towards the frozen Pei-yan and confused Mobius members, Draken smugly grinned at the frozen group. It's Mikey CB250T. Motorcycle flying into the lot, Mikey sharply turned his bike, the loud screeching as he tried to force the bike to halt as he skidded before coming to a stop. Cold and hard black eyes meeting tired, shocked blue eyes as Mako's and Mikey's gazes met through the crowd of Mobius. Mikey-kun. Chapter 15. Hey, isn't that? You gotta be shittin' me. No one said he'd be here. The Mobius members gasped as Pei-yan stared at his former friend and commander in shock. Mikey, Mako gasped as Mikey finally entered the scene turning off his bike, her eyes shifting from between him to Pei-yan, noting how the teen's eyes flashed with hints of not only fear, but regret as he stared at the obviously unamused Tommen commander as he slowly began to make his way towards the Mobius members and him. What a relief. Now he can stop Pei. She thought, staring at the two teens, as she subconsciously wiped the dried blood from the corner of her mouth. All of this has gotten out of hand. This needs to stop already before it's too late. Mikey-kun, Takemichi exclaimed, staring at the male in shock. No way, so it was him, he thought, he and Mako. In his mind, he could imagine the older Mikey in the future holding the future version of his older sister Mako as she cradled her still flat stomach. They were together. On that day, Yaesen dragged me away. I almost met with the future Mikey. He thought as his stomach twisted into knots. I can't believe it's actually true. Looking between his still heavily breathing sister and the glaring blonde, Takemichi silently wondered. Just how did that even happen in the first place? I see now, Mikey muttered as he came closer and closer to the large group that stood between him and his friends. The reason I got called to be somewhere else in the middle of my date was so you could attack Kenshin, Mikey loudly noted. So someone else had this planned out, Takemichi thought, recalling his sister's words to him when they first met up after his discovery of Kiyomasa. Oh, Mako exclaimed, let's just say I ran into a bit of trouble, but I handled it, more or less. As for Mikey, she frowned at this, he was called away by Pei-yan, so he's actually not at the festival anymore, she explained. And then you were gonna put the blame on me and break Tommen in half, Mikey bluntly remarked as he came up directly towards Pei-yan. Right. Refusing to meet Mikey's gaze, Pei-Yan gritted his teeth and curled his fists as he shouted in frustration. I'm just doing this for Pa-chin. This isn't how you do shit. Mikey snapped, seeing right through other boys' bravado. Tell me, who tricked you into doing this? So even he could tell, Mako muttered as Takemichi gaped at his sister in shock, that this was way too well planned to be Pei. She noted, both Mitsuya and Draken's eyes narrowing at the girl's words as they took this observation. Pei isn't the smartest guy around, Mitsuya muttered, but he isn't. Yeah, Draken grunted, this isn't his style. Frowning deeply at the boy's words, Emma quietly noted, he said this is for Pa-chin, right? Do you think? Wait, does that mean someone tricked Pei-Yan into doing all this? Takemichi asked the other teens, before he gasped, recalling the future Asanai's words to him and Naoto, and the theory that came from it by his partner in the future. It was all a part of his plan. Whoever he was talking about was plotting to split Tommen up, and Asanai just got used. Wait, then could Kiyomasa-kun be being manipulated too? Takemichi silently wondered in his mind as he looked back towards Mikey and Pei-Yan as another figure entered the scene. Wow, I'm impressed. Mako tensed up hearing the familiar bored tone of the speaker as the older male slowly walked up behind Mikey. Guess you're not just brawn after all. The male hummed to himself as Mikey turned to look at the newest arrival unimpressed. How dull. The hell are you supposed to be? Mikey asked, blankly staring at the teen. That's, Mako gasped, causing the teens to look at her confused. Do you know him, Maney? Takemichi asked, noting how his sister's body tensed and her tired gaze became alert as she almost shifted in her place. Taking a quick drag for his cigarette before exhaling, the familiar teen responded, tired. Before walking out from under the umbrella, one of his men had held over his head to fully stand before Mikey. It really doesn't matter who I am, but I'm sorta in charge of Mobius for now. A smirk slowly formed on his lips as he pulled a familiar hair ornament out of his pocket and flashed it to Mikey. Watching with a twisted sense of glee as he noted the slight widening of Mikey's eyes and the tensing of the male's muscles as he registered the item in his hand. Though I'm sure Mako-chan wouldn't mind telling ya who I am. Hanma. Mako snapped, trying to rise to her feet as Takemichi turned to try and stop his sister. Mane. You bastard, it was you, wasn't it? She yelled, you were the one who. Hey now, Hanma grinned, looking over the top of Mikey towards the glaring girl. If it isn't my new favorite chickie. His grin spread as he noticed a slight twitch from Mikey. Look, at you, he whistled slowly, gotta say, I'm diggy, the whole battle-worn look you're rocking now, it's actually pretty hot. He taunted, makes me kinda sad I wasn't the one to put you in that state after you almost broke my nose during our pleasant little chat from earlier. He smiled, as Mako someone pushed Takemichi off her to fully stand back up. Chat, you cancer-sucking zombie, you tried to. Mako, Takemichi concernedly snapped, trying to hold his sister back as she flipped the male off. What the heck? Just what happened between her and this guy? Takemichi could not help but mentally scream and wonder to himself as Mako struggled against his hold. Just what in the actual hell? First Mikey, then Kiyomasa, then Asanai, and now this guy. I'm starting to think my sister's some sort of danger magnet. Clenching his fist by his side, Mikey darkly glared up at the taller male as he took in everything he had just heard. So, not only are you the creeper who's been pulling the strings, but you even tried something with Ai-chan. Smirking down at the shorter teen, Hanma responded, wow, you seriously are a pain in the ass, Mikey. BIM. Cigarette and hair piece knocked out of his hands, Hanma blocked Mikey's sudden opening kick towards his head. Mikey, Draken, Emma, and Mitsuya's eyes all went wide in shock, Mako's jaw dropping, and Takemichi was left in utter awe and terror at what they had all bore witness to. He stopped Mikey's kick. Mitsuya gasped as he, Draken, and Emma knew better than most how much of a feat that was. I am possible, Emma stuttered, no one ever stops Mikey's kick. I knew it. Mako shook in place, focusing her complete gaze on the smugly smirking Hanma. That guy is pure trouble. No need to be in such a damn hurry, Mikey-kun. Hanma taunted as he shook the arm that he used to block Mikey's kick. Crushing Tommen is our long-term goal, but it's so much work, Tilda, we felt like we'd try and get you to fight yourselves. Hanma revealed as the rest of his men slowly began to fall in line around the small group of Tommen teens. I mean, it works out the same in the end. Hanma sadistically grinned. This way just has an added benefit. He manically gleamed while covering half of his face with the hand that had tattooed the kanji for punishment on it. I get to kill the invincible Mikey with my own 2 hands. He's insane, Mako growled. She, Mitsuya, Draken, and Takemichi all openly glaring at the older teen before them as Takemichi wondered to himself. Is this really the guy behind everything? Mobius, an entire gang of 100 people, Hanma dramatically shouted, holding his hands an arm wide and open. Versus 4 guys from Tommen, he pointed towards Mako, and their little cheerleader, Hanma taunted, as he watched Draken try to push Emma further behind him as Mako openly growled at the insult. Don't you dare wuss out this time, assholes. He turned to stare manically down at the openly nervous and fearful Mobius members who watched him. Cause if you do, you'll find out I'm not a softie like Asanai. He began warning, as all of his subordinates stood even straighter in attention. Yes, sir. And if any of you dare run away, I'll hunt you down and smash your teeth down your throat, he threatened, watching as the Mobius members became more fearful of him even as they fell into line. Yes, sir. Mikey and Draken, my little friends. Hanma grinned in ecstasy as he looked over at the small group. You're as good as dead, Tilda. What the hell's going on? Takemichi silently wondered to himself in shock. Niato didn't mention any of this, he thought, staring at the scene before him. The internal conflict should have been resolved, but now a different conflict's happening. He anxiously realized as he felt his heart race in his chest. Wait, is this my fault? His breathing slightly began to race. Is history heading in a weird new direction? Now stopping Kiyomasa-kun won't be enough. What am I supposed to? He stopped mid-thought as he suddenly felt a familiar gentle hand grasp his own as his gaze flew up towards his sister. Don't worry, Mako quietly muttered to the slightly shaken Hanagaki boy, giving him a small reassuring smile and a squeeze of his hand as she told him. We'll find a way through this. Takemichi stared at his sister in awe as he opened his mouth. Mani. He stopped though when he heard the familiar sound of motorcycle engines, this time multiple, approaching again. Huh. Mitsuya sighed in relief, just in time. Huh, Mako began to say as a familiar wine red bike skidded into the parking lot, with 2 figures sitting on the back of the bike. Yahoo Tilda. Hola Nino's Tilda, the driver waved. Special delivery for 1 Mako-chan Tilda, the driver said as she removed her helmet and shook out her hair, as both the Tommen teens and the Mobius members stared at the woman in shock. Rione-san, Takemichi and Mako exclaimed in shock as the passenger on the bike stumbled off the vehicle, throwing her helmet off and gasping for air. Yae-san too, Takemichi thought as he and his sister gaped at the girl and her mother's sudden appearance. Yae shouted before collapsing to her knees pale as she shook in place. Never again. Yai, Mitsuya and Mako then shouted, as the shaking red-haired girl looked up towards them and grinned weakly at them. Why is she? Mako looked towards Mitsuya as the boy slightly laughed at the girl's sudden appearance. Well, I'll be. Why-yo, we brought? The cavalry. Yae laughed, as not too soon after she said that a familiar group of teens all rode into the parking lot, close behind the mother and daughter pair, causing Mikey, Emma, Draken, and Mitsuya all to smile in relief as the Tokyo Manji gang finally entered the scene. Man, look at this mess. Muto Yasuhiro Aimucho, captain of 5th Division, huffed as he and his fellow captains approached their commander and friends. Infighting's really not my thing. But we can go all out if we're fighting Mobius. 4th Division Captain, Kawada Nahoya, otherwise known as Smiley, grinned as the pair walked past the still shaking Yae. Just means that the big showdown's tonight. Baji Keisuk, captain of the 1st Division, simply grinned from around the hair tie he carried in his mouth as when he walked past Yae, he quickly ruffled the redhead's hair. Nice work calling us up, Yae Tilda. Oi, Yae, snapped, no me toxicity, as her mother laughed into her hand at her daughter's interaction with the Tommen member. Que adorable, Yae growled as she sent her mother a glare in disgust. Really, Yae thanks, Mitsuya grinned, following not that long behind his captain as he flashed the redhead a thumbs up. Mitsuya, and you did great. All I did was call ya, what's with all the praise? Yae gruffly huffed, pulling her hood over her head as she tried to hide the blushing trying to form on her cheek. I haven't done shit. Walking close behind him eyeing the red-haired teen, Mitsuya's second-in-command, Shiba Hakai, nodded to the girl with a slight grin. "Yeah man, thanks," he said, before catching sight of the smiling Rione and becoming flustered and nervous and quickly speeding up to follow behind his fellow Tommen members to escape being in the female's presence. Tensing at the boy's words, Ye slowly looked up at her slightly surprised mother and asked, "Did I just get confused for a guy? Again? Maybe you should try wearing less baggy clothes and let your hair grow out again," Rione nervously suggested, watching as her daughter entered a silent state of depression. "God damn it. You guys," Mikey almost seemed to sigh in joy as all of Tommen stood in line and file, proudly and confidently before their commander. "Of course you came. All right, all you jackasses, the Tokyo Manji gang is here now," Baji loudly declared, smirking as he quickly began to tie his hair up. "Hey, Emma." He looked down towards the slightly red, puffy-eyed girl and nodded to her. "You know the rules. Time to get off the field," he sternly ordered, showing hints of concern for the obviously once distressed girl as she frowned at him. Looking between her crush, brother Mitsuya, and the Hanagaki siblings, Emma sighed in defeat. "Okay," before looking back towards Draken and whispering, "Please be careful." Draken looked at the blonde girl a bit surprised before smiling reassuringly. "Don't worry," he nodded with a smirk. "Everyone's here now, ain't they? We got this." "I know," Emma smiled at this before giving him a quick hug. "Just be safe." Releasing the older boy, Emma slightly blushed as she quickly rose and fled through a small pathway the Tommen members made for her quick escape, never noting the slight blush on Draken's cheek as he coughed into his hand and sent a somewhat smug Mitsuya a glare as the lilac-haired teen noted the interaction. "Not a word. I didn't say shit. So, who wants to die first?" Smiley taunted as Mucho angrily glared out into the crowd of Mobius. "Pei, you're the one I want to kill first," he shouted out. From his spot amongst the Mobius members, Pei shook at the appearance of all his old friends and gangmates. "Shit!" Taking a nervous step back as a sense of guilt and regret tried to pool in his stomach, only to be stopped as Hanma placed a hand firmly on his head, stopping him from stepping back further. "Now things are getting interesting," Hanma grinned menically. "The party's really gonna get started." "Whoa," Mako quietly muttered as she looked between the gangs she and Takemichi stood between. "This is insane. There's so many people here now," she noted while thinking. "This is definitely gonna get ugly real quick." "Shit," Takemichi thought. "How am I gonna keep an eye out for Kiyomasa-kun now?" Man, finally finding the strength to get back on his feet, Draken steadily stood as he eyed Hanma and the whole of Mobius. "Getting into a big-ass brawl on the day of the festival really gets my blood pumpin'," he grinned, taking his place firmly beside Mikey. "Draken-kun," Takemichi gasped, "don't. Are you insane?" Mako almost seemed to snap. "Actually, no. Yes, you are. You took a serious hit to the head, Draken. Don't tell me you plan to join in on this fight with a bleeding head." Mitsuya gasped at the dark-haired girl in shock. Have they really bonded so much over just one fight? He wondered, noting how although upset and slightly banged up, the Hanagaki sisters' biggest concern seemed to be for their mutual friends' well-being, even with the obvious brawl about to go down. "Thanks for the concern, Draken huffed, "but it's only a flesh wound," he joked, hoping to settle the girl's concerns. "Bastard, don't you just quote Monty Python to me," Mako yelled. "I should have never shown you that movie if this was how you were gonna use our bonding experience." "Huh?" Takemichi looked between his sister and Draken in shock. They watched one of her movies together. When the heck did this happen? Takemichi wondered. "Seriously, I need to ask, Mei just how the hell has she been getting involved with these guys when I'm not around?" "Kenshin?" Mikey couldn't help but stare in wonder, noting how much closer his dearest friend and crush had seemingly become with the light banter he witnessed. Though there was this slight prick of envy in his heart over the idea that the pair had spent such time alone, another part of his heart swelled, knowing that his friend approved the girl Mikey longed for. Looking back at his shorter friend, Draken grinned as he asked, "You ready to rock and roll, Mikey?" "Haha." Laughing to himself, Mikey smiled cockily as he turned back to face Hanma and Mobius. "Yeah, Kenshin," he said, as slowly all the real Tommen members began to advance forward to join their two commanders. Let's do this shit, Mikey yelled, charging forward alongside his men as Takemichi and Mako watched in awe as Mobius began to charge right back at them as Hanma ordered the members. Kill 'em all, he yelled, smiling sadistically as he watched both sides clash. Shit! Taking her brother by the back of his collar, Mako quickly tried to drag the shocked Takemichi back away from the ensuing fight within the parking lot. They're really going to go at it. We should, she yelled as she found herself suddenly separated from her brother as certain members of Tommen that charged past her all seemed to shove her back toward the edge of the parking lot where Emma, Ye, and Riene stood. Huh. She blinked a few times, confused as she realized she had landed on her ass with her hand still stretched out. Grasping at the air with it mindlessly as she slowly realized she had lost her grip on Takemichi. Mako-chan, Riene shouted in relief, oh my Tilda, it seems those boys pushed you right out of the fight. Such gentlemen. Emma sighed in relief, thank goodness, I wasn't sure what those guys were gonna do with you still back in there. It's good to know the guys still remember their manners. Looking around the crowd, Ye muttered, hold on, where's Takemichi-kun? Did he seriously stay in there to fight? She asked before looking towards Emma. Also, what about Draken? You said he was hurt, right? So where? Those dumbasses, Mako shouted, jumping up to her feet, cutting Ye off. Why? Angrily staring down the all-out brawl, Mako growled as she glared at the fighting gang members. They send me out without issue. But keep my, and I say this out of brutal honesty and love, WEAKASS brother and a BANGD up DRAKEN in THERE to fight. Are they trying to get someone killed? Mei-chan, Emma tried to call out to calm the girl down. Wait, it's too dangerous for us to. Danger schmanger, Mako snapped. When the people you love are in danger or being dumb, it's your job to either force them to take a step back or beat some sense into them. Mako angrily tore off the other sleeve of her ruined yukata before tearing that piece even more to construct a makeshift hair tie to tie up her wet hair. Man or woman, adult or child, delinquent or school kid, it don't fucking matter. She gave the makeshift hair tie one final tug, if I have the power to do something. She ran forward as Emma stared at the older teen in awe and wonder. Then it's my motto to just do it. She entered the fray without so much as a shred of fear or hesitation, for our future Mitch has tried so hard to save. I have to find Draken and keep him safe. May, wait, Ye shouted, stopping as her mother held her back. Ma. Let her go, Riene seriously ordered, shocking the younger Shimizu. But. Shaking her head, Riene smiled confidently as she looked towards the fighting teens as more people began to join them to watch the spectacle. Come now, this is far from you. I know this is far from your comfort zone, but we know she has her reasons for going back in there. She looked down at her daughter, smiling. You trust Mako-chan on just about everything, so just trust her to be able to handle this here. Wah, of course, I trust May. Ye stuttered before blushing at her mother's honest words of comfort and reassurance as she had to look away and back towards the fighting boys and teens her best friend had charged into. I worry too, you know. Lo see, Riene hummed before she pointed, looking past her daughter, but I think there's someone you need to help keep in check, she said, as Ye turned to see a silent Emma staring off into the distance. Lest we have more people to worry about getting hurt. Emma-chan. Staring out at the fighting Mobius and Tommen members, Emma could not help but replay Mako's words throughout her head as she watched her brother's gang and friends all fight as one. When the people you love are being dumb or in danger, it's your job to either beat sense into them or force them to take a step back, Mako angrily said. Man or woman, adult or child, delinquent or school kid, it don't fucking matter. If I have the power to do something, then it's my motto to just do it. She recalled Draken's bloody state and anxiously clasped her hands before her chest, shaking. Mei-chan's right. I should have said something, she thought. I should have done something. Her mind flashed to seeing the way Draken and Mako had fought off the initial sneak attack by Mobius. The way the two slowly fell into sync as they began to watch one another's backs and began working with each other to do more damage and take out more members the longer the fight went on. I should have never let you guys just make me stay on the side. Looking up at the all-out fight waging before her, she took a cautious step forward. I should have protected you too, Draken. Machan, Ye said, coming up beside Emma as she noticed the blonde's glare and stepped forward. She hesitated before lightly resting her hands on the girl's arm reassuringly as the blonde looked towards her in shock. I know that look you're making. Ye smiled. May makes the same look before she starts charging into something like some cominu about to kick ass and take names. She joked before smiling solemnly. Look, I'm not the best at comforting people, but I know you want to help. I do too, she admitted shyly, but I think there are already enough idiots fighting and getting hurt tonight. She winced as from the corner of her eye she caught one Mobius member getting his arm dislocated. So, let's try to not make things even worse by getting in over our heads, she said before looking back towards Emma. Let's just trust May in that she's gonna get your man and that dumb brother of hers out of this fight safe and sound. But that isn't fair, I can fight too. Emma began to argue looking towards the ground in frustration. I should be doing something too. Shaking her head she glared at the red-haired girl. How can we just let Mei-chan do this on her own? Aren't you worried at all about her being safe too? Ye smiled grimly at this. Well, yeah, course I am. She huffed looking once more towards the fight. But I trust May, just like I know you do. Emma looked away a bit in shame at this, and besides, Ye waited until she felt Emma's gaze land back on her as she smiled a bit shyly. Even if he's not the strongest, or the bravest, or the most competent, Mako's got her own crybaby hero that's sure to look out for her. That's just the way those two work. She confidently explained, they look out for each other. August 3, 2005, Tom and V's Mobius. Within the crowd of brawling gang members, Mako quickly ducked and sidestepped around the many brawling teens. Yelping and squeaking every now and again as she barely avoided a stray punch or kick, or even a random teen who'd been thrown back or knocked out. This is insane, she mentally screamed looking around the crowd as she continued to try and avoid getting hit. I can't see Michai or Draken anywhere in here. How am I supposed to help Michai if I can't even find either of those TW? Hey, look out. Quickly turning around at the panicked yell, Mako looked back to a Mobius figure falling back towards her. Clicking her tongue, she twisted and kicked the unconscious male away into another Mobius member, shocking an angrily appearing blue-afroed teen who seemed to have been the one trying to warn her, and a long, bleach blonde-haired male whose face was partially covered by face mask who just had his opponent knocked out by her accidental intervention. Whoa, the Afro teen muttered in awe and shock as the masked-wearing teen narrowed his eyes in Mako's direction. Who are? A friend, Mako quickly cut the teen off, jumping back as a random Tommen member fell, and quickly dispatching the Mobius member that had done so when she noticed his attention tried to shift to her with a grunt. I'm looking for Draken and an idiot about yay big. She held her hand up to try and show what she meant. Probably been thrown around a bit, wearing a Goldilocks behind ya. She warned, the long-haired teen quickly turning around quickly disarmed a Mobius member trying to hit him with a pipe before hitting the member with their confiscated weapon. Oh, thank goodness, angry blue look alive. On your left, she then barked, the Afro teen barely jumping out of the way from a charging Mobius member as he crashed into another member that had been sent flying towards them. Never mind. Mako yelled in frustration, I'm distracting you too much, I'll find those idiots on my own. Good luck with kicking these bastards' asses. Wait, the blonde had tried to call out, choking on air as he watched the girl not only run further into the chaotic brawl, but also easily take down a few Mobius members that tried to stop her progress as she went along. Just who was that? He wondered, as his fellow Tommen member looked at him in slight concern. Should we be worried about a girl being in the middle of all this? Ignoring the blue-haired teen, the masked teen simply returned to the fight at hand. If that dumb girl gets hurt, it's none of my concern. Just what the hell was that girl doing here to begin with? Draken-kun? Takemichi struggled to look or move around properly in the middle of this all-out brawl as he searched for the much taller teen. Draken-kun? Whoa! He yelled as he found himself being bumped into from behind and sent down on his hands and knees. Looking back a bit fearfully, Takemichi almost sighed in relief at the familiar sight of a Tommen uniformed member until the teen angrily scoffed at him. The hell are you just standin' around for? Why yeah, sorry about that. He'd begun to apologize until a shadow fell over him. Quickly looking back, Takemichi panicked as he noted another gang member being sent flying towards him. scrambling to his feet as he tried to get away only to trip over a fallen Mobius member straight into a large puddle. Grunting in pain, he struggled to get back up to his hands and knees as he stared into the murky water in frustration and anger. Damn it, this was all for nothing, he thought, shaking. By the end of this battle, Draken-kun is still probably gonna be killed by Kiyomasa-kun. He stared into his own reflection, but I gotta try. I've gotta protect Draken-kun in this version of the past, he thought, recalling Akun's final tearful smile in the future before he jumped. I want to save Akun. The accident that led to Hina and his sister's death. I want to save Hina. The memory of his sister believing his claim of the future and her grave flashed through his mind as tears welled up at the memory of all the deaths. And I want to save Mani. Gritting his teeth, Takemichi forced himself back on his feet with his hands clenched tight. I'm going to stop Kiyomasa-kun and wiped away his tears and refocused his resolve and his gaze ahead. I'll change the future. Mako was becoming frustrated as she continued to be stopped and stalled by any and all Mobius members who caught sight of her and were not preoccupied. Get out of my way, asshats. Hand springing forward, Mako kicked one delinquent in the face before twisting herself so that she could sweep the legs out from a few others that tried to charge at her. Don't you got something better to do than pick on some small? She swiftly kicked another male away. Cute. An uppercut towards another. Kick-ass bitch who is so done with all this bullshit. She yelled, charging forward before she performed a flying kick into a much taller male as she flew past Chifuyu as the boy was getting up after beating up a Mobius member. Huh, he gasped. What are you? Only to be cut off by Mako as she smiled at the boy. Chifuyu, hey, long time no see. Have you hold on? Mako quickly cut the boy off as the teen blinked at the girl a few times, jaw-dropping when he saw her elbow one guy behind her without looking before throwing the teen over her shoulder and punching the guy in the face to knock him out. Okay, have you seen Draken? Mako asked as Chifuyu stared at the girl in awe. Pointing off towards a direction he almost seemed to stutter. I think I saw him round there. But like that was a while ba, hey, where are you going? Chifuyu yelled out in concern, only to continue to gap as Mako easily held her own while running through the all-out brawlers while shouting back. I'm grabbing Princess Emma's dumb dragon and a crybaby hero. Chifuyu gap, what the hell does that even whoa? He jumped as a few guys tried to grab at him. Damn it, he shouted. Wait. Giving his target one final punch, Smiley looked up at Chifuyu's shout as he noticed Mako run by. Whose? He watched as the girl almost seemed to flutter through the fighting crowd, almost completely unnoticed save for a few Mobius stragglers that the girl quickly and efficiently immobilized or knocked out. That girl. Mucho also caught sight of a quick flash of the bright kimono and a makeshift ribbon from the corner of his eye as he slammed a few Mobius members flying off his person. He said around this direction, right? Mako thought, trying to keep her breathing steady as she looked around. Come on, Mako frustratedly thought. Just where the hell are they? She gritted her teeth. Draken. She shook as she continued to see neither of the two boys. Just where the hell are you two? Pei? Mikey's yell of frustration caught the girl's ears, as it almost felt like the whole world went silent around the area. Looking back towards the direction it came from in shock, Mako hesitantly stepped back towards the direction she was almost sure Mikey was. Mikey, she stopped and shook her head quickly. No, don't get distracted, Mako, she thought, turning away. For his and everyone else's sake, you have to help Michai by finding Draken. She continued forward now. Mikey cleared himself a path almost directly towards Pei Yan, his eyes trained solely on the once unmoving boy as Pei stood, still stuck within a group of Mobius members who were meant to keep the teen isolated and separate from his original peers. The dirty, blonde-haired teen, staring in stunned, awe right back at his old commander as he muttered, Mikey. Hey, it's their leader. Perfect, let's get IM. Invincible, Mikey, my ass. You ain't shit. 3 of the Mobius members surrounding Pei Yan shouted and taunted as they charged at the Tommen commander. Mikey narrowed his eyes in pure annoyance as he quickly dispatched the 3 with 2 quick punches and a kick. Pei, why'd you attack Kenshin? He yelled, hardly acknowledging the Mobius members as he focused solely on the other teen. You bastard! Another Mobius member charged at him, and Mikey broke the man's nose as he knocked him out without so much as a blink as he simply walked forward. You knew that Kenshin and I had worked things out. He continued to shout towards the boy, knocking out another 2 Mobius members without so much as a flinch as they once more tried to charge at him. You even brought Mobius into this. You got Ai-chan and Emma brought into this. He continued to yell in frustration towards the other teen as he continued to take out any Mobius member that got too close to or attacked him. Since when are you? Another man down as he watched Pei become slowly more and more frustrated and angry as he spoke to him. Such a damn coward. He growled and knocked yet again another gang member out. Nothing as far as Mikey was concerned would stop him from getting to Pei and doing what he should have from the start as he stared down Pei's furious glare as he continued to walk towards him. I don't give a rat's ass if you two made up. That shit's got nothing to do with Pa. We're done arguing over Pa. Mikey tried to keep his tone even as he finally finished clearing the distance between him and Pei. The hell we are, Pei yelled directly in Mikey's face, voice cracking in both anger and pain ever so slightly that if Mikey had not been paying as close enough attention as he was, he may have very well missed it, and all the other subtle details occurring with Pei. From the strained anger and pain within his glare, his rapid breathing as if he were almost being suffocated from all the rage and pain, the clenching of his fist which shook ever so slightly by his side. Pei Yan is a friend and a member of Tommen who needs you. He's obviously been hurting. Mako's soft words to Mikey right before he left the festival for Pei rang through his ears. How do you figure we're done with it? Pei spat, when Pa got caught, and we didn't do a damn thing about it. Huh, that's bullshit. Pei cracked, how am I supposed to be done? He threw a fist and hit Mikey directly in the face. Don't you get it? He continued to throw hits at the other boy without issue. Pa Chin was everything to me. Mikey remained silent at this, hollowly staring off at the ground as he accepted Pei's pain and frustration with each hit and yell, and recalled his own pain and frustrations back during his and Draken's fight. I see. If Tommen's gonna abandon Pa Chin, Pei Yan's voice cracked as he shook in place, then what choice do I have then to be your enemy? He yelled. Come at me, Mikey. No, Mako's words once again replayed in his mind, as his and Pa's friend. You should go to him and see what's going on. She said, maybe. Share with Pei how you feel. Share how I feel, Mikey muttered, staring into the girl's bright blue eyes. Yeah, Mako nodded. If he really is as upset as you said. Maybe if you open up to him about your own pain and conflict on the situation, you can help Pei understand why you changed your mind on the issue. Why the hell you fight back? Pei voiced crack yet again with anger. You could end me with one blow? He yelled, freezing in shock as Mikey both gently, but firmly grabbed him by the back of his neck and brought their foreheads close together as he hollowly stared into Pei's eyes with the rawest form of emotion he could. Look at me, Pei, Mikey whispered. Am I smiling? Have I ever smiled? About Pa Chin getting caught? He asked as he hoped to get across his true feelings on everything. It hurts, man, he admitted, causing Pei Yan's eyes to widen in shock. Takemichi said it'd be sad if Tommen broke apart because Kenshin and I fought. He recounted to Pei, I never thought that'd end up with all of us fighting. I think Ai-chan was right. She said, I should share what I was feeling with ya and everyone. Because we are friends, you, me, Pa Chin, everyone. He continued to stare into Pei's shaken gaze as openly as he could. Hit me until you're satisfied, Pei Yan. Pei gasped in shock, Mikey. I don't want to fight with my own family. He confessed, so let's just call it even. Let's start all over again, Mikey requested. Come back to us, Pei Yan. Silence fell between the two teens as the rain continued to fall on them and chill them to their bones. The dam within Pei Yan finally broke and the teen's eyes welled up with tears as he stifled sobs and cries. Mikey silently watched the boy as he shook and cried before him, as he silently stood as the other teen's pillar, listening to his pain and regret. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm sorry. August 3rd, 2005 Mako. BIM. Breathing heavily, Mako watched as another Mobius member fell slowly, dropping her leg down from the high kick position she'd used to finish the older teen off. Damn, she gasped out. I'm losing steam, again. She tried to even her breathing. All this running around, all this non-stop fighting, I'm not used to this, she thought. My endurance can only go so far, my reaction speed's even starting to drop. She winced, grabbing onto the slowly forming bruise on her side, This guy was even lucky enough to get a good hit. Walking around the down, or groaning bodies of Mobius and Tommen members alike, Mako tried to keep her guard up as she continued to search for Draken and Takemichi. Draken-kun. She sighed, barely hearing her brother's continued calls for Draken over the raging brawl around them. Well, at least I know he's okay, but I still can't get a clear read on where he is, she huffed, looking around again. And neither of us have found Draken yet. The hell, how is it this hard to find one tall ass, Draken? Mako's heart soared as she finally caught sight of the dragon-tattooed teen. Sighing in relief, she began to make her way towards him. Draken? Hey, Draken. Knocking a guy out with just his fist, Draken slowly turned to look towards the familiar sound of Mako's voice to see the Hanagaki girl stepping over and around Tommen members. While happily stepping, and even jumping onto the fallen Mobius ones as she made her way towards him. Blinking as his vision still struggled to remain focused, he stared at the now completely shirtless girl in shock and confusion. What the hell is she still doing here? Oh, thank God, I finally found him, Mako thought, and he's none too worse for wear. She smiled to herself. That means we still have a chance. She continued to think, we can still save Draken. Sighing once more in relief, she set her gaze into a hard glare as she barely avoided another gang member falling, even as she powered towards the taller boy. Ryugyuji Ken. Draken winced, holding onto his still throbbing head. Shit, she actually sounds like a pissed-off mom. He muttered as he turned to face the smaller girl. She used my whole ass name and everything. He snorted, moaning as he shut his eyes tight when his vision started to swim again. Crap, this headache really ain't playing. You dumbass, Mako yelled over the fighting gang members. Who the actual fuck, in their right mind, goes into an all-out brawl with a god-damn head injury? She snapped, you must have a serious death wish. She continued to yell, do you have any idea just how worried you've? Finally feeling the pain in his head settle for the time, and opening his eyes, Draken looked back up to annoyedly snap back at the approaching Mako, only for his dark eyes to widen and fear grip his heart as the glint of steel, and a figure behind the girl caught his full attention. Ei! He yelled, Mako head snapping up as she saw his panicked expression, tripping over her own 2 tired feet from the sudden shock and... Slash. She gasped in pain, eyes wide, pupils dilated in shock, as a hot searing pain slowly spread across her unprotected back as she continued to fall forward. Blood flew through the air, as Draken watched in horror, as Mako barely avoided a more fatal strike and hit the cold, wet parking lot floor on her face and stomach. Thud. Barely even able to catch herself as she shook on the cold, hard floor of the battlefield Tommen and Mobius had created. Mako trembled in shock as the pain from the slash wound across her back had yet to fully register through her mind. Wah! What just? You damn woman, Mako yelped as she felt a large foot slam into her now bleeding back. The hell did you dodge for? Kiymase, Draken furiously roared, glaring murderously at the ex-Tommen member, dressed in their gang's uniform, sneering down at a now badly injured Mako with a bloody blade in his hand, and his foot harshly dug into her back as the girl cried out in shock and pain. Within the brawling sea of teens, Takemichi's head snapped up in fear, barely catching Draken's rage-filled yell. Draken-kun? Wait, did he just say? Pulling back from the crying Peiyan, Mikey's eyes frantically looked around the still raging and fighting gangs. Ken-chin? Tension rose throughout his body. He gave a subtle squeeze to the boy's shoulder before diving back into the fray to search for his friend as his stomach twisted into knots. Something's not right. Outside of the battling gangs, Emma felt her stomach twist up in knots as she barely heard Draken's yell. Draken! Ye anxiously gripped onto the younger teen's hand, Rione's own anxious touch tightly resting upon her daughter's shoulders as the 2 girls and women stared into the sea of fighting gang members with unrest in their hearts. Please be okay? Ye whispered. Why did you dodge? Kiyomasa snapped, stomping down on Mako's back, the girl biting her bottom lip as she tried to hold in her screams in pain. You damn bitch, die. It hurts, Mako cried, biting so hard on her lip it bled again. It hurts so much, I just want to scream and cry. She struggled to try and push herself up as Kiyomasa relentlessly continued to stomp down on her injured back. But I won't. Angrily, she glared up at Kiyomasa from the corner of her eye as she struggled to try and move under his continued kicking of her down being. I won't give this bastard the satisfaction of my pain. You were supposed to be the easy kill. Why did you dodge? Get the hell off her, Draken yelled, charging towards the growling Kiyomasa. Kiyomasa! Huh? Looking up at the charging Draken, Kiyomasa excitedly smiled. Ah, there you are, Draken, I've been waiting for this. Mako's eyes widened in shock as she noticed the unhinged look behind the male's eyes as he gripped his bloody blade more tightly. No, she thought, trying to push the male off as she looked back up towards the charging Draken. Stay back, he wants to KAHH. Mako coughed as she was roughly kicked aside, body rolling a good bit before she stopped on her back. She furiously coughed, trying to regain her breath, struggling to roll herself back over and get back onto her feet, as she looked up to see Draken and Kiyomasa going at one another. Draw Ken, no, she grunted, watching as the tattooed male angrily threw his punches and kicks towards the other teen, barely avoiding Kiyomasa's blade. Don't, her vision blurred. You're gonna, you'll, she moaned as her vision swam. Die, if this keeps up. Eyes filling up with tears, she struggled to get herself even just back up to her hands and knees as she stared at the two fighting teens. Please, you can't. RAGH. Her tears fell as she tried to get to her feet. You can't. Die. She screamed out in agony. DRAKEN. August 3, 2005. Drake and Kun, Takemichi continued to call out as he looked at more and more of the fallen Mobius and Tommen members lying about the still battle-heavy area as he walked. Drake and Kun. Yet, nothing came from his endeavor as he walked. Dang it, where is he? I know I heard him somewhere around this. Up we go. Ow, Takemichi exclaimed as a large body was thrown and landed on top of him. Get off of me, damn it, he grunted, pushing the unconscious boy off him with some great effort. I don't have time for this, he grunted, getting back up. He stared into the slowly dwindling fighters around him as his frustration with everything finally boiled over, and he yelled into the sky. God damn it, he roared before glaring into the sky. I can't find Draken-kun or Kiyomasa-kun. He thought, now glaring down to the ground, just where the hell they go. He continued to rage. I need to find them now, before it's too. DRAKEN. Takemichi's heart sank hearing his sister's agony-filled scream, his body frozen in shock as he slowly began to turn towards the direction he was all but sure was where the scream came from. No, no way, he whispered as his gaze racked around the area, eyes panicked and fearful. Please, don't be. He froze as a familiar large teen walked past him. Kiyo, Masa-kun? The sound of a thick splattering caught his ear. Looking down, Takemichi's breath hitched at the small trail of blood from Kiyomasa's blade. His heart raced, the world around him seemed to go black and white, the only color he saw being the very blood on the teen's blade. Huh! His mind flashed to his sister's scream. No! He stared in horror as the male only seemed to continue to walk away in a trance-like state. I did it this time, I actually did it. No, Mako's pained cry rang throughout the air once more. Slowly turning to look back from the direction Kiyomasa came from, Takemichi's heart stuttered to a halt at what he saw. Further away, Mikey's head snapped up from the fallen Mobius members before him as he tried to move towards the girl's scream. His heart almost came to a halt as he heard the anguish in the girl's scream. I-chan. Draken, Mako sobbed, seeming to have almost crawled to the other teen's side as she laid almost half on the unconscious boy, trying to shake the boy awake. Please. Her back was bloody from a large open cut that still continued to bleed, and large bruises with some footprint-shaped marks. Please. But what truly had Takemichi gasping in full terror and horror was the blood he saw slowly starting to pool around Draken's body as his sister continued to call out to the boy. Please. Snapping out of his shock, Takemichi stumbled forward. DRAKEN. Takemichi finally screamed, running towards his sister and friend, heart almost stopping as he noted his sister's body almost seemed to give as she slumped over Draken's body and her eyes fell shut. ONE-san. Within the brawling crowd, Mikey's head snapped once again in the direction of the screams. His heart sank to the pit of his stomach, and his mind raced as Takemichi's cries rang throughout the whole battlefield. Chapter 16. ONE-san, Takemichi loudly screamed, running towards his sisters and Draken's side. DRAKEN? He continued to yell as he caught the attention of not only Mikey within the still brawling sea of delinquents, but Emma and Ye as both girls became terrified at the boy's panicked and anguish-filled scream. No, no way, this can't be happening, he thought as tears welled up in his eyes. Why is this happening? He cried as his eyes rapidly switched between Draken and Mako's fallen forms. Draken and Maymay, they've both. Reaching his sister's and Draken's side, Takemichi collapsed to his knees as he reached out to touch the older girl. Maymay, hey! He shook the girl, slightly flinching when he accidentally touched the open wound in her back and made her whimper. Ah! He stared down at his bloody hand in shock until he heard his sister whimper turn into a grunt as she regained consciousness. Scrunching up her face in a grimace, Mako slowly opened her eyes to look up at Takemichi as her vision still swam and struggled to focus on the crying boy's face. Michi. Tears openly running down the boy's face as he realized his sister was now awake and aware, Takemichi's voice cracked as he smiled down at his sister. Maymay, you're. Stuck in the middle of a large group of Mobius lackeys, Mikey angrily and anxiously had to punch, kick away, and even disarm a good number of the still remaining gang members. Going even so far to restrain and knock out a member in an attempt to gain an opening to call out to the crying Takemichi, with a total lack of his usual calm or cocky composure, as he hurriedly and loudly yelled towards the teen. What's wrong, Takemichi? Looking back towards the slowly clearing battlefield, Takemichi was just barely able to meet Mikey's gaze with his own tear-filled one. Looking between his still barely conscious sister and the heavily bleeding Draken, Takemichi struggled to decide on how to respond to the other teen before he swallowed his fear, and decided to be honest with the concerned boy even though it hurt him. It's Draken and my sister, Mikey, Takemichi yelled. Maymay's been hurt real badly, and Drakenkun's been? He struggled for a second before finally shouting out. Drakenkun's been stabbed. Takemichi's voice cracked at what he said next. I think he's dead. Mikey felt the whole world around him fall silent. His eyes dilated in shock, finally being able to see a clear path towards Takemichi, Mako, and Draken. He felt his breath leave him and his heart stop at what he saw. Takemichi was crying as he knelt beside Mikey's best friend face down in a slowly forming pool of his own blood, and the girl he liked, Takemichi's own sister, barely holding on, slumped over his now possibly dead friend, with a bloody and bruised back. Bump! Bump! Mikey felt the creepings of a familiar darkness within his heart stir as he dropped the Mobius member he'd been holding. Eyes trained solely at the three teens, he began to try and move to them only to be stopped as one foolish delinquent tried to grab him from behind in a chokehold. Move! Mikey growled, punching and kicking the advancing Mobius members even more aggressively than before. Let me through, jackass. He tried to move forward again, ready to take down anyone that got in his way. He stopped when the collar of his top was grabbed, and he was harshly flung back and away from his injured friend and crush. He'd landed on his feet without much issue, but the glare he sent was murderous as he saw who it was that had stopped him. Hanma, he growled. I finally found you. Hanma amusedly and almost unhinged slowly laughed into his hand, before looking up to meet Mikey's murderous glare with an excited grin. Mikey-kun. Bursting with laughter, the unhinged teen charged at Mikey to attack. Mikey quickly tried to end this annoyance by going for a kick, only to have it be caught by Hanma and once more be thrown aside. The blonde reacted quickly though, performing a handspring to try and catch and right himself, only for once again Hanma to quickly put pressure on him. Hanma kicked Mikey down onto his back, before jumping on top of him, punching Mikey at least once in the face, before the smaller teen quickly and easily kicked Hanma off of him. When both teens had just barely gotten back on their feet, Mikey angrily charged the other boy, once more attempting his signature kick, only for Hanma to cockily and amusedly barely block it as he was pushed back into another group of fighters. Hanma laughing excitedly as he charged Mikey again, the boy becoming thoroughly unamused and annoyed as he tried kneeing Hanma, before uppercutting the boy with his just barely restrained fury. Though a finisher for most, Hanma did not fall. Hanma was instead still standing right up, if not a bit off-balanced, as blood streamed down the corner of his lip as he continued to grin manically at the unamused and almost unemotional Mikey as the blonde swiped across his cheek and bottom lip. Man, I'm exhausted, Hanma taunted, becoming all the more gleeful as his and Mikey's battle continued. From outside the battling teens, Ye gritted her teeth anxiously before pulling away from her mother and Emma to run to her mother's bike and grab her back. Ye, Riene began as Emma and her daughter both directed their gazes towards the older woman. Call an ambulance, she ordered before sprinting around the fighting crowd. Something's wrong. Yai-chan, Emma yelled, about to run after the girl too. Emma-chan. Only to stop as a familiar brown-haired girl seemed to have finally appeared to have caught up with the group, as Emma turned back watery-eyed, shaken, and upset at the girl. Hina-chan. August 3, 2005. Take Michi. Damn it, Take Michi thought, looking back down at both his sister and Draken. Damn it, damn it, damn it, he angrily shouted in his mind, tearfully staring down at the two. It's over, it's all over, Draken's dead. His gaze traveled fully to his sister as she slowly came to, and Mei she. Finally regaining her full consciousness from her sudden blackout from pain and exhaustion, Mako's eyes quickly widen as she tried to force herself back up and off of Draken with a wince. She felt the injury on her back and her more than likely bruised ribs throb as she felt herself struggling to breathe deeply. GGGH Michi. Fuck. She gritted out in pain. How long was I? She asked her younger brother as she met his watery gaze. Mei, Draken, he's. The words refused to come out, the guilt and shame of failure washing over the boy as he struggled to inform his sister of Draken's fate. Draken-kun is. Take Michi, Mikey shouted out towards the boy as he still continued to fight Hanma, cutting the boy off. Yet before Take Michi could speak or even react to either of the teens wanting his attention, a wet and strained gurgling sound came from beside the two teens. Draken, Mako gasped, fully awake and alert as she and Take Michi watched the boy cough up blood. He's alive, she cried in relief before looking to Take Michi. Michi, he's still alive. Sobbing Take Michi could not help but nod excitedly, thank goodness. Then there's still a chance. Quick, help me turn him on his back. Mako ordered, becoming serious. We need to stop some of the bleeding quickly. Okay. Take Michi, Mikey shouted once more, punching Hanma back a few times before trying to look back to the teens. His eyes widened as he noted Mako now up and seemingly trying to tend to Draken as the siblings had turned the boy on his back. I-chan. Head whipping in the direction of the blonde boy, Mako shouted back. Mikey. She smiled tiredly at the boy as she and Take Michi looked towards the still fighting teen. Mikey. He's alive. Draken's still alive. She yelled, causing Mikey's eyes to widen just a bit in relief as the humming that once slowly built and prickled underneath his skin settled. The sight of the girl up and alert, even with her injuries, and the news of his friend's life still intact lifting the dark veil that had almost begun to swallow him. Still, the boy was far from naive or careless. He knew stab wounds were deadly. He knew that with the brawl still raging on that the trio were easy pickings, and thus as he opened his mouth to order the girl and brother to flee with Draken. He was stopped as a red-headed teen appeared beside the teens. May, Take Michi-kun, draw maldición? Ye shouted, almost skidded to a halt as she found the trio, eyes wide and in horror as she noted her best friends and Draken's state. The cut-up, bloody and bruised back of Mako. The stab wound in Draken's abdomen and the still somewhat bleeding head wound from when he'd first been jumped. Ye-san, Take Michi gasped, staring up at the redhead in shock. Yai, Mako almost cried as she smiled up at her shocked friend. Man, am I glad to see you. Shit really hit the fan. Shaking in place, Ye's eyes darted between Mako and Draken's injuries as she struggled to take in the sight before her. Que demonios, what happened to you two? Take Michi, Ye-chai, Mikey yelled, stopping the girl mid-stutter as the two teens whipped their heads towards Mikey wide-eyed. Take care of Kenshin and I-chan for me, he shouted, before blocking an attack from Hanma who'd finally recovered. He punched the taller teen in the gut, only to have his next punch dodged as he continued to fight with the insane teen. Huh? Take Michi gasped hearing these words in shock. Eyes trained on the older teen, he watched him and Hanma continue to fight. Emmy? He whispered to himself as he watched the brutal fighting between the two boys before looking back at his injured sister, and Draken as the girl called out to the shocked Ye. Yai, Mako sternly snapped, causing the red-haired girl's eyes to widen before she shook herself out of her stunned state. Your nanas taught you more than just simple first aid, right? Is there anything you can do to help Draken? Kneeling down beside the still bleeding teens, Ye struggled to calm her trembling hands as she touched and probed around the boy's open wounds. She frowned, noting the paleness of his skin and the drenched state he was in. Hesitantly, she looked between Draken and Mako as she took note of both their battered states, before her grim gaze fully settled down towards the possibly dying blonde. Ye gritted her teeth in anger as she openly glared at the wound she was now applying pressure to. He's lost a lot of blood. And the wound looks kinda deep. There isn't much we can do outside trying to stop the bleeding and prevent more blood loss, she reluctantly admitted as Takemichi grimaced at this. He needs a hospital now. She looked to Mako and glared. Both of you do. You'll be lucky if you don't need stitches for that cut. How you haven't lost enough blood yet to pass out too is beyond me. So there's still a chance, Mako asked as Ye nodded. Yeah, but the clock's ticking, she muttered before looking back down at Draken, and there's no telling just how much time he still has left with the actual state he's in. Right, Takemichi thought, looking between his sister and Ye as the red-headed girl tried to help Draken. Draken's still alive. There's still a chance, so I have to do something, he thought to himself, determinedly looking towards Ye as he asked, What do we do then, Ye-san? What can I do to help? Stunned by the boy's sudden request to help her and his determined glare, Ye blinked a few times before composing herself as she reached into her bag. Here, I want you to help me get your sister bandaged up while I treat Draken. He's the one in the most critical condition, so he needs to take precedence between the two. Even so, I don't want Mako to lose any more blood and risk her getting into a similar condition. If you need any guidance, don't hesitate to ask, though. You need to make sure the cut is cleaned before bandaging her up. She looked up at the sky in disgust, husking, and preferably not wet, but we don't really have many options given the weather. Okay. Yai, wait, don't worry about me and let's focus on Draken. Mako began to argue as she tried to push her brother away. I'll be fine for now, compared to Draken. Shut up, Ye and Takemichi both hissed, the former of the two keeping her focus and attention on Draken, while Takemichi forced his sister to sit up straight to better tend to her. Takemichi, if she tries to argue back or brush you off again, don't let her. Ye gruffly ordered as she kept her focus on Draken's stab wound. Yes, ma'am, Takemichi replied in earnest, turning his focus fully onto his sister's wound only to seize up as he took in her state. You may be fine compared to Draken, but that might not be for long if you keep losing blood. Ye almost seemed to coldly rebuttal as she continued to try and treat the still unconscious teen. It's obvious you also have either a bruised or cracked rib with the way you're breathing and the bruising trying to form around that area. Ye noted as Takemichi openly stared at his sister's cut and bruised back in shock before finally doing his best to tend to her as she hissed and whimpered under his care in pain. Be careful with how tightly you make those bandages, Takemichi. You want them tight enough to stop the bleeding, but not so tight that you risk making your dumbass sister's injury worse. Swallowing down his nervousness, Takemichi gave his now bashful sister an unusually stern glare as he went to work on treating her. Yes, ma'am, I got it. Yai, Michai, Mako blushed in shame, unable to meet her friend's or brother's gaze as she found herself being so harshly scolded before the boy. I'm sorry. You can apologize by shutting up. Ye scoffed, right now you need to save your energy. Right, Mako sighed, once me and Draken are treated, we should get out of here. Frowning at his sister's words, Takemichi could not help but agree as he eyed the still ongoing battle nearby them. Yeah, good idea. Sometime later, Takemichi gritted his teeth as he struggled to walk with the weight from Draken's unconscious body upon his back out of the parking lot where the Tommen and Mobius battle was occurring to hopefully safety. Ye helped to keep steady a still somewhat winded and very sore Mako as they walked close by. He's so heavy, Takemichi thought as he continued to carry the older teen with considerable effort. I already feel like giving up. Michai, Mako called out to the boy holding onto her freshly bandaged ribs. Please, just let Yai help you carry him. I can walk on my own. You're gonna hurt yourself trying to carry him alone like that. She's right, Ye grunted, glaring at the boy. You're going to break your back at this raw. She stopped as Draken suddenly coughed up more blood from around Takemichi's shoulder. Son of a, she released her friend to come around and quickly check the other teen's pulse. Draken-kun, Takemichi exclaimed, eyes wide in terror as he looked from the boy to Yae. Is he? Yae quickly shook her head with a sigh. He's still alive. She frowned, looking down at the boy. But forest green eyes filled with tears of frustration, Takemichi's heart jolting at the obviously pained look that had crossed the usually composed girl's expression. He'll be fine, Takemichi firmly exclaimed, surprising Yae. We're gonna get him to the hospital and save him no matter what, he grunted, taking a few more shaking steps forward as his drive and determination to save the teen pushed him forward. I swear you're going to be okay, Draken-kun. Yae watched in shock as Mako came up beside her, silently crying in frustration. Takemichi-kun. He's determined, Mako quietly muttered. He's determined to save Draken's life at any cost. Grunting, Yae could not help but look away in shame. Yeah, but pushing himself like this. He's gonna cause himself more problems unless he can learn to accept some help. Mako could only stare at her brothers and Draken back sadly. I know. Don't give up me, Takemichi growled to himself. Beginning to call out to the boy. Yae was cut off as the sound of rapid footsteps and yelling caught her ear. Takemichi-kun, Maini, senpai, Hina shouted out as she and Emma came running towards the four teens from down the street. Hina. Emma-chan. The Hanagaki siblings shouted as Yae looked to the two girls in alarm. Did you call an ambulance? Where's my mom? Yes, Hina exclaimed as she and Emma continued to run towards the other teens. Rione-san said she'd stay behind and keep an eye out for it and the boys. How's Dra? Emma almost screamed in shock as she noticed the somewhat bloody and now bandaged up state of Mako's upper body. May. Don't worry, Mako grunted, smiling at the girl painfully as she cut her off. It looks a lot worse than it is. Barely, Yae snorted unimpressed. Weren't you raging at the idiot for making such a similar comment before that big fight? Yae glared, and now look at where he is. Mako painfully laughed at this. I guess so, but I did it. Somehow, she nervously muttered under her breath before grinning painfully at Emma. I got your stupid dragon back, and alive, Emma Heim-chan. Sobbing at these words, Emma tears ran freely as she took in the more banged-up state of her friend and the unconscious state of her crush. You idiots. Looking towards Takemichi, Mako nodded to the boy. Let's set Draken down. I think we all need to stop here if the ambulance is on its way. Yae nodded at this. She's right, we don't want to make it harder for them to find us once they get here. Moving Draken was already a risk we were forced to take, so let's not risk any more. Hina-chan, can you help me pull Draken-kun off of your boyfriend's back? Yae asked. Hina worriedly stared at the sobbing Emma, and banged-up Draken and Mako nodded determinedly. Of course. Helping the redhead with pulling Draken off Takemichi, the girls carefully sat him down on the ground before laying him down with his head in Emma's lap. The small group of teens fell silent as now. They waited. August 3, 2005. The silence permeated the small street space. The group of 6 all anxiously waited as the rain continued to fall around them. Takemichi and Hina standing above a still crying Emma and unconscious Draken. Yae and Mako across from them as Yae knelt beside the unconscious blonde, having his shirt up to check on her work and keeping a steady eye of the boy's pulse and breathing. Mako silently knelt much closer to Emma as she kept a gentle hand rubbing the girl's arm in comfort as they continued waiting for help. Draken. It's going to be okay, Emma-chan, Mako softly cooed. He's going to be just fine. Emma sobbed as she stared at her crush's sleeping and bloody face. I should have done something, she cried. Emma. No, Emma cut Mako off as she looked up at the girl. You were right, she sobbed. If you have the power to do something, then you should do something. Emma repeated, looking back down at her crush as her tears landed on Draken's face. Tenderly, she tried to wipe the blood away from his face with her sleeve. I should have done something. Emma-chan, Hina whispered as her heart broke for the girl. She, more than anyone, could sympathize with the girl at this moment, recalling how not so long ago how Takemichi would appear banged up and bruised while she had been left powerless to help him. Yeah, and do what? Yae almost seemed to scoff, though it was obviously not out of malice towards them. I'm sorry if this comes out as harsh, Emma-chan, but just look at May. The girl's no pushover, and even she got hurt trying to do something. You shouldn't feel bad for not stepping in when you couldn't. Yay! Mako snapped at her best friend as she used her given name, sending the obviously tired and stressed-out girl a scolding glare even as she knew deep down that Yay was only trying to do her best to comfort Emma in her own way. That's out of line. But it's true. But it's not, Emma muttered, surprising the group minus Mako. The truth is, I do know how to fight almost as good as Mikey, hell, better in some areas, she admitted. Granted, I'm not really as strong as him, or as talented, and I've never actually had to use it outside training or sparring, but I was trained just like him. She cried as she continued to gently caress Draken's face. I should have helped Mei-chan, and Draken when you were both jumped. I should have done something instead of sitting on the sidelines like some damsel in distress, she cried, especially not when my friends, and the people I love, needed me most. She whispered as she looked at Mako. Emma-chan, Takemichi frowned as he stared at the girl. I'm sure that you're a really strong and talented girl. Takemichi looked to his sister as shame bubbled in his gut. But, Yae-san is right. Mainie's always been one of the strongest, most badass people I know, Takemichi muttered, catching Mako off guard. But even she got hurt tonight. She probably even could have. He swallowed loudly as his stomach twisted into knots. She probably could have died just 'cause she was in that fight. Takemichi bluntly stated, as Mako stared up at him in shock. Me. She isn't even a part of Tommen in any way. He cut Mako off looking away, and yet she could have died tonight just like Draken. He shook in place. She could have died, all 'cause I asked for her help, all 'cause I told her about the future. He thought before looking back towards Emma, who stared up at him in shock. As her brother, I hate that I couldn't do anything to help her, he admitted, as Hina and Yae now both actively stared at him in shock. Take Michikun, Hina whispered. I couldn't protect her, and if she died, I wouldn't ever be able to forgive myself for that, he said, even now, knowing she got hurt while I was around. He stared at his feet in shame. I hate it, he muttered, but his hidden thoughts rang loud and clear for both Mako and Hina as the girls both gasped at him. I blame myself. What are you saying, Mitch? Mako quickly cut in. What happened to me isn't your fault. You know this, none of us could have known this would happen. Mako snapped, though Takemichi knew the hidden words behind what she was saying. It's not your fault. We were trying to save Draken. How were we to know things would get this out of hand? Even so, I'm sure that, given just that if something had happened to you 'cause you jumped in too, Draken-kun, Mikey, and the others would have never forgiven themselves for it. Takemichi solemnly noted, recalling just how close Emma appeared to be with Mikey and Draken, as well as how Baji and the other members had been careful with her safety before the all-out brawl began. Looking down at her crush, Emma could not help but consider the boy's words as she remembered her oldest brother's death. I wonder, Emma worriedly and painfully thought as she continued to stare down at her love, remembering the fallout from Shinakairo's death, from Baji's guilt, and Mikey's sadness and anger. The sudden change that came with losing someone, and realizing there was so much left unsaid, left undone, the lack of their presence missed and still felt. How much would it hurt Mikey, you, and everyone else if that ever happened? She thought, the pain of tonight's events and the loss of her eldest brother all mixed within her as she took the slightly older boy's words to heart. Frowning at all this, Yae could not help but sigh bitterly as she began to rub her eyes tiredly, catching Mako's attention. Yae. In the end, there's technically no right answer here. Yae finally muttered openly and loudly, catching the other teen's attention. None of us could have known what was about to happen. Who's to say if things would have ended up better even if either of you had stepped in? We should probably just be glad that everyone's still alive and breathing. She's right. Hina nodded grimly at this. In the end, it doesn't matter anymore if any of us did or didn't do anything. She smiled reassuringly at Emma. What matters most right now is Draken-kun life, and making sure he survives. Hina-chan, Emma quietly muttered as the brunette-haired girl knelt beside her to place a comforting hand on the other girl's shoulder. I know this is hard, Emma-chan, but we have to stay strong. Don't let what-ifs beat you down. Hina heartened to the girl before looking up to her boyfriend. Both of you. Hina, Takemichi gasped, as Mako felt her own concerns and guilt slowly begin to settle at the sight of her friends coming together to keep hope. Right, we can't let ourselves get depressed with what-ifs right now. she sighed, smiling as she rose back up to her feet. We should just take the wins that we got for now and make sure this night doesn't end with regrets. Mako said, walking to stand beside her little brother as she now placed a comforting hand on his shoulder as she gestured to Draken. He's what matters at this moment. May. Looking down at the unconscious boy in her lap, Emma could not help but cry more as she nodded in agreement. Right, allowing herself to be pulled in close by Hina as the girl took over in supporting her friend. Staring at the girls and the unconscious Draken, Takemichi still could not settle his concerns, even if the girls were keeping heart and trying to remain hopeful with everything. The stress of the whole night, Draken's continued unconscious state, and the lack of an ambulance only helped to continue to fuel his anxieties and fears. Hey, it's been a while, hasn't it? He nervously began to question, as Hina and Mako looked up at him. Do any of you guys know how long until the ambulance gets here? Hina grimaced anxiously at this as she shook her head in shame. No. It's probably caught in traffic. Yae muttered as she looked away from her wristwatch that she used to check Draken's pulse to look up at Mako and Takemichi. The roads were already gonna be packed because of the festival, and then with the rain. The roads are even more flooded with traffic. Mako finished as Yae sighed in frustration. Yeah, which isn't good given both your and Drakenkun's patchwork and states. This rain could lead to even more complications in the long run. Hearing this, Takemichi turned to try and make a slight change to their plans. Then maybe we should. He stopped mid-sentence though as his pupils dilated, his blood suddenly froze, and his heart stopped at what he saw coming down the horizon behind his sister. Are you fucking serious? He whispered, causing Mako to quickly look back and become equally as shocked. Fucking A. Why? Takemichi muttered as he and Mako fully turned to face the approaching teen. Takemichi-kun, Hina looked up, confused as Emma and Yae both tensed up at the sight of the approaching gang. Are they here? Yo, what the hell? The sweet little bitch and Draken-chan both ain't dead yet. Why's Taekwimpy here? Kiyomasa. Mako's hands clenched tightly into fists at her side as she growled angrily towards the annoyed leader of the gang. What do you think you're doing, you piece of shits? August 3rd, 2005, Takemichi. His whole body shook as he stared up at Kiyomasa and his gang. Body frozen, yet shaking, fearful, yet angry, heart racing, yet blood ice cold. Everything in his body and mind was a jumbled mess, as he was once again met by the root of his trauma in the past. It's over, Takemichi fearfully thought. Huh? Mako angrily exclaimed, stepping a bit forward to shield her frozen brother. Who's a piece of shit? Her eyes narrowed as she spat in the taller teen's direction. A no-good punk-ass bitch who attacks someone from behind like a dickless coward has no right to insult us, you no-good nobody. Huh? Kiyomasa growled. He smiled cruelly. Are you really gonna say to me, after I mercifully spared you? Mercifully? Mako gasped. You thought you killed Draken and wandered off like some coked-up junkie enjoying their high. Mako snapped. You were so high off your supposed win you failed to actually finish the job. Or what did you think, to just let us bleed out as a form of suffering? Talk about incompetent. Mako taunted, smirking, causing Kiyomasa to growl. Well, that ain't a mistake I'll be making again now, is it? Is Mr. Ugly sad that I hurt your pride? Mako cooed as if talking down to a baby or child before smiling wickedly. Or is your tiny dick so small you need to compensate by trying to exude big dick energy with a knife of all things? What is it? Mako continued to coo. Mommy and Daddy didn't love you enough. No girl insane enough to be wooed by your lack of charm or good looks. Or maybe it's the lack of money, seeing how you needed to have literal children fighting to earn you money. You must be the most incompetent son of bitch around if that's your only means for earning a bit of lunch money and pocket change. Mako cruelly smiled. It'd almost be sad if it weren't so pathetic. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. And it would almost be pathetic if you didn't piss me the hell off by touching Mitch and my friend. Yae quietly tried to hiss at the girl, falling silent when she noticed Mako secretly gesturing to her to remain silent. The girl's heart froze, realizing what her friend was trying to do. You really wanna die tonight, bitch? Kiyomasa glared, stepping a bit forward as Takemichi flinched back in fear. Do you? Mako shot back, pushing the frozen Takemichi more behind her as she placed herself firmly between the dangerous teen and her frozen brother and friends. That's right, asshole. Keep your eyes on me. She thought with narrowed eyes, focus only on me. Having taken a few steps back due to his sister's shove, Takemichi struggled to breathe as his unfocused eyes became trained to his feet and the ground below him. Trying to take another step back, he froze as a familiar male grunted in pain before struggling to call out. Michi? Takemichi slowly turned back to look towards the once dying male. Draken, Takemichi shakenly whispered as he stared at a more profusely bleeding Draken who had forced himself up. Emma trying to help keep the male sit up even as Ye tried to push him back down. What are you crazy? Ye snapped. Lay back down, damn it. Draken, please, Emma begged, you have to stay still. Breathing heavily, Draken lightly slapped Ye's hands away, gently placing his hands on Emma's shoulder before pushing her away softly. Thanks, you too, Draken painfully grunted as he continued to struggle to speak, let alone breathe. Now. Shut up. Mako coldly shut the bleeding blonde off as Takemichi remained frozen in shock staring at Draken. You got some nerve waking up like this now, Mako huffed, planting herself firmly before the whole group and Kiyomasa more. Just shut up and stay down, you idiot. Mako grunted as she took a more fighting stance. Yai, take Hina, Draken, and Emma and run. Head snapping towards his sister's direction, Takemichi's heart stopped as his mouth went dry. Run, he stuttered out in a whisper. Mako's yukata top missing, bandages around her upper back as she faced away from him, she stood protectively before him as she stood her ground. Don't worry, I'll handle this. She painfully gritted out as blood began to seep through her bandages. Draken concerned yell rang through his ear. He coughed up blood as he glared up at the bleeding girl. Draken, Emma cried out. You need to stop before you kill yourself. Ye snapped once more, trying to stop the teen from moving as she was shoved aside. Leave me alone, Draken snapped, struggling to speak. You're in much better condition compared to me. Draken angrily tried to grit out, if anyone should be running away from here with their life, it should be you. He almost yelled, you're. Okay, Mako snapped, slowly looking back at the group as she tried to smile reassuringly. Like you said, I'm in better condition, so I can definitely keep going to buy you guys time. Besides, meeting her brother's frozen gaze, Mako's smile became more solemn. I'm the Anki here. She turned her head away as Takemichi's heart continued to remain frozen in shock. It's my duty to protect my little brother and all our friends when he can't, she firmly declared as Takemichi began to shake once more in place. Run. Looking down, he almost swayed in place as he took in everything that was just said between his sister and Draken. Was I seriously just gonna run away again? His stomach twisted into knots, and the feeling of bile caught in his throat as he felt disgusted with himself. Did they notice? That's bull, Draken growled. You can't do this alone, I'll stay and help. You're both insane. Ye snapped once again. Draken, you can barely move. You're falling apart, Takemichi thought. And may you. Tears spilled from Takemichi's eyes as he watched the blood soak through his sister's bandages. Are throwing your life away for me? He thought as his mind recalled everything he had been through since the start of this journey. His beating from Kiyomasa, his running away, breaking of his sister's heart, his abandonment of her and everyone he loved. Lost everything because I kept running away. His sister's letter, the reveal he would have been an uncle, Hina's and Mako's deaths in the future, Akon's eventual betrayal and suicide, Ye's anger and remorse, Nayato's pain, Mikey's anger and... Am I really going to use my second chance to run away again? Ag. Takemichi suddenly screamed loudly towards the heavens, causing Mako's gaze to whip back towards him in shock as everyone stared at the angrily screaming boy in shock. Me, Kai. Whipping his tears away, Takemichi glared at his sister. No, he glared at the man standing beyond his sister. God, I'm fucking pathetic, he growled. What the hell did I even come here for? Marching forward, he reached out to his sister. For Akon's life? His friend's smiling face flashed through his mind. For Draken's life? He could still hear the boy struggling to breathe behind him as he openly gaped at Takemichi from behind. For Hina's life. Take, Michikun, she whispered from behind, staring at her boyfriend in awe. For my sister's life. Grabbing his sister's shoulder, Takemichi firmly gripped as he whispered, no more. Takemichi. It's my turn now. he firmly stated, meeting his sister's gaze firmly. It's my turn to make everything up to you. It's my turn to protect you and everyone else, he told her before lightly shoving his shocked sister behind towards Hina and the others. Ah, Mako stumbled in shock wide-eyed as her hand remained stretched out to her brother. Me? Her eye dilated as for a split second it was not her Take Michi that stood before her, but the future grown-up one as she fell back. Kai. Hina jumped forward to catch the frozen girl. Mani. Hina. Hi. Please stay back and look after my sister, Take Michi firmly ordered as he outstretched his arms protectively before the group. Drake and Kun, Mani, I'm sorry. Take Mitch, Kun, Yeo gasped as she stared up at the boy in shock. And thank you, Take Michi continued to speak after taking a large deep breath and exhaling, for giving me the courage. Emma silently gasped in shock, as the image of the boy Take Michi for a split second was replaced by that of the phantom of her long-past older brother. What are you going to do? She couldn't help but ask concernedly. She and everyone else now left to watch as the crybaby hero of this tale finally began to take his first true steps towards growth. If I run away, it all ends here, Take Michi thought as he determinedly began to walk forward to meet his trauma head-on. This isn't just for everyone else, he thought as he came up before the annoyed and confused Kiyomasa. The hell, Kiyomasa drawled, you want to die too? You sure you don't need to run away, Trashamichi? One of Kiyomasa's men taunted, as the group laughed at the young man's attempt to step up to the plate. Maybe you should stick to hiding behind your stupid ass sister. Yeah, don't you need her to protect you, Tilda? Keep her out of your damn mouth, Take Michi snapped, surprising some of the group. I'm done hiding behind my sister. I'm not running away, Take Michi growled, clenching his hands into fists. I'm not running away this time, he firmly stated. I'm finally going to get. He grinned wickedly at the taller male as he glared up at him. My revenge. August 3rd, 2005. Take Michi-kun. Hina silently gaped as she clung tightly to the frozen Mako as they anxiously watched his confrontation with Kiyomasa. Kiyomasa-kun, here's what's up, Take Michi pensive began to say. You and I still need to settle things. Huh? From our one-on-one back at the fight club. Ewa. What the fuck are you talking about? Red tauntingly shouted from behind Kiyomasa. Everyone there clearly saw you get your ass kicked and lose. But I didn't lose, Take Michi boldly claimed, causing Kiyomasa's eye to twitch as the corner of his lips pulled back in a snarl. He's right, Mako loudly spoke up. I stepped in before a winner was ever even called. She then smiled viciously, and then Mikey and Draken came to kick your ass. Huh, you're not wrong. Draken smiled similarly to Mako even as his body was racked by pain. Well, in that case, I'm betting $1,000 on Take Michi. Huh, Take Michi and Kiyomasa both gaped as Draken continued to grin viciously and confidently towards the other males. This is stupid as shit, but I'll go along with it. Me too, Hina then exclaimed. I'm putting 100 million on Take Michi-kun. I'm betting 300 million, Emma loudly exclaimed. 500 million, Ye yelled too. Hina, Emma-chan, Ye-san. Holding her hand up, Mako proudly smiled at her surprised younger brother. And I'll bet everything. Take Michi's mouth dropped. Everything I currently own and everything I ever will own. All of it, I'll bet it all on my no, our crybaby hero. You too, Mei, Take Michi gasped as his sister and friends all put their faith behind him. Are you nuts? Ha, Kiyomasa almost laughed as he looked back at his men. Looks like these guys have finally lost their damn minds, he declared as his men all laughed at the supposed insanity of Take Michi and his group. Nah, Draken seriously drawled, silencing Kiyomasa and his gang. How do you figure? 'Cause it's so frickin' obvious, Mako huffed grinning. Take Michi is gonna win, Draken coolly proclaimed, he, Hina, Ye, and Emma all resolutely glaring the other gang member down. There's just no other way, Mako nodded, that this can end. Taking a deep breath, Take Michi smiled to himself. Thanks, everyone, Take Michi muttered before setting his glare towards the taller boy. Let's do this, Kiyomasa, he yelled, charging towards the male. We're finishing this. He threw his punch and felt his heart stop when he noticed the smirk appear on Kiyomasa's face. Look out, Ye screamed as she noted this. Shank. Hina gasped in horror, hands flying to cover her mouth, tears brimming the corner of her eyes as Mako silently stared in shock with her mouth agape. Aaggh. Takemichi howled in pain, reeling back, clutching left arm as he stared at the knife that had been stabbed through his hand. Well, look at that. Kiyomasa sadistically grinned. I thought I killed you already, but you're livelier than I thought. Takmic Chaikewen. Hina screamed as she tried to throw herself towards her injured boyfriend. Quickly latching onto the girl's arm, Emma firmly held her back. Stay here, Hina, you'll just get yourself hurt too. But I have to help him. Hina sobbed, looking back at the blonde. Please, look's what's happening. Don't. Mako almost seemed to coldly cut Hina off, surprising the two girls. Don't interfere, Hina. Draken narrowed his eyes as he looked towards almost cold Mako. I. Mani, Hina cried, turning back towards the girl whose bangs shielded her eyes away from Hina's view. Why? What the actual hell, May? Ye quietly muttered in shock, staring up at her frozen friend. The guy just stabbed your baby brother. You're actually going to sit here and do nothing? Ye seriously asked wide-eyed. You can't seriously be okay with this. This is his fight, Mako muttered, continuing to shock the others. Mei-chan. This is his revenge. But Hina tried to argue, only to fall silent as she noticed the silent tears falling down Mako's obscured face and the slight shaking to the older girl's body. Looking more closely, Hina's eyes widened as she noted the blood seeping from Mako's hands. As the older girl held her fist so tightly by her side, she broke through her own skin with her nails. This is his second chance. She muttered, eyes solely focused on her brother shaking back as he cried in pain. He has to get back up on his own. She whispered as Hina's jaw dropped in shock. These are his first steps to finally growing up. This ain't no one-on-one. Kiyomasa darkly cooed as viciously stared down his prey. This is just a fucking execution. He sadistically laughed alongside his men. You friggin' rule, Kiyomasa. A real riot. You're about to die. Kiyomasa continued to grin at the now panting teen, Hanagaki. Staring up at the sadistic male in pain, Takemichi shut his eyes and angrily gritted his teeth. NNNH. Gripping tightly at the blade's handle, he ripped the offending weapon out of his hand with a battle cry. Aggh. Throwing the blade away before he readied his other fist and charged once again with tears in his eyes. Aahh. We're talkin' over Japan. Takemichi remembered boldly, proclaiming one day to his friends as they were all hanging out over one of their homes, playing video games and reading manga. Huh? Taikuya uncomfortably reacted to this, as Akan even had to stare up at the blonde in shock. Say what now? Dude, if we're gonna be delinquents, we gotta see how far up we can go just with our fists, he cockily proclaimed. I thought I could be the most badass delinquent in Tokyo. And for starters, let's whip Shibuya third, he'd proclaimed, easily dragging his friends into his crazy scheme. But my big dreams got shattered instantly, he thought, recalling how easily he and his friends had been beaten to submission by Kiyomasa and his goons. I didn't have it in me to be like Mikey-kun. Flying back, Takemichi grunted in pain as he landed on his back with a bloody nose. What's wrong, Hanagaki? Kiyomasa taunted as Takemichi shakenly started to rise back up. You haven't even hit me once yet. Maybe you should tag out with your bitch sister. He grinned towards Mako as the girl coldly only stared at him. Give me an actual rematch before the execution. I wasn't even like the big sister I admired. He recalled how awestruck he would be at times when he saw his sister fight. How much the urge to stand by her and catch up to her would sometimes fuel some of his reckless actions. The silent, jealous looks he would sometimes send her way when she wasn't looking, when he'd begun to believe that would never happen. The light resentment when she was the one to step in and save him when he'd gotten in over his head. Or when she was the one being actively looked towards and praised by their parents when they were home on rare occasions. How that misplaced jealousy and even pride began to keep him from accepting help or even seeing his own sister's pressures. And split their family apart as he pushed her away before running away. I had convinced myself that my failure of a life is all their fault. He glared, looking up at Kiyomasa. Hope you like getting beaten to death. I thought I was just unlucky. Closing both his injured and uninjured hands into fists, he struggled to force himself to stand. I was wrong. You can do this, Mako whispered to herself, watching as her brother started to finally get up by himself. You can do this. But the fact is, it was all my own fault. He furiously admitted to himself, charging in again with a yell. It's because I was too weak to ever face anyone again after getting my ass whooped just once. He tried tackling the much larger and heavier teen, catching Kiyomasa off just a bit. Yet the male barely moved and simply retaliated by kneeing Takemichi. Kahah. Takemichi Chikyuen. Hina cried out again, openly crying even as Mako openly yelled. Keep going. Yo Hanagaki, I think your sister's lost it. Even she wants you should die, hahaha. Don't tell me that's all you got, Hanagaki. Red taunted alongside his other gangmates. I don't think your girlfriend's gonna be all that impressed with the real you. He's as weak as a fly. All he can do is hold on, talk about a fucking loser. Shut up, you damn extras. Ye then yelled, having heard enough of the male's taunts as she realized what it was Mako was doing. Fight Bakamichi, she yelled, as Emma's and Draken's heads snapped towards the redhead's direction in shock. Opening his mouth wide, Takemichi violently bit down into Kiyomasa. Ag. He just bit him, Red gasped, as the others of Kiyomasa's gang stared at the scene in just as much shock. Quit baying so friggin' lame, Trashamichi. Are you a kindergartner? Let go of me, asshole. Kiyomasa growled as he tried to punch Takemichi off of him to no avail. I don't care if I'm lame, Takemichi thought silently, staying strong on his hold. I don't care if I'm pathetic. He only bit down harder, enraging Kiyomasa further, and when he saw the teen loosen his grip on him to try and use all his strength to attack him, Takemichi saw his opening then. Cheer for him, Ye muttered, catching Draken and Emma off guard as she looked towards them. We gotta cheer for him. Wah, Draken gasped, as Emma openly looked back up to the openly crying Hina and grime-faced Mako. Is that what she's? Dodging right and left, Takemichi ducked and rolled behind Kiyomasa's hulking body and flailing fist, getting behind the before launching himself onto the male's back and getting him in a chokehold. I don't care if I can't be like Mikyqn, Takemichi began to yell, or even like Myaneki. Michi. I am Hanagaki. Takemichi cried out to the heavens, causing Hina's heart to skip a beat as she recalled her words to him. You're just you, Takemichi-kun. Her tears ran anew remembering this, and when she felt her hand be gently and firmly grasped by her love sister, she couldn't help but sob loudly as she tightly clung onto Mako's hand. I believe in you. I'm not giving up this time, Takemichi thought, still screaming to the high heavens, I'm not giving up. On my second chance at life. Let go of me, you piece of shit. Kiyomasa choked, trying to rip the boy's arm away from his neck. Don't you dare let Gio, Takemichi. Draken finally yelled, as Emma tightly grasped onto his arm, joining in. Hang in there. You asshole, Kiyomasa choked. Rahhh? Takemichi continued to yell and hold on tight to Kiyomasa as the teen's eyes slowly rolled back in his head. Soon, Kiyomasa finally collapsed backward, landing on top of Takemichi, and the teens all fell silent, breaths caught in their throats. Did he just? Ye whispered, as Takemichi suddenly gasped for air while releasing his hold around Kiyomasa's neck. With his arms tiredly spread out by his sides, he panted, looking up at the raining sky. Grinning victoriously, he felt a bubble of pride and fulfillment course through him. I won, he laughed, both tiredly and mirthful. I got my revenge. Takemichi-kun. Michi. Running forward, both Hina and Mako tried to come over to the boy's aid, only to stop when he sternly yelled to them. Stay back, you two. Roughly pushing and kicking the unconscious Kiyomasa off his body, Takemichi's whole body shook as he sat himself up. Staring down at his bloody hand even as he continued to beam with pride, I finally stood my ground, Naoto. I finally took down Kiyomasa. Yet it fell as he slowly turned his focus back up towards Kiyomasa's remaining men. But sorry, Naoto, I screwed up the mission, he thought, as Red now took front and center of the remaining members of Kiyomasa's gang. Playfully patting a knife in his hand as he sadistically smiled down at him. You done. You were friggin' lame, Kiyomasa. Continuing to laugh at their now fallen ex-leader, Red mockingly said, "Now you got someone to go to hell with ya." Hina, Mei. Shakeningly getting back up to his feet, Takemichi swayed back and forth before finally straightening himself out. "Take Emma-chan, Yae-san, and run." He tiredly commanded the girls, catching them both off guard. "Take Michi-kun. What about you?" Looking back at the two, he smiled reassuringly back at the pair. "I'll figure this out." But, Hina almost seemed to whisper, as she watched the boy she loved only continue to smile at her solemnly and resolutely. "I will, don't worry." "Michi," Mako tiredly called out. "I promise it's going to be okay." He turned away, then refused to meet their gaze further. "So just go, please." Looking towards one another, both Mako and Hina stared deeply into one another's eyes. Smiling, the pair briefly squeezed one another's hands before nodding and releasing their hold. "Don't think I'm letting you do this on your own." Mako huffed, "That ain't gonna happen, Michi." Clutching tightly at his stab wound, Draken nodded in agreement. "Me too." He grinned almost viciously. "There ain't no way I'm gonna leave you dumbasses here to fight alone." Having pulled away from Mako and ran back towards Emma and Yae, Hina tightly grabbed a hold of Emma's hand before gently trying to pull her away from Draken's side. "Let's go, Emma." "No," Emma shook her head, ripping her hand away. "Emma," Draken began to try and order the girl, as the blonde only clung more tightly to his arm and shook her head. "I'm not running." "Let her," Yae sternly ordered, catching the injured boy off guard as he and Hina looked back at the redhead. "Yae. She can fight, right?" Yae firmly stated, looking back towards Mako as the girl turned and slowly walked up to stand beside a silent Takemichi. "I don't like this any better than you do, but I'm not very much a fighter, and neither are you, Hinata." Yae bluntly revealed, standing up. "So we should see about the ambulance and look for help, just like Mako has every right to choose to stay and fight." Yae nodded to Emma with a reassuring smile. "So does Emma." "No," Draken grunted before looking towards Emma and trying to angrily glare at her. "I don't care how badass you think you are. Emma, you have to leave." "I won't," Emma almost sobbed angrily as she stood her ground glaring at him. "I'm not leaving you here to die." She almost seemed to growl, shocking Draken. "I'm not some damsel, always needing you or Mikey to protect me," she boldly declared. "For once, I'm going to protect you," she stated. "I'm going to protect the people that I love," she declared, causing Draken's heart to stutter in his chest as he saw the burning passion in her gold eyes. "I'm not going to just sit back anymore when I can do something." Ma. Looking up towards Hina, Emma nodded at the girl. "Go, I'll stay and help here." Looking between the girl, Yae, and Draken, Hina resolutely stared Emma in the eyes. "Are you sure?" Emma nodded sincerely. "Yes." "Okay." Looking at Yae, Hina nodded to the older girl. "Let's go." "Right," Yae nodded, running after the girl as the two fled the scene side by side. "They'll be okay," she quietly reassured the girl as they ran. "I know," Hina whispered back, still somewhat torn. "He promised they would be." "Do you believe him?" "Of course," Hina firmly stated, smiling. "I'll believe in Takemichi-kun no matter what. You?" "I don't know," Yae honestly admitted before smiling as she conceded. "But I think I'm starting to." Back with the quartet, Takemichi refused to look at his sister as he kept his gaze ahead at Red and the remainder of Kiyamasa's men. "Hey." "Sup," Mako coolly responded. Panting, Takemichi angrily grumbled, "Didn't I tell you to run with Hina and the others?" Clicking her tongue, Mako lightly bumped their arms. "Like you, have any right to order me around." She painfully muttered, feeling the familiar burn of her injury being agitated with her rough movement. "Don't tell me you've forgotten about our promise." "I'll do it," the younger Takemichi sobbed, stopping his sister before she could brush him off. "I'll protect you too, Mei. Even if you don't want me to, I'll be your hero." Mako stared in shock at his bold, tear-filled claim, then smiled as she threw her arms around him, laughing. "Okay, I'll protect my hero and you can protect me." MNN. The siblings clung tightly to one another as the elder of the two rubbed their faces together. "No matter what, we'll always be together." "Yeah." "Yeah." Smiling shakingly, Takemichi could not help the slight warmth that washed through his heart as he remembered their promise. "Aren't you supposed to be the smart one?" Well, unfortunately, being smart has never stopped me from being a complete fucking idiot. Mako laughed briskly with a wince, so why start pretending now? Takemichi chuckled at this. We really are brother and sister, aren't we? Was that ever a question? Takemichi was silent for a second before shaking his head. Nope, never, he said before looking to his sister. I'm glad, though, that you're here with me, Mei. Of course, Mako grinned at this. I'll always be here to have your back. Hey, Draken, Takemichi then said as Emma assisted the unsteady blonde slowly to his feet. What do ya think heaven is like? Hearing what the boy asked, Draken laughed under his breath much to Emma's confusion. Draken? Mako hummed. Anyone else hoping it's like Willy Wonka's big-ass candy room? The original from the 70s, or that new remake from last month? Takemichi asked, humoring his sister. Either. Also, how did you see that movie before I could it like just came out? She pauses before pouting, as Takemichi only gives her a smug look from the corner of his eye. Oh right, she muttered, lucky time-traveling bastard. Don't you know you're going to hell, dumbass? Draken joked as Emma and him came to stand beside the two siblings. Takemichi only laughed at this. Haha, what for? I haven't done anything bad enough to deserve that. Seriously, you three? Even at a time like this, you can still joke. Emma huffed before smiling alongside them. At least we know, we'll all be going together. Speak for yourselves. Mako huffed at this. I swear, Emma, either I'm a bad influence, or you're finally taking after that brother of yours. Draken clicked his tongue in disgust. Don't even joke about that. Maybe it's both. Emma snickered as she proudly stood alongside the injured trio. Ho, Red grinned. Looks like someone lit a fire under their asses, don't it? God, they're annoying. They even brought some fresh meat. Idiots. Silently, the two groups glared one another down. I got no feeling in the hand that got stabbed. Takemichi thought, and after choking out Kiyomasa, I can't even lift my right arm anymore. He tiredly noted beginning to stumble as he felt the strength and adrenaline running through him slowly fizzling out. Whoa. He was stopped by Mako as the girl hissed slightly. Hey, keep it together, Mitch. We still ain't done yet. She gritted out, feeling a similar way to her brother as she still continued to struggle to breathe properly and felt her back burn with any slight twitch to her back muscles. Though goddamn if I don't wish we were, even I don't know, if I can keep standing, she thought, feeling her own legs tremble as they desperately wanted to give out from underneath her. You're both looking like someone could topple you over with one finger, Draken noted, as Takemichi only nervously laughed. You're one to talk, Draken-kun. Yeah, Mako chuckled, you look even worse than us. Honestly, Emma huffed, you know you'll all be feeling this for the next few weeks, right? Emma pointed out. Oh, definitely. The trio all said at once, laughing to themselves as they realized this. Emma smiling alongside them as she began to take a more serious stance between Draken and Mako. Kill him, Red suddenly ordered once he realized that none of the teens before him were even trembling with an ounce of fear. Charging with the rest of Kiyomasa's, men as Takemichi, Draken, Emma, and Mako all prepared themselves. In the end, I couldn't change the future. The whole group yelled, prepared to face their final battle. But I did everything I could. I'm not gonna look down till it's over. Takemichi thought as Red aimed his knife towards him. I'm going to keep going until the end. The whole group prepared to move or intervene when... out of the shrubbery on the side of the pathway they'd stood on, came flying out a familiar pompadoured-haired teen. Fist reeled back before slamming it into Red's face and sending the male flying straight into a metal gate opposite of where he came out from knocking the knife out of Red's hands. Mako's jaw dropped. Akun, Takemichi whispered in equal shock, as the plum-haired boy took front and center stage before the four teens. The hell are you crying for? Looking back, Akun smiled at the now crying Takemichi. You really are a crybaby hero, he said, causing Takemichi to cry harder as the image of the future Akun seemed to flash before his eyes. When did you? Mako gasped as Akun smiled at her in acknowledgement. Yo, Maney, looks like even you got a bit roughed up. Man, I can't believe you let this dumbass drag you into this mess. Guess you now owe us. Us? Emma gasped as suddenly the rest of Takemichi entered the scene standing firmly beside Akun. When did they? Yeah, sneak attack bitches. Guys. Mid's ferocious 5 is here, Akon declared as he and Takuya ferociously glared the remaining of Kiyamasa's gang down. Makoto and Yamagishi posing over the top, screaming at the top of their lungs. HWAH. So lame, Emma muttered, Mako herself snorting at the boys' stupidity. Yet so on point. Wait, Draken muttered, how'd you guys even? He wondered aloud as Akon took a more proper fighting stance. Takebana and Shimizu both contacted us. Seriously? Mako exclaimed in shock. When did they even? She trailed off, wondering when either girl had even had time to call any of these boys, as well as, actually, why didn't I think of that? Leave this to us, Takuya suddenly exclaimed. We can be tough when we need to be, Makoto boldly yelled. We gonna float like a butterfly. And sting like a bee, Yamagishi finished, as Mako gave the teen a deadpan stare. Please don't ruin that saying for me. So, Mako, on a scale of punching bags to Mikey, how well can these guys actually fight? Emma muttered, equal parts unimpressed and concerned. I'd say, better than my dumbass cousin Masaru, but nowhere near Chifuyu-kun if the way he was mowing down guys back at the brawl was anything to go by. Mako muttered, casually, causing Emma to gap at her in shock. Both girls winced as no sooner than Mako could answer had the boys charged up ahead, Makoto and Yamagishi easily being the ones to be overpowered first, while Takuya lasted a good bit dodging a few punches, and Akon actually landed a good few hits before they all started to get their asses handed to them. Yo, dumbass, just because y'all formed a bigger pile of shit, Red kicked Akon in the face, what you gonna do now? Emma gritted her teeth, pushing her sleeve up as she tried to step forward. Why you? Don't, Akon croaked in pain, sitting up. This is our He was grabbed by his hair before being punched by Red. They're honestly doing better than usual. Hoo-ha, are you saying they're usually worse than this? Mako smiled a bit half-heartedly. Ha-ha-ha, you don't want the answer to that one. Then shouldn't we do something? In any other situation, I'd probably say yes, Mako thought before looking at her heavily breathing brother and Draken, but outside Emma, none of us are in any proper condition to really help. She looked back at the boys. Not only that, she watched as the boys, even when bloody or thrown down, would get back up and continue fighting. But I've never seen these guys so motivated to fight on their own before, she silently noted before shaking her head to Emma. Let's let them handle this for now. They obviously want their own revenge for what Kiyomasa and his goons did to them. Emma gasped at this. Wait, them too? She looked at the boys in shock. Just how many victims does that guy have? If things take a turn for the worse, though, Mako looked to Emma, catching the blonde off guard. Would you be okay stepping in for me? She shyly asked. I would, but, clutching her bruised ribs a bit more tightly, Mako watched as Emma only nodded silently in understanding. Course, what are friends for? So focused on the pain that racked through their bodies, and the stunned awe at the scene before them. Neither Takemichi or Draken had seemed to have noted the conversation occurring between the two remaining females that had stood by their side during this mess. It was not until Takemichi called out to Draken that the disoriented teen even seemed to realize he'd begun staring off into space, or even that he'd gone back to sitting on the ground. Hey Draken-kun, I'm sorry. Huh? Looking up at Takemichi, Draken stared at the blonde, confused. I really did try, but I couldn't protect you on my own. He almost seemed to whisper. Ever since I came back here, all the beating and suffering since he first started to time leap began to flash through Takemichi's mind. Nothing's gone right. Quit Bane, so useless, Red taunted, as Akon angrily rose back up to his feet, whipping the blood away from his face. Useless? His eyes looked to the meek and usually frail Takuya. The boy kept his grip on his opponent without so much as a cry or tears, even as the male continuously tried to punch him off. Yeah, it might be useless. To Yamagishi and Makoto both, who both continued to be hit in the face or kicked and kept down in the dirt, yet never lost the fire of determination that burned in their eyes alongside Akon and Takuya. Fight me. Akon remembered Takemichi boldly challenging Kiyomasa to protect Takuya. But still, I can't turn back. There are times you just can't turn back, Akon yelled, turning back to grin at his best friend. Right, Takemichi. Takemichi fell silent while Mako smiled at the group, the Mizo boys all getting back up even as their bodies were bruised and bloody. "I ain't gonna lose," Akon declared, stunning Red and Kiyamasa's men, the memory of when Takemichi himself first declared those words back on that fateful day resonating with the teens who first bore witness to it. Mako proudly placed a hand on her brother's shoulder as she looked back in the direction the sirens came from. "You did it," she whispered as the sound of an ambulance siren began to rapidly approach from a distance. "You totally did it." Everyone's looking to Takemichi, the siblings' eyes met as Mako nodded proudly in relief. "We've won." "Thank you." Chapter 17. Groaning in exhaustion, Mitsuya allowed himself to sit down on the ground as he looked at the aftermath of Tommen's and Mobius conflict tiredly. I think I've had it." "Hey," Smiley called out to the teen. Mitsuya looked back to find the peachy afro-haired teen being supported by a shirtless Mucho as they walked over with Badgie close behind. "'Fraid I'm out of action, guys." "He hurt his leg, I guess," Mucho dryly informed as he continued to allow the teen to use him as a crutch. "Probably kicking somebody." Smiley only grinned wider at this, neither confirming nor denying Mucho's claim. "Do you know where Mikey is?" Mitsuya asked as Badgie nodded. "Yeah, he's over there," Badgie nonchalantly pointed out as Mitsuya followed his directions. Coldly glaring at their opponent, Mikey and Hanma stared one another down as they each remained one of the few members from both their gangs to still be standing. Out of breath with blood caking the corner of his mouth, Hanma continued to excitedly stare Mikey down with a slight laugh. I knew it. Fighting you is exhausting, Mikey, and you're not even out of frickin' breath." He lightly scratched the back of his head confidently. "What are you, a monster?" "Just shut up and die already," Mikey callously told the teen, more than ready to continue their fight. He took a few steps forward, eager to end the fight. He stopped, though, as he and many of the other members from both gangs heard sirens off into the distance. "Shit, it's the cops!" Many of the teens shouted and began to scatter, both Tommen and Mobius members grabbing onto and even helping their fellow gang mates as they ran. All the while, the two opposing leaders stood rooted where they were as they continued to stare one another down. "We're getting out of here." One of Mobius' few remaining fully conscious members flagged down Hanma's attention as he pulled up on his bike and called out to his boss. "Hanma-san, we should get going." Hanma's grin dropped at this, eyeing the male unamused as he boredly replied with a "yeah," as the sounds of approaching police sirens began to echo throughout the scene. "Mikey," dramatically pointing at the smaller blonde, Hanma grinned manically. "You're about to witness the creation of the most sinister biker gang alliance in the Kanto region, and its name is Valhalla," he declared, becoming more excited as Mikey refused to react. "You already know my name, Hanma Shuji. I'm Valhalla's first vice commander, and I can promise you this much. From now on, Tommen will never know peace again." He almost seemed to laugh as he mounted his ride and fled. Mikey's cold coal eyes silently followed after his retreating figure. August 3rd, 2005, Takemichi. "We've won," Mako proudly nodded in relief, leaning into her brother's side as he began to grin victoriously while wrapping his arm around her side so that they could support one another. "We did it." He almost seemed to laugh as the sound of ambulance and police sirens continued to approach from the distance. "Shit," Red yelled, becoming panicked. "The cops are here," he yelled, voice cracking. "What're we gonna do, Red?" Glaring over at Takemichi and Mako, Red gritted his teeth, Akon tiredly panting and protectively standing before both the Hanagaki siblings and Emma and Draken. His false bravado fell, though, as he quickly turned to his remaining members. "Let's get the hell out of here," he yelled, turning to run. "What about Kiyomasa-kun?" "Forget him." "Oh, I don't think so." Emma's eyes angrily narrowed, running past Akon, the boy's jaw dropping as the girl suddenly ran past him. "Hi." "Emma," Draken yelled out, jaw dropping as the girl easily jumped to slam her foot at the back of Red's head, sending him flying into the last remaining members of his gang, unconscious on top of them. "Who? Huh?" His jaw dropped as he stared at the girl in awe, as this was the first time he had ever bore witness to her ever performing such a stunt. His heart raced as, for just a split second, he was back to being that cocky fifth-grade brat of his youth again. The same starstruck awe he'd felt from when Mikey had taken down Samyama crew. rushing through his battered and tired system as his eyes remained trained on Emma's figure. Landing on her feet, Emma coldly glared down at the now unconscious and groaning boys that had become pinned by Red's unconscious body. "You're not getting away with any of this, you backstabbing cowards." "Holy shit," Makoto and Yamagishi gaped. "Ata girl Emma Bay," Mako proudly laughed weakly, throwing up her arm. "You go. You kick that ass and take those names." "That was so cool," Takuya exclaimed as Akan nodded alongside him, smiling towards Emma. "Totally, man. Makes me wish we took you up on the offer to help sooner." Emma felt herself become a bit embarrassed under the group's praises. "Why, yeah? Well, it was nothing," she stuttered. "I just didn't want these cowards getting away is all, especially after all your hard work keeping them off us." She looked away briefly before smiling towards the boys. "Good work." "Hell yeah, they did," Mako sighed. "Just for this, I'm treating you guys to dinner." The Mizo boys all whooped and cheered at this, some of them even letting themselves fall down to sit as they proudly laughed and grinned at one another. Watching as his friends proudly cheered and laughed, Takemichi couldn't help but smile as he lightly squeezed his sister's side a bit too, catching both her attention and Draken's attention when the boy had heard her hiss slightly. "Sorry," Takemichi breathlessly laughed, loosening his grip. "It's just that I think I finally get it now." "Oh," Mako huffed. "Get what?" "What it was, you were always trying to tell me." He frowned. "I was doing things out of my league, so I kept on messing up," he admitted before smiling slightly. "But still, not one of those screw-ups was for nothing. They were watching after me the whole time." He acknowledged, looking towards his still cheering friends before looking to his sister. "You were always watching over me too." Mako lightly laughed at this. "Of course. What are friends and family for after all?" She smiled towards Draken. "You agree, right?" "Yeah," Draken replied, smiling at the pair of siblings, looking towards Emma as the girl helped some of the Mizo boys up before turning to look back at him with a smile. "I do." "Hey, you guys still hanging in there?" Emma asked as she quickly began to walk back over to the trio. "We should really get you guys to the ambulance." "I can't believe it, we actually did it." Takuya laughed, looking to Takemichi and Mako. "Did you see my super miracle punch?" Yamagishi grinned. "Do you think Yae-san would be impressed?" "No, but I saw you get punched and land on your ass." Makoto snorted. "Pretty sure Yae-san would get a kick out of that." "You ass." "You guys shut up already." Akon snapped at the boys, turning to follow behind Emma. "Emma-san is right. We need to get Draken-kun, Takemichi, and Meini to the ambulance." This snapped the others into action. As Emma came over to help Draken slowly get back up to his feet, Makoto had run up beside them to help the girl. "Here, let me." "Thanks, can you stand up, Draken?" Emma worriedly asked as the male only smiled at her tiredly. "Yeah, I think so." Takuya, in the meantime, ran straight towards Takemichi and Mako with Akon. Akon took off the open red button-up he'd worn over his t-shirt and placed it over Mako's almost topless upper body to help shield her bandaged self, as he gently took her from Takemichi's hold. "Shit, just what happened to you, Meini?" "Oh, you know, sneak attack," Mako joked. "Here, take this to cover up." Thanks." This allowed Takuya to pull out a handkerchief or rag of some sort from his front pocket to take a hold of and treat the large stab wound in Takemichi's hand. "Here, take this. This will help stop the bleeding." "Ow." Coming up beside his friends, Yamagishi was pale as he rapidly looked around in concern. Guys, I don't see the ambulance." "It's over here. Hurry." The teens then heard Hina's concerned yelling, as they turned to see her and Yae rapidly running back to them with a pair of EMTs following close behind with a single stretcher. Come on, Yae snapped at the EMTs. "Hurry it up." "Hey, over here." "Come on, hurry. They're in bad shape." The Mizo boys all yelled and waved down to the EMTs. The two groups finally reuniting once more, as Hina joined Takuya in both tending to and even looking over Takemichi more thoroughly, as she cupped his face in her hands to smile up at him in relief. "Yo, you're okay." She looked at Takuya and Akon. "You guys, you actually made it here on time." Takuya smiled at the girl, course, as if we'd leave our pal to fight on his own. "See," Takemichi smiled tiredly at his girlfriend, I told you I would be all right. He joked as Hina could only laugh breathlessly and shake her head at him. Nothing to worry about. That you did, she quickly kissed his cheek, causing the boy's face to explode red. Thank you for keeping your promise. She smiled warmly while blushing. You did good, take Michikun. Take Michi stuttered out, mouth hanging open in shock. Here, let me help, Ye said, as she quickly came up to assist Akun to better support Mako. Thanks, Akun nodded, we just barely made it on time. But if it weren't for you and Takebana. Jessus, Ye sighed, rolling her eyes, don't mention it, all right, we're friends. Mako snorted at this. Wow, okay, either I'm hallucinating from all the blood loss. She grimaced slightly, or pain. She smiled proudly then, or you just admitted to seeing everyone here as your friends, Yai. Blushing Ye grumbled under her breath. Yeah, well, being put in a life or death situation kinda does that sometimes. Of course, Mako rolled her eyes as Takemichi winced from beside them. The level of truth behind the girl's words hitting the hardest for the time-traveling Hanagaki boy. You think he's gonna be okay? Yamagishi quietly muttered to the group as they watched the EMTs take Draken from Makoto and a still very concerned Emma. Hopefully, Ye muttered as she side-eyed both Takemichi and Mako's tired and anxious expressions. Out of the 3 injured teens, it was obvious to all who were the most badly injured and in need of emergency care. He's stayed strong till now, she quietly added, before looking back to see Emma tightly holding onto Draken's hand as she quietly spoke to him before being made to let go by both the EMTs and him. That could be a sign he'll be okay, but that's still not a guarantee, Takemichi thought, realizing what Ye was implying as the 2 EMTs turned to him and his sister once they'd secured Draken into the ambulance. There's still the chance he'll die and there isn't a lot of space. One of the EMTs informed the group, we've called for a second ambulance, but we can only take one of you. The man informed, and we have to go now. Everything will have been in vain. Mitch, go with them, Mako ordered, catching the blonde off guard. Wah, but you're the one who's more hurt. He'd begun to try and argue as Ye shook her head. No, she's right. With how bad Draken's wounds are, the EMTs can't have their attention divided too much. But he looked between his sister and Draken as he now felt himself be torn on what to do and who to stay with. Go, Emma then jumped in, looking toward the boy. Please, someone needs to go with Draken, and you're hurt too. Emma-chan, Hina stared at the girl in shock, don't you want to go? Emma could only shake her head though. I do, but I'm not the one who's hurt, and she shook her head, unable to say more. Emma-chan. We need to go now, the paramedic of the vehicle ordered, and Takemichi found himself being pushed forward by Ye's. Just go, dumbass, Ye scolded. We've got things covered here. Draken needs a hospital now. She glared as Mako tiredly smiled up at Takemichi from her place and leaned up against Akun. We'll be right behind you, so don't worry. Just make sure to help Draken stay strong. The ambulance doors shut. Takemichi numbly fell back into the ambulance's backbench seats as he felt the vehicle start to drive away. His wide blue eyes slowly drifted towards Draken and felt his nerves spike as the once alert boy now laid almost unconscious on the stretcher. Draken breathed erratically, even with an oxygen mask now over the top of his face, and the EMT and paramedic quickly went to work on him. Shit, he's lost a lot of blood. The wound's been packed, but the bleeding is starting up again. Well, hurry and pack it again. Pupils are dilated to 3.3 mm. Draken-kun, Takemichi called out to the boy, hoping he could still get through to the teen. What's our ETA to the hospital? His JCS level is 30, and he has a deep stab wound. His respiration is 30, and his pulse is at 127. Is he okay? Takemichi fearfully asked as he noticed the increasing distress between the EMTs that tended to his friend. He's in a pretty bad state. The EMT then noted Takemichi standing. Sit down, he angrily ordered. Hey, patch the kid's hand up. I'll keep trying to stabilize this one. Right. Please, Takemichi thought as he watched as the EMT tried to help Draken while the other wrapped up his hand. Please be okay, he thought, going even so far as to hold his hands together before him in an almost praying manner. You have to survive. Grunting on the stretcher, Draken weakly pushed his bloody hand off the stretcher and out towards Takemichi. Draken-kun, Takemichi all but jumped forward in his seat, grabbing hold of the injured boy's hand tightly as they too held one another's hands as a form of a lifeline. Weakly opening his eyes, Draken's whole vision swam and dark spots littered his view. Nothing remained in his focus, even the sounds around him, the beeping of the heart monitor that was following his own heartbeat, becoming more muffled and distant as tried to remain conscious. Takemichi, thanks a lot. He weakly turned his head towards where he felt the other teen was. I really owe you, I and Yai for this. He weakly smiled as Takemichi tried to reassuringly smile back at him. Man, don't say stuff like that. It's not your style. Takemichi tried to lightly joke as Draken's eyes tiredly drifted up to the white ceiling of the ambulance. Besides, you should save your thanks for. Take care, Draken weakly cut the boy off, of Mikey for me. Takemichi's heart stopped as he watched Draken's eyes slowly start to close. Tell I to look after, ma. Yep. Draw, kun. The hand Takemichi held went limp. His blood suddenly ran cold, and the deafening sound of the heart monitor flatlining rang hollowly in his ears as he was roughly pushed back by the EMTs. He's gone into cardiac arrest, step back. His JCS has dropped off, initiate CPR. Airways clear. Starting CPR. He numbly watched as tried to resuscitate the teen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Takemichi's breathing accelerated watching this. No way. I'm not getting anything. This can't be happening. Tears slowly pricked the corner of his eyes. One more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. DRAKNQN. August 3, 2005. Sitting in the back seat of the second ambulance, Emma silently clutched her hand tightly to her chest as she felt a sharp pain run through her heart. Draken, please be okay, she thought as she looked back down at the text she sent her brother and friends in concern. You can't leave us. Emma, Mako tiredly called out, laying on the stretcher of this vehicle as the paramedic fussed with her. She held out her hand towards the girl, watching as the blonde quickly took it while shaking. Mako-chan, Draken. He's gonna be okay. Mako painfully smiled, catching the crying blonde off guard. Don't lose faith in Draken, okay? Michi's with him. We gotta believe in him, all right. Emma nodded as tightly clutched the girl's hand. Mako smiled at the girl as she gently caressed the back of the girl's hand with her thumb. If you need to cry, don't be afraid to do so. She softly whispered as she continued to hold Emma's hands. Cry as much as you want. I promise, everything's gonna be all right. She whispered as Emma stared at her in surprise before she quietly began crying anew, holding onto Mako's hands more tightly. He's gonna be okay, right? He just has to be. I know. I don't know what I'll do if he. SHHH, Mako softly cooed, it's going to be all right. Sobbing, Emma's body hunched over as she shook more. If he dies, Mikey and I, we'll. Oh, Draken, Mako silently thought looking down at Emma as she cried, please live. Tears silently fell down her face, you just gotta live. Arriving at the hospital building, Takemichi's legs shook as he tried to keep up with the rushing EMTs as they raced Draken out of the back of the ambulance. What's the situation? The doctor barked as he stepped out of the building. A deep abdominal stab wound and severe blood loss. He'd been treated just before we'd arrived, but he went into cardiac arrest on the way here. He's in extremely critical condition. Get him into operation, stat. The doctor ordered his nurses and a surgeon close by as they quickly began to rush Draken away. Wait, Takemichi shouted, trying to keep up with them. Draken-kun, is he gonna be okay? He stopped though as one of the surgeons stopped to look back at him grimly. Don't get your hopes up, he warned, stopping Takemichi in his tracks in shock right outside the waiting room for the operation room. His eyes numbly watched as the doors to the operation room slammed close behind the doctors, and Draken before his focus slowly drifted up and watched as the sign above the room lit up a bright red as the doctor's warning repeated in his mind numbly. Takemichi-kun. Snapping out of his shock, he quickly turned back to see Emma, Yae, Hina, and the Mizo 5 all standing equally out of breath as they looked to him for news. Hina, Yae-san, Emma-chan, guys. They took Maney to get some stitches and a blood transfusion. Hina quickly informed the boy as she noted his eyes rapidly scanning the group for his missing sister. They said she would be okay. Ye nervously smiled at the boy. They're probably just gonna run some x-rays and patch her up before sending her off. Her smile fell, though, as she looked past him towards the operation room. How is? Suddenly, Emma seemed to throw herself at Take Mitchie, catching the boy off guard and throwing him off balance slightly. Draken, how is he? She tightly clutched onto the sleeves of his shirt as she lightly shook him in a panic. Her teary, honey-gold eyes stared desperately up at the blue-eyed teen as Take Mitchie had to close his eyes and look away. I'm sorry. He went into cardiac arrest just before we got here. Emma gasped in shock, pushing herself away from Take Mitchie as if he were burning her as Ye quickly moved to catch the girl. They just barely resuscitated him before we came in. Emma. No way, cardiac arrest, Akan gasped, as he and the Meso 5 all stared at Take Mitchie in shock. Hina moved to help hold up a newly sobbing Emma, as the girl noted her friend, almost collapsing to her knees in Ye's arms at this news. No, Emma sobbed, having to bury herself in her friend's arms for comfort. This just can't be real. What if he dies? I'm so scared, Hina. Emma-chan, Hina pulled the girl more closely in, try to have faith. She's right, Ye softly cooed, doing her best to emulate Mako as she softly caressed Emma's head. You heard what Take Mitchie-kun said. They resuscitated just before they came in. That means he's still fighting to live. Oh, Draken. Take Mitchie, Mitsuya's panicked scream echoed throughout the hallway, catching Take Mitchie and Yea's attention. He and Pei worriedly raced through the halls towards. How's Draken? Mitsuya-kun, Pei Yang-kun, Take Mitchie called out, gritting his teeth as he noted the similar fear and concern in the two boys' eyes to Emma. Noting this, Ye sighed as she began to pull away from Emma and Hina. I'll be right back, okay? Stay with Emma, she said as she looked towards Hina. Of course. Just what the hell, huh? Hey, Ye quietly muttered, placing her hand on top of Take Mitch's shoulder and causing the boy to jump in shock as Mitsuya stopped mid-interrogation to look at the girl in shock. Ye-san. Let's take this talk somewhere else. She gestured around a corner. We can explain things there. We shouldn't be making too much of a scene in front of the operation room. The doctors need to be able to focus. Take Mitchie stared up at the red-headed girl in shock before nodding in agreement. Yeah, she's right, he muttered, allowing himself, Mitsuya, and Pei to be led a bit aside from the waiting room. Taking a deep breath, Take Mitchie looked to Ye, who gave him a subtle nod of support before he began to recount the night's events around Draken's current critical condition. And then, before we even got to the hospital, his pulse nosedived. Bang! Damn it, Mitsuya growled, making Take Mitchie flinch as he suddenly turned to angrily slam his fist against the hospital's hall's wall. Mitsuya-kun, Ye scolded, quickly grabbing the boy's hand to start inspecting it, fearing that he may have just caused himself some damage. You need to calm down before you hurt yourself. Calm down? How can I calm down? He snapped, turning to glare down at the red-headed girl. You and Take Mitchie just said that Draken isn't dead, Ye snapped back, meeting the boy's glare head-on with her own tear-filled one. I know you're mad and scared, but hurting yourself and making a scene inside a hospital won't help anyone. Ye snapped, letting go of the teen's hand. It won't help Draken, and it especially won't help Emma. Ye pointed out, gesturing back towards the waiting room where Emma's sobs could still be heard. We're all scared and mad right now, but we need to at least try and keep ourselves somewhat together for that girl's sake at least. Mitsuya stopped, looking back to where he knew his friend's crush was silently suffering and crying. Taking a deep breath, he shook his head with a sigh. You're right. I'm sorry. Tears of frustration actually prickled the corner of his eyes as he tried brushing them away. Damn it, how could this have happened? Even I was hurt cause of this whole mess. Mitsuya angrily muttered, quietly acknowledging that Take Mitchie and Ye, more than anyone, likely understood his frustrations at this time. Ye frowned, noting this, and could only shake her head sadly. No, I'm the one who's sorry. She whispered, looking away from the boy. I tried helping him back there, and yet, it still seems it wasn't enough. Mitsuya's heart broke as he heard a subtle crack in the girl's voice as she refused to look at him. Yay. I can't believe it, Pei shakenly whispered. Kiyomasa did all that? He muttered, still in shock, as he still continued to process everything Takemichi had recounted to them. Tap, 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 tap. Hearing a pair of footsteps heading in their direction, the four teens turned to see Mikey silently walking up towards them with an almost cold and unemotional face. Mikey-kun, Takemichi quietly muttered in shock as he realized that the boy had arrived. Swallowing down his nerves, he rushed towards the teen alongside Mitsuya and Peiyan. Draken-kun is. Mikey. Mikey. Shut up, all of you. Mikey calmly cut the boys off, walking past them. You need to keep quiet in a hospital. Don't you know anything? He stopped beside a still frozen Yae and looked at her. How is she? Yae jumped slightly in shock at the sudden question. Unsure of who Mikey meant by she, Yae simply replied, May's fine. She was getting stitches and a blood transfusion last any of us heard. As for Emma, she trailed off, quietly glancing towards the hall that led towards the waiting room. That's good to hear. Is the waiting room that way? Yeah, follow me. Yae quietly nodded, looking towards the other three boys before she led Mikey and the whole group back towards the waiting area where the other teens waited with a still loudly sobbing Emma. Hearing the return of the group, Emma looked up, a small hopeful part of her wishing for her brother's presence as she saw the blonde calmly walk towards her. Mikey? Her voice cracked as her lips trembled, her grip on Hina's arms tightening as fresh tears threatened to spill from her eyes as her brother stopped before her. Silently and gently, Mikey supportively placed his hand on her shoulder as the siblings stared into one another's eyes briefly, giving Emma's shoulder a firm squeeze before he let go to walk past her, and Hina to stand before the operation room's doors. Mikey's dark coal eyes focused solely on the bright red sign still lit above the doors as he heard his sister's sobs finally begin to calm down with his presence as the whole waiting room fell silent. Kenshin, he quietly began. Kenshin's always been a man of his word. He's not gonna die here. He'd never do something so disingenuous. He calmly stated before turning to grin at the still grim-faced teens. He promised me that we'd rule the world together. He seemed to confidently proclaim, so Emma, Mitsuya, Peiyan, Takemichi, he nodded to the teens, believe in Kenshin. He told them, moving to take a seat as he calmly smiled at the whole group, he'll pull through. He reassured, and the whole group slowly seemed to lower their tension as they accepted his words. He's right, it's just like what Yae-san said earlier. What good is gonna come out of us panicking? Takemichi thought before smiling, Mikey-kun's so damn strong. And remember, keep quiet. August 3rd, 2005. Silently scattered throughout the waiting room, the small group of teens all quietly sat and supported one another. Hina, Emma, and Mikey all sat together on the waiting room benches, the blonde-haired girl firmly sitting between her friend and Mikey, as Takemichi and Yae stood silently close by to the girls. Beside them stood Mitsuya and Pei, the boys of the Mizo 5 sitting diagonal to the seated teens on the other side of the waiting room. No one spoke. Time had passed since the group first came together to wait outside the operation room, hours really, and the air around them was heavy. The group's anxiety and nerves were high, but no one dared to move or make a sound as they all stayed firm and in place as they waited for the news of their friend's fate. Click! The operation sign's light turned off, and all the seated teens, except for Mikey, shot up to stand. Everyone except for the dark-eyed blonde turned their complete attention towards the doors as the doctors stepped out. WL, Yae broke the silence as the teen all anxiously stared up at the doctors. Don't just stand there, she snapped. Tell us, how is he? We were able to save his life, the doctor calmly informed, as Takemichi's jaw fell and Mikey silently listened to the doctor's words. The operation to save his life. Yae covered her mouth as tears filled her eyes alongside Hina's, Peiyan's, Mitsuya's, and Emma's, was a success. The Mizo boys gasped in joy as everyone became filled with unbridled joy, yet the most excited of all perhaps was none other than Takemichi himself. Fuck, yeh! Takemichi loudly screamed to the heavens with tears in his eyes. The Mizo boys exploded alongside him in cheers as they joined him. He's okay. HNNNGH. Emma loudly began to cry and sob in relief as she threw herself into Hina's arms as the girl helped her up. Hina. It's a miracle, thank goodness he's all right. Hina cried alongside her friend as the two continued to hold each other. I'm so happy. Drakn once all right? The Mizo 5 boys all cheered. Draken, 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 Draken. Geez, keep it down. Mistuya weakly scolded the boys as he wiped the tears away from his eyes, smiling. He's still recovering, you know. Loudly sobbing in relief at this, Ye fell to her knees tiredly at this, quietly clasping her hands before her in prayer as she quietly began to cry in Spanish. Ay gracias a Padre y Jesus y al Espíritu Santo, esta bien, esta vivo. Whoever it was that performed the emergency first aid did a pretty good job, all things considered. The doctor said, causing Ye to sob more loudly. It was obviously rushed, but it helped to slow the blood loss and helped to buy him some time until he was brought in. NNH, ugh, Ye wailed loudly, throwing her head back, the girl feeling no shame as she cried unabashedly in pure joy and relief. Hey, you did it. Mitsuya smiled down at the girl as he proudly patted her head from beside her. Good work, Yai. He praised, causing the girl to cry even louder. My Mitsuya-kun. W.O. His eyes flew wide as he found himself suddenly being hugged by the still crying girl. Esta vivo, Draken esta vivo, no esta muerto, she cried, and although the boy did not understand what the girl was saying. Estoy tan feliz, que no pudo para llorar. He smiled and hugged her back. Hey now, it's okay. There's no need to cry so much. It looks like your help did more than you thought, right? He said as he looked at the crying and cheering teens. Mitsuya could only shake his head as he said, all right, that's enough. Let's go tell the guys outside the good news. He grinned as the others all looked at him with their own bright smile. Right. Running past a frozen Pei, the group all quickly moved to leave. Takemichi stopped as he took note of Pei's lack of movement. Pei Yang-kun. Ye, having still been trying to whip her tears away before following after the group, looked back then to frown as she noted the boy standing stock, still as he solemnly stared at his feet. Aren't you coming? The boy quietly muttered, refusing to meet either teen's concerned gazes. I can't face the others. He admitted, shutting his eyes. I just can't. Pei, Mitsuya called out, having stayed behind to wait for the boy. Everybody gets that what you did was for Pachin's sake. We all understand that. Mitsuya calmly told the boy as Pei Yan looked back at him wide-eyed. Mitsuya. But let me tell you something, Pei. The guy who's been worrying the most about Pa, that would be Draken. He told the teen as Takemichi and Ye silently watched and listened to their conversation. You know they won't let you see him, but you're still going. Mitsuya recalls asking one day during the early days of Draken's and Mikey's fighting as they'd walked the street together. Yeah, Draken calmly shrugged before looking back to Mitsuya, but that's not what matters. From that day on, Draken went with Pachin's parents to go visit him every single day. Even though he knew only relatives could actually see him, he'd bring a gift, then he'd wait outside the whole time. He told the teens, the whole group easily imagining Draken sweating under the harsh Japanese summer sun as he stood outside the detention center. That's the guy you tried to kill. Draken, Pei Yan gasped, realizing his mistake in ever believing Draken had not cared about Pachin. You'd better apologize. Mitsuya added, to Draken, to Pachin, to Emma, to everyone. Mitsuya summarized as he turned his back to the watery-eyed Pei Yan. Yeah, Pei quietly muttered as he tried not to cry, only for the dam to break once more as Mitsuya said. Welcome back, Pei Yan. Ye, even hesitantly, but kindly placed a hand on the crying boy's arm in comfort as Pei cried in place. Come on, no more tears, Pei Yang-kun. It's time for words, not tears. Ye encouraged, and Takemichi silently watched as Pei nodded before looking up determinedly after Mitsuya as they followed after the Tommen captain. August 4th, 2005. Oh look, Takemichi heard Hina gasp as their small group exited the hospital building. It's finally stopped raining, Hina noted. Takemichi silently watched as Mitsuya and Pei Yan walked over towards the waiting Tommen members with Ye and the Mizo boys. Oh no, Hina then exclaimed, drawing back Takemichi's attention as he looked toward her and Emma to see the two girls frowning down at their cell phones. Look at the time, it's already past midnight, Hina said. I had no idea. My parents are so gonna kill me. Sighing, Emma could only nod in agreement. Same, that means it's August 4th. Huh? Takemichi gasped as he heard this, his mind flashing to the future Naoto and his talk. On August 3rd, you'll save Ryuguji-ken. That is your mission this time. It's all ready. Takemichi felt his legs shake. August 4th. He collapsed on his knees as he stared up at the sky in shock. Naoto, I made it through. He thought, it's not August 3rd anymore. He thought as a joyous and relieved smile broke out on his face, which means the mission to save Draken. He curled up into himself, shaking as tears pricked in the corner of his eyes, was a success. The Tokyo Manji gang of the past suddenly broke out into cheers, catching Takemichi's attention. Hey, not so loud, Ye snapped. We're still in front of a hospital, damn it. Guys, shut the hell up. A member shouted in agreement with Ye, even as the males only seemed to continue to cheer. There's no way Draken would bite it. Thank goodness. Oi, Ye angrily repeated, as Baji suddenly threw his arms around her shoulders, grinning. Come on, Ye-chai, loosen up, they're just happy Draken's okay. Ye twitched at this, I get that, but we are literally right outside the building and it's past midnight. Patients like Draken need silence to rest, she growled, shoving the boy's arm off of her. Also, why the hell are you touching me? What, Tilda? Baji teasingly grinned. Can a guy show his appreciation? You helped to save Draken's life, didn't ya? Ye blushed, looking away. I just did some first aid. It wasn't that big a deal. But that doctor said, you helped buy Draken time. Pei-yan confusedly spoke up, causing Ye to freeze up. You even seem to have cried harder when he said your first aid had helped. Why you? Ye stuttered as Mitsuya smiled at the girl again. Ha ha ha, you're really not good with praise, huh? Shut up, I told you I'm not good at interacting with people. Ye hissed, just as Chifuyu came up to the group and her frowning. Yai-san. Ahem. By any chance, do you know what happened to Ai-san? Huh? Baji muttered, confused as Pei Guilty looked down at his feet and Mitsuya frowned. What about I? Baji grinned a bit teasingly towards his second in command. Oh, Chifuyu, you dog, don't tell me you got the hots for I. That's not it. Chifuyu snapped, glaring at his commander. I saw her in the fight against Mobius. Baji's smile dropped hearing this. Wait, are you serious? He looked back towards Mitsuya, Pei-yan, and Ye. She was in the fight. I'm pretty sure neither Pei or I saw her. Mitsuya admitted as Pei nodded guiltily in agreement before looking to Ye, but from my understanding. Ye sighed, nodding her head. Yeah. She went back into that brawl trying to look for Draken and her younger brother who were in the middle of it with all of you. Huh? Baji drawled, a bit confused. Okay, I get her going in for little brother, but Draken, there was no reason for her to risk herself. Glaring at the long-haired teen, Ye snapped. Given how the guy had a bit of a concussion before he jumped into that huge-ass fight with you guys, I think it's safe to assume Mei had all the right reasons to try and pull that idiot out of your fight. Huh? Baji exclaimed. So wait, are you seriously telling me that she was fighting Mobius with us tonight? This is Meiko we're talking about. Is that really so hard to believe? Ye huffed as Chifuyu nodded beside Baji. She'd been fighting with Draken just before we all came to save them, wasn't she? She asked Mitsuya for clarification as the silver lavender-haired teen nodded. From what I could tell, yeah. Really? Chifuyu exclaimed with wide eyes. Then again, I saw her take a guy down with a flying kick and take another one out without even looking. When I tried talking to her a bit, she suddenly ran off looking for Draken, leaving all concerned. Chifuyu explained before looking back to some of the Tommen members who were still happily cheering amongst themselves. Actually, it seems I wasn't even the only one who had a run-in with her either. He said before looking back to the teens. Some of the guys were talking about how a girl with dark hair and half a kimono just flew around the battlefield taking out guys left and right like it was nothing. Whoa, Baji muttered, and here I thought Emma was the only girl I knew who could do that, he said, scratching the back of his head. Then again, I guess that's why they say the feathers of birds come together. Ye raised a brow as Pei-yan nodded in agreement. Mitsuya facepalmed. Chifuyu sighed. It's birds of a feather flock together, Baji-san. It is. Hey. Looking up, both Takemichi and Ye's eyes widened as they noticed a familiar moppy, blonde-haired boy nervously coming up to the ground where Ye stood with. Wait, you're... Huh? Badgie glared at the boy, causing him to flinch back in fear. Who the hell are you? I. Masaru. Bakamasa. Takemichi and Yae respectively exclaimed at once together as the boy ran over to the Tommen teens, where his cousin now stood with. You know this guy? Mitsuya curiously asked Yae, as the girl crossed her arms unimpressed. Sadly, this guy is. Masaru, Takemichi shouted once more, accidentally bumping into Badgie as the boy twitched and growled in annoyance. Easy boy, Yae dryly muttered, tugging the long-haired teen back slightly before he could try anything. Why you're here? What are you doing here? Takemichi exclaimed, pointing at his cousin. Don't tell me. You were a part of what Kiyomasa and his guys were doing. Wa? Masaru exclaimed before glaring at the boy. Ah geez, Takemichi. How can you even say that? I know I ain't been the best cousin, but I can't believe you think I'd actually be okay with seeing my own cousin be almost killed. Masaru huffed as Takemichi gave his cousin an unamused deadpan face. That's 'cause you practically have before, he thought while recalling his original timeline and even this one. Cousin, Peiyan, Badgie, and Chifuyu all exclaimed, looking at the boy. This guy. Is that true? Mitsuya asked Yae as the girl sighed. Unfortunately, the guy's related to Mei and Takemichi-kun here on their mother's side or something, she explained, though Mei and him don't really get along for obvious reasons. She subtly pointed towards Takemichi as the crew watched Masaru try to posture and save face with the obviously done boy. Yo, Bakamasa, what do you want? Yae coldly called out to the teen as the boy flinched, noting the unimpressed and annoyed expression of all the teens before him. I, loudly swallowing, the teen stood up straight. I just wanted to know if the ambulance made it in time to help Mako and you guys. Huh, the teens drawled as Masaru looked away blushing. WLUC? Looking down, he fidgeted in place when I found out what Kiyomasa-kun wanted to do to Mako cause of the Fight Club, and how she was at the festival. Don't tell me, Yae gasped, eyes becoming wide alongside Takemichi's. I went AWOL and snitched on him to the cops. Masaru almost seemed to yell, shaking. I mean, okay, it's one thing to run a fight club to make dumbass punks fight. Masaru stuttered, but killing a girl who's got nothing to do with gangs just 'cause she tried to step in to protect her dumbass little brother. You're one to talk, Takemichi snapped as Masaru ignored him. That's too much, I know Mako is. Deadly. Savage. Cutthroat. Brutally honest. Blunt. Takemichi and Yae both easily went back and forth in describing just how dangerous Mako could be if she did not like someone while fighting them. Yes, all that, Masaru yelled, almost crying. That girl's a vindictive demon of justice. Seriously? The Tommen teens all muttered out loud, confused. Even though Chifuyu, Peiyan, and Mitsuya themselves had all seen a glimpse of Mako's fighting prowess, the lot of them could only conjure up the image of Mako in her white sundress from their beach day, innocently smiling back at them teasingly. Before they also ended up imagining a small pile of bodies under her foot as she stood on top of them. Then again. But even still, Masaru said, Kiyomasa-kun never even experienced that side of her. The fact he wasn't scared enough to not try this says that enough. Masaru whispered as Takemichi could only nervously laugh at this as Yae nodded. So, I followed them to the festival, but I went AWOL and called the cops and ambulance as soon as I saw the whole brawl break out and Kiyomasa gloated about how he'd gotten Draken-san and Mako. He explained, rubbing the back of his head. Masaru, that's... Takemichi gasped in shock as Yae could only stare at the teen just as in awe. I know Mako doesn't like me. Hell, after the whole Fight Club thing, I sure as hell know you don't like me. The teen nodded to Takemichi, but I still think of you guys as family, and I do care about ya, even if it is from a distance. Masaru shyly explained, so I guess I just wanted to do the right thing for once, and look out for you both somehow, and maybe, I don't know, redeem myself? Masaru muttered, or at least show you both I'm not completely spineless. Looking down at his feet, Takemichi couldn't help but stare confused at them. Wow, who'd have thought Masaru had it in him? I sure didn't. Then again, looking up, he recalled an image of his early youth in which he, Masaru, and Mako used to happily play and get along with one another. We all used to be close when we were really little before Masaru and Meimei started to not like each other or get along. Maybe this is just his way to show he still cared somewhat. Shaking herself out of her stunned stupor, Ye crossed her arms once more. Well, if you must know, they're both okay. Ye firmly stated. Mako got slashed from behind. She was what? Baji and Chifuyu both exclaimed in shock as Mitsuya shushed them. And maybe has a bruised rib, but compared to Draken-kun she got off pretty light all things considered. Ye finished. In fact, I'm sure she'll be released tonight so long as her bruised ribs heal well, and the blood transfusion didn't cause any complications. She added in the end last minute, causing Takemichi to jump at this. Ah, that's right, with how focused and worried we all were on Draken-kun's life, we completely forgot about Meini. She still doesn't know Draken-kun's okay. Takemichi exclaimed, turning to look towards the hospital. We need to tell her. She must be so worried right now. Rione, Ye's mother who was exiting the hospital, stopped at hearing the boys shout as she smiled at the teen. Oh, Takemichi-kun, there you are. She looked to Chifuyu and Baji and waved to them in acknowledgement. Oh, and Keisu-kun and Matsuno-kun too, I didn't know you were all friends. Mama, Ye nodded, as Baji and Chifuyu politely waved at the older woman. Hi, Shimizu-san Tilda. Hello, Ye-chai's mom. Mom, Mitsuya and Pei-yan gaped, looking between Rione and Yeo in shock. That's your mom. Yeah, why do you ask? Ye deadpanned as both Mitsuya and Pei-yan blushed, looking away. Well, isn't she a bit young to be a mom? I honestly thought she was your older sister. Mitsuya muttered underneath his breath, causing Ye to twitch in annoyance as her mother laughed. Oh my, well, aren't you charmer? Keisu-kun and Matsuno-kun said the same thing when they brought little Yuki-chan home. Yuki-chan, Pei-yan whispered to Chifuyu. A cat Baji-san and I saved from a tree. Baji-san fell out and sprained his ankle, and Yai-san just so happened to be there looking for it. It was her grandmother's cat that got out. Chifuyu explained quietly as the boys mouthed an O before nodding. Gotcha. Ni. Rione suddenly grabbed onto Mitsuya's hands and stared at him starry-eyed. Would you be interested in dating my daughter? Huh? Mitsuya blushed alongside Ye, as Baji broke out laughing, pointing at them. Ha, yes, now you know how I felt. M.A., Ye angrily snapped, glaring at the smiling woman as she just cooked. Stop asking random strangers to date me. But Ye-chan, look at him, he's so handsome. And you have so many fine choices right here, I'm actually sorta jealous. That is unless you're eyeing the cutie Matsuno-kun or the wild Keisu-kun. She almost seemed to sing, as Chifuyu began to blush alongside Mitsuya and Ye, even as Baji continued to laugh over Ye's embarrassment. Adahata. How are you not embarrassed by this? The three snapped at him as Baji only continued to laugh harder. Cause your faces, they're so red. Baji continues laughing, pointing at the red faces. They're like tomatoes. Especially Ye-chai's. You bastard, Ye growled alongside Mitsuya. Baji, I'm seriously gonna hit you. Rione-san, Takemichi cut in before an all-out fight could break out between the boys. My sister, he asked as Ye sent the boy an appreciative look. Ay gracias a Dios, Takemichi-kun, I take back any and every bad thing I've ever said to you. In the last 24 hours. Screw it, I'm feeling generous. 36 hours. How is she? Have you seen her? Takemichi asked as the red-headed woman came up, still smiling. Oh yes, I just finished seeing her right now, in fact. Rione nodded. She's the picture of perfect health outside the stitches and bruised ribs. The doctors say she'll be fine to leave once she wakes up. Rione explained as Ye raised a brow at her. Wakes up? The heck? Did they need to put her under or something? Local anesthesia doesn't usually cause someone to go to sleep. Ye pointed out as her mother only shook her head. Oh no, it wasn't because of that. She laughed, waving her hand. I think the poor girl passed out from how tired she already was. Either that or the sight of the needle they needed to use for the blood transfusion. Rione explained as Ye, Masaru, and Takemichi all snorted at this. Yeah, that sounds like her. At least some things never change. The three all muttered to themselves, smiling. So does this mean it's okay if we go and see her? Takemichi asked as Rione nodded. Oh yes, perfectly, though only one person can really be in there with her. Hospital policy and whatnot. Okay, Takemichi nodded, grinning. Then I'ma go get her and let her know Draken's okay, he said before running back inside. I can't wait to tell her, he thought. Mei. He ran much quicker. You risked everything just to help. I just have to let you know it wasn't in vain. He continued, it's time for me to tell you everything just like you wanted. Ah, wait, Takemichi-kun, wait. Rione tried calling after the boy as Takemichi simply sped off back inside of the hospital. Oh dear. What's wrong? Ye asked the older woman as Rione looked back at them. Well, it's just, she looked back towards where Takemichi had disappeared. The reason I came out here in the first place is because I ran into someone, she explained, confusing the group. Huh, Ye muttered. Ran into who, Shimizu-san? Baji asked as the woman looked back to the teens. Some boy with long blonde hair and a half ponytail. The woman answered, causing the teens to gasp or become wide-eyed. Mikey-san. The teens all exclaimed as Rione nodded. Yes, I'd been getting a drink when I ran into that boy. He asked me about Mako-chan and what room she was in. I think he recognized me from before your little gang fight and said he was a friend and wanted to check up on her. So I pointed him in the right direction and came out here to check on all of you and let Takemichi-kun know how Mako-chan is doing if I saw him. August 4th, 2005. Mako. Groaning to herself, Mako pulled the hospital pillow closer to her chest as she lay still on one of the hospital cots. God, my body aches all over, she thought, keeping her eyes shut. I'm so tired. I just want to sleep. She buried her face deeper into the pillow, but she failed to notice the sound of approaching footsteps as someone entered her temporary room. I still need to get up and find out what's happening with Draken, she thought as she furrowed her brows. I still need to check in on Emma, Michai, and... She felt a slightly rough hand gently push away a few loose strands of her hair out of her closed-eyed. Humming to her, she leaned her head into the gentle touch subconsciously. That feels so nice. She absently thought to herself before realizing something. Wait. Who? Hand moving up to catch the person who had been caressing her hand, Mako's face scrunched up as she forced her eyes to open. Slowly looking up and over at the person who'd been touching her, her blue eyes slowly widened in shock as her gaze met the boy's surprised black ones. The two teens openly stared at one another in shock. Ki. The boy stared down at Mako in shock for a short bit, before putting on a smile. Yo, Ai-chan, did I wake you? He asked, and Mako frowned as she noted the slight tension hidden behind the boy's joyous smile and concerned words as she slowly sat up with a slight wince. Mako shook her head. I was already up before you came in. She yawned. I was just trying to get the energy to open up my eyes and get up. She explained as she looked up at the boy. What about you? Have you heard anything about Draken? How's Emma and the others? She asked. And you? They're fine. Mikey cut her off before she could even ask about his well-being with a smile. Kenshin pulled through his operation without issue, just like I knew he would, Mikey said as he continued to give Mako a closed-eye smile. I see, Mako's frown deepened. And you came here, why? Well, obviously to check up on you, Mikey replied. You got hurt too, right? His smile seemed to become more strained as he continued to talk. How are you feeling? And Mako was silent for a bit before speaking honestly. Honestly, it feels like I got hit by a train. She winced. I've got a few bruised ribs and the stitches are still fresh and I had to get a blood transfusion. She shuddered remembering that ordeal. But outside of that, I'm fine I guess, just, she yawns once more. Tired, and a bit hungry too. Well, that's good to hear. I'm glad to see that both you and Kenshin are all right. Mikey. I'm sure Takemichi and the others will be glad to hear this. Mikey, Mako tried to speak up. He ignored her though as he turned to leave. I should go get him. Emma, Yeichai, and him will probably be tripping all over themselves trying to come see Yo. Tug. Clasping her hand tightly onto the back of Mikey's shirt, Mako called out to the boy again more firmly. Manjiro-kun. The boy shuddered at the sudden use of his given name, slowly looking back at Mako as her head was slouched and her bangs covering her eyes. Ai-chan. Please, gently she pulled the boy back towards her as she quietly begged. Don't leave. He froze as Mako turned her blues up to him with a heartbroken expression. Don't leave, when it's so obvious that you're the one hurting the most right now. Mako almost seemed to whisper as neither she nor Mikey noticed the other teen that had appeared outside her small room as they'd quickly hid behind the door frame. Mako gently pulled Mikey down beside her as she continued to stare up at him sympathetically. "You don't always need to put on such a brave face for me and everyone else." She pulled the stunned teen's head close to her shoulder. "You were just as scared, right?" Mikey muttered, stunned as his head rested on Mako's shoulder, eyes shielded by his bangs. "It's okay if you can't be honest with the others, but don't feel like you can't be honest with me, I understand," Mako gently told him while softly caressing his head. "Even if you are the invincible Mikey, you're still just a kid." She continued to whisper as she felt the boy in her arms slowly begin to tremble. "You're still only human," she said as she felt Mikey slowly wrap his arms around her waist. "You deserve to have your own shoulder to cry on. Crying is never a weakness." She cooed, pulling him closer. "So just let it all out. I promise to be your own quiet shoulder to cry on if you let me." She smiled as heard Mikey take a shuddering breath. "You don't have to hold any of it in with me." "I-chan," a sob racked through Mikey's system as he held onto Mako more tightly. "Ken-chin," burying his face into her shoulder and neck as he began to shake more profusely. "Thank goodness," he cried as he held onto the dark-haired girl as if she would disappear. "Don't scare me like that, you jerks." He continued to cry, pushing Mako down onto her hospital cot as they held each other. "Never do that again." He buried his face more closely into her chest as he allowed Mako's warmth and the rhythmic beating of her heart to comfort him. "Please," he sobbed brokenly, "don't leave me," he quietly whispers for only her to hear. "Of course," Mako cooed softly as she continued to hold the crying boy close in comfort. "I promise, I'll never leave your side," Mako whispered back as her tears silently spilled for him and his pain. "So long as you'll let me stay." Silently from outside the small room, Takemichi smiled down at his feet sadly as he heard almost all of what was said between his sister and Mikey. The sounds of Mikey's crying and Mako's soft cooing echoed through his ears as he quietly pushed himself off the door frame and left the pair, in his heart feeling it was best to just leave Mikey and his sister alone. August 4th, 2005. Emma. "We're home," Emma quietly called out as she and Mikey entered their home, the honey golden-eyed girl watching curiously as her brother merely yawned loudly before walking past her to head towards his bedroom. "Looks like he's asleep. We should probably get to bed before he wakes and realizes just how late we came home," Mikey tiredly muttered as Emma frowned. "When have you ever cared about getting in trouble for coming home late?" Emma asked, only to huff as the older boy simply waved her off as he walked away. Yeah, just ignore me and go hide in your room," she muttered, pouting as her mind flashed to the image of her brother right after he exited the hospital alongside Mako and Takemichi. Though unnoticeable to most, Emma had been able to notice the slight puffiness and redness in her brother's eyes that told that he'd been crying. "It's not like I don't already know you were crying," she huffed under her breath. "Emma." Eep, jumping in place, Emma's head snapped back to see her grandfather tiredly rubbing the sleep out of his eyes with a yawn. "Grandpa, what are you doing here?" Frowning, the elder man gave his only granddaughter a firm glare. "The better question, young lady, is what were you and your brother doing out so late?" "I've come to expect this from him, but he asked, his glare softening ever so slightly as he noted the blood stains on her yukata's sleeve and the slight puffiness and tiredness that still framed her usually bright and wide eyes. "What happened?" Wetting her lips, Emma nervously looked down at her feet, eyes narrowing ever so slightly before she looked back to her grandfather. Do you mind if we sit down and talk about this and something?" she asked as she watched her grandfather nod. "Of course, let me just put some tea to brew while you get changed," he offered. "Okay," Emma quietly nodded as she went to get change. "Maybe I can start up my training again?" she wondered, never noticing as her grandfather watched her go with a thoughtful expression. Ahem. August 10th, 2005. Takemichi. August 10th. Takemichi monologued in his head as he confidently swaggered through the streets. A whole week after the huge fight on August 3rd. From behind him, the Mizo boys all cringed as they struggled to follow behind their friend and his sudden new fashion statement. Rumors brought on even more rumors. "Hey look, it's Takemichi-senpai," Some younger kids close by began whispering to themselves as they saw Takemichi walk by. Huh, the guy who shut down that whole battle on August 3rd. For real, hahaha, holy shit. Hey, did you hear about his sister? Dude, I hear they're like a dynamic duo. She apparently helped with shutting that fight down too. The boys gushed amongst themselves. My sister and I have become legends among the delinquents in town, he thought as he walked by another group of boys who bowed to him with a wave. Walking around another corner, Takemichi broke out in a full-blown grin, no longer able to restrain his excitement as he began wiggling in place with the goofiest of grins. Shit, why would I go back to the future now? He giggled to himself, Akon face palming as he saw this. Why did we even bother saving this guy again? Cause we all like Mei-senpai, Takuya asked, nervously laughing by his friend's side as he watched his childhood friend with second-hand embarrassment. You mean Enki? Yamagishi cut in. Remember guys, Enki got a whole notoriety boost thanks to her part in the huge fight of August 3rd. He grinned, she's just as much a talk of the town as this guy. Yamagishi sighed, gesturing to Takemichi a bit unimpressed. Seriously? Makoto deadpanned. Just how the hell did he get all that past Enki? Pretty sure she's made a rule of going through his closet to make sure he doesn't hoard shit like that. He muttered as Akon groaned into his hand. She does. Apparently, she agreed to let him go shopping by himself, though. What? How can this be? How could Enki allow this fashion monstrosity to exist? Yamagishi yelled, shaking Akon. I don't know, Akon almost cried. There is no god, Makoto cried as Takuya nodded with him. We have been abandoned. Hey, Takemichi snapped, what's that supposed to mean? There's nothing wrong with my fashion. The guys all groaned at Takemichi's words as they continued to question their sanity in being his friend, as well as his taste in fashion. There is nothing right with it, they said in unison as Takemichi pouted at them. You're all just jealous of my confidence. No, we are not. August 10th, 2005. Meanwhile at the hospital, although a week has passed since the events of August 3rd, neither Draken nor Mako seem to have been having too many issues with their injuries, as Mako had been actively coming to visit the hospitalized teen alongside either Emma or Yae, and even on the rare occasion Mikey. I'm telling you it was the size of a mechanical pencil. Mako grumbled as she peeled and cut up some fresh apples for Draken. Snorting, the blonde only sent the girl an amused smirk. And I'm pretty sure Yae just said hospitals don't use needles around that size. You weren't there, Mako snapped. You don't know the nightmare I went through to get a blood transfusion. Technically I was. Being knocked out and in surgery doesn't count Kenny. Oi, what I say about using that goddamn nickname? Draken glared as Mako simply stuck her tongue out at him. Well, too bad, I like it, so I'm gonna use it for ya. She said before holding out the small plate she'd been putting her sliced apples on. Here. I told you I didn't want any, Draken grumbled as he took the newly cut slices. And I told you, Emma asked me to make sure you were eating right. Mako deadpanned, cleaning the small knife she used. She isn't able to come to visit you today, but she still wanted to make sure you were okay. Yeah, I heard about that, Draken muttered under his breath as he ate and swallowed another slice. Mikey says she's gonna be a bit busy for a while, he said, narrowing his eyes. Any idea on what that's about? Mako shrugged. Nope. She lied as easily as she breathed, recalling her conversation with Emma just a few days after the events of August 3rd. What? Mako exclaimed as looked away from the hospital vending machine she and Emma stood beside on one of their early visits to see Draken. You're going to be training with your grandfather and Mikey on how to fight again? Mako gasped as she watched the blonde nod shyly. Yeah. But why? Mako asked as she handed Emma the drink she had bought themselves. Didn't you say you stopped training after Mikey entered middle school because you weren't really into martial arts? Opening and taking a sip from her drink, Emma sighed as she looked outside the window to see some kids playing around with a nurse nearby. Yeah, but that was before Mikey and the others started Tommen. Or, she trailed off remembering her eldest brother's demise. Shaking her head, she then smiled at her friend. Honestly, even though I quit training back then, I never really stopped, training. Emma explained, I still sparred with Mikey and Badgie every now and again to keep my skills from getting rusty. I just stopped learning or trying to push myself past my limits, Emma explained. And your grandfather agreed to this? Mako asked. He must have been glad. You said he used to be on top of your older brother, Shinakairo, for not training right. Actually, Emma snorted, he was surprised. Seriously? Mako asked before deadpanning. Let me guess he was more willing to let you not train cause you were a girl. Actually, no, Emma smiled. When I stopped training, he was honestly on me the same way he was on my big brother. It wasn't till Shinne died that he'd stopped. She explained as Mako nodded from around her drink in understandment. Honestly, he was just surprised that I suddenly seemed actually motivated to learn and train again. I see, Mako hummed. I guess that makes sense. He was also curious about what triggered that sudden motivation. Emma added, giving Mako a look as the girl stared back at her confused. Mako blinked a few times confused before smiling a bit nervously. Oh, is that so? What you tell him? Oh, you know. Emma smiled before she began to walk away quite confidently as she threw her drink away without looking and had it land in the right trash can much to Mako's surprise. She looked back to Mako and grinned proudly, that I found a great role model to help inspire me. Blushing ever so slightly at the memory, Mako tried to hide her face as she looked away. When Emma said that I swear she almost made my heart race like Mikey. She thought, the Sana siblings are definitely on a whole nother level. And here I thought only certain badass video game characters could make me just about swoon with cocksure attitudes like that. Mako thought before she deadpanned for a second. Hold on, does this mean I have a type? By the way, Draken said, drawing Mako back into their conversation as he finished the apples she had peeled and sliced for him. How have things been between you and Mikey? He cautiously asked, causing Mako to look at him a bit confused. Me and Mikey? What do you mean by that? She asked as Draken struggled to not twitch or look away from the girl's face with an annoyed expression. Well, he drawled, mind flashing to the image of Mikey either pouting or glaring at him from outside his room's door whenever the boy came to visit with Mako, and all of the girl's attention was taken by Draken. I swear the guy's acting even more like a little brat with all the glaring and pouting he's been doing cause of I's visits. He thought, twitching slightly. It's just that you guys seem to be closer. He finally said as Mako blushed a bit under his observant gaze. That, Mako muttered looking down at her lap. I guess we have. You guess, Draken deadpanned. Well, Mako muttered, I honestly haven't really noticed. Mako admitted, pouting. Since I got hurt, I haven't really been allowed to do much of anything, Mako grumbled. Mako exclaimed in shock as she stared up at the two males and small females that had come to visit her at home. Wakane, Senju-chan, Beninai, what are you guys doing here? Mei-kun, Senju exclaimed, throwing her arms around the dark-haired girl, causing her to wince in pain. I was so worried about you. We heard about your little adventure on August 3rd, Wakasa said, easily pulling Senju off of Mako. This one obviously decided to drag us to come to see you. I can't go to the gym to work out, for well, obvious reasons. Let me get that, Takemichi exclaimed, grabbing his sister's plate out of her hand as the two had finished breakfast. I'll do the dishes, so just go rest. Takemichi smiled as Mako sent the boy a deadpanned face. Mitch, I can wash my own plates. My stitches are on my back, not my hand. Oh yeah, hey sis, how much detergent am I supposed to use when I do laundry? For future reference. Hey, don't just ignore me. And don't give me that shit, future boy. If you seriously need me to answer that question, we're gonna have a problem. I'll just figure it out myself. Mako deadpans as she walks away, not breaking eye contact until she leaves the room. And if you overload our washing machine and flood the room again, don't think I won't turn all your clothes pink. You can do that. Easily, all I have to do is put the colors in with the whites. Shit. She listened as her brother cursed and crashed into things, hearing the washing machine be unloaded with a shake of her head. Yes, my outlaw pants are safe. God damn it. I can't really do my usual chores, cause of Mitch. Whoa, some boys stared in awe as Mako twitched uncomfortably, while she and Ye stood at a counter, getting ready to buy themselves some pastries at a bakery. Isn't that? I know. Wasn't she the one who? I think she was. She sighs and I can't even go out in public. Without some random punks suddenly gossiping about me in earshot about my role on August 3rd, as if they're a bunch of lonely housewives. Draken whistled lowly at this. Damn, tough break, and here I thought I was bored. He muttered, I literally had to ask Mitsuya to bring me my summer homework just so I wouldn't feel I was wasting my time away in here. Mako nodded in agreement. Oh yeah, I know how that feels. I literally made Michai and I do hours back when he was on house arrest after our first encounter with Mobius. She admitted her mind, flashing to a half-dead-looking Takemichi crying atop of his summer homework. Are we done? He cried as Mako gave him an unamused look. You haven't even double-checked your work. Why is math so hard? He only seemed to continue to cry. Adults don't even use half of this stuff out in the real world. How would you know what adults do and don't use in the real world? In hindsight, Mako amusedly thought to herself. It now all makes sense how he knows, but I also question my brother's intelligence if his adult self is still struggling with math. Well, it's nice to know I'm not the only person getting their summer homework done early. Draken sighed. Then again, knowing the guys, once they find out they'll definitely start hounding me to help them with their summer homework. Or in Mikey's case, copy mine. Draken twitched annoyed as Mako sympathetically patted his arm. There, my friend. Should the time come, she pointed to herself, I'll be there to help you whip those morons into shape, should you so desire. Draken smirked at this. Oh yeah? Maybe I should take you up on the offer. Would be nice to have someone outside Mitsuya to help with those idiots. Just know, I'm not letting you back out now. Ha, show what you know. Mako smirked. I already deal with idiots needing help with their summer homework all the time. Takemichi. And the other boys. Mako giggled as Draken snorted at this. Sounds legit. By the way, speaking of Mikey, have you seen him today? Mako asked as she tilted her head to look at the time. He's usually already here by this time. She trailed off as Draken looked to a stool sitting on the other side of his hospital bed. Yeah, he was actually already here a bit earlier before you came in. Huh? Mako turned to look back towards the boy. Really? Then how come I didn't see him? Probably because he wanted to take a nap on the roof. I am telling you, he's a human cat. Mako quietly joked as Draken nodded in agreement, smirking. Oh yeah, anyway, he said he had a feeling Takemichi might come to visit me today. Draken explained, picking up a bag that sat on the stool before handing it over to Mako. Wanted me to give him this. Looking down into the bag, Mako's eyes widened as she noticed the dark fabric folded in the bag. Wait, is this a gang uniform? Not just any gang uniform. Draken informed the girl, that's the uniform Mikey wore when he first formed Tommen. Mako gasped in shock. To Tommen, it's as important as life itself. He told the dark-haired girl as he watched her pull the uniform out from the bag. And, you're telling me, Mikey wanted you to give this to Takemichi? Mako quietly asked as she stared down at the old Tommen uniform. Yeah, Draken nodded while watching the girl. What do you think? He asked as Mako smiled softly down at the uniform. I think that you boys are being awfully cute and sentimental over this uniform. She joked before looking up at Draken as she easily folded the uniform up. But I'm sure my big crybaby of a brother will love it, she said, putting the uniform away. It's heavy. And knowing that boy, I'm sure he'll feel a bit overwhelmed with the knowledge of what this is and Mikey giving it to him. She smiled softly, but I know he'll take care of it. I'll even help him. She said before handing the bag back to Draken. I'm sure one day he'll even grow up to be able to pull this look off. Draken smiled at this as he took the bag back. You sure are confident in the kid. Course, Mako hummed. He's always been my little crybaby hero. She said, I know more than anyone just how strong he can be if he puts his mind to it. And even when he isn't, I'll always be there to help so long as he'll let me. Draken could only continue to smile at this. I see. That sounds nice. He admitted, I'm actually sorta jealous. You guys are a really good pair of siblings. Mako giggled at this. You think, I'm glad we look so good. She joked, but hey, don't think this doesn't extend to you and the others too, Kenny. She cooed, grinning, I'll always be here to help you too if you want it. I'll keep that in mind. Draken nodded before staring at the girl a bit. By the way. Mako muttered as she checked her phone to see where her brother was. You understand that you and Takemichi are saviors, right? He watched as Mako stopped mid-text. What do you mean? She asked, cautiously looking up towards Draken as he continued to stare at her with an almost unreadable look. You and Takemichi basically saved Tommen. Draken told her before smiling softly. Everyone knows that, myself especially, he said, moving his hand to touch where his still healing stab wound was located. Hell, even Yai played a part in saving me. He muttered as his mind flashed to a memory of when he asked his friend to bring the girl to visit him. Yae became flustered and shocked as he bowed to her, while Mitsuya and Emma stood by smiling even as Yae quickly snapped out of her embarrassed state to start yelling at him. Estupido, what do you think you're doing bowing to me like this? You're gonna rip your stitches, she snapped, completely red-faced. Stop thanking me for nothing, and get back into bed before you hurt yourself again. Draken, Mako almost seemed to whisper as the dragon-tattooed teen looked back at her. Needless to say, I feel a lot of gratitude towards you, Yae, and your brother, Draken explained, but you especially. He recalled the way Mako had stood by his side fighting after he'd been jumped by Mobius and Peiyan. How she tried looking out for him before and even after they were both stabbed by Kiyomasa, and was willing to throw her life away just to protect him, Takemichi, and the girls. He remembered the way Mikey began to look at Mako just before, and especially after August 3rd. How the blonde's dark eyes would flicker towards her every now and again, even when she was close by, as if being attentive and alert for her presence. Then there was of course Emma, the girl that he loves, the way she seemed to admire and look up to Mako in both a similar yet different way that Draken himself remembers her, and Mikey looked at Shina Cairo. How the girl, perhaps once reserved and accepting of her role on the sideline for his and Mikey's delinquent lifestyle, had seemed to have found a spark ignited in her by Mako's very actions and role on August 3rd. You especially have earned my trust and my respect, Draken finally concluded, smiling at Mako, recalling the small amount of time he did get to spend alone with her. From their walk to the hospital with Mikey asleep on his back as he told her his plan to try and remind Mikey to have a heart, to their shopping trip right after, where she was the one treating him to snacks, while she let him tell her about his past and yet continued to see and accept him as himself. Before they ended up at her house, watching a few foreign movies she had that he'd never seen. I'm glad to know I can call you my friend. Draken, I don't know what to say, Mako shyly replied, looking back down at her lap. She smiled to herself, feel the same way. She said before laughing to herself, or maybe I feel, we've become like blood siblings. She joked, I mean we did basically have our blood shared between us three thanks to Kiyowat's face using the same knife on all three of us. Draken snorted at this, blood siblings, with Takemichi and you, no thanks. He joked, I think I'd have enough on my plate with Mikey if I ever married Emma. Oh Tilda, so you admit, you want to marry her someday? Mako teasingly asked, leaning in to grin at the boy, Draken lightly shoving her away with a shit-eating grin. Shut up, I said, if not when. He snorted as Mako only laughed at him. Right, Tilda, just so you know, I call dibs on the maid of honor. Draken snorted, course, he said, shaking his head. Cause why wouldn't you? He said as Mako nodded proudly. Damn right. By the way, Draken then added, still smiling at the girl, after I get out and your stitches are removed, do you think we could meet up? I want to do something for you. He told her as Mako gave him a surprised look. To pay you back for everything. Huh, pay me back, Draken, you know you don't have to do any. Come on, Draken clicked his tongue, I know you don't feel like I need to pay you back. He smirked confidently, but I want to do this. I'm serious when I tell you I'm real grateful to ya. All right, Mako sighed, noting the determined look on the boy's face as she shook her head. I can see there's gonna be no arguing with you. Peeking out one eye, she asked curiously, do you want to at least tell me what it is you want to do? Sure, Draken smirked, just one question. You still interested in getting a tattoo? Mako's eyes went wide as she shot up from her seat. Seriously. Draken laughed as he noted the excited spark in Mako's eyes. If you're still interested, he said before holding up his hand, the guy I go to wouldn't give you much of an issue to get tatted, and I've even asked Mitsuya to come up with some ideas. He explained, hell, I'll even hold your hand and get a touch-up on my own tattoo if it makes you feel less nervous. He said before secretly thinking, or just drag Mikey along and watch the pieces fall into place. He smirked as Mako's eyes just continued to sparkle more and more excited. For real? Oh, Draken, you're the best. I could just kiss you right now. She cheered as Draken sent her a slightly fearful expression as, "Please don't." Mako laughed at this, and the hospital room door slid open, and the two teens froze as they saw who sauntered in. "Hey Draken kun, I was free so I thought I'd come to visit ya." "My eyes." Mako cried out in horror, covering her eyes as Draken glared at the boy with a disgusted click of his tongue. "Oh hey Maney, you're still here, cool. I thought I was gonna miss you. You like my new look?" Takemichi confidently sauntered over as Mako tried to avoid looking at him. Why has God forsaken us?" Mako quietly muttered as she quickly began to flee the scene. "I'm outta here. Look for me at the roof once you get your unholy fashion exorcised," she yelled, "or else I'm about to start ripping into that boy over his horrific fashion sense all over again. Good luck, Kenny." Hey, man, what's with her all of the sudden?" Takemichi pouted before turning back to a slightly twitching Draken with a grin. "Oh well, how you feeling anyway, man? Who the hell died and made you king?" Takemichi gasped. What's that supposed to mean?" "It means," Draken twitched, even more, annoyed the longer he stared at Takemichi's outfit, "your head's getting way too big for your body." He easily ripped into the boy, "And just because you got a little attention. Get over yourself, you dumbass. How lame can you be?" Draken continued roasting the boy as Takemichi's whole mood began to be soured. "I'd be running for the hills too if I knew I was related to an idiot like ya." Removing his glasses, Takemichi tried to save what little face he had. "You wouldn't understand how I feel, Draken-kun. Most of my life I've been in the shadow, especially compared to my sister." "Aw, poor boy," Draken sarcastically cooed before clicking his tongue again. "Don't be creepy, it's lame as hell." Running up to his bedside, Takemichi glared in the boy's wide-eyed face. "Look, Draken-kun, I've never had anyone look up to me before. So why the hell can't you be like Mei and just let my head get a little bit bigger at least?" "Oh man, are you even hearing yourself right now? Did you really just yell something that sad?" "Man, you're such a downer. You said I saved your life, but now that you're feeling a little better, this is how you treat me. I swear you and Mei have a lot in common sometimes." Takemichi grumbled and pouted as he turned his back to the other blonde who smirked in amusement. "I'll take that as a compliment knowing you," he said before eyeing the gift he had shown Mako. Oh yeah, here." Takemichi hummed, turning back to look at Draken. "It's from Mikey." Draken gestured to the bag that sat beside Takemichi. "He asked me to give it to you." He informed the boy as Takemichi's heart raced as he heard this. August 10th, 2005 Mako. Mikey Tilda Mako called out to the boy as soon as she stepped out onto the hospital's rooftop, stopping as she noticed the boy laying on top of a ventilation unit. There you are," she said, smiling as she walked closer. "Oh," she paused as she noticed the boy's slow and even rhythmic breathing. "He's asleep," she noted, quietly pulling herself up to his side to look down at the sleeping boy. "He really is like a cat." She quietly laughed to herself, staring down at his peaceful expression as he slept under the warm summer sun. Her gaze softened as she gently pushed his hair out of his face. Or maybe an angel. She solemnly thought as her expression became more heartbroken as she carefully sat herself down and carefully pulled Mikey's head to rest more comfortably on her lap. "I can't believe this is the same guy who becomes one of Japan's most wanted criminals," she sorrowfully thought, "and the reason for why I die." Mako sighed as she took a seat down on her bed, bathed and changed. Knock knock. Looking up, she watched as her bedroom door opened to reveal Takemichi's bandaged hand holding a steaming warm mug. "Is it safe?" "Oh haha," Mako rolled her eyes. "Get in here, you dumbass." She smirked, watching as her brother gently kicked in her door as he walked in with two warm mugs. "What you got there?" she asked as she watched Takemichi close her door shut behind him. "Oh, just some hot chocolate." He grinned as he held one of the mugs out to her. "Thought we could use some of this after the night we had." "Oh, Tilda, perfect. I still feel like I'm freezing inside." Mako grinned, taking a quick sip after she blew on it a bit. Just right. Wait." She frowned for a bit, looking down at the drink before looking over to her brother who sat at her bedroom's small chabudai. "When did you learn how to make my hot chocolate? You usually suck at melting the chocolate." She joked as Take-Mitch's eyes became lost and nostalgic. Haha, yeah, I guess I did sorta used to fail in making it back when I was this age. He muttered, but after I ran away and started living on my own eye. He trailed off breath as he caught sight of his sister's now shocked expression. Ha ha ha. Let's just say it's something I used to miss a lot after I moved away. He tried to laugh off his words. I quickly learned how to make it so I wouldn't feel so homesick. Honestly, it was one of the few things I learned how to make from what you used to show me. He admitted as Mako frowned down at her mug before moving to sit down beside him. Yeah, well, the Mitch of this time is just a kid. She pointed out jokingly, and you're an adult in the future, so at least you tried, and it worked right. She tried offering as consolation as the teen could only smile sadly and shake his head. Not hard enough, he muttered. Looking back, I was a real piece of work during my middle school years. He admitted looking to his sister. To be honest, I kinda wonder how you ever managed to put up with my dumbass self as much as you did. Mako shrugged at this. Well, you know. She lightly nudged his shoulder with hers. You're my baby brother, and I'm the big sister. She said, lightly resting her head on his shoulder. I won't lie, and say there aren't times I want to beat the shit out of ya. Fair, he nodded to himself. But I also love ya. You're my family and you've done and said some stupid shit in the last few years of our lives. Take-Mitchy took a sip of his drink at this. Don't I know it? But you've always been a good kid at heart. She reminded him, causing Take-Mitchy to put down his drink. I know, better than even you most times I think, that you've got a lot of potential in ya, and I believe in you cause of it. You make mistakes, and sometimes you fail to try and correct them. She smiled as she looked up at him, but when do try? You always shine the brightest as my cute little crybaby hero. He blushed at this, Meme Tilda. Grinning, she began to pinch his cheeks. Oh, Tilda, just look at you. You're still so baby-faced and easy to fluster. I wonder if you're still chubby-cheeked in the future, cause you're obviously still easy to fluster. Stop it, Tilda, he whined, but was unable to stop smiling even as his sister continued to quite literally baby him. I'm not a kid anymore, Meme. Literally. Oh, screw that, she huffed. Past you or future you, you'll always be my precious little cry-baby bitch of a little brother. He pushed her hands off and smiled down at her. And you'll always be my too cool and annoying Anki, he said before his smile slowly fell to become more solemn. What? Mako smiled reassuringly. What's wrong? She asked as Take-Mitchy looked back down at the table. Now that we've saved Draken, the future might have changed. He pointed out as Mako nodded in understanding. So, there's a chance that everything that happened that led me to travel back here, that it no longer happens. Mako hummed at this, narrowing her eyes as she crossed her arms at her table before laying her head down to glare up at him. And let me guess, you don't think it matters anymore if you tell me about what will happen in the future? She accused, as Take-Mitchy could only smile nervously. Is that right? Haha, well, when you say it like that, I guess it does sorta sound like that, he said, rubbing the back of his head before smiling reassuringly at her. But I promised both you and myself I would tell you everything, he said as Mako stared up at him in shock. After the night we had, you sure you want to hear it now? He asked as Mako pouted as sat back. Of course I do, she almost yelled. I mean, you've seriously put yourself through hell to save Draken, Hina, Akon, and the future. How could I not want you to share with me all of your problems? She huffed. Just cause they might not be an issue anymore doesn't mean it never happened to you. You still went through that, and as your big sister I want to understand so I can support you, she declared as Take-Mitchy only continued to smile down at her. You sure? Of course I'm sure. Sure. Yes, Mako almost yelled, smacking her brother's arms a few times annoyed. Now hurry it up before the pain meds kick in. You know they knock me the fuck out. He laughed at this. Oh yeah. Remember that time you got your wisdom teeth removed before middle school and almost fell down the stairs? Mitch, I sprained my ankle trying to break your fall. Damn it, boy, I will hurt you. He laughed, yet by the end, there were no more laughs as the two slept close by to one another on the carpeted ground. Silent tears slowly ran down Mako's face as she held her brother comfortably close and safe in her own embrace. 12 years from now, I'm 27 years old. I own my dream cafe, the Butterfly Effect Cafe, Hina, Niato, Akon, Yai and me, we're all still in contact with one another, still friends. She silently thought as she gently continued to caress Mikey's head. I even apparently have a lover I get pregnant from. She smiled solemnly, but her smile fell and she closed her eyes. I died. Hina, me, and my unborn child. We all died. She stopped caressing Mikey's head as she took one final peek at his sleeping face, confused and heartbroken. Cause of him? Mikey, Tommen, and some asshole named Kisaki Teta, they all went bad to the bone. She thought slowly, closing her eyes again as she continued to recall Take Mitch's talk with her. We die, and yet, this boy on my lap, he's supposedly. Hey, being pulled out of her memories, Mako's eyes snapped open to find Mikey curiously staring up at her. Hi. You okay? He asked, staring up at her concerned, as he noted the slight bags underneath Mako's eyes and the solemn look in her eyes. Shaking her head rapidly, Mako smiled at the boy. Why yeah, sorry just, spacing out. She nonchalantly brushed him off as Mikey frowned at her. You sure? He asked. Yeah, she nodded. You were asleep, so I just kinda let my mind wander off to not bother you. She continued to smile even as Mikey's stare easily told her he did fully believe her. Did you have a nice nap? She asked. Gently pushing aside more of his hair out of his face, the boy hummed into her touch and rolled himself closer into her. Yeah, he tiredly muttered, till I suddenly got moved a bit in my sleep. He peeked up at her with one eye as the girl snorted. Oh, really? And here I thought I was being nice by giving you a better pillow to lay your head on. She joked. Maybe next time I won't offer my lap pillow to you. Mikey hummed at this, closing his eyes again. Nope, I like having Ai-chan be my pillow. He muttered, you smell nice and are so much softer, I like it. He admitted as Mako only shook her head down at him. Cause that ain't creepy at all. Mako rolled her eyes as Mikey only buried himself further into her lap with a pout. But it's true. Creepy Tilda, Mako sang, pretending she was going to shove the boy off as he quickly caught her arms. Ah, hey, let go, she laughed. No, Mikey slyly said, sticking out his tongue at her before wrestling her down to the ground. Kaya, Mako squeaked before laughing. You but get off. No way, he smirked. Seriously, off, your lap pillow privileges have so been revoked. She threatened as Mikey put on a contemplative look for a second before shaking his head. Nah, Tilda. Mikey, she laughed, I'm serious. Someone's gonna come up here and see this and get the wrong idea. And what idea is that? Mikey suddenly seriously asked, causing Mako to freeze up as she suddenly found her arms pinned down beside her head. Her eyes widened and pupils dilated in shock as she stared up at the boy above her. Mako stopped mid-sentence, unsure what to say. Eyes trained solely on Mikey's as he stared down at her with an almost deadpan expression. Back on August 4th, after Ken-chin got out of his surgery and I went to see you, his eyes narrowed slightly. You said, it was okay if I couldn't be honest with the others, but I could be honest with you. Did you mean that? He asked, and Mako's surprised expression softened as she met his deadpan stare with her own understanding one. Of course I did. I wouldn't have said it if I didn't, she honestly replied as the breeze passed by them. Then, if I offered you the same, Mikey began, causing Mako's heart to skip a beat, would you take it? Why were you making that face earlier? He asked, not even allowing her to answer. What had you so upset? He isn't letting that go, she wondered. Then again, I'm shocked enough as is that he even noticed. She thought before turning her head away as she stared at one of the hands pinning her down. I can't be completely honest with him, so maybe bringing up something else that's on my mind will shake him off, she wondered, sighing before deciding to go for it. It doesn't make any sense, she muttered. What doesn't? Why'd everything happen? She half shrugged while side glancing at Mikey. You know, with Hanma, Draken, Tommen, and Mobius, she said as Mikey frowned. Creak. Bam. Hey Mikey, Maney. Take Mitchie stopped as he entered the rooftop and noticed the position of his sister and Mikey. His face slowly exploded red. What the actual fuck did I just walk into? He mentally screamed as he shook in place and shakingly pointed at the scene before him. Am I interrupting something? Mako turned to look back at her brother in shock. This was the exact thing I wanted to avoid, she thought, but before she could even react, Mikey was releasing her wrist and moving off her. I agree. What? Slowly standing up, Mikey looked to the sky as he turned his back towards both Hanagaki siblings as they looked up at him. I feel the same way. He seriously admitted, I can't shake this uneasy feeling in my head. He said, why did Hanma want to try and cause internal conflict inside Tommen? Why did he try to use Kiyomasa and his lackeys to try and kill Kenshin? Why even target you, Ai-chan? What was he even plotting? He questioned as Mako and Takemichi both only silently watched in awe and confusion. And the biggest mystery of all is you Takemichi, he declared, looking back to Takemichi quite pensively, since you realized that inner conflict was happening and that someone was after Kenshin before anyone else did. Not only that, but you tried to stop it, Takemichi. He almost seemed to coldly say as he fully turned to face the nervously sweating boy. Who the hell are you? He asked, and Mako shivered in place, staring up at the boy in shock. What is this? Mako worriedly thought, sending a quick glance over to her frozen brother. Could it be? She looked back to Mikey and frowned slightly, that he knows. Swallowing loudly to himself, Takemichi stared up at the slightly older boy wide-eyed. Takemichi unsurely stuttered out as he struggled, unsure of what to say. The rooftop was silent for a bit, till suddenly Mikey chuckled under his breath and broke the tension. What the hell's with that lame getup? Takemichi gasped, as Mako narrowed her eyes at Mikey. Hold on, did he just change the subject? Mikey then snickered. I mean, you usually look lame, but... This is, Takemichi panicked, expecting to be ripped into once more as Mikey suddenly hopped down from the area he'd been standing on, smiling. Well, whatever. Kenshin's alive because of you? Mikey happily smiled, looking back to Mako, nodding. Both of you, he said before turning back to Takemichi, holding out his hand. Thanks, Takemichi, he sincerely told the boy as Takemichi silently stared the other teen down before he finally took Mikey's hand. Mako silently smiled, watching the pair as she now sat atop the elevated box, eyes trained on the two boys, as she couldn't help but smile proudly at them. You really are a hero at the end of the day, Mitch. Hopefully, this is a sign that the future you've fought to avoid won't come to pass. She thought before finding Mikey turning back to her and holding out his hand. You too. Mako blinked a few times, confused as Mikey only seemed to smile more warmly to her. Thank you for fighting so hard to protect Kenshin and Emma, he said. Thanks for helping Takemichi. She smiled abashedly at this. Mikey, it was really nothing, she said, reaching out her hand to his as Takemichi watched them. I'll always look out for the people I love. Clasping tightly onto her hand, Mikey pulled her down from her perch, making her squeak. Catching the girl as he held her close, he whispered in her ear. I know, and that's one of the things I really love about you, Matilda Ko-chan. Mako's eyes widened as her heart raced in her chest, cheeks ablaze as her shocked eyes flashed to Takemichi, who watched curiously and unaware of what Mikey had said to his sister. Pulling away, Mikey smirked down at her, in his mind, cute and flustered expression. Don't forget our dinner date, okay? He teasingly grinned before pulling away. I'll be waiting for your invite, Tilda, he said before waving at her goodbye as he walked past the very confused and wide-eyed Takemichi with a grin. See you later, he said, re-entering the hospital and leaving the Hanagaki siblings alone as Takemichi slowly looked over at his blushing sister once more. So, I need to worry about becoming a teen uncle? He jokingly and nervously asked, flinching as his sister Mako sent him an embarrassed glare as she growled. Mitch, I love you, but shut up. August 10th, 2005. Quietly walking side by side, Takemichi watched his still blushing sister as they made their way down the street side by side. You know. I still don't get it, he said, catching Mako's attention fully. How you and Mikey ended up together back in the first timeline. He admitted as Mako gave him a mildly surprised look as he frowned. I mean, how did you guys even meet? I don't remember you ever having a boyfriend before I ran away, or even you bring anyone home. Humming to herself, Mako could only look up slowly at the evening sky. Well, for one thing, you're not really 100% sure it's Mikey I was with in the future, right? The evidence just sorta points to it given what you were told and what you were seeing now, right? she asked as Takemichi nodded. Yeah, do you have any idea? He asked before shaking his head. Wait, what am I saying? Of course you don't. It's not like you're a time leaper. Or am I? Mako seriously deadpanned as Takemichi snorted, knowing she was joking. Yeah, sure. If you're a time leaper, then I can always pay my rent on time in the future. He joked as Mako snorted and laughed along till she stopped. Well, with all the wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey stuff you've been messing with, you could be a millionaire when you get back. Now that's just cruel. Why do you have to tease me like that? All joking aside, Mako trailed off, shifting the topic as she hummed, looking back up. Even if I don't know per se. I bet I could guess, or at least imagine how it was Mikey, and I first met, she quietly said to herself as she sat down to lean on the railing that surrounded the park they stood outside of. Oh yeah, Takemichi grinned, tell me. Closing her eyes, the wind gently blew around the two Hanagaki siblings, Mako tilting her head back in deep thought as her hair and summer dress gently swayed in the summer air. It was definitely through Emma, she muttered, catching the boy a bit off guard. Mikey and I probably met when Emma and I went to the beach with Yai, or maybe we never went, and instead, Mikey and I met on August 3rd. Suddenly, Takemichi felt his eyes go wide as his vision was blinded, and a vision filled his sight even as his sister's talking seemed to almost narrate the vision before him. Mikey and Draken were probably still fighting and the internal conflict going on, but Emma, poor Emma, probably wouldn't know what was going on fully given how stubborn those dumbasses can be, so she'd probably ask me to help her on August 3rd. In his vision, he can see it. Emma lightly dragging his sister to meet a still obviously fighting Draken and Mikey. The two teens refused to speak to each other even as they glared at one another. He watches as his sister introduces herself to the pair, and how Mikey originally ignores her until Draken seems to be the most receptive and open to her outside of Emma. Mikey probably doesn't care much about me. I'm Emma's friend, sure, but he'd still be upset over Pachin and Draken. Mako hums to herself, unaware of the vision her speculations and words have inadvertently caused Takemichi. He probably wouldn't have tried to talk to me till Draken does, and it's just to spite and get a jab at him. She laughs as Takemichi sees these events unfold. He watches as Draken and Mikey once more become hostile to one another, how Emma and Mako try to keep the boys behaved and even nudge them to make up as they try to enjoy the festival together. It doesn't work. The group splits into two pairs. Emma runs after Draken as the teen tries to walk off and cool down. Mako is left behind and alone with Mikey, his sister obviously understanding of Draken's need to walk away, yet also frustrated and upset with him and Mikey, who both obviously are being so stubborn in keeping up their supposed fight. She turns to Mikey, ready to glare and perhaps even reprimand the boy, but stops as she sees something in Mikey. Apathy. Loneliness. Regret. Takemichi is unsure what it is, but he knows what comes next. We probably split up into two groups cause the two can't get their heads out of their asses. Emma goes after Draken to try and talk with the more reasonable one between the two, while I'm left to babysit the drama queen. She smiles sadly at this. Still, knowing me, I would probably try to help Mikey in the end. He watches as his sister firmly takes hold of Mikey's hand and leads him to a stall. The pair get some taiyaki, much to Mikey's mild surprise as Mako pays for it before she leads him off to sit away from the festival goers and the main festival area. He watches as his sister seems to try to speak to Mikey and how the boy ignores her. He probably isn't all that receptive at first, especially since I'm a nobody who knows nothing, but some way, somehow, he decides to listen, she imagined. As Takemichi watches, Mikey's apathetic and cold gaze slowly softens with every word his sister says to him, yet one sentence is what catches Takemichi's attention. Life is too short and too much of a hot mess to let fighting between you and the people you love to ruin things. The Mako of the vision solemnly said as she stared down at her barely touched taiyaki. For example, my little brother and me, we aren't really on the best of speaking terms right now. Yet if something were to suddenly happen to me or him, and I could never even try to repair or even just get my feelings through to him, I regret it for the rest of my life, or my afterlife. But, Mako's smile fell, causes the original timeline. This means Draken dies. Takemichi watches a both familiar and yet very different scene play out before him then. Draken bleeding out in the parking lot as Emma crying holds him calling out for help with Mobius and Tommen members unconscious around her. Mako frozen in shock wide-eyed, alongside a grief-stricken Mitsuya, as Mikey stares in shock at the scene before him. Then the hospital scene replays for him. He, Peiyan, Hina, Ye, and the rest of the Mizo 5 are no longer there. He watches instead, as Mitsuya, Mako, Mikey, Emma, and a few other Tommen members he does not recognize or know fully stand and hear the very news Takemichi had dreaded hearing that night. "We're sorry, but it was too late. Ryuguji-ken is." "No," Emma wails and almost falls onto the hospital floor when the doctor sadly shakes his head. Mako barely caught the girl as she collapsed, crying with her, and some of the members of Tommen by their side all burst into their own shock, rage, or tears as the words finally hit them. "No, Draken, Draken!" Emma cries even as Mako tries to hold and console the wailing girl. "Not Draken, not him too, no." Silently Mikey watches. Silently he walks away. And Takemichi is slowly released by the vision with one final image as his sister sighs. Our first meeting probably started with a tragedy. Mikey sitting outside the hospital as it still rains on August 3rd. Mako, Takemichi's sister, finds the boy outside at some point as the teen silently cries to himself, gently kneeling down before the almost dead-eyed teen as he looked to her a bit out of it before finally. Mako reached out and pulled the crying Mikey close, shielding the boy from the harsh reality of the world that would now be without Ryuguji-ken, Draken, around. The dark-haired girl silently cries alongside Mikey, as the boy clings more tightly to her and the comfort and security she tries to offer, as he then begins to wail more loudly in her warm embrace. "Michai," Mako called out as she finally noted the glazed and almost far-off look on her brother's face. "Michai," she worriedly snapped, standing back up fully to wave her hand a few times before his face as he came out of the vision. "Hey, are you okay? You in there?" she asked as Takemichi held his head a bit, wincing and shaking his head. Yeah, He trailed off unsure of what he just saw or what to say. "I think that's probably how it would have gone too," he finally said, trailing off slightly as he remembered a memory from his actual past. Hearing the soft yet heavy and obviously tired footsteps of his sister, as she suddenly came home late on August 3rd. Peeking out his bedroom door to avoid being seen so badly beaten and bandaged, Takemichi froze in shock as he noticed his sister standing soaked with her yukata mildly blood-stained around her sleeves. Glasses missing or obscured by her bangs, as all Takemichi could see of her face before she turned to enter her room, were the tear stains and the trembling of her lips as she stifled a sob. "I never knew what happened to her that night," he thought. "She suddenly had plans for that day and I never questioned it." He remembered as he looked to his still slightly concerned sister, meaning, while I was so busy, wallowing in my own self-loathing and hell under Kiyomasa, his heart broke as he stared deeply into his sister's eyes. My sister had been going through her own problems and I never thought to try and reach out to her, even when she tried to reach out to me. "I see," Mako trailed off, unsure of what to say as she noted the guilt-ridden look on her brother's face. "You know the other me probably forgives you," she suddenly said, catching the boy off guard. "Hi." "The original me," she said, "from your original timeline and future." She clarified, smiling solemnly, "She probably forgave you for leaving her behind before she passed away." "You think so?" Takemichi could only ask as he remembered what the vision Mako had said to Mikey. "Yet if something were to suddenly happen to me or him, and I could never even try to repair or even just get my feelings through to him, I regret it for the rest of my life, or my afterlife." Then he remembered his sister's letter, and couldn't help but smile a bit tearfully as he realized just how true this version of his sister's words actually rang. Actually, you might be right." Mako smiled at this as she jokingly said, "Damn right I am." Suddenly remembering something she gasped, "Oh, I almost forgot." She reached into her sundress pockets and rummaged through it. "I got something for you." "You did?" Takemichi asked, confused as he watched his sister rummage through her pockets. "Hold out your hand." "Okay," he said, holding out his hand just as she pulled a closed hand out of her pocket and gently took a hold of his outstretched hand to put something rectangular and silky cloth-like in feeling in his hand. Wait, he gasped as he realized what it was that sat in his hand. It's an Amamori charm. Mako grinned, unaware of the shock she had suddenly caused her brother. I made the pouch myself with Reunites' help, then took it to a shrine and asked if they could bless it and put a protection spell on it for protection and good luck. She explained, I know you're not the most superstitious, but I wanted to give you a good luck charm and gift before you went back to the future. She explained as Takemichi, teary-eyed, stared down at his sister's gift. The charm was made with his favorite shade of blue and accented with the light shades of purple his sister favored in butterfly shapes, with gold being used for the writing and tassel. It was the very same charm his sister first gave him in the first timeline, the very same charm he lost all those years ago when he ran away. I never knew. You made it by hand. He thought aloud, pulling the charm close to his chest as he silently cried, I can't believe I'm seeing this again. Can I really have it? Of course, Mako smiled. I made it just for you, dummy. After all the trouble you were getting yourself mixed into, I really felt I needed to get you something for protection. She explained, sighing, now knowing what I do. She smiled more solemnly. I hope it can give you strength and comfort no matter the hardship. She sincerely admitted as Takemichi sniffled and clung more tightly to the charm. Hey, can I tell you something? Always, Mako nodded. I don't want to leave, he admitted a bit ashamedly. Mikey-kun, Draken-kun, Akun, and you, honestly, I want to stay with you guys forever. Takemichi admitted sadly as Mako looked over at him, still smiling sympathetically. But I've got to go home, since this isn't my time anymore. It's... Takemichi sniffled, trying to wipe his own tears away. Time to say goodbye. Suddenly his face was grabbed, and he was made to look up at Mako's smiling face. No, it's not, she said, causing Takemichi's heart to jump and skip a beat in surprise. This isn't goodbye, Michi. It's just... She tilted her head and smiled proudly. A see you later, she declared. We'll all meet again in the future, you'll see. She confidently proclaimed and gasped as suddenly her brother broke free from her hold and pulled her so close and so tightly in a soul-crushing hug, her eyes filled with unshed tears as they held one another tight. Yeah, Takemichi muttered in his sister's ear as his own eyes filled with his own unshed tears. Yeah, you're right, this isn't goodbye, he said, slowly pulling away to look down at his sister. We'll see each other again, he said before reaching into his own shorts pockets to hold out a small blue butterfly phone/keyring charm for his sister. No matter what, he said as he watched Mako take the charm in hand, smiling tearfully. We'll still be a family again in the future. Mako cried a bit as she laughed, smiling. I'll hold you to it, she said, and the pair finally pulled away fully before making their way finally to their last destination together. Ding dong. The door to the apartment opened, and Hina blinked a few times in shock as she saw her boyfriend standing outside with his sister, smiling proudly close beside him. Takemichi-kun, Maini, she said. Well, this is a surprise. Usually, it's only been you to show up out of the blue, but now you're even dragging Maini along. Don't you think you should be being a bit more careful since she's still recovering? Hina lightly scolded as the two Hanagaki siblings simply smiled and blushed. Yeah, my bad. Takemichi lightly laughed as Mako giggled beside him. Give him a break, Hina. Michi has been the bestest and nicest of gentlemen while I've been recovering. Mako said, winking at the girl. I dare say he might make a great house husband someday if he keeps this up. Wah hey, Takemichi exclaimed, blushing as Hina actually lightly laughed at this. What do you mean by might? I'll have you know I can make a pretty damn great breakfast now, and I know how to properly do the laundry. He proudly puffed up, as Mako and Hina only laughed a bit more at him. Wait, I shouldn't have said that. The girls giggled more loudly at this as Hina teasingly said. Well, at least it's good to know you'll be able to pull your own weight if we ever got married someday. The pair blushed at her teasing words, and Mako could only grin proudly as Takemichi, even though obviously saddened from knowing that it would never be, smiled at getting to enjoy these moments with the girl he loves. Oh, by the way, he then asked, is Naoto around? Looking past Hina as the girl looked back inside her home to call out to her own younger brother. Naoto, Takemichi-kun's looking for you. When they received no reply, she smiled and looked back at the sibling. Hold on, I'll go get him. Ah, Mako exclaimed alongside her brother. Wait, Hina, Takemichi exclaimed as he sent his sister a quick look as she winked and nodded to him. I'll get him, Mako said quickly, squeezing by the pair and kicking off her sandals. I just remember I had something to tell him. She lied, nudging Hina lightly to whisper. Have fun. Searching in his other pant pocket, Takemichi called Hina's attention back to him. Here, he said, as a small silver chain necklace now dangled from his hands. Huh, Hina gasped in shock as she took the chain from him. You got me a necklace. Well. He scratched the side of his head a bit bashfully. I wanted to give you something after getting you caught up in all that trouble, Takemichi explained, as Hina smiled in understanding. Oh, at the festival, right? Yeah, I wish I could have gotten you something more, something expensive to make up for all that, he admitted as Hina smiled at the chain in her hand. Oh, it's a 4-leaf clover. Yeah. Can I put it on? She asked. Sure, he said as Takemichi refused to look at her even as he heard her put the necklace on. Honestly, it's not just to make it up to you, Takemichi thought. Like with Mei, I wanted to leave something behind. He thought, because. How do I look? Hina asked, and Takemichi looked back at the happily smiling Hina as she proudly wore his gift. He continued to think to himself, I won't be able to see the two of you in the past anymore. He smiled even though he was a bit saddened by this thought. Yeah, looks great. Hina giddily laughed to herself as she held the 4-leaf clover in her fingers. I already love it, she proclaimed. Thank you so much, I'll treasure it. Hello, Hina gasped in shock as both she and Takemichi jumped to look back at the sudden appearance of Mako and Naoto. Said boy, being awkward and unamused, stared at the couple while Mako quietly giggled and gushed from beside him inside the doorway of the apartment. Sorry to interrupt your flirting, but here I am, he said before looking at Takemichi. Didn't you want to see me? How long have you both been standing there? Hina exclaimed, as Naoto seemed to ignore his sister's embarrassment. Nice score on the present. Were you eavesdropping all this time? Hina accused. I'm only here because you yelled for me, Naoto bluntly shot back. That doesn't mean that you can sneak up on us. Hina yelled, never noticing how Mako and Takemichi looked towards each other and grinned at one another understandingly at the other siblings squabbling. It's time, Mako sadly thought, nodding to Takemichi. The teen nodded back as he fully turned to face the youngest boy in their group. Naoto, he held up his bandaged hand, put there. Huh, Naoto confusedly furrowed his brow. Wow, Takemichi-kun, you must really love shaking hands. Mako snorted and laughed into her hands at this, as Takemichi could only smile and chuckled at the other boy. Hee, yeah, you got me there, he said before looking towards his girlfriend. Hina. Ahem. Be happy, okay, he said as Mako smiled sadly and understanding. Hina only smiled and lightly chuckled at this. What does that mean? Smiling one last time, Takemichi looked towards his sister. Look out for yourselves, he thought as Mako nodded once before giving him a bittersweet smile and a final wave goodbye. See you soon. Naoto, he repeated, then determinedly staring down at the younger boy. Okay. The pair shook hands. Bumped. With the help of my sister, I kept Draken-kun from dying, which means Toman's current number 2 is still Draken-kun, so now Kisaki won't be taking over that position. Takemichi thought as he felt the whole world vanish around him. Mikey-kun changed because of Draken-kun's death. Akun committed suicide because he was scared of Kisaki, and Hina and my sister were both killed by the evil version of Toman back in my future. He felt himself leap through time. Now that Draken's alive, all of that changed. He thought as the world slowly came back into focus, all their fates should have changed, right, Naoto? It dropped. This book has been on dropped since chapter 17. Xuanhuan members can request a review to see if the book is no longer on dropped and update it with new chapters and change the classification to ongoing.